My name is Yu. I lay on the ground, numb to the pain in my body. My parents' words from earlier kept echoing in my ears. Yu, after today, you're an adult. We've been divorced for years and each have new families now. This house is yours. From now on, you'll live on your own and make your own decisions. We sent you to boarding school so you'd learn independence early. I had thought my life couldn't get any worse, but here I was, falling off a cliff during a solo trip meant to clear my mind. My vision blurred, and I knew I was dying. It was unfair. I had just turned 18, had so much I hadn't done, and had only tasted the bitterness of life. But no matter how unwilling I was, darkness swallowed me. Just as I was about to lose consciousness, I heard a strange, robotic female voice. Binding detected. Soul transfer. Body creation complete. Welcome to the ancient survival guide system. I couldn't make out everything, but words like system and binding stuck in my mind before I blacked out. When I came to, I heard two men speaking in an unfamiliar yet understandable language. This one's too weak, not good for bearing children. We'll trade her for food. Pity. If she were stronger, she'd make a decent shared partner. I opened my eyes to see two giant men, muscular and over 2 meters tall, wearing only animal skin skirts. Their talk frightened me, and I froze, unable to move. One man suggested something vile, but the other scolded him. Don't even think about it. Prisoners belong to the tribe. If you ruin her, you'll be exiled. Before I could process more, the taller man hoisted me onto his shoulder and carried me at dizzying speed. He dropped me off at a cave filled with other girls, all looking lifeless and hopeless. Finally alone in a corner, I started organizing the flood of information in my mind. This world was nothing like the one I knew. It resembled a prehistoric era, but the people weren't entirely human. They were beast folk. The men, called male beast folk, could shift between human and animal forms and were incredibly strong. The women, female beast folk, were human-shaped, fragile, and dependent on males for protection. Females were expected to bear children and were treated as resources. The strong ones were prized, while the weak or young, like me, were often traded for supplies or used as tools for pleasure. As I pieced everything together, my blood ran cold. This wasn't just a new world, it was a brutal one. I couldn't believe it. I'd traveled from the modern world to a place where women like me were nothing more than tools for having children. The thought of being forced to have kids with strangers was unbearable. If I had to live without dignity, I'd rather die. Tears rolled down my cheeks, but I refused to give up. I had to escape, no matter how slim the chances. I remembered binding to some kind of system before passing out. Wiping my tears, I focused and silently called for the system. Suddenly, a panel appeared in front of me. It read Ancient Survival Guide, showing basic stats. At first, I felt hopeful, but my excitement faded. What use was this system? The space seemed small, and I didn't even know how to upgrade it. The identification feature made no sense. Frustrated and starving, I sighed, but hunger forced me to try the system. Picking up a stone, I willed it into the space, and it disappeared. To my surprise, I could see it inside a white void and summon it back. At least the space worked. Maybe it could help me escape. While I was thinking, some men came into the cave. They handed out food, just some green fruit and leaves, before leaving. I looked at the bitter-looking fruit and wanted to cry. I wasn't picky, but this was unlike anything I'd eaten before. Reluctantly, I took a bite. It was awful. Bitter, sour, and disgusting, but I forced it down. The leaves, surprisingly, tasted sweet and reminded me of lettuce. I decided to remember them for later. As I stared at the leaves, a system message popped up. Would you like to identify this item? You have 3 chances left today. Excited, I used the feature. The system confirmed the leaves were edible and even gave me detailed information about how they grew. It was like having a survival manual in my head. With this feature, I wouldn't have to worry about eating anything poisonous in the wild. It felt like a small glimmer of hope in this harsh world. I ate everything they gave me, though it wasn't enough to fill me. Afterward, I leaned against the cave wall to rest, thinking about how to escape. Exhausted, I eventually drifted off to sleep, holding on to the thought of freedom. For 2 days, I stayed in that cave, eating the same bland food. It was obvious these were things that were abundant but couldn't be stored long. I was growing restless when, early on the 3rd morning, I was jolted awake by the loud voices of male beast folk. "Get up! We're moving!" they shouted. I quickly blended into the group of females, trying not to draw attention to myself. After another pitiful meal, one of the males announced we were being taken to a trading spot to be exchanged for supplies. His words chilled me. "Your fate is up to luck. Stay quiet, or you'll regret it." I ate quickly, hiding my fear, and slipped to the back of the group. Scanning the ground, I spotted a brick-sized stone and discreetly stored it in my system space. Then, I followed the group, waiting for a chance to escape. As we walked, some of the weaker females started falling behind. The beast folk allowed a short rest, and I knew this was my only shot. Gathering my courage, I approached one of the smaller males, pretending to be shy and helpless. With teary eyes, I asked, "Big brother, I need to relieve myself. Can you take me?" He hesitated but finally agreed, motioning to another male to watch his spot. As we walked into the woods, I clenched my fists, heart pounding. I had a plan, but it was risky. When he stopped and turned to me, I feigned embarrassment and asked him to look away. Instead, he smirked and stepped closer. "You're trying to seduce me, aren't you?" he sneered, reaching for my face. I dodged and, pretending to play along, flattered him. "You're so strong and handsome. I don't want to be traded. Please, can I stay with you?" My act worked. His ego swelled, and he relaxed, thinking I was no threat. As he sat on the ground, waiting for me to come closer, I suppressed my disgust and awkwardly touched his shoulder, distracting him. Then, with all my strength, I pulled the stone from my space and struck the back of his head. The impact was loud, and he collapsed instantly, blood pooling beneath him. I didn't stop to check if he was alive. I turned and ran, sprinting deeper into the forest without looking back. My only thought was to escape, to live free and with dignity, even if it meant surviving alone in the wild. I kept running until my legs couldn't carry me anymore, then walked when I had to. I finally stopped by a small creek, completely exhausted. The water was so clear I could see tiny fish swimming in it. Without hesitation, I crouched down and drank several handfuls, feeling a bit better. As I leaned over, I caught a glimpse of my reflection. My face hadn't changed much from before, still familiar, still mine. That brought a small sense of relief. This face had been with me for 18 years, and I wasn't ready to lose it. After resting, I looked back the way I'd come, then at the sky. The sun was setting. I knew enough to realize that being out in the forest at night was dangerous, so I pushed myself to keep moving. I was tired, hungry, and my feet were covered in blisters. Every step hurt, but I couldn't stop. I hadn't escaped just to give up now. After some time, I saw a cluster of fruit trees. Their pale yellow fruits looked delicious, and I almost took a bite before remembering the dangers of eating unknown things. Using my system, I identified the fruit. It was poisonous but could repel insects and mask scent. Though disappointed, I picked a bunch and stored them in my space. They might still be useful later. I kept walking, stomach growling, until something small hit my head. Looking up, I saw a squirrel-like creature eating tiny black fruits in a tree. If it could eat them, maybe I could too. I quickly found a stick and knocked some down, using my system to confirm they were safe. Black chestnuts, it said, and they tasted sweet and nutty, like roasted chestnuts back home. I ate until I was full, then gathered the rest into my space. Feeling a little more hopeful with food in hand, I continued walking, determined to find shelter before nightfall. As the sun disappeared and the forest filled with the sounds of wild animals, fear crept in. Tears stung my eyes, but I refused to cry. No one would care or help me. I had to rely on myself. Just as despair set in, I spotted a massive tree with a hollow at its base. The opening was partially blocked by a large rock, almost like it had been placed there on purpose. Nervous but desperate, I squeezed inside and found signs it had once been used as a shelter. A bed of dried grass, a makeshift stone table, and a dusty bamboo water container. It looked abandoned, so I let myself relax a little. Still, I wasn't entirely safe. The rock could keep out large animals, but snakes or other creatures could still slip through. I needed a way to block the gaps. Looking around, I noticed sturdy branches and vines nearby. Exhausted but determined, I dragged them into the tree hollow and used what little I remembered of my grandfather's weaving techniques to create a makeshift barrier. It wasn't pretty, but it would do. At least now, I had a bit of protection. For the first time in days, I felt like I had a chance. After finishing the barricade, night had fallen. Exhausted but determined, I made several trips outside to bring in extra stones that wouldn't fit in my space. I pressed them against the makeshift fence at the entrance of the tree hollow, ensuring it was as secure as possible. To add an extra layer of protection, I used the juice from the poisonous golden fruits to coat the fence, hoping it would repel predators. Once everything was set, I collapsed onto the dry grass bed, too tired to move. The pain in my body and the distant howls of wild animals kept me from falling asleep. In the darkness, I couldn't hold back my tears. I cried quietly, overwhelmed by my situation and the unfairness of it all. Yet I reminded myself that without the system, I wouldn't have survived. No matter how hard it was, I wanted to live. Eventually, I cried myself to sleep. When I woke, sunlight filled the hollow. My body ached all over, and hunger gnawed at my stomach. Ignoring the pain, I reached for the black chestnuts I had stored in my space. I ate just enough to ease the hunger, saving the rest for later. My feet were in bad shape, covered in blisters, some already broken. With no medicine or clean cloth, there wasn't much I could do. Fighting the urge to cry, I told myself to be strong. If I wanted to survive, I couldn't give up. I grabbed the bamboo container from the stone table and limped outside, using a branch as a makeshift cane. My goal was to find food, water, and hopefully some herbs to treat my injuries. After some searching, I discovered a small river nearby. The water was clear but deep, and I eagerly filled the bamboo tube, drinking my fill. As I refilled the container, 2 silvery fish suddenly darted toward my hand. Startled, I pulled back just in time, and the fish flopped onto the shore. They were large, with sharp teeth and fierce-looking heads, clearly predators. Realizing how close I'd come to injury, I shivered. Despite their intimidating appearance, the fish were a lucky find. Using the system, I identified them as piranhas, safe to eat, and their bile had medicinal properties for inflammation and pain relief. Thrilled, I smashed their heads with a rock and carefully gutted them, saving the bile sacs. It was hard work without proper tools, but I managed to clean the fish and set aside the meat. Returning to the hollow, I treated my feet with the bile. It stung, and I couldn't stop a few tears from falling, but I kept going. After draining and cleaning the blisters, I washed my feet with river water and felt a flicker of relief. With the fish meat hung up to dry and some water stored, I finally allowed myself to rest. It wasn't much, but for the first time, I felt like I had a sliver of control over my survival. I wasn't giving up, not now, not ever. The water stains on her feet were almost dry. Yu took the piranha gallbladder, carefully made a small hole, and began to apply it to her feet. As soon as the bile touched the wound, a cool feeling surrounded the wound on her foot, and this cool feeling completely covered the stinging feeling. Yu blinked in surprise and continued to apply medicine to herself quickly. After all the wounds were medicated, one of the gallbladders that was slightly larger than a thumb was also used up. Yu put away the other piranha gallbladder, thinking of using it tomorrow, and turned her eyes to the fish on the stone table. She didn't have fire now, and it was not convenient to study how to make a fire, so she could only bite her teeth and eat it. She didn't expect the fish to be as delicious as salmon, but just hoped that the taste would not be too fishy. After some psychological preparation, she finally took a fish and took a bite. The taste was better than expected. Although it was not delicious, It was not so fishy that it was inedible. After removing the fish head and internal organs, only about 1 pound of meat was left from the fish. Piranhas don't have any small thorns, so they are easy to eat. Bai Yu only ate half full and stopped. After all, she was not used to eating raw food, and she couldn't eat more after eating half full. After putting away the remaining fish and drinking a sip of water, she returned to the haystack to rest again. She was exhausted and fell asleep again soon. But before she slept for long, she was awakened by the movement at the entrance of the tree hole. After hearing the movement outside clearly, Bai Yu shuddered and woke up immediately. She walked slowly to the entrance of the cave and looked out through the small gap in the fence. She saw a giant snake thicker than a bucket, fighting with a fierce eagle of the same size as him. According to common sense, the snake should not be able to beat the eagle, but this snake was suppressing the eagle, and the eagle tried to fly away several times but failed. When Bai Yu saw the giant snake, her scalp exploded. The cold-blooded animal that she feared most in her life was the snake. One of them didn't stand firmly and almost fell to the ground. She steadied her body and encouraged herself in her heart. The snake didn't find her. She also put golden fruit juice at the entrance of the cave to hide the smell, so she shouldn't be discovered. Comforting herself like this, Bai Yu mustered up the courage to look outside again, and found that the fight outside was over, and she just happened to meet the sight of the giant snake. At this time, she found that the two eyes of the snake were not the same color. One was dark green and the other was red, which looked a little weird. But at this time, Bai Yu was already scared silly, and the whole person stood there completely, even forgetting to breathe. Just when he thought that the giant snake might rush over to eat her, the snake moved his sight away, wrapped his tail around the dead eagle on the ground, and quickly left here. But before leaving, he looked back in the direction of Bai Yu, and Bai Yu, who was originally relieved, was scared and almost fainted. After the giant snake left, Bai Yu began to pack up her things quickly. She wanted to leave here. Although she was reluctant, she had no other choice. She was already being targeted by a big snake. The reason why it didn't eat her now was probably because the eagle was enough. But when the big snake got hungry again, it might come to her. She didn't want to be a reserve food for the snake. She said she was packing up, but she didn't have much to pack. She put away the fish meat and bitter gall and the remaining black chestnuts. She put on her straw sandals and quickly opened the fence and walked out of the tree hole, walking in the opposite direction of the snake. She didn't realize that the giant snake, which had obviously left, was lying not far from her. Two different colored eyes were staring at her without blinking, and their eyes were full of aggression. Bai Yu regretted it not long after she left. She felt that she should leave tomorrow. The giant snake already had such a big prey, and it shouldn't be hungry for a while. And her feet were not healed yet. After walking this distance, they began to hurt again. But she had already come out and walked so far, it was impossible to go back, so she gritted her teeth and continued to move forward, thinking that she could find another place to hide as soon as possible. I don't know if God heard her prayers or what. She actually saw a cave, but this cave was very strange. The entrance was very smooth, and it looked like it had been polished countless times. Bai Yu poked her head in and looked inside. After listening carefully, she didn't hear any movement, so she walked in boldly. As soon as she walked to the innermost part, her pupils shrank, and she saw the body of a big eagle lying on the ground of the cave. It was the big eagle that was fighting with the giant snake at that time. Bai Yu felt cold sweat on her back. Why didn't I expect that I wanted to escape from the giant snake, but ran into the giant snake's lair? At this time, she finally understood why the entrance of the cave was so smooth. With such a big snake crawling back and forth, how could it not be smooth? She felt a little weak in her legs, but she didn't dare to stay. She turned around and wanted to run, but ran into a hard embrace.
Ah!
Bai Yu screamed in fear and tried to step back, but was hugged into the arms by a pair of strong and powerful arms. A pleasant and magnetic male voice came from above her head. Huh? What are you afraid of? Bai Yu finally came to her senses after hearing this. After knowing that she bumped into a person, she felt a little better and looked up at this person who was much taller than her. This person was very tall and strong, and his muscles had a terrifying explosive power. He was stronger than all the orcs Bai Yu had seen. The point was that he had two pupils of different colors and a wild look in his eyes. Bai Yu thought about the setting of this world, and then looked at the pupils of this male orc. Tears had begun to gather in his eyes, and his lips trembled. Finally, he mustered up the courage to ask, Are you the big snake just now?" The male orc heard his question, without any hesitation, and nodded and replied, "Yes, my name is Lu Xiu. You can call me Xiu from now on." Lu Xiu lowered his head and sniffed at Bai Yu's neck, squinting his eyes and showing a hint of intoxication on his face. He continued, "You smell so good, ownerless little female. You will be mine from now on." Bai Yu was frightened and shivered when she heard this, and asked with tears in her eyes, "Can you let me go? I walked in accidentally." Lu Xiu frowned when he heard this, and a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, but he quickly concealed it. He didn't mean to let her go, but hugged her tighter. He lowered his head and rubbed Bai Yu's neck and replied with an obsessed look, "Once is accidental, twice is also accidental. First you entered my tree hole, and now you enter my cave, which means you should be my little female." He kissed Bai Yu's red eyes soothingly and coaxed, "I will support you in the future, don't worry. Although I am a wandering orc, I am very strong. I will feed you and protect your safety." After saying that, he looked up and down at Bai Yu with some intention, not missing a single place. After looking at Bai Yu carefully from top to bottom, he continued, "And you just follow me, be my little female, and give me a few litters of cubs." Bai Yu didn't feel happy at all after hearing Lu Xiu's words, but shrank back in fear, but couldn't shake the arm that was around her at all. She didn't expect that she would fall into the mouth of a snake just after leaving the wolf's den. She was most afraid of snakes. Although Lu Xiu was in human form now, she trembled with fear when she thought of his beast form. Moreover, she didn't want to be someone else's female at all, let alone give birth to a child. But Lu Xiu was very happy at this moment. He didn't expect that he would be so lucky to pick up a lone female. The little female was very beautiful, fragrant and soft, and looked very delicious. Although she was a little thin, she could be raised more. Although he didn't know why such a precious female would wander here alone and be so embarrassed, Lu Xiu was in no mood to care about it. He just thought it was a surprise from the beast god. In this world, orcs like him who have different characteristics from other orcs are called ominous orcs, and will be expelled from the tribe and become wandering orcs. They have no right to own their own females, even if they exchange them, because in the eyes of the orcs, they are ominous, and the offspring they give birth to may also be ominous, so they will not be given the opportunity to own females. But he picked up a little female who was so beautiful, so fragrant and soft. How could he not be surprised that he couldn't let go? Looking at the reaction of the little female in his arms, thinking about the reputation of wandering orcs, Lu Xiu felt that the reason why the little female was so afraid of him must be because he was a wandering orc. Because wandering orcs did not have their own females, the estrus period every year would be very difficult to endure, so there would be cases where wandering orcs would forcibly rob the females of the tribe. Although the females in the tribe were well protected and wandering orcs generally went without returning, there would always be exceptions. After most wandering orcs robbed the females, due to their strong desires and the peak of the estrus period, it was difficult for them to control themselves. Females are delicate, especially those who have not yet reached the estrus period. Often, by the time those wandering orcs reacted, the little females who were robbed back had been tossed away, and only half their lives were left, or even directly died. Therefore, wandering orcs are often like demons in the eyes of females. Lu Xiu frowned when he thought of this and looked at the little female in his arms. After thinking for a while, he said, "Little female, you don't have to be so afraid of me. I am different from other wandering orcs. I will raise you until you are an adult. When you reach the estrus period, I will mate with you and give birth to cubs. You don't have to worry that I will hurt you." Bai Yu forgot her fear when she heard this, and her face turned red. She had never heard such explicit words before. What does it mean to mate with her and give birth to cubs? Don't you feel ashamed to say it out loud? Bai Yu knew that it would be useless to resist now, and it might even anger the other party. I thought that since this person would not hurt me now, I might as well pretend to agree and wait for an opportunity to escape. After making up her mind, Bai Yu nodded gently to Lu Xiu. Seeing that Bai Yu agreed, Lu Xiu's eyes were full of surprise. He couldn't help but pick up Bai Yu and kissed her fiercely a few times, then laughed twice and carried her directly to the innermost part of the cave. Bai Yu frowned and wiped the place where Lu Xiu kissed with disdain, but she didn't dare to object, for fear of angering this person and making him crazy and hurting her. It was the first time that Bai Yu was hugged so intimately by the opposite adult love, and her whole body was a little stiff. When she was put on the stone bed, she was still a little dazed. Lu Xiu didn't pay attention to Bai Yu's emotions. In his opinion, Bai Yu had agreed to be his little female, which meant that she was his partner. Things like kissing, hugging, and lifting up were naturally possible. After putting Bai Yu away, Lu Xiu squatted down and took off Bai Yu's straw sandals. When his eyes fell on the wound on the sole of his foot, his eyelids couldn't help but jump. From the way Bai Yu walked, he probably guessed that Bai Yu had an injury on his foot, but he didn't expect it to be so serious. He frowned, looked up at Bai Yu, and said, "Little female, sit down first. I'll go find some herbs for you." Bai Yu hesitated for a moment after hearing this, looked at the wound on his foot, and knew that he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise it might get infected. Pretending to take out the bitter gall of the piranha from his clothes, he said to Lu Xiu, "This can be used. It was discovered by someone from my previous tribe." Lu Xiu took the bitter gall of the piranha and looked at it, but he couldn't recognize what it was. The orcs didn't eat fish, because someone had tried to eat it when they were hungry before. It just felt bitter and fishy, and there was a hard shell, and it would get stuck if you were not careful, so no one paid attention to fish again, and naturally couldn't recognize the bitter gall of fish. Can it really work? Lu Xiu looked at the black and sticky thing in his hand, smelled it, and found a strange smell, so he was a little skeptical. Seeing that he didn't believe it, Bai Yu took back the piranha gallbladder, poked a small hole, and began to carefully apply the medicine. Seeing her like this, Lu Xiu wanted to help, but was rejected by Bai Yu. "I'll do it myself, you don't have to worry about me." There was only a little medicine left, and if it was ruined by this big and rough man, she would have nowhere to cry. Seeing that Bai Yu was determined, Lu Xiu didn't insist anymore. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with Bai Yu using this medicine, he turned his head and walked towards the eagle on the ground. If it were in the past, he would probably tear the eagle into several pieces, wash it casually, and eat it directly. As a snake orc, as long as he had a full meal, he could survive for 7 days without hunger, and even not starve to death if he didn't eat for more than 10 days. But now he has a little female. Although he has never raised a little female, he also knows that little females can't eat raw food very well, and they need to eat 2 or 3 meals a day, otherwise they will be weak or even starve to death. After thinking about it, Lu Xiu dragged the body of the eagle with one hand and walked towards the cave entrance. When passing by Bai Yu, he said, "I'll go to the cave entrance to deal with the food. Call me if you have anything." Bai Yu's eyes flickered slightly when she heard it and finally nodded. The most important thing for her now is to heal her foot injury first. Lu Xiu didn't mean to hurt her now, and she was not in a hurry to run away immediately. Seeing Bai Yu's well-behaved appearance, Lu Xiu felt a little itchy, but now he had something to do, so he endured it. When he came to the cave entrance, Lu Xiu began to pluck the feathers of the eagle. In the past, he used to tear off the skin together, but now he couldn't do that. He had to make a bed for his little female to spend the winter. Winter is coming. Although snake beast men like him will not hibernate, they will become lazy. If there is nothing important, they will generally stay in the cave. He must hurry up and prepare enough food, furs, firewood, and the like for his little female before winter. Thinking of so many things to do, Lu Xiu's hands moved faster. After Bai Yu applied the medicine, she saw that Lu Xiu had not come back. After thinking about it, she leaned against the stone bed and fell asleep against the stone wall. When Lu Xiu packed up the big eagle meat and returned to the cave, he found that Bai Yuyu had already fallen asleep. His eyes gradually softened when he looked at Bai Yuyu. When he was born, he was identified as an ominous beast man because of his different pupil colors. He was still young and was thrown out of the tribe. The reason why he was able to survive was because as a snake beast man, he could eat a full meal for a long time, and his mother would secretly send him food whenever she had the chance. Later, he grew up and was able to catch some small animals to eat. He thought that life would get better, but when he was 10 years old, there was a beast tide, and since then, his mother has never appeared again. Maybe she died, or maybe she moved away with the tribe, and he was too young to find her. He was lonely and sad, but the only thing he could do was to listen to his mother and live well. For so many years, he has been alone. Although he has become accustomed to such a life, he still feels lonely. Now looking at the sleeping Bai Yuyu, he has a sense of home and secretly vowed in his heart that he must catch more prey for his little female. What other females have, his little female must have nothing less. He did not wake up Bai Yuyu, but took out a piece of animal skin from a simple wooden box and covered Bai Yuyu with it. Then he turned and left the cave. He came back just to see if Bai Yuyu would be bored. Thinking that her feet were not convenient to get off the ground, he wanted to hold her out for some fresh air. Now that she has fallen asleep, he will not disturb her. Bai Yuyu was awakened by the aroma of barbecue. She sniffed, opened her eyes, and sat up. She looked around and remembered her current situation. Just when she wanted to get up, she found the animal skin covering her body. For some reason, Bai Yuyu suddenly felt a little sad. For many years, no one had covered her with a quilt, and no one had cared about her for a long time. She didn't expect that when she came to this world, she would feel this long-lost warmth from an orc. Bai Yuyu felt that as long as this orc didn't think about mating with her and having cubs every day and didn't turn into an animal in front of her, she could actually be less afraid of him. She wanted to get up and go down after lifting the animal skin. As soon as she moved to the side of the stone bed, Lu Xiu, who had a keen hearing, walked in. He walked a few steps to her and picked her up without saying a word. He said, "Didn't I tell you to call me if you have something? You can't get off the ground recently," he said as he walked towards the entrance of a cave. Bai Yuyu, who was being held, lowered her eyelashes, hiding all her emotions, letting Lu Xiu hold her, pursing her lips and saying nothing. Lu Xiu didn't care, just thinking that the little female was shy, and happily put her on a stone to sit down. He said, "Wait a minute, the meat will be roasted soon." Then he took 2 red fruits from the side and gave them to Bai Yuyu, saying, "Fill your stomach first, this is very sweet." Bai Yuyu was holding the fruit in her hand in a daze, a little at a loss. If Lu Xiu was a little fierce to her, she might feel more at ease, but Lu Xiu was too good to her, making her a little unsure of how to face it. Lu Xiu saw that Bai Yuyu didn't eat it, thinking that she was afraid that it tasted bad. He hurriedly said, "Little female, you eat it. I've tasted this fruit. It's not poisonous." Bai Yuyu met Lu Xiu's expectant eyes, pursed her lips, and finally took it up and took a bite. As soon as the flesh entered the mouth, a rich, sweet taste rushed into the mouth. Bai Yuyu squinted her eyes happily, looking like a kitten who had stolen delicious food. So cute. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu like this and felt a little hungry. He hurriedly looked away, hid by the fire, and began to carefully turn over the roasted eagle meat. Bai Yuyu did not notice Lu Xiu's abnormality at that moment. After eating 2 egg-sized fruits in small bites, she turned her eyes to the meat that Lu Xiu was roasting. She hadn't eaten cooked food for several days, so she was naturally very greedy. She saw a lot of feathers on the ground not far away from the corner of her eye. Bai Yuyu was a little curious and looked at it twice more. Lu Xiu felt that the meat was almost roasted, so he picked up the branches for roasting meat. As soon as he turned around, he found Bai Yuyu's sight. He looked at the feathers and smiled. "These are the feathers of the eagle just now. After drying, this thing will become soft and warm. Wait for me to get more and put them in the animal skin, and you won't be cold when winter comes." Bai Yuyu didn't expect that this orc had already started to consider winter for her, and she felt a sour feeling in her heart. Before she could experience this feeling, a piece of grilled meat appeared in front of her. Then she heard Lu Xiu say, "It's still a little hot. Your skin is delicate. Be careful." The meat was already in front of her. Bai Yu, who had been greedy for a long time, didn't care about so much. She took the meat from Lu Xiu and took a bite. Although it was only a little salted, it was a rare delicacy for Bai Yu now. She ate the meat in a few bites, and then looked at Lu Xiu eagerly, obviously wanting to eat more. Seeing Bai Yu's little appearance, Lu Xiu's heart melted. He laughed softly and tore off another piece of the most tender meat for Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu felt a little ashamed to be fed, the delicious food was not to be missed. Negative for a bite of food, she no longer cares about so many things. She is so useless. Lu Xiu likes the feeling of feeding his little female very much and feels a sense of accomplishment. Bai Yu is full in a few bites. Seeing Bai Yu shaking her head no, Lu Xiu couldn't help but frown, thinking that his little female ate too little. He reached out and touched the little female's stomach with some disbelief, and gave up after finding that it was indeed bulging. He ate all the remaining barbecue. Bai Yu was stiff when Lu Xiu touched her, thinking that Lu Xiu wanted to do something after feeding her. When she found out that Lu Xiu was just checking whether she was full, she was relieved and a little ashamed. She felt that her current thinking was wrong, and she would suspect that others wanted to do something bad at the slightest disturbance. Lu Xiu didn't know what her little female was thinking. After eating the remaining barbecue in her hand, he handed the bamboo tube filled with water to Bai Yu, and then gave Bai Yu a branch with a little fragrance. Bai Yu knew from the information given to her by the system that this branch was used by these orcs to clean their mouths and teeth. Although it was not as convenient as toothpaste and toothbrushes, it was better than nothing. She didn't hesitate, thanked her, and took it, although the cleaning process was not very comfortable. But after cleaning, Bai Yu felt that the greasy feeling in her mouth just now disappeared directly, and instead there was a comfortable, fresh feeling. Lu Xiu waited for Bai Yu to finish cleaning before taking the bamboo tube in Bai Yu's hand to clean himself. He was very fast. After rinsing his mouth, he walked directly to Bai Yu and said, "Little female, I have to hang the remaining meat by the fire to dry. I will go out before it gets dark to catch more prey and make dried meat for you to eat during the winter. Do you want to go back to the cave now?" Bai Yu, who had been planning to escape, felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. She felt like a scumbag who deceived an honest man. Because of her guilty conscience, Bai Yu didn't dare to look directly at Lu Xiu. She shook her head gently and said, "I want to sit here for a while." Lu Xiu didn't mean to object when he heard this and replied, "Okay, there is my breath here, and the wild animals nearby dare not come over. You don't have to be afraid." He looked at the strips of meat that were still roasting by the fire and added a few thick branches to the fire. Then he held Bai Yu a little closer to the fire and said, "The temperature will start to drop in a while. It's warmer here. Your foot is not healed. Wait until I come back to talk to you. Don't move around, okay?" He is obviously a rough man who doesn't care about his appearance, but he is very careful and patient with Bai Yu. This considerate care made Bai Yu a little flustered, and finally, he had to suppress the strangeness in his heart and nodded. Lu Xiu didn't notice that there was anything wrong with Bai Yu's mood. He touched Bai Yu's soft hair, lowered his head and kissed Bai Yu on the face, then stood up and disappeared quickly in front of Bai Yu. After Lu Xiu left for a long time, Bai Yu raised her hand and touched the place where she was kissed. She raised her eyes and stared at the place where Lu Xiu left, with a complicated look. She lifted her foot and took a look. The bitter gall of the piranha worked very well. The wound was now scabbed, and it didn't look red or swollen. It seemed that it would heal in a few days. Thinking of Lu Xiu's kindness to her, Bai Yu warned herself in her heart not to be fooled by the sugar-coated bullets. This orc just wanted to mate with her and wanted her to give birth to his children, so he treated her well. If it was just about giving birth, she might still be a little hesitant in the face of life and death. But it was still unclear whether the one born from this beast was a child or an egg. Male beast men are all beast forms before the age of 3. When Bai Yu thought of the scene of a bunch of little snakes surrounding him, he shuddered with fear and his determination to escape became stronger. Lu Xiu didn't know that his little female was determined to run away. After killing a black bear, he walked back. When he was about to reach the cave, he found a white little beast in front of him, which looked only as big as his palm. After thinking about it, he put down the black bear, rushed over quickly, and caught the scared little thing, but he didn't mean to kill it. He grabbed the 2 ears of the little beast and returned to the place where he threw the black bear. He carried the black bear, which was twice as big as his human form, and hurried back quickly. From a distance, he saw his little female still sitting where he left. She looked very well behaved, as if waiting for him to go home. Lu Xiu immediately had a smile on his face. He ran to Bai Yuyu in a few steps and handed the little beast in his hand to Bai Yuyu like offering a treasure. He said, "Little female, look what I brought you. This little thing looks quite like you, soft and fluffy. I caught it to entertain you. Do you like it?" After saying that, the 2 heterochromatic pupils stared straight at Bai Yuyu, as if waiting for her praise. Bai Yuyu placed her sights on the little beast in Lu Xiu's hand. Her eyes lit up. This little thing looked very similar to the rabbit she knew, but it was much prettier than a rabbit. Without any hesitation, she took it directly, her eyes full of love, and asked, "What is the name of this little beast?" "This one, it's called a little beast. Aren't those that don't have much meat called that?" Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu with some doubts, not understanding why Bai Yu didn't even know such a basic question. Bai Yuyu's mouth twitched when she heard this. Although she knew the general information about this world, it was not complete at all. Information like this would not be in the information provided by the system. She could only use the number of identifications to get to know them one by one. She smiled awkwardly at Lu Xiu and explained, "What name should we give it? We can't always call it a little beast, right?" Hearing this, Lu Xiu touched his head and smiled carelessly. He felt that his little female was so cute that he even had to change the name of a small animal. He replied, "You can call it whatever you want. I give it to you, and it's yours." Bai Yuyu thought about it and still used an identification opportunity. After all, she didn't have anything to identify now. If she didn't use it after today, the 3 chances would be gone. Holding the little animal, she silently said in her heart, "Identify." Not long after, a line of words appeared next to the little animal. Long-haired mouse, edible, feeds on beans, gentle temperament, can be raised. This was the first time Bai Yuyu identified an animal on land. She didn't expect the information given was quite complete. She looked carefully at the little thing in her arms and felt that it was actually more like a rabbit than the long-haired mouse in the original world. Bai Yuyu stroked the long-haired mouse and obviously loved it, but she didn't have the conditions to raise it now. She looked up at Lu Xiu and said, "Do you know what this little animal eats? What if I can't keep it alive?" Hearing this, Lu Xiu said nonchalantly, "I know, this little beast eats a kind of black bean." He pointed in a direction and continued, "A lot of them grow every year on the hillside over there." Bai Yuyu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he asked anxiously, "Can we eat that bean?" Lu Xiu was amused by Bai Yuyu's reaction and squatted down to look at Bai Yuyu at eye level. He said with a smile, "I ate it once when I was very hungry when I was a child. That thing was hard and astringent, and it didn't make me full. It was not delicious." He raised his hand and pinched Bai Yuyu's cheek and smiled. "You don't have to worry about food. You are my little female, and I won't let you starve." Bai Yuyu felt a little embarrassed when Lu Xiu called her a little female. She turned her head away from Lu Xiu's disturbing hand, and the place where she had just been pinched was already a little red. Seeing Bai Yuyu like this, Lu Xiu's eyes deepened. Then he heard Bai Yuyu say, "Don't call me a little female in the future. I have a name. My name is Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu Yuyu." Lu Xiu repeated Bai Yuyu's name several times. His voice was low and magnetic, and there was a hint of ambiguity in his tone. Bai Yuyu didn't know why, but even though she had been called this name for 18 years, when it came out of Lu Xiu's mouth, she felt a tingling sensation. After calming down, Bai Yuyu said to Lu Xiu, "I want to get some of those beans back, can I?" Lu Xiu thought she wanted to get the beans back to feed the little beast, so he naturally had no objection. He replied, "Sure. I'll bring you some back when I go out hunting tomorrow. Bai Yu actually wanted to go by herself, but after looking at her feet, she gave up the idea. She nodded and smiled gratefully at Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu was dazzled by Bai Yu's smile. He felt that his little female was beautiful no matter how he looked at her, and she looked even better when she smiled. He also smiled foolishly. Seeing that Bai Yu had no other questions, Lu Xiu began to pack up the black bear he brought back. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's movements with some curiosity and saw him take out a polished stone knife and forcefully cut a circle on the neck of the black bear. Then he started to skin it directly. Lu Xiu was very strong, and it didn't take long before a complete piece of animal skin appeared in front of Bai Yu. After skinning, Lu Xiu put the bloody black bear on a large stone slab and came to Bai Yu with the black bear skin. Smiling and showing a mouthful of white teeth, he said, Yu, this piece of skin can make you a leather skirt for winter, guaranteed to keep you warm. Then he handed the black bear skin to Bai Yu and said, touch it and see if it's comfortable. If you don't like it, I'll find you something else tomorrow. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu, who was offering his treasures so earnestly, and there was a little throbbing in Bai Yu's heart, but she quickly suppressed it. She was going to leave, and wanted to leave quickly. Otherwise, she would have no time to prepare food for the winter and find a place to hide from wild beasts for the winter. She wanted to say that she had no use for this piece of leather, but in the end she held back, raised her hand and touched it. It was smooth and soft and felt very good. Bai Yu couldn't let it go. Seeing Bai Yu's reaction, Lu Xiu knew that she liked it without Bai Yu saying anything. There was a smile on his face, and he said, You can't use it now. When I take care of it for you, I can make you a leather skirt. Bai Yu's eyes were a little evasive when he heard this, and he nodded gently while holding the long-haired mouse. After getting Bai Yu's affirmative answer, Lu Xiu went to deal with the black bear's meat. He had to deal with all the meat and then dry it. The winter in this world lasts about 3 months. Although he eats a lot, he only needs to eat 6 or 7 meals a day if he doesn't move. So he never prepared too much food for the winter before. He was a bachelor and one person could feed the whole family. And now he has to prepare 3 months of rations for Bai Yu. Although Bai Yu can't eat much food a day, he still needs a lot of food for 3 months. Not to mention that Bai Yu can't eat too much raw food. He still has to prepare firewood and open a barbecue hole next to the cave. Otherwise, when winter comes, the entrance to the cave will be blocked and we won't be able to grill meat inside. Otherwise, Bai Yu will be choked to death. Therefore, although Lu Xiu really wanted to kiss, hug, and lift up his little female, he didn't have the time. Bai Yu felt a little uncomfortable watching the busy Lu Xiu. It has been so long since she felt cared for and concerned about someone, and it's impossible for her to not be touched at all. But when she thought about the reason why Lu Xiu was so good to her, she couldn't accept it. She didn't want to give birth to a snake cub, not at all. At the same time, she was also very scared, afraid that Lu Xiu was just doing superficial work with her at this time, just wanting to coax her to give birth to his cub first. After all, there are many such men in real life. Lu Xiu treated her so well when he came, so she couldn't help but think too much. Her eyes flashed and finally became firm. She looked down at her feet, hoping that they would get better soon. She had to leave here, the sooner the better. Because she found that she had begun to rely on Lu Xiu and even began to think about the feasibility of following Lu Xiu. If she didn't want to give birth to a snake cub, she began to be afraid that she would slowly accept her female identity and eventually become a soulless reproductive tool that would only depend on males. She wanted to live, but she didn't want to live by selling her body and soul. Lu Xiu didn't know that his little female was thinking about how to escape from him and was still happily thinking about what to prepare for his little female. The two of them had their own thoughts, and as Lu Xiu was busy, the sky gradually darkened. Bai Yu saw Lu Xiu first took all the half-dried meat and fur back to the cave, and then collected all the grease that dripped on the big leaves when grilling meat, and put it in a large stone jar. Bai Yu was a little curious and asked, "What can this be used for? Cooking? What is cooking?" Lu Xiu had never heard of cooking and was a little confused. He looked at the grease in his hand and said, "This is for lighting you at night. You females can't see at night. Don't you all use this? Lu Xiu said, looking at Bai Yuyu with a hint of doubt in his eyes. He didn't understand why Bai Yuyu didn't even know this, and he was also curious about what cooking Bai Yuyu was talking about. Bai Yuyu knew that she might have said something wrong, so she thought for a while and said, the tribe I live in is very, very far away from here, so the way of life is a little different from that of the orcs here. After Bai Yuyu finished speaking, she saw Lu Xiu looking at him with a strange look. Just when Bai Yuyu thought that Lu Xiu didn't believe her, she heard Lu Xiu ask, Yuyu, I haven't asked you. Why would a precious little female like you appear here alone? Where are your people? It takes many lies to cover up one lie. Bai Yuyu's eyes flashed with panic, and she thought for a long time without knowing how to answer. The females in this world are well protected by the tribe. Even the worst females in the defeated tribe will be replaced, and they will never be stranded outside. And how could a little female like her come here from a very far place alone? Bai Yu was still thinking about how to make sense of it. Lu Xiu looked at her with brighter and brighter eyes, and then he took Bai Yuyu's hand excitedly. He asked, Yuyu, it was the beast god who brought you here, right? The beast god must have sent you to me, right? Bai Yuyu's mouth froze when she heard this. She was really impressed by Lu Xiu's logical thinking. But she really couldn't think of a more suitable reason. Since people gave her a ready-made reason, there was no need for her to refuse. Nodded and replied, Maybe. I appeared here when I woke up. It must be the beast god who sent me here. Bai Yu felt that she did not lie. She did appear in this world after waking up. Although it was the system that sent her here, not the beast god. But considering the unpredictable ability of the system, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a god. After getting the answer he wanted, Lu Xiu's eyes became brighter, and his eyes were full of ardent love when he looked at Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu did not dare to look at him with such ardent eyes, because she felt a little guilty when Lu Xiu looked at her like this. Lu Xiu did not know what Bai Yuyu was thinking. He squatted down and easily picked up Bai Yuyu with one hand. Bai Yuyu, who was caught off guard, was frightened and screamed. Then Lu Xiu picked her up with one hand. Holding Bai Yuyu in one hand, he walked towards the cave with a stone jar of grease in one hand. The smile on his face never faded. After entering the cave, Lu Xiu first put Bai Yuyu on the stone bed, and then put the stone jar in the corner. He took out a small stone bowl from somewhere, put some grease in it, and walked out. When he came back, a small flame had been lit in the stone bowl in his hand, illuminating the dark cave. After all, Bai Yuyu will have to live in this world in the future, so he thought about learning as much as he could. He took a closer look at the wick inside, and found that it was a long black that looked like thick wool, but not particularly like it. Bai Yuyu waited for Lu Xiu to get closer, then moved closer, still not knowing what it was made of. He looked up at Lu Xiu and asked, What is burning in here? Lu Xiu has now determined that Bai Yuyu is the little female sent to him by the beast god, so he will no longer feel strange when Bai Yuyu asks any questions. He put the stone bowl on the stone table beside the bed and replied, This is firegrass. It can absorb oil and burn for a long time, so we orcs have used this to illuminate females for generations. Bai Yuyu became more interested after hearing this, and asked anxiously, Is there a lot of this firegrass? Can you show it to me? Naturally, Lu Xiu would not refuse, and soon he took a handful of firegrass and gave it to Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu's eyes lit up when she got the firegrass. The longest of this thing is more than 1 meter long, soft and tough. Bai Yuyu pulled it hard several times, but it didn't break. Rub it with your hands, and it becomes a very thin silk thread. An idea came to Bai Yuyu's mind. She wanted to try to use this firegrass to knit a set of underwear for herself in the way of knitting a sweater. Although there was a leather skirt to cover it, she didn't want to hang it in the middle at all. Every time Lu Xiu hugged her, she was worried that she would be exposed. Moreover, this firegrass can be rubbed very finely, and she will probably have cool clothes to wear in the summer. The more Bai Yuyu thought about it, the more beautiful she felt, and she couldn't let go of the firegrass. Lu Xiu saw Bai Yuyu fiddle with the firegrass after getting it, and then started sitting there and grinning. Curious, he sat down next to Bai Yuyu and asked, So happy? Do you like this grass very much? Hearing this, Bai Yuyu nodded affirmatively, looking at Lu Xiu with a pair of bright eyes. He asked, "Where does this fire-line grass grow? I want a lot of it." Lu Xiu's heart couldn't help but beat wildly when Bai Yu looked at him like this. He touched his chest in confusion, not knowing what was wrong with him. He just felt that Bai Yu was particularly beautiful at this moment, more beautiful than his mother. Bai Yu waited for a while but didn't get Lu Xiu's answer, so she thought this thing was rare and became a little discouraged. She said, "It doesn't matter if you don't have it. You don't have to worry." Yes. Lu Xiu came back to his senses at this time. For some reason, when he saw the light in the little female's eyes began to dim slowly, he became a little anxious. He wanted to keep that light. He immediately replied, "There are a lot of them. This thing has a very strong vitality and grows a lot every year. I will get it for you tomorrow, as much as you want." Bai Yu suddenly felt that she seemed to have gone too far. It had only been a short time, and she wanted beans and fire grass. Lu Xiu had to do a lot of things for him during the day, but she couldn't give Lu Xiu what he wanted. A trace of guilt flashed in her eyes, and she said with difficulty, "Thank you, Lu Xiu. This is what I should do." "Why are you thanking me? As a male, you should meet the needs of your partner. Not to mention that you didn't make any excessive demands." Lu Xiu disagreed with Bai Yu's words. After speaking seriously, he took the long-haired beast out of Bai Yu's arms and threw it aside. Then he climbed onto the bed, stretched out his hand to pull Bai Yu into his arms and lay down. Before Bai Yu could react, she was covered with a piece of furry animal fur. Before Bai Yu could react, Lu Xiu pulled her into his arms again. He said, You are so soft. You were so fragrant and soft. I wanted to hug you the whole day and couldn't concentrate on hunting. I almost let the black bear run away." What Lu Xiu said was all true, but he didn't know that to Bai Yu, these words were undoubtedly love words, and the kind of love words that could make people feel ashamed. It was the first time for Bai Yu to sleep in the same bed with the opposite adult love, and in such an intimate posture. She was already a little flustered and a little afraid. But this person seemed to think she wasn't flustered enough, and actually said such words in her ear. Bai Yu's embarrassed little face turned red. Not only her face, but also the tips of her ears were red. Lu Xiu's eyesight was very good even at night, not to mention that there was an oil lamp now. He saw Bai Yu's red ears at a glance, his eyes darkened, his Adam's apple rolled, and he couldn't help but hit Bai Yu. Bai Yu put one of her ears into his mouth. Lu Xiu's sudden action scared Bai Yu so much that she shivered, and a tingling sensation was transmitted from her ear to her brain the next moment. Bai Yu screamed and wanted to retreat, but was held in Lu Xiu's arms, with no way to retreat at all, and Lu Xiu's eyes had already moved down to Bai Yu's white and tender neck. When carnivores look at their prey, the first thing they pay attention to is the neck of the prey, and Lu Xiu is no exception. His eyes became darker and darker, and he directly let go of Bai Yu's ear, shifted his position, and gently bit Bai Yu's slender and white neck. Bai Yu was frightened by Lu Xiu's action and shivered, and pushed away the person who was holding her. He said anxiously, "Lu Xiu, what are you doing? Do ent." His voice was filled with tears, and it was obvious that he was anxious and scared. Lu Xiu actually didn't plan to do anything to Bai Yu right now. He, Lu Xiu, was not a man who went back on his word. He said that he would not mate with the little female before she reached adulthood, and he would definitely not do that. He was just dazzled by the beauty in front of him, and for a moment he couldn't control his desire to get closer to Bai Yu. But he didn't expect Bai Yu's reaction to be so big, and he was a little at a loss for a moment. He hurriedly raised his head from Bai Yu's neck, and when his eyes fell on Bai Yu's face, he froze. Bai Yu's face was pale at this time, and the tears on her face fell down like they were free, but she gritted her teeth and didn't dare to cry out loud, as if she was afraid of angering him. Lu Xiu was a little anxious and a little confused when he saw Bai Yu like this. Although he had never lived in a tribe, he knew how the orcs in this world got along. Nowadays, orcs have almost no concept of privacy. Many tribes are still allocated caves by the patriarch. A cave there may even be several couples living there. The caves would at most have a little grass fence as a cover, with no sound insulation at all. At night, these orcs who had no nighttime entertainment would pull their females to do adult love, and would even compare the length of time to cheer them up, without any taboos. Only a few more prosperous tribes would be slightly better. So Lu Xiu, who grew up in this environment, couldn't understand Bai Yu's reaction at all. He didn't understand why Bai Yu was afraid of his slightly intimate touch when she had clearly agreed to be his female. He was a little confused just now, but now he was left with only loneliness, thinking that Bai Yu was disliking his identity as a wandering orc. He slowly let go of the hand holding Bai Yu, raised his hand and wanted to wipe Bai Yu's tears, but he clearly felt Bai Yu's fear and retreat at that moment. Lu Xiu was a little sad, but he still gently helped Bai Yu wipe her tears. He said a little lonely, "Don't be afraid, Yu, I won't touch you." Lu Xiu felt bitter in his heart, but he was not angry at Bai Yu at all. In his opinion, little females are delicate, and they are so afraid to get close to him. It must be that they are not familiar enough with him. In addition, his identity as a wandering orc made it impossible for little females to trust him immediately. As long as he is good enough to Bai Yu and lets Bai Yu know how powerful he is, Bai Yu will like him more and more. He can't be impatient. Bai Yu didn't know what Lu Xiu was thinking. After Lu Xiu let her go, she wrapped herself in the fur of the beast and shrank to the stone wall. She was really scared just now, thinking that Lu Xiu wanted to bully her regardless. Now she is a lamb to be slaughtered in front of Lu Xiu without any power to resist. If Lu Xiu really wants to force her, she can't think of any way to escape. Just when she was a little desperate, Lu Xiu stopped because of her refusal. When Lu Xiu raised his hand, she thought she had angered him and that he was going to hit her. But she didn't expect that Lu Xiu would coax her so gently and wipe her tears. When she met Lu Xiu's lonely eyes at that time, Bai Yu suddenly felt a little guilty, feeling more and more like a scumbag who deceived the feelings of an honest man. But she had no other way. She wanted to tell Lu Xiu the truth and say that she didn't want to be his partner and didn't want to lay eggs for him, but she didn't dare. She was afraid that after she said it, Lu Xiu would lose his patience and bully her regardless. If that happened, she felt that she might not be able to face herself and would definitely collapse. But she wanted to live. She didn't want to die. Even if it seemed like she was deceiving an honest man now, she didn't want to, and didn't dare to tell the truth. If Lu Xiu was just an ordinary neighbor to her, she wouldn't want to deceive him like this. She could share with him all the knowledge she learned in the original world, and she could also share with him the food and medicinal materials she identified. But Lu Xiu wanted to have a baby with her. What could she do? That's a little snake. The more Bai Yu thought about it, the more aggrieved and sad she felt. She secretly decided to leave as soon as her foot healed. During this time, she tried her best not to eat for free and shared all the food she knew and identified with Lu Xiu. She looked at the fire grass that she had been holding in her hand, her eyes flashed, and she remembered that this person seemed to be running around with a big thing all the time. She blushed, hesitated for a moment, and decided to knit a few pairs of shorts for Lu Xiu as a way to repay Lu Xiu for taking care of her. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu trying to avoid him and felt disappointed, but he didn't try to get close again. The two of them had their own thoughts, and soon Bai Yu couldn't resist the sleepiness and fell asleep. Now that the weather is getting cooler, especially after nightfall, the temperature dropped sharply. Bai Yu felt a little cold in her sleep and instinctively leaned towards the heat source. Although Lu Xiu was a snake beast man, he was not cold at all in human form, and his whole body was warm. Lu Xiu felt that something was leaning against him, so he opened his eyes in his sleep. What he saw was the sweet face of the little female sleeping. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, but in the end he followed his heart and quietly opened his arms. The next moment, Bai Yu rolled in directly, filling the gap in his arms. Lu Xiu looked down at the person in his arms, with the corners of his mouth raised, and he rubbed Bai Yu's head secretly, then closed his eyes with satisfaction and fell asleep quickly. The next day, Bai Yu opened her eyes in a daze, and what appeared in front of her was the man's smooth and powerful chest muscles. Her arm was around his waist, but that wasn't the most shameful thing. The most shameful thing was that she even put her legs on his thighs, clinging to him like an octopus. Thinking about how she had rejected his intimacy last night, and looking at how she was acting so arrogantly now, Bai Yu just wanted to die. She was completely sleepless now. Her face flushed, and her eyelashes trembled. She secretly comforted herself in her heart that Lu Xiu must not have woken up yet, and as long as she dodged quickly enough, no one would know about her embarrassing incident. But when she carefully raised her head and looked up, she met Lu Xiu's half-smile. Bai Yu no longer had any hope and quickly jumped to the other side of the bed. He stammered, "Lu Xiu, don't get me wrong. I just don't sleep well. I didn't want to take advantage of you." Lu Xiu had woken up a long time ago. When he realized that Bai Yu was about to wake up, he immediately withdrew his hand around her and pretended that Bai Yu was the first to do it. Of course, no matter what the reason was, it was indeed Bai Yu who started it first. Hearing Bai Yu's words, he almost laughed. He sat up directly and said happily, "What are you talking about? How is it taking advantage? I am your male, and you can touch me everywhere." Bai Yu was really impressed by the way this ancient orc spoke. Every word was really a dirty talk. The problem was that he said it so confidently, without any embarrassment, which made her seem so hypocritical. "Don't ask, it's just irritating." Turning her head to look at Lu Xiu, she was about to say something, but her peripheral vision accidentally caught a glimpse of something. She was a little confused at first, but when she realized what she saw, she was completely confused. She looked up at Lu Xiu, who looked innocent in astonishment, and subconsciously shrank back, with an expression on her face that was difficult to describe. Lu Xiu, who was still a little confused, looked down at himself in confusion, and then he knew why Bai Yu had this expression. But can he be blamed for this? It was the age of blood and vigor, and these situations were normal. If he didn't show any expression after hugging Bai Yu for half a night, would he still be considered a normal male orc? When choosing a partner, the females in this world not only look at the partner's ability to catch prey, but some brave females will even ask for inspection. Lu Xiu was a little unsure. After all, his little female seemed to be very different from the females of other tribes. He didn't know what was going on with Bai Yu's current behavior. He touched his nose guiltily and said to Bai Yu, "These are all normal reactions of male orcs. Don't be afraid, Yu." Bai Yu screamed in her heart after hearing this. Did she take a physiology class? Does she need him to explain? She swears that her current expression has nothing to do with this. Bai Yu couldn't help but glance at him again, and her face turned pale. To be honest, is this the body structure that humans should have? Well, even if you are an orc, you at least have a human character, right? You look like this, is it scientific? Have you ever thought about the feelings of your future partner? She pursed her lips and finally just nodded, indicating that she already knew it. She was afraid that she would make more mistakes if she said more, so it was better to say less. Anyway, she was going to leave. Instead of worrying about Lu Xiu's future partner, she might as well worry more about how she would survive in this ancient beast world in the future. Bai Yu turned her eyes away and wanted to put on her straw sandals. Before she could reach her shoes, her feet were held by Lu Xiu's hot big hands. Bai Yu instinctively shrank back and saw Lu Xiu frowning as he looked at the scabs on her feet, with some distress in his eyes. Bai Yu pulled uncomfortably, trying to pull her feet back, but failed. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Lu Xiu say, "You'd better not wear those straw sandals, they're too rough and not good." Bai Yu looked at her straw sandals, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. She knew they were rough, but she couldn't go barefoot all the time. Before she could reply, she saw Lu Xiu took out 2 pieces of animal fur from somewhere. While wrapping them around Bai Yu's feet, he said, "Use this as a substitute first. I know the inside of a kind of tree can be used as a sole. It is soft and not easy to break. I will bring it back and make you 2 pairs of shoes for you to wear." Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's actions and listened to his words. She felt upset, but didn't say a word. Lu Xiu didn't care. After wrapping Bai Yu's feet, he directly carried Bai Yu horizontally and walked towards the cave entrance. After Bai Yu was settled, He started to light a fire and roast the meat. Bai Yu thought Lu Xiu would use the most primitive method of drilling wood to make fire, but found that Lu Xiu actually took out 2 black stones and hit some dry grass a few times, and the flames burned. Flint! Bai Yu's eyes lit up. She had been worrying about making a fire. She thought she had to drill wood to make a fire, and she was ready for her hands to get blisters. But she didn't expect that there was flint in this world. It would be much easier for her to make a fire in the future. It didn't take long for Lu Xiu to roast the meat, just like yesterday. He fed Bai Yu first, and only ate the remaining meat after making sure she was full. After doing everything, Lu Xiu made sure Bai Yu had nothing else to do, so he put the long-haired beast in Bai Yu's arms to entertain her. Then he instructed, Yu, I'm going hunting, and I'll bring you fire grass and black beans when I come back. Your feet are not healed yet, so try not to walk on the ground. Wait until I come back to talk to you. If you have anything to say, understand. Bai Yu really wanted to go with Lu Xiu, but after thinking about her own situation, she nodded to show that she understood. After Lu Xiu left, Bai Yu took out the fish meat left over from that day from the space, thinking that it should not be eaten and had to be disposed of. As a result, after taking out the fish, she found that it was the same as when she put the fish in, and it was not bad at all. After Bai Yu discovered this, her eyes lit up. She didn't expect that this space could keep the food fresh. If so, she wouldn't have to worry about the food going bad in the future. The only regret is that this space is only 1 cubic meter, which is not enough to store food for the winter. Although the system panel shows that it can be upgraded, it does not tell her the conditions for the upgrade, which makes people very worried. Annoyed. After hesitating for a while, Bai Yu finally put the fish back into the system space, wanting to see if there would be any changes after a few more days. After doing all this, Bai Yu set her sights on the flint and looked at her feet. In the end, she couldn't help her curiosity. She tiptoed carefully to where Lu Xiu put the flint, picked up the flint, and began to try to make a fire herself. At the beginning, it was still difficult to ignite the hay with that little spark, but after several times, she slowly found the trick and finally succeeded in lighting the hay. Bai Yu was so excited that she almost jumped up when she successfully lit a fire in the wild for the first time. Fortunately, she remembered that her foot was injured and didn't mess around. Bai Yu used to like watching some wilderness survival programs and some wilderness live broadcasts, but because of her age, she is now unfamiliar with them. She had never had a chance to try it, but she didn't expect that there would be such a big one right away. But now that the problem of fire has been solved, Bai Yu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. With fire, you can keep warm, cook food, and even protect yourself from some wild beasts. From some of the wild beasts that Lu Xiu brought back, Bai Yu almost knew how dangerous this world was. She even felt a little timid and had the idea of just following Lu Xiu. No matter what the future would hold, at least she wouldn't have to worry about her life and safety now. But this idea was rejected by her in an instant. She had no feelings for Lu Xiu, and when she thought about giving birth to a nest of snakes if she followed Lu Xiu, she felt that the outcome would not be much better than direct death. Time passed quickly, but Bai Yu didn't know it. She studied the space and the fire. Half a day had passed, and Lu Xiu also came back. As soon as he came back, he saw Bai Yu squatting next to a small ball of fire and grinning foolishly. But this was not the point. The point was that Bai Yu was actually sitting on a small stone with his feet close to the ground, which was not the same position as when he left. Lu Xiu frowned when he saw this scene and strode directly towards Bai Yu. Bai Yu turned around when she heard the movement and saw Lu Xiu with a dark face. He was carrying the prey in one hand and a large bundle of fire grass in the other. There was a bag made of some animal's skin hanging on his neck with vines. It was bulging inside, and it was obvious that there were a lot of things in it. Seeing Lu Xiu's expression, Bai Yu felt a little guilty, but this guilty feeling was completely dispelled by the fire grass in Lu Xiu's hand, and he had a guess about what was hanging around his neck. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she pointed at the thing on Lu Xiu's neck and asked, Lu Xiu, are there black beans in it? Lu Xiu didn't answer, but just nodded, and then put everything away before coming to Bai Yu. He squatted down, picked up Bai Yu's feet, untied the small animal fur on her feet, took a closer look, and found that it was not getting worse, so his face looked a little better. Bai Yu was a little confused. Then she saw Lu Xiu tying the small animal fur to her again and said, "Didn't I tell you not to go to the ground? What if you get hurt again?" Bai Yu was a little speechless when she heard this. Lu Xiu was too good to her. No matter what Lu Xiu's purpose was for being good to her, she couldn't deny that Lu Xiu was the best person to her in the world so far. Even the grandfather, who was the best to her before, would not be like Lu Xiu. No matter what he did, he would put her first, take care of everything, and take good care of her. Lu Xiu saw Bai Yu lowered her head and didn't speak, thinking that he had just spoken too hard and scared the little female. He quickly explained, "Yu, don't get me wrong, I don't mean to blame you. I'm just worried about your foot injury." Then he took the bag and put it in front of Bai Yu in a flattering manner. He coaxed, "Yu, look, I have brought back everything you want. The fire grass needs to be dried before it can be used, and the black beans can be fed directly to the little beast." Bai Yu immediately threw away her previous thoughts after hearing this and immediately opened the animal skin bag, wanting to see what the black beans looked like and whether they could be eaten. But the first thing that caught her eye was a few pieces of wood-like things, and she took them out with some doubts. Asked, "What is this?" When Lu Xiu heard Bai Yu's question, he took the things in her hand. He smiled and replied, "Didn't I say I would make shoes for you? This is the heart of the tree that can be used as the sole of the shoe." He pinched it and continued, "Look, this is a little bit elastic but very strong. With this, you won't be afraid of rubbing your feet in the future." Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's things. Her eyes lit up slightly, and she took out another piece from the animal skin bag and pinched it herself. As expected, just as Lu Xiu said, it is very suitable for making insoles. Bai Yu didn't hesitate much, and directly read the appraisal in her mind, and a line of small words immediately appeared. The heart of the Qingjiao tree. The heart of the tree is not edible, and the fruit juice of the tree has the effect of removing oil and dirt. With the appearance of this line of words, the appearance and use of the Qingjiao tree appeared in Bai Yu's mind. Remove oil and dirt? Then can it be used as laundry detergent and dishwashing liquid? Bai Yu was delighted. She didn't expect that she had accidentally solved the problem of cleaning in the future. The staple food of the orcs in this world is meat, and the oil stains on the meat are difficult to clean. Most orcs and females rub them with mud first, and then wash them directly with water. And those clothes, quilts, and other things made of animal skins are even harder to wash clean, and they have a strange smell all year round. These days, Bai Yu is disgusted with the smell on her body. Now that she has finally found a solution, how can she not be happy? She saw that the look in Lu Xiu's eyes became much more friendly. Lu Xiu certainly felt the change in Bai Yu's mood, but he thought that Bai Yu was happy because she was about to have new shoes. He thought, what his mother told him back then was indeed right. Females all like these. In the future, he must make a lot of beautiful and useful things for his little female. Lu Xiu's mother taught Lu Xiu a lot of common sense in this world when he was young, but a female can only teach a limited amount after all, and her vision is also limited. Lu Xiu's mother couldn't teach male beast men hunting skills. Lu Xiu had to figure it out on his own. He almost died several times, but now he has grown up. Lu Xiu took the tree heart from Bai Yu's hand and said to Bai Yu, "Yu, you feed the little beast with black beans first. I'll make shoes for you. It will be quick." Bai Yu didn't refuse. She put her eyes back into the animal skin pocket and took the so-called black beans. She found that it was very different from what she thought. She thought that the black beans should be something like soybeans in the original world. But she didn't expect that the black beans were as big as a thumb, and they were not pure black, but dark brown. Bai Yu picked up one and squeezed it. It was as hard as a stone, so she thought about feeding it to the long-haired mouse to see what was inside. As a result, she turned her head and found that the long-haired mouse was gone. It was probably because she was too focused on studying fire, so the long-haired mouse took the opportunity to run away. Seeing Bai Yu's reaction, Lu Xiu looked around and probably guessed that the little animal had run away. He smiled and coaxed, "It ran away, so it ran away. If you like, I'll go out and catch you another one later." "No need." Bai Yu didn't want to keep a long-haired mouse. She couldn't even support herself now, so how could she have the energy to keep a pet? She refused. I don't like it very much either. I just said I wanted to see what this black bean looks like.
Don't worry about me.
When Lu Xiu heard this and saw that Bai Yu was not sad, he believed it. He nodded and began to busy himself with his own affairs. He first dealt with the newly brought back prey casually, took out a piece of the tenderest meat, and roasted it on the fire. Then he spread the fire grass he brought back to a place where it could be exposed to the sun, and finally took the pieces of tree heartwood, sat next to the fire, and began to make shoes for Bai Yu while roasting the meat. Bai Yu wanted to say that she could do it herself, but when she thought of the thickness and toughness of the tree heartwood, she finally closed her mouth silently. She only thought secretly in her heart that before leaving, she must do something to repay Lu Xiu for his careful care over the past few days. Putting her sights back on the black beans, Bai Yu did not hesitate and directly recited identification in her mind. A line of small words appeared instantly. Black beans, non-toxic and edible. No side effects. Like the green scorched tree, the appearance of the black bean vines also appeared in Bai Yu's mind. This function of the system greatly facilitated Bai Yu. As long as something new appeared in her hands, she could clearly see its appearance without having to see its full appearance. When she met it outside in the future, she would be able to recognize it at a glance. Although Bai Yu had long guessed that the black beans should be edible, her eyes still lit up when she saw the words edible. She glanced at Lu Xiu and saw that Lu Xiu was holding a long needle made of bones of an unknown animal and was concentrating on making shoes for himself with his head down. The 2-meter-tall man, sitting aside and threading the needle, looked funny no matter how you looked at him. Bai Yu suppressed her smile and secretly put the black bean into her mouth and bit it while Lu Xiu was not paying attention to her, but she couldn't bite it. Bai Yu took the black bean out of her mouth and was depressed. How can I eat it if I can't even bite it? It's so big, you can't just swallow it raw. After thinking about it, he put his eyes on the stone next to him. Without much hesitation, he put the black beans on the stone, picked up another stone, and smashed it down. After several hits, the hard black beans were broken into pieces, and it was found that the inside was not black, but off-white. At this time, Bai Yu was really curious about how good Lu Xiu's teeth were to be able to bite this thing. Just after picking up the smashed black beans, Lu Xiu, who was attracted by the movement here, came over. Looking at Bai Yu's actions, he asked, Yu, what do you want to do? Why don't you call me? Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu awkwardly and replied, I'm just playing around, Lu Xiu, you don't have to worry about me. After hearing this, Lu Xiu did not leave. Instead, he squatted down, grabbed a handful of black beans and put them on a relatively flat large stone. Then he took a flat stone, put the stone on the black beans, pressed down hard, and rubbed it back and forth. It was only 2 or 3 times back and forth, but when the stone was taken away, only gray powder was left. Bai Yu stared, looking at the gray powder, with a confused look on his face. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously and couldn't react for a while. Look at the black bean that he had smashed with great effort, and then look at the black bean that Lu Xiu easily turned into powder. Bai Yu deeply realized that the difference between himself and Lu Xiu, or the difference between females and males in this world, is simply a human stone mill. Lu Xiu raised his eyes and saw Bai Yu's cute expression. He just thought it was cute and looked good to touch. He didn't hesitate and directly raised his hand to pinch Bai Yu's fair cheek and smiled. Why is there this expression? Isn't this what you wanted to do just now? Bai Yu nodded stupidly, looking even cuter. And facing such a Bai Yu, Lu Xiu really had no resistance at all. He was so cute that he smiled silly, looking not much better than the confused Bai Yu now. Bai Yu was awakened by Lu Xiu's laughter. He collected his emotions and turned his attention back to the black bean powder. After thinking about it, he picked up a little bit with his hand and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, Lu Xiu had no intention of stopping it and asked, How is it? Isn't it delicious? It was indeed not delicious, but Bai Yu didn't feel disappointed at all. Instead, his eyes were bright and he looked a little excited. Said to Lu Xiu, Lu Xiu, can you get me some more black bean powder? I want to try making cakes with it. This black bean powder tastes astringent like raw beans, which is naturally unpalatable, but Bai Yu wants to try how it tastes after being cooked. Judging from her experience in the past 18 years, the taste should not be too bad. That's right. What is bread? Can it be eaten? Lu Xiu had never heard this word before, so he was a little surprised. Bai Yu didn't know how to explain it, so she said directly, "This is a food from my hometown. It is edible." After hearing this, Lu Xiu did not doubt that he was there and immediately started to take action. While Lu Xiu was making black bean flour, Bai Yu looked at the stones he could see, trying to find a thin, flat stone to use as a pan. But I couldn't seem to see anything suitable, but I did see a U-shaped stone that could be mixed with noodles. When Lu Xiu got the black bean powder almost done, Bai Yu felt a little embarrassed, but it was really hard for her to move now, and Lu Xiu wouldn't let her move. He could only endure his guilty conscience and asked Lu Xiu to help him clean the stone, and told Lu Xiu that he needed a flat and thin stone. Lu Xiu listened to Bai Yu's needs and went to the river with a big stone without saying a word. When he came back, he had a flat stone more than 1 meter long in his hand, which was thinner than Bai Yu expected. Bai Yu was very happy. The joy of being able to eat cereals soon diluted everything. After Lu Xiu brought all the stones in front of her, Bai Yu poured all the black bean powder into the row of stones and put some water in it. After feeling that it was almost done, I washed my hands with water and started kneading the dough. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu's actions and decided that Bai Yu looked like those little orcs playing in the mud. His eyes were full of doting, and he didn't believe that Bai Yu could make anything edible like this. But he was sure in his heart that no matter how unpalatable Bai Yu's food was, he had to say it was delicious, and he would never let his little female down. After looking at it for a few times, he went to look at the meat he had just grilled, fearing that Bai Yu would be hungry and not eat it. Not long after, Bai Yu successfully kneaded a dough, which looked like it could make about 5 palm-sized cakes. Bai Yu called Lu Xiu and asked Lu Xiu to help her build a simple stove. Lu Xiu naturally wouldn't refuse, and just thought of it as playing with his little female. According to Bai Yu, a stove was built with only a few larger stones. After lighting the fire, the stone slab was placed directly on top. After the stone slab was hot, Bai Yu asked Lu Xiu to put some fat on it. As soon as the fat meat hit the stone slab, it made a squeaking sound, and the grease also came out. Seeing that it was almost done, Bai Yu kneaded a ball of dough, kneaded it into a round cake shape with his hands, and then placed it directly on the stone slab. After a few rounds, there were 5 buns on the stone slab. After a while, a scent came out. As soon as Bai Yu smelled this smell, she felt happy. She felt that the taste would not be too bad, and she would probably have a staple food in the future. She was really fed up with eating meat every day, and since she didn't know how to hunt at all, she would probably only be able to use traps to catch small animals in the future, and she wouldn't be able to live on meat at all. Now that she has black beans, many problems can be solved. When she finds a safe place, she can also open up some fields. In the future, I will grow some black beans, vegetables, etc., and I will definitely not starve to death. The more I thought about it, the more beautiful it became in my heart, but I didn't notice Lu Xiu's surprised expression. Lu Xiu had never smelled this kind of smell before. It was very fragrant, but he couldn't describe it. Swallowing his saliva, he asked, "Yu, how long will it take to eat this?" Obviously, I was greedy and wanted to try what this cake tasted like. Bai Yu smiled when he heard this, took the 2 branches he had just prepared, flipped the black bean cake, and replied, "Don't worry, you can eat it in a while." As he spoke, he looked up at Lu Xiu and asked, "Can you give me some salt?" Bai Yu knew from the information provided by the system that the orcs in this world treasured salt because it was difficult to obtain. Only a few large tribes had the means to make salt, and most of them used coarse salt. If the orcs from other tribes want to eat salt, they must exchange for prey or other things. For example, females snatched from other tribes can be exchanged for a lot of salt. It will only be more difficult for wandering orcs to get salt. They may need double the food to get the same amount of salt as others. Bai Yu had eaten Lu Xiu's roasted meat several times, so she naturally knew that he had salt, but she didn't know how much it had, so she asked tentatively. Lu Xiu heard Bai Yu's question without any trace of reluctance, and directly took a bamboo tube and handed it to Bai Yu. Said, "It's all here. There will be a rally before winter, and I will go back to get more at that time." Bai Yu took the bamboo tube and took a look and found that there was still half a kilogram of salt inside. The color was slightly yellow, and there were a lot of impurities at first glance, but the orcs in this world seemed to eat this kind of salt, and there were no problems. Bai Yu can only guess that it is the soil and water that support a person, and her current body was shaped for her by the system. She had long discovered that although her physical strength was not comparable to Lu Xiu's, it was much better than her previous body. Otherwise, it would be impossible to run that far in one breath, let alone freeze in a tree hole all night without showing any signs of catching a cold. So she thinks she should have no problem with what other females can eat, otherwise wouldn't the system send her to die? He took a little salt from the bamboo tube and sprinkled it evenly on the surface of the black bean cake. Then he returned the bamboo tube containing the salt to Lu Xiu and began to think about how he would solve the problem in the future. But as the aroma of the black bean cake became stronger and stronger, Bai Yu had no intention of thinking about anything else. After poking it with a branch to make sure it was cooked, he picked up one and put it on Lu Xiu, who had swallowed his saliva for the nth time. Lu Xiu had been waiting impatiently for a long time. As soon as Bai Yu put the black bean cake in front of him, he couldn't wait to take it. Bai Yu was startled by what Lu Xiu had. Before she even said, "Be careful, it's hot," Lu Xiu didn't even frown. He took the black bean cake and put it directly into his mouth. Apparently, he didn't feel it was hot at all. Before Bai Yu came back to his senses, Lu Xiu finished a black bean cake in a few mouthfuls and then looked at Bai Yu eagerly. It was obvious that he still wanted to eat. Bai Yu was stunned for a moment and asked, "Is it delicious?" "Well, it's delicious. It's really good." Lu Xiu nodded immediately and replied, "I have never tasted this kind of taste. It is not the same as animal meat or those fruits at all." Bai Yu smiled when she heard this, and when she saw Lu Xiu like this, she knew that she had succeeded. She immediately divided the remaining pancakes. With her appetite, 2 were enough, so she gave the remaining 2 to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu took the cake and started to eat it. His expression was extremely satisfying. Bai Yu touched it tentatively and found that the cake was really hot. She didn't understand how Lu Xiu managed to grab it directly with his hands. He could only attribute it to the male's rough skin and thick flesh. After the cake was a little less hot, Bai Yu picked it up and ate it. When he took a bite, it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, leaving a fragrant taste in his mouth. I don't know if it's because he hasn't eaten whole grains for a long time, or because of something else. Bai Yu just feels that he has never eaten such delicious cakes in his life. Turning around, he saw that Lu Xiu had started grinding black bean powder again, and Lu Xiu had completely forgotten about the original barbecue. "Lu Xiu, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Lu Xiu raised his head and smiled at Bai Yu, and replied cheerfully, "I'll grind all the rest into powder, and you can make a few more. I'll go get more black beans later. Let's eat this." Bai Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry when she heard this and replied, "It's good to get more. You can eat it in the future, but you can't just eat this, otherwise it will be nutritionally unbalanced." Lu Xiu didn't understand what nutrition Bai Yu was talking about at all. In her opinion, as long as it was delicious and satiating, it would be enough. But since Bai Yu said so, he would not refute, nodded and replied, "Yu is right, then we will eat differently from now on." Bai Yu felt a little guilty as she listened to Lu Xiu talking about each of us. He looked away uncomfortably and replied, "Then I'll make some for you. Just watch, and you can do it yourself in the future." Bai Yu thought that Lu Xiu liked it so much that after she left, Lu Xiu could cook and eat it himself. But Lu Xiu had no doubt about it and readily agreed. I was still feeling happy, thinking that Bai Yu would be willing to share such a precious food recipe with him. She must have seen his goodness and slowly started to accept him. By the time the family finished their meal, the black beans Lu Xiu brought back were all gone. Bai Yu didn't see Lu Xiu eating much more than she did in the past 2 days. It was the first time today that she saw Lu Xiu eating with his mouth open. She was shocked by Lu Xiu's appetite. Facing Bai Yu's expression, Lu Xiu felt a little uncomfortable, fearing that Bai Yu would dislike him for eating too much. He quickly explained, "Yu, we snake orcs eat a lot, but a full meal can keep us from being hungry for several days. If we don't move, it doesn't matter even if we don't eat for 10 days. Therefore, you must not worry that I eat too much and cannot feed you." Of course, Lu Xiu only thought about the next words in his heart and did not say them out loud. After hearing Lu Xiu's explanation, Bai Yu remembered the habits of snakes. She just didn't expect that snake orcs still maintain their primitive habits. If this was the case, wouldn't Lu Xiu have slept through hibernation? Thinking of this, Bai Yu asked curiously, "Then, do you have to hibernate and eat after winter?" Hearing this, Lu Xiu shook his head in amusement, wondering why Bai Yu didn't even know such a basic thing. But he didn't ask any more questions and just replied, "Of course you have to eat. The orcs will retain some primitive habits, but they are still very different from unenlightened beasts. I will be lazier after winter, but I won't sleep all the time. I still need to eat food every few days." "Oh, that's it." Bai Yu nodded in understanding, gaining a new understanding of the orcs in this world. Lu Xiu turned his eyes slightly, thought of something, and looked at Bai Yu with a hot gaze. She came closer to Bai Yu and said, "Are you worried that I'm hibernating and don't have time to accompany you? Don't worry, I promise I won't sleep until you sleep. If I'm sleepy, just kiss me and I'll wake up soon." Bai Yu never expected that Lu Xiu would suddenly change the topic here. She blushed with embarrassment and looked away, not daring to look at Lu Xiu's hot eyes. He lowered his head, rubbed his animal skin skirt uneasily with his little hands, and whispered back, "Don't talk nonsense, I didn't mean that." Looking at Bai Yu's little appearance, Lu Xiu felt his mouth was dry and wanted to take a bite. Swallowing, his eyes were a little aggressive, and he came closer to Bai Yu. He said in a hoarse voice, "Yu, please let me give you a kiss, please. I will only give you a kiss, and nothing else." When Bai Yu heard this, her face turned even redder, all the way to the tips of her ears. Her body trembled slightly, and she instinctively wanted to step back. But Lu Xiu's movements were much faster than hers. Before she could move, Lu Xiu bullied her and bound her tightly in his arms. Bai Yu raised her head in shock, opened her mouth slightly, and was about to speak, but was blocked by a passionate and eager kiss the next moment. Lu Xiu kissed him eagerly and domineeringly, as if he wanted to devour Bai Yu's whole body, and it was extremely aggressive. Bai Yu is so old. When she didn't come here, she didn't even hold the hand of the opposite adult love. How could she ever be so frivolous by someone? This was her first kiss, and it ended like this. Bai Yu was shy and scared for a moment, and her little heart was beating wildly. But Lu Xiu didn't care about that. She only felt that Bai Yu's mouth was soft and sweet, and a tingling sensation went straight to his forehead, making him unable to stop and wanting more. Bai Yu, who was being hugged lightly, already felt something was wrong. Bai Yu was so frightened that she froze and didn't dare to move. She was afraid that she might accidentally anger Lu Xiu and make him show off his, so he killed her directly. In the final analysis, she still didn't trust Lu Xiu very much, and the time they spent together was too short. Even if Lu Xiu was very kind to her, it would be difficult for her to fully believe Lu Xiu's promise at the beginning. Lu Xiu felt Bai Yu's stiffness, knowing that he had scared someone, so he relaxed a little, reluctantly kissed Bai Yu's lips again, and then slowly let go of Bai Yu. Lu Xiu didn't need to look to know how embarrassed he was now. He looked at Bai Yu with evasive eyes, knowing that he couldn't hold back for a moment and might have made the little female fearful. Then he stepped back a little and said cautiously, "Yu, don't be afraid. I'm really just kissing you." As he spoke, he picked up the unfinished shoes on the ground and said, "I'm going to do something first.
Call me if you need anything."
Bai Yu only felt that her lips were numb, and her mouth was filled with the taste of this orc. Although she didn't feel disgusted, she was very uncomfortable, but she didn't feel the strong rejection she thought she had. Bai Yu didn't have time to think about how she accepted the orc's kiss so easily. Although she didn't want to, the lack of rejection made it difficult for her to understand. After hearing Lu Xiu's words, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But her desire to leave became stronger and stronger, and she had a hunch that if things continued like this, something terrible might happen. Not only did she distrust Lu Xiu now, but after what happened just now, she began to distrust herself. No one had ever been so kind to her as Lu Xiu. She was afraid that if she didn't hold back, she would be deceived by Lu Xiu. Then she might actually become someone's little wife and give birth to a litter of snake cubs. This is not the point. The point is that whether she can have a chance to give birth to snake cubs is a serious question. Just thinking about Lu Xiu's size can scare her to death. When Bai Yu realized what she was thinking, her face turned red and white, then white and red again, and she cursed herself in her heart. Then he raised his head and said to Lu Xiu calmly, "Okay, why don't you go and do your work?" Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu carefully and found that although she was a little uncomfortable, she didn't look angry, so he breathed a sigh of relief. After hearing Bai Yu's answer, he happily went about his own business. Bai Yu didn't sit idle either. He took a few tree strips of similar thickness, tested the hardness, and then began to tear the bark on the tree strips. To knit a sweater, you need a straight knitting needle. Now that there is no such thing as iron wire, she can only find something to replace it. It didn't take long for her to get a dozen of them, but she couldn't use them directly yet. She had to soak them in water. Otherwise they would break easily if she wasn't willful. At this moment, Lu Xiu came over with the finished shoes. "Yuyo, do you want to try it?" Bai Yu was still a little uncomfortable facing Lu Xiu at this time, but Lu Xiu acted like a normal person, which made Bai Yu have to admire the orc's thick skin. He coughed lightly and replied, "Then give it a try." As she said that, she wanted to take the shoes and put them on, but Lu Xiu didn't give her this chance. He squatted down, grabbed her feet, and put them on. Bai Yu persisted and her eyes flashed, but she no longer insisted on wearing them. It wasn't that she liked being scouted by Lu Xiu, and she knew that it was useless even if she persisted now, so she might as well just leave it like this. The shoes fit very well, and the soles were trimmed very flat. There was a piece of animal skin between them, so there was no tingling sensation. When I stepped on the ground lightly, they felt like the foam cotton shoes I had worn before. Bai Yu's eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Xiu happily and said, "Lu Xiu, these shoes are so comfortable." Seeing that Bai Yu really liked it, Lu Xiu touched his head and giggled a few times. He replied, "As long as you like it. When the weather gets cooler, I will make you a thicker pair." Bai Yu heard this but didn't answer it. Her eyes flickered, and she looked at the shoes on her feet. After thinking for a while, he asked, "Lu Xiu, does the tree used for shoe soles bear fruit?" Bai Yu didn't forget the dishwashing liquid. Thinking that her feet would soon be healed, she recently taught Lu Xiu everything she could to repay the care she took these days. Lu Xiu heard Bai Yu's words, but didn't think much about it. He nodded and replied, "Yes, it is yellow in color and very fragrant, but it is a pity that it cannot be eaten. It tastes very bad. If you eat it, you will foam at the mouth and suffer from unbearable abdominal pain." Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu in shock when he heard this, and asked tentatively, "Have you eaten it? How come you know it so clearly?" Lu Xiu touched his nose in embarrassment and replied, "When I was very hungry, I tasted it, but I didn't eat it after I found it tasted bad." Lu Xiu said it easily, but Bai Yu felt a little sad when he heard it. You don't need to ask to know how difficult Lu Xiu's life was when he was a child. Thinking of this, Bai Yu's attitude towards Lu Xiu became softer and said, "That fruit can't be eaten, but it can clean oil stains. If you have time, you can bring some back and I will teach you how to use it." Lu Xiu was a little surprised when he heard this, and looked at Bai Yu with bright eyes. Said, "Yuyo, you are so amazing. You know so much." Bai Yu felt a little guilty after being praised, but she didn't know much at all. She learned a lot of knowledge from some programs and hasn't applied it yet. The understanding of this plant depends entirely on the system, otherwise she would not have the courage to take a bite directly, like Lu Xiu. He pursed his lips and thought for a while before replying, This is something everyone in my hometown knows. There is nothing magical about it. Then he glanced at Lu Xiu and continued, You see, I don't know much about some of your common sense here. After hearing this, Lu Xiu felt that it made sense, so he nodded and said that he would bring the fruit back. But in my heart, I was more curious about Bai Yuyu's hometown. After Lu Xiu chatted with Bai Yuyu for a few more words, he went to deal with the beast meat and furs brought back today. He handled the beast very quickly, and it seemed that he had done it frequently, and it didn't take long for him to handle it in an orderly manner. After dealing with the orcs, Lu Xiu was not idle. After giving Bai Yuyu a few words, he went out with a few hairless animal skin bags. When I came back again, the animal skin bags on my body were all bulging, and they were full of black beans and green jiagua. Lu Xiu put down the animal skin bag and left without saying a few words, leaving Bai Yuyu alone in a daze, facing the animal skin bag in front of him. Bai Yuyu swallowed and looked at the black beans and green charred fruits in front of her, unable to regain her senses for a long time. If she had known, she would have been worrying about her winter rations, but now she couldn't finish the few bags of black beans in front of her even if she ate them for 2 months. She shook her head to calm herself down. None of this was hers. This was all Lu Xiu's. She couldn't have such thoughts. Withdrawing his thoughts, he focused on the green jiao fruit. I took one and smelled it. It was indeed as Lu Xiu said, it had a sweet smell. Bai Yuyu felt that if she was extremely hungry, she might not be able to help but take a bite. He took a stone with a slight groove from the side, put the green charcoal fruit that was a little larger than a walnut into it, and then took a stone and started to pound it. After the fruit was mashed, after removing the pulp, there was still some sticky juice and a yellowish color, which made Bai Yuyu doubt whether this thing could really remove stains. After thinking about it, I put some on my hands, poured a little water on myself, and rubbed it back and forth a few times before foam began to form. After seeing the bubbles, Bai Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief. Regardless of whether the decontamination ability was strong or not, as long as there were bubbles, it at least meant that it was useful. After Bai Yuyu finished the experiment, she stopped getting the green charred fruit and glanced at the barbecue that Lu Xiu had completely forgotten. After thinking about it, he took it over and placed it on a stone slab. Then he took the stone knife Lu Xiu used and began to cut it into pieces laboriously. The stone knife was naturally not as sharp as the kitchen knife she used before, so it was very difficult to cut the meat. By the time Bai Yuyu had cut the meat, it was almost dark, but Lu Xiu hadn't come back yet. Bai Yuyu couldn't help but be a little worried, but thinking that Lu Xiu had lived alone for so many years and was so strong, there shouldn't be any problem. Then he retracted his thoughts and took out some black chestnuts from the space, thinking of making a black chestnut stew for Lu Xiu so that Lu Xiu could try other foods. She wanted to give Lu Xiu something more now, so that the debt in her heart would be less. After peeling off the shells of the black chestnuts, Bai Yuyu washed the dough stone and moved it to the fire. The shoes Lu Xiu made for her are really soft. If she takes a few steps less, she won't hurt her scabbed feet at all, so Bai Yuyu has no problem walking a little less now. This stone is quite thick, so it takes a lot of time to boil the water inside. Fortunately, the most important thing Bai Yuyu lacks now is time, and Lu Xiu also left enough firewood. The meat had been roasted, so there was no need to fry it again. As soon as the water boiled, Bai Yuyu poured the meat directly into it. After thinking about it, he added a little black beans in to see if it could be cooked through. As for the black chestnuts, there was no need to worry. They were easy to cook, and she was afraid that they would become pureed and inedible. After looking around, Bai Yuyu finally found a smaller flat stone. After cleaning it, he placed it on the meat-cooking stone. Only a small gap was left on the side, so that she could add black chestnuts later and observe what was going on inside. Not long after, a strong aroma of meat and a little bit of other smells came out of it, but if you didn't smell it carefully, you couldn't smell it at all. That should be the flavor of black beans. After waiting for a while, Bai Yuyu estimated that it was almost done, and then put the black chestnuts into the stone pot. Not long after, the aroma of stewed meat with a sweet aroma of chestnuts came out. Bai Yuyu took a deep breath and almost drooled. She turned around and took the salt left by Lu Xiu and only put a little bit in it before stopping, because Lu Xiu would always put a little salt when grilling meat, and she didn't want to waste it by putting too much. But if she didn't add a little bit, she was afraid that the soup would have no flavor. Seeing that the broth was almost ready, Lu Xiu still didn't come back. Bai Yutu was really anxious at this time, but she didn't know what to do. Even if she went to look for him now, she wouldn't be able to tell which direction Lu Xiu was, and she wouldn't be able to look for him at all. He raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time yesterday, Lu Xiu was having dinner with him here, but today Lu Xiu has not returned yet. Bai Yu was convinced that something must have happened to Lu Xiu, otherwise Lu Xiu would not have been able to let her wait alone for so long given how much he cared about her. Bai Yu tried to calm herself down, secretly telling herself that Lu Xiu was very powerful and she didn't need to be overly nervous. Then he began to look for things to distract his attention, and his eyes fell on the fragrant stone pot. Bai Yu then remembered that he didn't seem to have a spoon or a bowl. How would he drink the soup when Lu Xiu came back? No matter how thick Lu Xiu's skin is, he can't just pick up the stone pot and simmer in it. Just when Bai Yu was in trouble, Lu Xiu came back. Lu Xiu smelled a fragrance that he had never smelled before. As soon as he got closer, he asked, "Yu, what are you doing? What does it smell like? Why does it smell so good?" When Bai Yu heard Lu Xiu's voice, her whole body became energetic, but when her eyes fell on Lu Xiu, the joy on her face faded instantly. I saw a bloody half-meter-long wound on Lu Xiu's left arm, and blood was pouring out. Lu Xiu, on the other hand, acted as if he didn't know the pain. He was still holding 2 big bags in his right hand, which were full of stuff. He was still looking at her in a silly way. Bai Yu stood up quickly, wanting to see what was going on with Lu Xiu, but Lu Xiu walked straight to her in a few strides, put the animal skin bag away, and then said, "Your feet are not healed yet. Don't move around." When Bai Yu heard this, her nose felt sore. Her injuries are nothing compared to Lu Xiu's. Doesn't this person know how it hurts? He raised his hand and took Lu Xiu's arm. Under the light of the fire, he saw that the most serious part of Lu Xiu's skin had been turned out. Just looking at it made Bai Yu feel his scalp numb. She didn't understand how Lu Xiu managed to keep his expression calm, and asked anxiously, "What's going on with you? Why are you hurt so badly?" As he spoke, tears fell down. Lu Xiu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and the wound that originally felt a little painful instantly stopped feeling any pain at all. His mother had told him that if a female sheds tears when you are hurt, it means that she cares about you, so you must be twice as kind to her and not let down the affection that your little female has for you. He raised his right hand to wipe Bai Yu's tears and looked at it curiously, observing it very carefully. Bai Yu was a little confused by Lu Xiu's strange behavior and was about to ask Lu Xiu what he meant. Just listen to Lu Xiu ask, "Yu, are you caring about me?" After hearing this, Bai Yu nodded without thinking too much. Bai Yu swore that if she had known that her nodding was equivalent to a confession in Lu Xiu's eyes, she would never have nodded so simply. When Lu Xiu saw Bai Yu nodding, her lips turned up and she smiled so beautifully. He lowered his head and kissed Bai Yu's cheek. She said almost obsessively, "Yu, apart from my mother, you are the only person who cares about me in this world. You are so kind. I will definitely treat you well in the future, and I will definitely catch you the fattest prey. Use the most beautiful fur to make a leather skirt for you, and you will have everything other females have. If other females don't have it, I will work hard to get it for you." Bai Yu was so confused by Lu Xiu's words that she even wondered if Lu Xiu had hurt his brain. Otherwise, the two of them were clearly discussing his wounds, but why would they suddenly become a confession scene? "You said it so disgustingly that your face turned red, okay?" Bai Yu looked away from Lu Xiu's burning gaze in embarrassment, pursed her lips, changed the subject, and continued to ask, "You haven't said how you did it? Why are you injured so badly?" Lu Xiu didn't notice Bai Yu's avoidance of his affection at all. He just felt that Bai Yu cared too much about him. He glanced at his injury and replied nonchalantly, "I met male orcs from other tribes. They smelled your scent on me and thought I had robbed the females of other tribes, so they besieged me. It's just a minor injury, and it will be difficult for them to go hunting again within a few dozen days." Lu Xiu puffed up his chest proudly as he spoke and continued, How could they beat me if they were like that? If it weren't for the fact that there were 6 or 7 of them, I could defeat them in an instant. His tone was full of pride, and he looked completely indifferent to his injuries. Bai Yu felt a little uncomfortable after hearing what Lu Xiu said. She felt that she was the one who caused Lu Xiu to be injured. If it weren't for her, those orcs wouldn't attack Lu Xiu. At the same time, she gained a new understanding of Lu Xiu's strength. After looking at Lu Xiu's wounds, Bai Yu decided to let Lu Xiu take him to the river next to the tree hole tomorrow. Go there and get some more piranha gall. While treating Lu Xiu's injuries, you can also teach Lu Xiu how to use the gall as medicine. You can also make some dried fish, and you can also get some and put them in the space to store some food reserves for yourself. Bai Yu was lost in thought when she was interrupted by Lu Xiu. Yu, what are you thinking about? As he spoke, he pointed to the temporary stone pot that was still emitting aroma and asked, "What is in that? Why is it so fragrant?" After being asked by Lu Xiu, Bai Yu came back to her senses, looked at the stone pot, and thought, "This is probably cooked to death, so I don't want any black chestnuts. It's good if the meat is not rotten." He smiled bitterly at Lu Xiu and replied, "I originally wanted to make you some delicious food, but when I finished it, I remembered that I didn't have a spoon or a bowl. You haven't come back for a long time, and I'm afraid it will be cooked to death." When Lu Xiu heard that Bai Yu made it specially for him, he couldn't hide his happy smile. He immediately replied, "What are spoons and bowls, and what do they look like? Just tell me, and I will think of a solution right away." Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu's wound and hesitated. When Lu Xiu saw Bai Yu's expression, he realized that Bai Yu was feeling distressed and worried about him, not to mention how beautiful he was. He waved his hand and said, "This little injury is nothing to worry about, it's just some skin trauma. Just get some herbs, and it won't take long."
I used to.
At this point, Lu Xiu was afraid that Bai Yu would be frightened if he told Bai Yu about the several times he had been in danger and almost died, so he just shut up and changed the subject. He continued, "Just tell me what it looks like, and you don't have to worry about the rest." Bai Yu originally wanted to ask Lu Xiu what happened to him before, but when he thought about how he had to survive alone in this cannibalistic place at a young age, he felt that he didn't need to ask more. He just thought about it and figured it out. Then he retracted his thoughts and directly told Lu Xiu the outline of what he needed. After hearing this, Lu Xiu thought for a while, then entered the cave, and soon came out with something in his hand. Lu Xiu put those things next to Bai Yu and said, "There are some animal skulls here which are quite similar to the bowl you mentioned, and they're very strong." As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Yu with some frustration and continued, "But I can't figure out how to get the spoon you mentioned." His tone was full of apology, as if he had done something to feel sorry for Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't mind it either, so she picked up the skulls, looked at them, picked the smallest one, and took it into her hand. The skull was about as big as her 2 fists, and with a wooden stick, it could be used as a spoon. He asked Lu Xiu to help him make 2 small holes on the side of the skull, and then found a wooden stick of about the same thickness. Use a stone knife to make a groove in the middle of the wooden stick that is about as thick as the skull, then sink the wooden stick in and tie it firmly, and a simple soup spoon is ready. Bai Yu smiled and handed his results to Lu Xiu, saying, "That's almost it. Just wash them and you can eat them." As he spoke, he took the new dish soap he made today from the side, handed it to Lu Xiu, and continued, "Wash with this and see if it can be cleaned." Lu Xiu was still studying the gadget in his hand, and there was another fragrant thing in his hand. After sniffing it out of curiosity, he realized that it was the smell of green charred fruit, so he didn't say anything more and just went to work with the things. After a while, Lu Xiu came back with a clean skull and looked at Bai Yu in surprise. Said, "Yu, you are so awesome, this cleaning thing is so awesome, really awesome." When Bai Yu heard that Lu Xiu was so powerful, she felt a little funny and actually laughed out loud. He replied, "Okay.
Stop boasting.
I'll serve you a bowl. You can try it first to see if it tastes good." After saying that, he took the spoon, picked up the largest skull, walked to the stone pot, and signaled Lu Xiu to use 2 large wooden sticks to open the stone slab covering the stone pot. Of course, Lu Xiu would not refuse. As soon as the stone slab was opened, A stronger aroma wafted out. Not to mention Lu Xiu, even Bai Yu was drooling. Bai Yu picked up the spoon and stirred it a little, and found that the meat inside looked quite whole, probably because it had been roasted. The black beans had been broken open, and the bean meat inside could be seen, while the black chestnuts were left. There are no less than a few complete ones. Bai Yu didn't dare to stir it too much, for fear that if he didn't pay attention, it would all turn into crumbs. From the bottom, Lu Xiu was given a head full of meat and bones, with very little soup. The skull was not very insulated. After a while, Bai Yu felt it was a little hot, so she handed it to Lu Xiu directly. Said, "Be careful, it's very hot." Lu Xiu took the bowl as if nothing had happened, sniffed it with satisfaction, and then took a careful sip of the soup. When the soup entered his mouth, Lu Xiu's eyes immediately lit up. He didn't have time to say anything else and started eating quickly. Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu for a few times, and there was a doting smile in her eyes that she didn't even notice. Then she turned around and filled herself a bowl. However, she didn't have Lu Xiu's ability to withstand scalding. She took a crochet hook she had made for knitting sweaters and cut it in half, and the chopsticks were ready. She first picked up a piece of meat and blew on it before putting it into her mouth. The meat was already stewed and melted without much chewing. I don't know whether it was because of the wild animal meat or Bai Yu's psychological effect, but the meat tasted particularly delicious, without any seasoning. Smooth and delicious, fat but not greasy. You can't stop eating it. No wonder Lu Xiu ate it so quickly, and it tasted so delicious. I tasted the black beans and black chestnuts again. The black chestnuts tasted similar to what she imagined, but the taste of the black beans was a bit beyond Bai Yu's expectations. After blackheads mixed with meat and boiled together, although they are not as delicious as black chestnuts, they have a unique taste, somewhat like the gnocchi cooked before. But then gnocchi sticky teeth, no gnocchi fine smooth, but also barely edible ask for the next best thing. Before Bai Yu had even taken 2 mouthfuls, Lu Xiu had already reached the bottom in one bowl. He wanted to ask for it again, but he remembered what he himself had told Bai Yu during the day. If he could manage for several days after eating a full meal, he was a little hesitant for a moment, fearing that Bai Yu would dislike him for eating too much. Bai Yu noticed Lu Xiu's expression in the corner of his eye and was not sure what Lu Xiu was thinking. He placed the chopsticks he made on the skull that contained the broth, then took Lu Xiu's from Lu Xiu's hand and started serving it to him. While serving it, he said, "There are still so many, and I can't eat much. You should eat more." As he spoke, he glanced at the injury on Lu Xiu's arm and continued, "Don't work when you're full, and rest early. Take me to the creek next to the tree hole early tomorrow, and I'll get you some. I used that medicine, so good and fast." Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu with bright eyes, feeling warm in his heart. It had been so long since he had felt this kind of feeling of being cared for and cared about by someone, which only made him want to keep this person by his side forever, hold her in his hands, and give her everything he could. After receiving the skull handed over by Bai Yu, Lu Xiu didn't say that his injury was okay and there was no need to apply medicine. He was very obsessed with the feeling of being cared about by Bai Yu. He looked at Bai Yu intently, nodded, and replied, "Okay, I'll listen to Yu." As he spoke, he looked at the soup in his hand and asked, "Yu, I know the black beans here, but is the other one a human? Where did you get it from?" Bai Yu was stunned when she heard this.
She actually forgot about this.
Lu Xiu didn't know that she had space. She never thought of telling Lu Xiu, but what should she say now? Seeing that Bai Yu seemed a little embarrassed, Lu Xiu frowned and said, "Yu, didn't I tell you that your feet are not healed yet and you can't walk around? Even if you have new shoes now, you can't." Bai Yu's mouth twitched after hearing this. "I just feel that my worries are really in vain. Lu Xiu is so stubborn. You don't have to make excuses every time. He can help you find the reason himself." Bai Yu coughed awkwardly and replied, "I just went out to take a look, and I happened to encounter this, so I wanted to bring it back for you to try." Of course, Lu Xiu wouldn't doubt anything. He felt so beautiful now that he just felt that he had a head start in his life now. Unlike before, no one cared about him, and he had no one to care about. The two of them finished the remaining broth and went back to the cave to rest. Because of what happened this morning, Bai Yu was afraid that she might touch Lu Xiu's arm if she didn't sleep well at night, so she insisted on placing 2 big stones in the middle of the stone bed as a dividing line. Lu Xiu was naturally unwilling, but in the end, with Bai Yu's insistence, he could only reluctantly agree. After Bai Yu fell asleep, Lu Xiu wanted to move the stone, but in the end he had to give up because he was afraid that Bai Yu would be angry when he woke up in the morning. Early the next morning, Bai Yu and Lu Xiu grilled some meat and went to the tree hole where Bai Yu first lived. Bai Yu felt that her foot was almost healed. She didn't know whether it was because of the medicine or her current physical condition. Anyway, compared with the previous wound recovery, it was really fast. Bai Yu originally wanted to walk on her own, but Lu Xiu refused to agree. In the end, Bai Yu sat on Lu Xiu's right arm and was brought over directly by Lu Xiu. This was truly an experience that she had never experienced before. Because she was afraid that her center of gravity would be unstable, Bai Yu could only put her arms around Lu Xiu's neck and hug her all the way, her face turning red all the way. After arriving at the destination, Bai Yu couldn't wait to get off Lu Xiu's arm. Lu Xiu glanced at the blushing person. His eyes were full of smiles, but he did not tease her and asked, "Yu, what kind of medicine can you find by the river?" Bai Yu calmed down and pointed to the river in front of her and said, "The piranha here is a good thing. Its gall is a medicine for treating trauma. Not only that, its meat is also delicious and can be used to make fish soup. You can also bake it or fry it after drying it." Lu Xiu almost drooled after hearing Bai Yu explain a lot of ways to eat it. As for the medicinal uses Xiao Mian mentioned, he had long forgotten about it. Glancing at the river in front of him, Lu Xiu said with some embarrassment, "There are too many fish in this river, and their teeth are very powerful. It's not easy for me to deal with them in the water." Bai Yu took out a piece of animal meat from the bag he brought out and replied, "I have already prepared it." After saying that, he found a strong wooden stick and tied the meat tightly, then waved to Lu Xiu and said, "Don't make any noise for a while, and I will teach you how to fish." After saying that, he found a stone and sat down, put the end with the meat tied into the water, and held the other end of the stick in his hand. Because orcs don't eat fish, piranhas have almost no natural enemies here, so they are a bit overrun. In any river where there are piranhas, there are very few other fish. Bai Yu didn't wait long before a piranha rushed over to the piece of meat. As soon as the fish bit the meat, Bai Yu took a wooden stick and swung it hard, and the piranha was thrown to the ground. Stopped fluttering. Lu Xiu's eyes lit up when he saw this, and he quickly praised, "Yu, you are so smart. You can think of such a method." After saying that, he took the wooden stick from Bai Yu's hand with his right hand and said, "Come on, rest while I do it." Bai Yu didn't argue with Lu Xiu. After handing the wooden stick to Lu Xiu, he took the stone knife to deal with the piranha. Before one fish was handled, Lu Xiu got another one. They handled it one fish and fished at the other. The two of them cooperated very well. Not long after, there was a pile of piranha that had been simply processed on the ground. Bai Yu also came to Lu Xiu with a few piranha galls and said to Lu Xiu, "Wait a moment, I will give you some medicine first. You see your wound is a little inflamed." Lu Xiu naturally wouldn't refuse, so he let Bai Yu do it. Lu Xiu was already prepared for pain, but the expected pain did not appear. Instead, he felt a little cooling sensation which covered the original pain a lot. When Lu Xiu used those herbs in the past, the effect was not much, and the pain was excruciating. When he was slightly injured, he didn't even want to use the medicine and just used his body to bear it. I never expected that this thing could have such an effect, and the look in Bai Yu's eyes became weird. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu in confusion and asked, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Lu Xiu's eyes flashed when he heard this. He didn't want to ask at first, but facing Bai Yu, he didn't know anything about it. He would feel uncomfortable if he didn't ask clearly what was on his mind. He pursed his lips and finally asked, "Yu, are you a wizard?" Bai Yu was a little confused after hearing this. She still knew what a wizard was. In this world, a wizard was a very noble existence in the tribe. Even the patriarch was treated politely when he saw the wizard. And some small tribes simply don't have the conditions to have wizards. From the basic information provided by the system, Bai Yu knew that wizards could communicate with the beast gods in the eyes of orcs. They can identify herbal medicines, treat diseases, lead the orcs to know more foods, and lead the orcs to avoid some disasters. Moreover, most of the wizards are female orcs. They can have several male partners at the same time, but it is the wizard who chooses them. The wizard has the final say as to whose cave they want to enter at night. The wizard still has the final say as to who gets the child after birth. Compared with other females, the wizard is almost like a queen. Bai Yu didn't understand why Lu Xiu thought she was a wizard. She didn't do anything ridiculous. Didn't she just get him some new food and give him some medicine? After thinking about it, Bai Yu finally shook his head and replied, "I'm not a wizard. These are common supplies in the tribe I used to be in, so I know them." Lu Xiu didn't know whether he believed it or not, but he didn't continue the topic anyway. After Bai Yu gave Lu Xiu the medicine, he continued to handle the remaining piranhas. He still had no intention of asking for the fish heads, so he directly put the fish heads aside and threw them back into the water with the internal organs to feed the fish later. While handling the fish, Bai Yu secretly put several fish into her own space while Lu Xiu wasn't paying attention, thinking that it would be her own wages. After a while, the piranhas in the river seemed to have become a little smarter, and they no longer rushed up as fearlessly as they did at the beginning. Bai Yu thought it was almost done, so she asked Lu Xiu to stop, looked at the animal meat on the stick, and saw that it had been bitten to pieces, so he threw it directly into the river. As soon as the meat entered the river, there was a splashing sound in the water, and at a glance, they were all piranhas grabbing for food. Bai Yu took a greedy look and decided to find something suitable to make a fishing net to catch all the fish in one go. By the time the two people finished packing the fish, it was already noon. Lu Xiu put all the fish into animal skin bags and took Bai Yu to the tree hole. After lighting the fire, Bai Yu began to teach Lu Xiu how to grill the fish. It was actually similar to the usual barbecue, but it was a pity that there were no seasonings such as onion and garlic, otherwise the taste would only be better. Fortunately, the meat of this piranha is very strong, and there are not too many fish bones. Lu Xiu fell in love with the first bite and said vaguely, "I have eaten fish before, but because I don't know how to handle it, the fish tastes very bitter and has a strange smell. You are really awesome. It's amazing. Everything tastes different when you put it in your hands." Bai Yu gave Lu Xiu a funny look. She didn't think she was very powerful. Instead, she admired Lu Xiu for being able to survive alone in such a world since childhood. He looked at the tree hole behind him and asked, "Is this tree hole your previous home? Why don't you live there anymore?" When Lu Xiu heard this, he turned his head and glanced, his eyes becoming a little lonely. He replied, "This is the place my mother found for me when I was a child. Later, she never came because of a beast wave. I waited for a long time but couldn't wait for her. This place is too small, so I don't want to continue living here." Bai Yu didn't expect that she would ask about Lu Xiu's sadness, so she felt a little guilty. He quickly said, "Don't be sad. I believe your mother loves you. There must be other reasons why she didn't come back." Lu Xiu smiled when he heard this, nodded and said, "I know, he is either dead or moved away with the tribe. I have stopped being sad a long time ago. I am already so old and have my own little female. How can you still think about this? So you don't have to comfort me." Bai Yu's eyelids jumped when she heard this, and she felt that she really cared about him too much. Bai Yu couldn't eat any more fish after eating one piece of fish. Lu Xiu didn't need to eat anymore. After finishing Bai Yu's remaining grilled fish, he didn't let Bai Yu continue to grill it. He didn't forget that he still had to prepare winter food for Bai Yu. After eating and drinking, Lu Xiu and Bai Yu went back home. However, Bai Yu insisted not to let Lu Xiu hug her. Lu Xiu had an injury on one arm and had to hold 2 bags of fish in one arm. If he hugged her again, he might tear the wound. Seeing this, Lu Xiu proposed to send Bai Yu back first and then come to get the fish, but Bai Yu refused. Finally, after repeatedly promising Lu Xiu that he would walk carefully and slowly and stop immediately if he felt something was wrong with his feet, Lu Xiu finally compromised. On the way back, Bai Yu walked and looked just to see if he could find any other food. It would be better if there were dishes. So when she saw the mushrooms, She seemed a little excited. She squatted down and wanted to pick the mushrooms, but Lu Xiu stopped her. Lu Xiu frowned and looked at Bai Yuyu with a serious face. Said, Yuyo, this thing is poisonous. You can't eat it. You will die.
Huh?
How do you know? Bai Yuyu naturally knew that some mushrooms were poisonous, but she had a system, and she couldn't tell whether they were poisonous or not by just touching them. But he was a little confused about how Lu Xiu knew, and wondered if this guy had ever eaten it. Lu Xiu listened to Bai Yuyu's question and replied, My mother told me before that you can't eat anything that looks like this, or it will be poisoned to death. Bai Yuyu nodded clearly after hearing this. She probably guessed that some orcs must have eaten poisonous mushrooms in the past, and then there was a saying that mushrooms should not be eaten. He patted Lu Xiu's hand and comforted him. Don't worry, I won't eat randomly. He pointed to the mushrooms on the ground and continued, This kind of thing is called a mushroom. There are many kinds of it. Some are poisonous, and some are delicious. Lu Xiu was still a little worried after hearing this, but when he thought that Bai Yuyu did know more than him, he did not refuse. I just thought that I would eat it first, and even if it was poisonous, it would not be poisonous to Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu didn't know what Lu Xiu was thinking. Seeing that Lu Xiu relented, he couldn't wait to pick a mushroom with a black edge and put it in his hand. Say firmly in your heart, black-edged mushrooms are poisonous and should not be eaten. Bai Yuyu was a little disappointed when she saw this line of small words and threw the mushroom back to the ground with a frown. He stood up, shook his head at Lu Xiu, and said, It's poisonous. Don't eat it. Lu Xiu didn't feel disappointed when he heard this and replied with a smile, Don't be sad, Yuyu. We have a lot of food. Even if it can't eat, I won't starve you. Bai Yuyu glanced at Lu Xiu speechlessly, who was always seeking a mate, sighed and walked forward again. Lu Xiu is not short of food, but she is. And she can't do it if she keeps eating the same food. But she couldn't tell Lu Xiu any of this. She could only keep it to herself. After walking for a while, Bai Yuyu walked very slowly all the way, just for fear of missing something to eat. When her eyes fell on a piece of red umbrella, she didn't think it was edible at all. After all, there used to be a song that was well known to every household, Red umbrella, white umbrella, you have to lie down after eating it. But after she walked a few meters away, she finally fell back. Not for anything else, just because she still had 2 useless opportunities today, and it would be a waste not to use them, so she might as well give them a try. And this mushroom is not white, but light yellow. What if it can be eaten? Lu Xiu followed Bai Yuyu in confusion. He didn't know what Bai Yuyu was making, but he didn't mean to ask or stop him. Bai Yuyu picked a mushroom and put it in her hand. The mushroom was quite big, and the umbrella was even bigger than Bai Yuyu's hand. He silently thought about the appraisal in his heart, but when the appraisal results came out, Bai Yuyu couldn't believe it. Red skin mushrooms are non-toxic and edible, with no side effects. Bai Yuyu looked back and forth a few times and finally confirmed that she was indeed right. This thing was actually edible. He immediately turned to Lu Xiu and said, Lu Xiu, this is edible. There are a lot of them here. Let's get them back quickly. We can eat them even after they are dried. As he spoke, he glanced at the things on Lu Xiu's body and touched his nose guiltily. He continued, Lu Xiu, why don't you send your things back before you come back? Anyway, it's not far from the cave, so there won't be any danger. Hearing this, Lu Xiu thought it made sense, so he nodded and disappeared in front of Bai Yuyu in a flash. Bai Yuyu only felt a gust of wind blowing in front of her, and when she reacted, Lu Xiu could no longer be seen. She swallowed hard, thinking that at this speed, if she wanted to run, she must be fully prepared. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone very far, and he would catch up with him soon. Thinking about that scene, Bai Yuyu couldn't help but shudder. Now was not the time to think about those things. Bai Yuyu squatted down and started picking mushrooms. While picking, she put some of them into her own space for food storage. Unfortunately, her space was too small. I only put some fish, some black chestnuts and black beans, and I haven't even put in many red mushrooms yet, but it's already almost full. Bai Yuyu sighed and secretly prayed in her heart that the system would appear. Could you tell her how to upgrade this space? Unfortunately, until Lu Xiu came back, The system did not respond to Bai Yu's prayers. Bai Yu didn't have much hope at first, so she didn't feel disappointed after getting this result. He waved to Lu Xiu and said, "Lu Xiu, come and pack the mushrooms. I'll make animal meat stewed with mushrooms for you tonight." When Lu Xiu heard this, he walked over directly, picked up the animal skin bag, and started filling it. By the time Bai Yu and Lu Xiu returned to the cave, the sun was almost setting. Bai Yu immediately started preparing dinner, asking Lu Xiu to cut some fat and thin animal meat, while he began to process the red mushrooms he brought back. If this thing is not dried in the sun, it will break easily, so Bai Yu put it on a relatively ventilated ground. Then I took some to use at night, and left the others alone until they were dried. Anyway, no small animals would eat them. Just like yesterday, Bai Yu first put the water in a stone pot and boiled it, then put the meat on the stone plate and fried it for a while before putting it into the boiling water. He grabbed 2 handfuls of black beans and let Lu cover the pot and let it simmer. Then he started handling the fish with Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu didn't have much salt, so Bai Yu asked Lu Xiu to get some water and pour some salt into it to turn the water into salt water. Then I found some big leaves, put the processed fish in the salt water for a while, then lifted it up directly, and then put the fish on the big leaves after the water was almost dripping. Stack the fish layer by layer and marinate it overnight. You can hang it up to dry tomorrow. Although it won't have too much salty taste, it is better than nothing. After everything was taken care of and the meat in the pot was almost there, Bai Yu poured the torn red mushrooms directly into the stone pot. After a while, the fragrance of the mushrooms wafted out. Lu Xiu had been squatting beside the stone pot waiting for a long time. He originally thought that he must take the first bite and confirm that it was non-toxic before letting Bai Yu eat it. But now, after smelling the fragrance, he was almost sure that this thing was not poisonous. How could poisonous substances smell so good? After cooking, Bai Yu made a full bowl for Lu Xiu before serving it to himself, as he did yesterday. As soon as he served it to himself, he heard Lu Xiu say, "Yu, this is delicious. Are you really not a wizard?" Bai Yu turned her head and glanced at Lu Xiu and said a little funny, "I told you it wasn't the case. Why do you still ask?" Hearing this, Lu Xiu looked at the food in his bowl, thought for a while, and continued, "It's not the best, of course." "If so," Lu Xiu said as he suddenly grabbed Bai Yu's wrist, with some pleading in his eyes. He said in a muffled voice, "If so, Yo-Yo, can you not go to other tribes and just be my female? I will be good to you, can you trust me?" Lu Xiu found that he had nothing. If he wanted to keep the little female, he had nothing else to do except promise that he would treat her well. But even so, he didn't want to let Bai Yu go to another tribe. Even if he knew how popular a wizard would be after he went to a tribe, and even if he knew that would be better than wandering with him, he selfishly didn't want to let go. "I have never owned anything, and I never thought I would have the opportunity to own it. Once I touch it, I want to keep it even if it is broken into pieces." Bai Yu didn't dare to look at Lu Xiu. She smiled hard at Lu Xiu, but did not answer Lu Xiu's question directly. Instead, he said, "Lu Xiu, I told you, I am really not a wizard. If I were a wizard, how could the beast god throw me here alone?" Lu Xiu's eyes flashed when he heard this. He didn't know if he believed it or not. He just said, "No matter what, as long as you don't leave." After saying that, he stopped continuing the topic and finished the food in his bowl in a few seconds. Then he went to collect the dried fireweeds and moved them all into the cave. Bai Yu only glanced at it and began to quickly finish his food. Now that the fireweed has been dried by herself, she wants to study making clothes. After Bai Yu was full, Lu Xiu ate everything Bai Yu didn't finish as he did before, and then took over all the tidying up. Bai Yu wasn't pretentious. After all, it was quite difficult for her to move the stone pot. She didn't want to live here forever, so she didn't want to trouble Lu Xiu to help her find lighter pots and pans. After Bai Yu returned to the cave, she went straight to her goal, firewire grass. Fireweed does not just grow into threads. Its skin is a kind of rough fur. Once the outermost fur is removed, everything inside will be like wool. When Lu Xiu came back, he saw that Bai Yu had already dealt with a lot of firegrass. He walked over quickly and said while helping, "Can you see with a light? You go and have a rest, I will help you get it." Bai Yu shook her head and said, I can't sleep so early. This is not tiring, so just treat it as an entertainment activity. Lu Xiu often couldn't understand the meaning of Bai Yu's words, so he didn't persist after hearing these words. Bai Yu didn't get a response from Lu Xiu, so she raised her head and glanced at Lu Xiu. When her eyes glanced at the injury on his arm, she remembered what she had missed. After thinking about it, he said with some worry, Yesterday, I only cared about your injury. I forgot to ask the person who fought with you. Will he not come to trouble you again? After all, there are many people. Do you want to go further away? Lu Xiu didn't expect Bai Yu to ask this question suddenly, and he was caught off guard and showed a slightly panicked look. It's just that the light in the cave was too dark, and Bai Yu didn't pay much attention, so he didn't notice it. Lu Xiu squinted his eyes, looked up at Bai Yu. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes, and finally clenched his fists before replying. They won't be able to enter the jungle for dozens of days, and it will be winter by then. They won't come again. He showed a relaxed smile and continued, What's more, they have already suffered such a big loss, and they will not come again after knowing how powerful I am. There aren't many young adults in a small tribe, and both females and cubs need to be fed by them. If they were all left to me, wouldn't it be a loss? So, Yo-Yo, you don't have to worry. Bai Yu nodded understandingly upon hearing this, feeling that this seemed to be the case. There was no deep grudge to begin with, and they couldn't defeat Lu Xiu. Even if they did, there would be no benefit, so they shouldn't be asking for trouble anymore. Thinking of this, Bai Yu gave Lu Xiu a thumbs up and said, Lu Xiu, you're still the best. Lu Xiu felt a little guilty after being praised. He chuckled and looked away. His movements became faster, and he didn't answer for a while. Lu Xiu brought back a lot of fire grass, and Bai Yu was already very sleepy before he even got half of it. But she just wanted to finish it all before going to bed, and Lu Xiu didn't listen. In the end, Lu Xiu forcibly carried her to the stone bed and kissed her twice before she fell asleep obediently. Lu Xiu looked at the sleeping person curled up in a ball. His eyes were full of surging possessiveness, but he was very careful to hide it. He looked at Bai Yu for a while, but instead of going to bed, he continued to make fireweed. Although he didn't know what Bai Yu was going to do, but seeing how concerned she was, he wanted to help her finish it and make her happy. The next day, when Bai Yu woke up, she found that the fireweed had been disposed of and the outer shell had been thrown outside by Lu Xiu to light the fire, leaving only the inner thread on the stone table. Bai Yu touched the fireweed on the stone table. She felt a little uncomfortable, but she didn't know why she felt uncomfortable. She just felt that something was wrong. Shaking her head and putting aside those messy thoughts, Bai Yu lifted the soles of her feet to take a look and found that the scabs on them had almost fallen off, and it was estimated that they would be completely healed by tomorrow. Her eyes flashed slightly, and she decided to leave after finishing what she planned. She really couldn't stay with Lu Xiu anymore. She felt that something was getting wrong with her. He actually started to care about Lu Xiu's emotions, his happiness and sorrow, and was moved by Lu Xiu's kindness to him. Even though she knew that Lu Xiu was doing this because he wanted to have a child with her, she still couldn't remain indifferent. This was not a good sign. After all, she is different from these orcs. She can give her feelings, but it is hard to say whether these orcs understand what feelings are. When they choose a mate, the male only looks at the female's fertility, and the female only looks at the male's hunting ability. No one will think about love at all, and they may not even know what love is. So she is destined to be unable to blend in with them, and it will be difficult for her to convince herself to blend in with them. Suppressing all her emotions, Bai Yu came out of the cave and saw Lu Xiu drying fish, using the method she casually mentioned last night. Take a relatively tough rattan and pass it directly through the fish body. There are 4 or 5 fish pierced on each rattan. It looks quite spectacular hanging outside. When Lu Xiu heard the noise, he turned around and looked at Bai Yu and said, Yu, I made a cake for you. Eat it and try to see if it tastes good. Bai Yu was a little surprised when she heard this. She didn't expect Lu Xiu to learn it after watching it once, so he took a cake and tasted it. Because there is no special seasoning, as long as it is cooked, the taste will be the same. Bai Yu picked up the cake and ate it while talking to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu, if you like this cake, bring back more. Anyway, it will spoil if left outside for a long time. Lu Xiu nodded when he heard this and replied, well, I think so too. I'll go after I finish hanging the fish. The two of them just chatted for a while, and by the time Lu Xiu finished packing and went out, the sun had already come out. Bai Yu went to look at the mushrooms she was drying, and when she saw that they had not shrunk, she stopped paying attention to them. I went back to the cave, took some fireweed and the hooks I made, and started making close-fitting clothing. The firewire grass is not particularly long, so the wiring is a technical job, otherwise it will be full of small bumps. Fortunately, Bai Yu's handiwork has always been good. She used to like to tinker with these things when she was bored, and it didn't take long to pick out a thread dumpling. Bai Yu looked at the thread dumplings in front of her, hesitated for a moment, and finally decided to knit a pair of shorts for Lu Xiu first. Just do it. The shorts don't cost much at all, and they don't take much time. By the time Lu Xiu came back, Bai Yu had already finished half of them. At this moment, Bai Yu's face was getting a little hot when she thought about seeing it that day. At the same time, I'm still estimating how much space I need to leave there to fit it. As soon as Lu Xiu came back, he saw Bai Yu's blushing face. She looked pretty and very delicious. Lu Xiu's eyes darkened. He put down the things in his hands and came to Bai Yu. When he got closer, he could clearly see the things in Bai Yu's hands. Lu Xiu had never seen anything like this before, so he was so curious, and the impulse he had just now faded away. Asked, what new thing is Yo-Yo studying? It wasn't until Lu Xiu spoke that Bai Yu discovered that Lu Xiu was back. Embarrassed, he put the half-knitted shorts behind him and replied, don't ask, I'll tell you when I'm done. After Lu Xiu heard this, although he was still a little curious, he did not insist on asking anymore. Anyway, Bai Yu will tell him sooner or later. He is not in a hurry. Time passed quickly, and 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yu has already put on the underwear she knitted by herself. Although the clothes woven with fireweed are not as soft as cotton clothes, they are not much different. It was much more snug and comfortable than animal skin, but it was a pity that she didn't have much time to knit large pieces, so she could only make some inner wear. The knitted shorts for Lu Xiu had been ready for a long time, but she had been embarrassed to give them away. She always felt that it was a bit weird to give such things to the opposite adult love. But now her foot was completely healed, and her time was very tight. If she didn't leave, she was worried that she would not be able to find a safe haven where she could spend the winter safely. She was also worried that she wouldn't be able to find enough food. Although Lu Xiu had a lot of food here, she was too embarrassed to pretend to leave. What's more, her space is already full, and with her physical strength, she can't carry heavy objects very far. Looking at Lu Xiu, who was about to go out, Bai Yu's eyes flashed with determination. Finally, she took out the pair of shorts she knitted for Lu Xiu and gave them to Lu Xiu. Said, these are pants made for you to wear. Hearing this, Lu Xiu put down the animal skin bag in his hand and took the shorts from Bai Yu's hand with bright eyes. However, after studying for a long time, he still couldn't figure out how to wear them. Seeing this, Bai Yu endured the shame and explained to Lu Xiu, then turned around and looked away. Not long after, Lu Xiu put on his shorts, then jumped on the spot excitedly, looking at Bai Yu excitedly. Said, Yu, your hands are so skillful. You can actually make such exquisite things. From now on, when I run, I won't be hit in the thigh by. When Bai Yu heard this, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she secretly scolded Lu Xiu for saying anything. How could she answer it? She just felt so ashamed now that she even had some scenes of kicking in her mind. He glared at Lu Xiu and said angrily, don't talk nonsense. Lu Xiu was so excited just now that he forgot about Bai Yu's thin skin. After hearing Bai Yu's words, she touched her head guiltily, giggled twice and replied, I know, I'll pay attention next time. As he spoke, he glanced at Bai Yu cautiously, his eyes bright, like a child about to eat candy. Carefully asked, Yu, why did you think of giving me a token of marriage? Are you almost an adult? Bai Yu was stunned for a moment when she was asked, what kind of token of marriage? What does this have to do with whether she is an adult or not? Did she do something wrong? She is a little confused now. When Lu Xiu saw Bai Yuyu just looking at him blankly without replying, he thought Bai Yuyu was shy, so he didn't force anything. The smile on his face was extremely bright, and he said excitedly, "Don't worry, Yuyu. I will find the most beautiful and precious fur to give to you. It will be a token of our marriage. Just wait for me." With that said, he quickly took the animal skin bag and ran away. Bai Yuyu stared blankly at Lu Xiu, who disappeared in front of her eyes. She just felt that she had committed a terrible death and secretly cursed herself for not thinking that personal clothes could not be given away randomly. This point has not changed since ancient times. Why didn't she expect that this world of beasts would be so particular? Now it's okay, just run away after flirting. What a perfect scumbag behavior. When she thought about how disappointed Lu Xiu would be when he found out that he had run away when he came back, she felt a little distressed and guilty. But she didn't think carefully about where her emotions came from. Even if she felt guilty, why did she still feel distressed? She took one last look at the place where she had lived for so many days. Although she was a little reluctant to leave, for the sake of freedom and the future, she still walked in the same direction without looking back. Bai Yuyu didn't go in the direction she came from. She was afraid of meeting people from other tribes, especially the Iron Wolf tribe. This was what she was most afraid of meeting. But she didn't know that she didn't encounter any danger while walking alone in the jungle for those 2 days. It was not because she was lucky, but because she entered Lu Xiu's territory directly from the Wild Wolf tribe's territory. Almost no wild beasts dared to come here. And the direction she was walking in now had gradually entered the depths of the jungle, where there were countless wild beasts. It was not a place where a weak woman like her could set foot. Bai Yuyu walked to a small stream. Her eyes flashed, thinking that Lu Xiu might follow the smell to find her, so she took out a golden fruit from the space. I poured some juice on my feet and body, then threw the rest of the fruit into the river, and continued walking forward. When I was hungry, I ate some black chestnuts, but my steps never stopped. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sun had already reached the top of his head. Bai Yuyu felt a little thirsty and wanted to get some water. Fortunately, she kept walking along the river and no longer had to look for water. Because she had been attacked by a piranha, when I was hungry, I ate some black chestnuts, but my steps never stopped. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the sun had already reached the top of his head. Bai Yuyu felt a little thirsty and wanted to get some water. Fortunately, she kept walking along the river and no longer had to look for water. Because she had been attacked by a piranha, when Bai Yuyu saw the green eyes of the gray wolf, his whole body went numb, and his scalp exploded with fear. Swallowing hard, she looked around and found that there were no other wolves, and she breathed a sigh of relief. But even if there is only one wolf, she can't deal with it. Bai Yuyu's eyes flashed, he hesitated, then took out a fish from the space and threw it towards the gray wolf. The gray wolf initially thought that Bai Yuyu was going to attack it, so he bared his teeth and wanted to attack. Bai Yuyu was so frightened that he turned around and wanted to run away. But the next moment, the gray wolf seemed to smell something. He moved his nose and bit the fish into his mouth, finishing it in just a few bites. Then he raised his head and looked directly at Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw this. Although she was reluctant to part with it, nothing was more important than her own life. She took out the fish from the space and threw it to the gray wolf. After throwing many piranhas in a row, the gray wolf was full and left with 2 in his mouth. After the gray wolf left, Bai Yuyu realized that his legs were a little weak. I looked at my space and found that it was almost half empty. There was a look of grievance in my eyes, and I could only sigh and continue walking forward. Bai Yuyu originally thought that after sending away the gray wolf, her bad luck would end, but she didn't expect that this was just the beginning. Before he had gone far, 2 wild beasts with fangs appeared within Bai Yuyu's sight. The 2 beasts looked about the same size as lions from a distance, but they were ugly. Their fur was black and green, their fangs protruded, and they stared straight at Bai Yuyu with cold eyes. Bai Yuyu has obviously been discovered, and now she has no time to hide even if she wants to. Bai Yu stared blankly at these two beasts that she had never seen or heard of before. Tears began to accumulate in her eyes, but she did not dare to blink. She was afraid that if she blinked, the two beasts would pounce on her and devour her. Bai Yu didn't throw any more fish to the two beasts. The few fish she had left were not enough to fill the teeth of the two beasts. She looked around and found that there was no cover for her to hide except for trees. Bai Yu was almost a little desperate. She saw that the two beasts were slowly approaching her. It was obvious that she regarded her as her next meal. Bai Yu had no choice but to fight. Of course, it couldn't be a hand-to-hand fight with a wild beast. The only option she had was to climb a tree. Without daring to hesitate, Bai Yu directly chose the big tree closest to him and quickly climbed up. Fortunately, her current physical condition is much stronger and more flexible than her original one. It's just that her skin was too delicate and she didn't have any clothes to cover it. The rough bark on the tree trunk rubbed her into pain in just a few strokes. The skin was even worn away in some places, and blood began to leak out. But Bai Yu didn't care about that. Climbing to the top of the tree was her only chance to survive now. Although it was a bit difficult to climb, luckily I climbed up before the two beasts approached. As soon as he sat down on a thick branch, the two beasts ran under the tree. It sounds like a long time, but in fact it only lasts more than a minute. Bai Yu looked under the tree and found that she had misjudged the size of these two beasts. These two beasts were much larger than lions, especially the fangs that were exposed and shining coldly. Just one look at them made Bai Yu tremble with fear. The two beasts raised their heads and looked coldly at Bai Yu sitting in the tree, with no warmth in their eyes. Their noses moved slightly, as if they smelled something delicious, and their eyes burst out with bloodthirsty light. One after another, they began to hit the big tree Bai Yu was climbing. Bai Yu originally thought that the two beasts would leave on their own after a while, but never expected that they would do this. I didn't pay attention for a moment and was almost knocked down. I quickly hugged the branches of the big tree tightly. But the two beasts seemed to be tireless and kept hitting each other back and forth, obviously not planning to let Bai Yu go. Bai Yu was really desperate at this time. With tears in her eyes, she looked at her arms that were worn out because she hugged the tree trunk so hard that she wanted to let go. But when he lowered his head and looked at the two beasts with bared fangs below, he still endured the pain and hugged them tightly. She didn't want to die, let alone be eaten by two beasts. Just thinking about that scene made her spine shiver, and she broke out in layers of cold sweat. Bai Yu began to regret a little, regretting that she had underestimated the dangers of the world, and secretly hating that she was too young and too impulsive. She originally thought she was not afraid, but when she got to this point, she realized how weak and timid she was. She was not as brave as she thought. If she was asked to choose now, she would rather be Lu Xiu's little wife than be eaten by a wild beast. At least Lu Xiu was very kind to her. Although Lu Xiu was not as graceful as those little freshmen, he was also handsome and strong with thick eyebrows and big eyes. He was not ugly at all. Although he doesn't understand style, love, or romance, he is indeed gentle and caring towards her. Following Lu Xiu might require some sacrifices, but no matter what, he wouldn't end up like this. And can she really live alone for the rest of her life? People are social animals, so will she really not be lonely or collapse? If she really wanted to choose someone to live with in this world, could she meet someone who was more suitable and treated her better than Lu Xiu? The more Bai Yu thought about it, the more she felt that she had been deceived by Lard at that time. Otherwise, why would she have been thinking about running away and just not giving birth to a baby for Lu Xiu? But he has forgotten all the dangers in this world, and now it is too late to regret. Suddenly, after a new round of collision between the two beasts, Bai Yu heard a click, and then the tree tilted a little to one side.
Ah!
Bai Yu screamed in fear and hugged the tree trunk tightly, as if holding the last life-saving straw. She closed her eyes, not daring to look down anymore. She knew that the tree could not hold on much longer, and she had no choice but to wait for the tree to break and be killed. Time passed little by little, and tears fell intermittently from the corners of Bai Yu's eyes. The beast under the tree was still attacking, and with the final click,
Sound.
The tree finally couldn't hold on and fell towards the ground. Bai Yu closed her eyes tightly, secretly praying that she could fall to death directly. She really would rather fall to death than be bitten to death by a wild beast, let alone watch herself being eaten bit by a wild beast. But the expected pain did not appear, and something suddenly tightened around his waist. Then Bai Yu heard the angry roars of the two beasts and the roar and hiss of another animal, which was very similar to the sound of a snake vomiting its temper. Bai Yu opened her eyes suddenly, looked down at her waist, and saw that she was being wrapped around a thick snake's tail and half lifted in the air. Bai Yu's pupils shrank, the hairs all over her body stood up, her eyes were filled with fear, and her fear of snakes made her tremble instinctively. He looked up with difficulty and saw a big snake confronting the two beasts. Seeing this scene, Bai Yu, who had a strong sense of survival, had the idea of taking the opportunity to escape. She held her breath, suppressed the fear in her heart, and tentatively reached out her hand to break free from the snake's tail, but she couldn't break free. Instead, the snake turned around and looked at her. At that glance, Bai Yu froze. A pair of familiar heterochromatic pupils, although his emotions could not be seen clearly, completely showed his identity. That was Lu Xiu. Bai Yu was used to seeing Lu Xiu in human form, and then she remembered that Lu Xiu's animal form was a giant snake. Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu guiltily, wondering how she would face Lu Xiu now. The beast-shaped Lu Xiu just glanced at Bai Yu, and then carefully placed Bai Yu on another tree with his snake tail. Then he charged towards the two beasts angrily, without looking back. Bai Yu didn't have the time to think about how he would face Lu Xiu's questioning and anger later. She was now worried about whether Lu Xiu would be injured. Although Lu Xiu was very powerful, the two beasts also looked very strong. But what happened next left Bai Yu stunned, and she suddenly felt that her worries were really unnecessary. Lu Xiu first used his snake tail to hit a beast hard. In just one round, the beast was whipped to the ground and vomited blood. He tried several times and couldn't get up again. The other beast was quickly and brutally bitten on the neck by Lu Xiu, but it still failed to survive the first round. In just a few breaths, Lu Xiu easily dispatched the two ferocious beasts. Bai Yu always knew that Lu Xiu was very powerful, but she didn't expect that Lu Xiu was so powerful. She swallowed hard, feeling a little frightened. She didn't know how she could bear Lu Xiu's anger. If she admits her mistake to Lu Xiu now, it will be too late to show that she will never run away again. She was even more worried that Lu Xiu would sell her outright or imprison her because she was angry. When Bai Yu thought of that possibility, her face turned pale with fear, and there was a hint of fear and avoidance in her eyes when she looked at Lu Xiu. As soon as Lu Xiu turned around, he saw Bai Yu's look. He shrunk his big head, got Bai Yu down from the tree, and changed back to his human form the next moment. Bai Yu's whole body stiffened and allowed Lu Xiu to manipulate her, but she didn't dare to raise her head to see Lu Xiu's expression. But Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu from beginning to end. The more he looked, the deeper his frown became. Frustration flashed in his eyes, and he looked very sad. But this emotion was quickly hidden by him. He closed his eyes to cover up all his frustrated emotions. He raised his hand and touched Bai Yu's tear-stained cheek. His hands were shaking slightly. God knows how scared he was when he just saw Bai Yu fall to the ground with the tree. Even now, he is still very scared. If he comes a little later, his little female may be gone. Just thinking about that possibility makes him want to go crazy. Looking at Bai Yu's arm that was still bleeding, Lu Xiu's voice trembled slightly, and he said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, Yu. It's my fault that I found you now and caused you to suffer so much." Bai Yu, who was still waiting for Lu Xiu's question and thinking about how to withstand Lu Xiu's anger, was stunned when he heard this, and even wondered if he was hallucinating. She looked up at Lu Xiu in shock, and found that there was no angry expression as she thought. There was only distress and self-blame in Lu Xiu's face and eyes. Bai Yu was really confused. She didn't understand why Lu Xiu had this attitude. Didn't he care about her running away at all, and wasn't angry at all? Even if Lu Xiu has a good temper and is really not angry, Then where does this self-blame come from? Bai Yu pinched her little fists uneasily, pursed her lips, and finally couldn't help but curiously asked, "Why are you saying sorry to me? Aren't you even angry?" Lu Xiu froze when he heard this, but quickly covered it up and shook his head. He looked puzzled and said, "Why should I be angry? It was because I didn't tell Yuyo clearly that he couldn't come here, which caused Yuyo to get lost. It was also my failure to find Yuyo in time, which caused Yuyo to suffer so much and be frightened. Why should I be angry?" After speaking, he looked at Bai Yu cautiously and said almost pleadingly, "Yuyo, don't be angry with me. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen in the future. I promise to protect you in the future. Please don't let me go, okay?" As long as Bai Yu doesn't leave, he doesn't care about anything. Bai Yu was stunned after hearing Lu Xiu's words. She never expected that Lu Xiu would think like this, that he had no doubt that she was going to run away. He just thought that she had accidentally lost her way and even attributed all the faults to himself. Bai Yu thought she should be happy, at least this way she wouldn't have to bear Lu Xiu's anger, but she wasn't. After hearing Lu Xiu's words, Bai Yu didn't feel any relief at all. Instead, she felt extremely depressed and uncomfortable. Lu Xiu regarded her as too important, but put his own position too lowly, which made her feel that she was not worthy of Lu Xiu's pure feelings. What's even more ridiculous is that she actually thinks that Lu Xiu doesn't understand love and is only looking for a partner to have cubs. A relationship like this that puts the other person first at all times, even if it is not love, is so valuable that it surpasses everything else. Even among the most loving couples she had ever seen, no one could do what Lu Xiu did, giving everything they had to each other without reservation, fearing that they would be short of one point or feel wronged. Bai Yu pursed her lips, and the more she thought about it, the more she felt that she had gone too far, and tears began to flow down her face. When Lu Xiu was nervous and wanted to comfort him, Bai Yu jumped directly into Lu Xiu's arms. He choked and said, "I'm sorry, Lu Xiu, I will never run around again." Lu Xiu, who was embraced for the first time, was surprised and took him into his arms, but when his eyes fell on the scratches on Bai Yu's body, he cautiously relaxed a little. Regardless of whether what Bai Yu said now was to coax him, he would regard what she said as true, and he would not run around in the future. He touched Bai Yu's head and replied, "It's okay. I will accompany you wherever you go from now on. You don't have to be afraid." As he spoke, his eyes fell on the two beast corpses. His eyes narrowed, and he picked up Bai Yu with one hand, letting Bai Yu hug his neck, and then used the other hand to hold the two beast corpses' tail and drag it back directly. Bai Yu said nothing, hugging Lu Xiu's neck and resting her head on Lu Xiu's shoulder, letting Lu Xiu hold her and walk back. After escaping from death, she no longer felt the same discomfort as before when facing Lu Xiu's upper body, and she only felt at ease. Lu Xiu was very fast. Even with two beasts and one person, it only took him more than 2 hours to complete the journey that Bai Yu had walked for more than half a day. As soon as he returned to the cave, Lu Xiu threw the two beasts outside the cave casually and then took Bai Yu into the cave. Without saying anything, he took out the piranha gall placed in the cave and started treating Bai Yu's wounds. Bai Yu was almost numb with pain at this time. Although it was just a scratch, the pain was not light at all, and she did not have Lu Xiu's ability to endure pain. As soon as the bile touched the wound, a cool feeling suppressed the stinging sensation. When Lu Xiu finished wiping her arm and started to rub her thigh, Bai Yu instinctively flinched. But in the end, he didn't stop Lu Xiu's movements and allowed Lu Xiu to rub her from the calf all the way up to the inner thigh. When her thigh was touched, Bai Yu couldn't help but flinch, and her face became hot, all the way to her neck. Although I don't know how old the body given by the system is, Bai Yu is a young chick who has just turned 18 and has never been in a relationship. How can she bear such closeness? Lu Xiu was actually not having a good time either. Sitting in front of him was his little female, looking like she was being bullied by him because she was not good enough. Anyone who looked at her would have some evil thoughts. But he could only endure it. Not to mention that his little female was not yet an adult, but just because of the injuries on her body, He couldn't bear to do anything. I can only endure it, try not to look away, and grit my teeth to stay awake. By the time all the medicine was applied to Bai Yuyu's wounds, a thin layer of sweat broke out on Lu Xiu's back. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time, and then the atmosphere became a little strange. Finally, the strange atmosphere was broken by the sound of Gulyalu. Bai Yuyu touched her belly awkwardly. Although she had eaten some black chestnuts earlier, she didn't dare to eat until she was full because there wasn't much food. Is it obvious that I am already hungry? Isn't it obvious that I have already begun to play the empty game without even seeing my stomach? Lu Xiu was brought back to his senses by the sound of Bai Yuyu's stomach. He quickly stood up and said as he walked, "You sit down for a while, and I'll get you some food." As soon as he finished speaking, the person had disappeared. Bai Yuyu sat on the stone bed where she had slept for several nights. She had only been away for a long time, but she felt as if she had been away from him for a lifetime. Looking back at this place now, I feel very safe, and there is no trace of the feeling of wanting to escape. Bai Yuyu didn't sit for long before walking out of the cave. Looking at Lu Xiu, who was sitting busy by the fire, Bai Yuyu couldn't help but feel a touch of warmth in his eyes. She felt that it was not bad to follow Lu Xiu like this. Lu Xiu was so kind to her and did not force her to give him a child right away. She could actually try to accept Lu Xiu. Trying to accept the survival laws of this world will not be worse than surviving alone. When Lu Xiu heard the movement behind him, he turned back to look at Bai Yuyu, smiled and waved to Bai Yuyu, and when Bai Yuyu came closer, he pointed to the fiery red fur put aside. He said with some guilt, "This is the fur of a fire fox. It's too hard to find. I wanted to find it to give you as a token of your marriage, but it took too long, and you lost it." Bai Yuyu followed Lu Xiu's line of sight, and her eyes immediately lit up. She saw a whole piece of soft fur spread flat on the ground. The whole thing was fiery red, flashing with gorgeous luster in the sunlight. Bai Yuyu fell in love with it at first sight. No woman would refuse such a piece of fur, especially in this world where it is difficult to see bright colors. Bai Yuyu walked around Lu Xiu in a few steps and came directly to the piece of fur. He touched it with his hand and found that it was soft and smooth. If it were made into clothes, it would be beautiful and comfortable to wear on the body. As soon as Lu Xiu saw Bai Yuyu's expression, he knew that she liked her very much. Although it was within his expectation, Lu Xiu finally breathed a sigh of relief after it was confirmed. In this world, males and females must send each other a pairing token before confirming their marriage. Once both parties are satisfied, they can find a wizard to preside over the marriage for them. As for the tribal orcs without wizards, they need to pray to the beast god themselves, and then form a partner. After making sure that Bai Yuyu was satisfied with the token he sent, Lu Xiu licked his lips, with a trace of struggle in his eyes. But when the peripheral vision fell on the scratches on Bai Yuyu's body, the hesitation in his heart disappeared without a trace in an instant. He stepped forward and grabbed Bai Yuyu's little hand, stared straight at Bai Yuyu and said, "Yuyo, we have already exchanged the couple's token. Then when will we become partners?" Bai Yuyu was touching the fur happily, thinking about how to use this fur to make beautiful clothes, when Lu Xiu suddenly caught her and asked her such a question. She was stunned at first, but when she came to her senses, she felt that her retribution had come. Just now, I was glad that Lu Xiu was not in a hurry to have a baby with her, but now the retribution is coming. Although Bai Yuyu has accepted her fate, she is still a little afraid of being asked to form a partner with Lu Xiu right away. It wasn't that he was afraid of Lu Xiu, but because of the big tent he saw that day, he was afraid that his small body wouldn't be able to withstand Lu Xiu's torment. Looking at the beautiful fur in his hand, Bai Yuyu's eyes flashed, and he raised his head and showed a pitiful expression to Lu Xiu. Said, "I don't know either. I don't even know when I will become an adult." Bai Yuyu is telling the truth. The orcs in this world have very long lifespans. Most of them can live to be more than 130 years old, so they are not considered adults until they are 20 years old. The female's adulthood is calculated according to the estrus period. When the estrus period arrives, she is considered to be an adult. Some females reach adulthood at the age of 16 or 17, while others do not reach adulthood until they are 23 or 14 years old. That's why Yu is really not sure when she will become an adult. Lu Xiu was not discouraged at all after hearing this. He just wanted to settle on this person now. As for the rest, he could wait. He touched Bai Yu's tender white face, with a hint of obsession in his eyes. He said somewhat flatteringly, "We can first pray and make a promise to this beast god and complete the marriage ceremony." As he spoke, he pulled Bai Yu's little hand and promised, "Don't worry, Yu, I can swear to the beast god that I will never mate with you before you reach adulthood. Can you partner with me first?" Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's expression, which was even more pitiful than hers, and felt a little blind. He secretly scolded Lu Xiu for being shameless, for the 2-meter-plus man actually imitated other people's coquettishness and cuteness and pretended to be pitiful. Finally looking at the fur in his hand, Bai Yu finally nodded in agreement. Although he knew what this meant, and although he knew that there would be no chance of regret after this nod, Bai Yu did do it of his own free will at this moment. When Lu Xiu saw Bai Yu nodding, his whole body became energetic, and the smile on his face never disappeared. He also treasures Bai Yu even more, and is afraid that Bai Yu will regret it if he doesn't do it well. At night, Lu Xiu first lit a relatively large fire more than 20 meters away from the cave, and then placed a treated beast, some wild fruits, and some water in front of the fire. Finally, Bai Yu was brought to the fire and asked to kneel in front of the fire with her, pray to the beast god together, make a vow to never betray, and pray for the beast god's blessing. Bai Yu was dumbfounded and prayed with Lu Xiu. After the so-called pairing ceremony was over, she still didn't come back to her senses. Is she considered married? Do all orcs get married so hastily? Why does it feel like eating and drinking is as easy as eating? Don't you even need to worship heaven and earth at the very least? Lu Xiu didn't know about Bai Yu's complaints. He would be very surprised if he knew, because people in this world believe in the beast god. To them, everything they have is given by the beast god. Anything that requires prayer and commitment to the beast god must be solemn and cannot be blasphemed. What Bai Yu thought was a hasty and simple ceremony was actually quite good in this world. Even the orcs from the big tribes couldn't offer such a big beast to the beast god when they got married. You must know that food is very precious, and what is dedicated to the beast god in this world belongs to the beast god and cannot be taken back and eaten. Those tribes' pairing ceremonies can be so generous, probably only when the clan leader gets married. The first thing Lu Xiu did when he brought Bai Yu back to the cave was to throw away the 2 big rocks on the stone bed. He has a partner now. Although he can't really do anything, he should be able to hug and kiss him. The more Lu Xiu thought about it, the more beautiful it became. He couldn't help but laugh out loud, but he didn't notice Bai Yu's incomprehensible expression when he looked at him. Bai Yu was hugged by Lu Xiu to sleep next, and from time to time, he would rub against her, kiss and hug her. At first, Bai Yu was a little nervous and ashamed, but she gradually got used to it. As long as Lu Xiu is treated as a big dog who plays tricks on her, all problems will be solved and all the discomfort will disappear. It's just that every time Lu Xiu takes advantage, he will feel uncomfortable for a while. Bai Yu doesn't understand what Lu Xiu is doing, but he just enjoys it. Now that Bai Yu has decided to live a good life with Lu Xiu, some of his own ideas have begun to be implemented. She had not been idle these days while Lu Xiu was hunting. She first knitted a sweater and trousers for herself, and then knitted a top for Lu Xiu. Later, she stopped because there was not enough fireweed, but Lu Xiu got a lot more for her, but she still had to dry them and then process them. The pots and pans at home are no longer as rough as before because Lu Xiu always covets her when he is free at night, so Bai Yu found something for him to do. For example, make the stone pot thinner, or use bamboo thicker than thighs to make several bamboo bowls. Bai Yu then used the remaining bamboo to make several simple bamboo baskets to sort some debris. However, Bai Yu will not be satisfied with just this. After all, she is a modern person who has received some higher education and is trying to live a comfortable and superior life. Under certain circumstances, one would not be willing to live in a cave like this for the rest of his life, and it would also be difficult to tolerate spending one's life sleeping in the open air with only the same food. But it's not the time to implement some plans yet. After all, it's winter, and he and Lu Xiu can't make something out of nothing right away. But some appetites can still be satisfied first. After Lu Xiu prepared enough food for the two of them to survive the winter, she began to let Lu Xiu take her outside, hoping to find more ingredients and improve the food for the two of them. Quality of life. The first thing Bai Yu thought of was black chestnuts, so she followed her memory and asked Lu Xiu to accompany her to get more. When they came to the black chestnut tree, Bai Yu pointed to the black chestnuts above and said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, these are the black chestnuts in the broth. Let's take some more back." Lu Xiu looked up when he heard this, and without any hesitation, he responded and ran directly up the black chestnut tree. Bai Yu looked at the speed at which Lu Xiu climbed the tree, and then thought about himself, only to feel that there was really no comparison between people. When Lu Xiu came down from the tree, a lot of black chestnuts had fallen on the ground. The two of them quickly filled the animal skin bag, and soon they filled a large bag. Lu Xiu turned his attention to another black chestnut tree and asked, "Yu, do you want to get some more?" Bai Yu thought for a while and nodded, replying, "Get another bag. Once cooked and dried, it can be eaten as a snack." Lu Xiu didn't know what the snacks were, so he didn't ask any questions and just turned around and ran up another tree. By the time I filled 2 large bags of black chestnuts, it was getting late. Lu Xiu and Bai Yu started walking back, but they deviated slightly from the route. Bai Yu still wanted to try his luck again and see if he could find something else to eat. "Lu Xiu, have you ever seen red fruits as long as your fingers? Or other things that look like they are edible?" Bai Yu thinks that instead of trying blindly, it is better to look for clues from Lu Xiu. After all, Lu Xiu is a native here. Even if he doesn't know the use of those things, he has at least seen them. After hearing this, Lu Xiu thought for a while and replied, "There are some red fruits, but I haven't seen the kind you mentioned." Bai Yu was not particularly disappointed when he heard this. After all, it was no longer the same world, and many animals and plants would naturally not be the same as before. After thinking for a while, he said, "Is there the kind of fruit you mentioned around here? If not, if you encounter something that looks edible when you go out in the future, can you bring it back and show it to me?" "Okay, I will pay attention to it in the future." Lu Xiu thought for a while and continued, "There are no red fruits like the ones you mentioned around here, but there is a green one." Bai Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this. The peppers were either red or green. Did he really encounter this? When she thought of this possibility, Bai Yu took Lu Xiu's hand and said eagerly, "Take me there quickly. Take me there quickly. I want to see it." Lu Xiu looked down at Bai Yu, who had an eager look on his face, with a helpless smile in his eyes, as if he couldn't do anything about you. He held Bai Yu up to his neck and rode him. He instantly transformed into a snake, rolled up the 2 big bags of black chestnuts with his tail, and ran quickly to the destination. Although Bai Yu is no longer so afraid of Lu Xiu's beast form, she was still startled by Lu Xiu's actions. She originally thought it would be difficult for her to sit still, but when Lu Xiu started running, she realized that she was firmly held by Lu Xiu's flesh, so there was no risk of falling. It didn't take long for Lu Xiu to take Bai Yu to the location of the fruit he mentioned. Bai Yu swallowed as he looked at the green fruit Lu Xiu mentioned. This thing has nothing to do with the pepper that Bai Yu originally thought of. If she read it correctly, this thing is more like okra. Okra is Bai Yu's favorite dish. She never expected that she would be so lucky. But she was not in a hurry to get it back. For the sake of safety, she picked one and put it in her hand for identification. Green sharp horn, non-toxic and edible, no side effects. Although the names are different, Bai Yu feels at ease as soon as he sees the words non-toxic and edible. Rather than calling it Qingjianjiao, Bai Yu prefers to call it okra. Bai Yu turned around with a joyful smile on her face and said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, this is okra, a particularly delicious vegetable. I want to take them all back. If you can't finish them, they will be dried in the sun. Eat it in winter." Although Lu Xiu couldn't understand some of Bai Yu's words, he could still understand that it was edible and something Bai Yu liked very much. As long as these 2 points were confirmed, Lu Xiu had nothing to disagree with. He nodded and followed Bai Yu into action. It's just that because no one has been picking the okra here, there is a large area. Lu Xiu and Bai Yu just can't take that much, and they don't have that much time. So I only got one bag first, thinking that I would get another bag tomorrow. But just when Lu Xiu and Bai Yu were about to leave, Lu Xiu suddenly pulled Bai Yu into his arms and turned his head to look coldly in one direction. First he let out a warning roar, and then said coldly, "Who is there? Come out." Seeing Lu Xiu's reaction, Bai Yu was a little nervous, so she carefully leaned into Lu Xiu's arms, seeking a sense of security. But Lu Xiu had been speaking out for a while, and Bai Yu didn't see anyone appear. Just when Bai Yu thought the person had run away, or Lu Xiu felt wrong, a young orc who was missing an arm came out with a little orc who was only 6 or 7 years old. The young orc held the little orc tightly, looking at Lu Xiu with guarded eyes, but when his eyes fell on Bai Yu, they were filled with shock. He was not shocked because Lu Xiu, a wandering orc, had a female, but because of the female's attitude towards Lu Xiu. When he felt that because he had been looking at Bai Yu for too long, the powerful wandering orc had the intention to attack him, he quickly looked away. He quickly said to Lu Xiu, "I am Mu Yi." Then he looked at the little orc he was pulling and continued, "This is my brother Mu'er. We are all wandering orcs and we don't mean any harm." Lu Xiu's expression did not soften when he heard this, and he said coldly, "You should be able to feel that this is my territory. Are you here to provoke me?" After hearing this, Mu Yi quickly shook his head and explained, "I didn't mean to bring my brother into your territory. It's just because my brother is still young and I only have one arm and my strength is limited. You can't take him with you when hunting. When we first came here, we felt that you were very powerful, so we wanted to find a place to stay on the edge of your territory, in order to have one more chance to survive." When Lu Xiu heard this, he glanced at the little orc. The little orc was frightened by Lu Xiu's eyes and took a step back. He was obviously a little afraid of strangers. Bai Yu noticed that the ears of the little orc still looked like beasts, and it looked like they had not yet completely transformed. This was a symbol of the ominous orcs in this world. The young orc seemed to have no difference except that he was missing an arm. Although Bai Yu sympathized with the little orc, she still needed Lu Xiu's protection. She had no position to sympathize with and help others, so she silently closed her mouth, but there was a hint of intolerance in her eyes. Naturally, this little change in her could not escape Lu Xiu, who had been paying attention to her. Lu Xiu raised his hand and touched Bai Yu's head, sighed softly, and said to the young orc, "Don't go closer inside, otherwise I won't be polite." After saying that, he turned into an animal shape and left with Bai Yu and several filled animal skin bags. After returning to the cave, Bai Yu forgot about the two brothers and began to deal with the black chestnuts and okra he brought back. Bai Yu first cooked some black chestnuts in a large stone pot, thinking that they would not be too hard if they were cooked first and then dried. The rest is spread directly next to the fire with the okra, and first try to see if it can be dried directly. After everything was done, Bai Yu cooked some okra, wanting to see if the okra in this world would taste any different. And Lu Xiu was not idle either. He had already begun to dig another cave to use as a kitchen. He would dig it next to the original cave and open up the caves on both sides. When winter comes, the original cave is sealed. For cooking and other things, you can go directly through the passage. Make an animal skin curtain for the passage, and just open it when you need ventilation. The new cave was going to have a window. Bai Yu taught Lu Xiu to make a stove like the one used in his grandfather's house in the countryside. Then he asked Lu Xiu to cut through a thick and long bamboo to make a chimney, so that there would be less oil smoke. Speaking of breaking through the bamboo, Bai Yu was impressed by Lu Xiu's operation. At that time, Lu Xiu only took a thinner piece of bamboo and patted the hole of the thicker one hard, and the thinner bamboo went straight through the thicker one. In that scene, Bai Yu felt like she was looking at Superman, her eyes shining brightly as she praised Lu Xiu fiercely. Her face was full of admiration and exclamation, and in the end, Lu Xiu couldn't help but hug her and chew her hard. Thinking about it now, Bai Yu still feels that her lips are a little numb. In this way, The two clearly divided their labors and began to prepare for the winter together. After the okra was cooked, Bai Yu tasted it first and felt relieved after finding that the taste was the same as in the original world. But when he gave Lu Xiu some to taste, Lu Xiu frowned and said that he couldn't eat this because it tasted weird. Bai Yu didn't force it after all. Not everyone likes okra. On the second day, Bai Yu and Lu Xiu went to a place with okra again, planning to get another bag, but not because she was the only one eating it after all. This time they didn't meet the two wandering orcs again, but Bai Yu found that there were some okra missing. It seems that the two people saw their actions and guessed that the food was edible, so they took some away. But Bai Yu didn't care. After all, it was wild. He and Lu Xiu couldn't finish such a large area. It didn't matter if others picked it. Lu Xiu didn't seem to have any unnecessary emotions, and he probably didn't care much. When the okra was almost done, Bai Yu asked Lu Xiu to take him to see other fruits or vegetables that might be edible. After walking to 2 places in a row, everything he encountered was inedible. Bai Yu was a little frustrated and there was only one appraisal left today. Just when Bai Yu thought that the god of luck would not favor her again today, her peripheral vision was attracted by a patch of green. She hesitated for a moment, then walked over. There were some green slender leaves growing on the ground, but what attracted Bai Yu was not these leaves, but the small red cone-shaped thing exposed under the leaves. Bai Yu's eyes brightened slightly. She swallowed, squatted down, and pulled out one with force. The soil here has never been renovated, so it is relatively rigid, and it is not easy for Bai Yu to pull it out. Just when Lu Xiu wanted to step forward to help, Bai Yu gave a fierce force, and the red cone-shaped thing finally broke out of the ground. Bai Yu also fell backwards due to excessive force. Fortunately, Lu Xiu kept paying attention to her and immediately caught her in his arms when he saw something was wrong. Otherwise, Bai Yu would definitely fall and hurt her ace. If she had encountered this situation before, Bai Yu might have felt a little embarrassed, but now Bai Yu only felt extremely excited and could not care about anything else. She didn't even need to identify it to be sure that it was definitely a carrot and definitely edible. The smell alone said it all. Picking up the red thing in his hand, he excitedly said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, Lu Xiu, we have fresh vegetables that can be stored. These are carrots, they are very sweet and delicious." Bai Yu is really happy. She has not found anything sweet in this world, but she loves sweets. Lu Xiu had given her 2 sweet fruits before, but then he asked Lu Xiu, and Lu Xiu said that the fruit had passed the season and was gone now. I was a little disappointed at first, but now I have carrots. This carrot not only tastes good, but also contains vitamin C and vitamin B, as well as many minerals needed by the human body, not to mention it can be preserved. How could she not be happy? Pushing away Lu Xiu, who was still hugging him, he said hurriedly, "Quick, quick, Lu Xiu, let's get all these back." Lu Xiu looked at the extremely excited person, smiled helplessly, and began to help pull out the carrots quickly. But because of the smell of okra, he didn't have much hope for this red dish. Lu Xiu was very fast, and it didn't take long for him to pull out a large piece. Seeing this, Bai Yu hurriedly said, "Lu Xiu, that's it. We can't take so much. Let's put these back first and come back with the others tomorrow." Lu Xiu looked at what he said and thought it made sense, so he nodded. As soon as he returned to the cave, Bai Yu couldn't wait to drive Lu Xiu into the cave and pointed to the deepest part of the cave. He said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, dig a cave here that can accommodate 2 fanged beasts. The entrance of the cave should not be too big, just enough to fit you in." Lu Xiu looked at the cave wall and asked with some confusion, "What to do?" "Make a cellar." Bai Yu was a little excited and said with a smile, "With the cellar, we can store some fresh and storable vegetables, fruits, and the like." As he spoke, he patted Lu Xiu's belly, put his hands on his waist proudly, and said with a smile, "I will find more food in the future and feed you until you are full." Lu Xiu was amused by Bai Yu's little appearance and laughed. He touched Bai Yu's furry head and moved slightly closer to Bai Yu. He whispered back, "Okay, I'll wait for you to feed me." Bai Yu didn't think anything at first after hearing this, but when she raised her head and met Lu Xiu's dark gaze, her face turned red. She glared at Lu Xiu fiercely, feeling that Lu Xiu was really getting worse and worse, teasing her whenever he found an opportunity. She stamped her feet in embarrassment, turned around and ran away, causing Lu Xiu to stand there laughing. Lu Xiu took advantage in his words and felt extremely happy in his heart. He just felt that the days were getting more and more promising. Although he is a little dull in some things, he also clearly feels that Bai Yu's attitude towards him is different now from before. I don't know why, so I can only attribute it to the fact that the two have become partners. He had to think more about whether Bai Yu would be closer to him when Bai Yu became an adult, and the two completed mating. The more he thought about it, the more he felt itchy, but Naiha didn't know when Bai Yu would reach adulthood, so he could only endure it and wait. Looking at the stone wall in front of him, he found the fangs of an animal and started digging the cellar Bai Yu mentioned. Although he didn't understand what storage of food had to do with the cellar, since Bai Yu said it, he just did it. It wasn't that difficult for him anyway. After Bai Yu came out of the cave, she still felt her face was a little hot. She took a few deep breaths to stop herself from thinking about those messy things. Putting his eyes on the animal skin bag containing carrots, he thought about it and decided to make braised pork for Lu Xiu to try. It has the sweetness of carrots, so even without sugar, the braised pork should not be too bad. Just do it if you think of it. The cave used for the kitchen has been dug, and the stove has been made with some clay and stones. However, time is still short, and Bai Yu doesn't dare to cook with it yet. So she still uses the temporary stove made of piled stones. Bai Yu first took a dozen carrots to the stone tank filled with water and cleaned them. After washing them, Bai Yu finally couldn't help but use the appraisal. After all, it's not the same world anymore. If you're not afraid of 10,000, just be afraid of the worst. If this thing just looks like a carrot but is actually poisonous, wouldn't you be doomed? At that time, Lu Xiu would be poisoned along with him. If there are no conditions, forget it, but she clearly has the conditions to determine whether this thing is poisonous. Anyway, this identification opportunity will be gone if she doesn't use it, so there is no need to save it. I recited the appraisal silently in my mind, and a line of small words appeared in front of my eyes. Red radish is non-toxic and edible, with no side effects. Although he had already guessed the result, Bai Yu was still very happy and had no intention of changing the name of carrot. She decided that if she met any other dishes in the future, as long as she knew them, she would still use her familiar name. After confirming, Bai Yu used a stone knife to dice the carrots and set them aside for later use. Then he took a piece of fat and thin pork belly and cut it into pieces. The piece of meat weighed at least 5 kilograms, so it was very difficult to cut. Every time Bai Yu cuts meat, she feels that it's so difficult. She really wants to own a kitchen knife, but unfortunately, she doesn't have the conditions now. It would be great if there were iron ores. Although she had never smelted iron, she still knew some of the principles. If she could find iron ore, she would have a chance to smelt the iron to make a kitchen knife. After everything was prepared, Bai Yu put the meat in a stone pot and boiled it to get out the blood and some fishy smell inside. Without seasonings like and garlic, she could only make do with this. Fortunately, this kind of lean meat was stronger and more flavorful than the meat she had eaten in her previous life, which could barely offset the lack of seasoning. When the meat in the pot was almost cooked, Bai Yu took out the meat with a spoon he made, and then used a spoon to get out all the remaining water. Although today's stone pots are much thinner, they are still not particularly convenient when cooking because they have no handles. The stone pot was relatively large and heavy. She couldn't lift it at all, so she had to use the most primitive and stupid method. People say that it is easier to move from frugality to luxury than from luxury to frugality, but it is absolutely true. People of her grandfather's generation used to use large iron pots in earthen stoves, which were actually similar to the stone pots she used now, but she was used to using the old woks, so she would find it a little inconvenient. After the stone pot was heated up a little, she put a little clean animal oil into it. The stone pot was not as strong and durable as the iron pot. If it was too hot, it would easily if you put anything in it, so every time she cooked, she didn't even dare to heat the stone pot too hot. After all the oil was drawn, she poured the cooked orcs in, and then began to stir with a spoon. Bai Yu didn't stop until the water vapor was fried and the dried meat was all oily. There was too much meat and it was a bit difficult to stir it up, and her arms were a little sore. When she felt it was almost done, she poured all the carrots in, then added a little salt, stirred a few times, and then covered the wooden pot lid that Lu Xiu had made for her. After everything was done, Bai Yu turned her attention to the bamboo tube containing salt, because recently a lot of meat needed rouge. Although not much salt was used, the salt had already bottomed out. She did know that there was salt in the sea, and she also knew that there was rock salt, but now she didn't know where to look for it, so she could only go out with Lu Xiu to exchange for some. But when she thought about Lu Xiu's situation, she became a little worried. She was worried that the orcs outside would bully Lu Xiu because he was a wandering orc. He was even more worried that Lu Xiu would be in trouble because of his existence. Even though Lu Xiu is strong, he can't beat four hands with one punch. Last time, Lu Xiu was injured when there were only a few people. What if there are more than a dozen or 20 people next time? The more Bai Yu thought about it, the heavier her heart became. But when her eyes fell on the fire grass spread on the ground, her eyes lit up and she suddenly thought of a way. Bai Yu looked at the stone pot and felt that it would still take a while before it was fully cooked, so she stood up and walked to the place where the fireweed was drying. I randomly selected some fireweed that looked almost dry and took it back to the stone pot. What she was going to make next didn't require much fireweed, so it didn't take her long to process. By the time the fireweed is finished, the braised pork in the pot is almost done. She collected the fireweed and put it aside before opening the lid of the pot. As soon as the lid of the pot was opened, a strong aroma hit his face. Even Bai Yu, who had eaten a lot of modern delicacies, swallowed greedily. She took out a spoon and stirred it up, and was about to ask Lu Xiu to come out to eat, but when she turned around, she saw Lu Xiu striding out of the cave. While walking, I asked, "Yu, what good stuff are you making? Why does it smell so good? I can smell the fragrance in it." Bai Yu gave Lu Xiu a funny look and replied, "Braised pork. I made a lot, you can eat more today." Lu Xiu hasn't eaten much in the past few days. At most, he only ate a little bit of what Bai Yu didn't finish. Even if he wanted to cook it for him, he said no. He has become accustomed to this eating pattern that lasts for several days. Although Bai Yu knew that this was the habit of snakes, after asking Lu Xiu, she learned that the snake-like orcs in those tribes usually ate with their females except when they were out for business. Therefore, she now wants Lu Xiu to be a normal person and slowly change Lu Xiu's eating habits. However, she cannot force some things and can only do it slowly. Bai Yu first served a bowl to Lu Xiu. After Lu Xiu finished eating, he asked, "How is it? Is this carrot delicious?" Lu Xiu quickly swallowed the food in his mouth and replied, "It's delicious, but this meat is better." After being treated like this, the taste is completely different. Lu Xiu was really surprised. He didn't have any hope for this carrot at first, but he didn't expect it to be so delicious. After cooking it with the meat became even more delicious. Bai Yu smiled when he heard this and said, "I will make more food in the future, and it will be different every day." As he spoke, he shook his head regretfully at Lu Xiu and continued, "It's a pity that you don't eat every day. You may not be able to eat some foods." When Lu Xiu heard this, he became anxious and said hurriedly, "I can help you eat whatever you can't finish." Bai Yu shook her head and replied with disapproval, "I won't do more cooking in the future. After all, food is so precious, it's not good to waste it." After hearing this, Lu Xiu's brows almost knitted together. He thought for a while and said, "Then can I eat with Yu from now on? You don't have to eat too much at each meal." As he spoke, he looked at the bowl as big as his head in his hand, thought for a moment, looked at Bai Yu cautiously and continued, "Just 3 or 4 bowls per meal will be enough." Seeing his pitiful look, Bai Yu almost couldn't hold back her laughter. He suppressed a smile and nodded to show that he understood. Then he served himself a bowl and first picked up a piece of red braised pork. The meat had been stewed until it was soft and tender. It trembled when he picked it up. Bai Yu put it into his mouth while it was still hot. He took the first bite of the meat and bit it gently with his teeth. The lower layer was fat meat, which was definitely fat but not greasy. The lower layer was lean meat. The meat was delicious. Instantly melts. I fell in love with it after just one bite. The carrots also tasted very good, and soon the two of them finished a pot of braised pork. However, Bai Yu only ate one bowl and couldn't finish it anymore, so Lu Xiu took care of the rest by himself. After eating, Bai Yu and Lu Xiu packed up the things hanging outside. The mushrooms are almost dry now, and Bai Yu has sorted them all into a bamboo basket, but there are not many mushrooms left after drying. It was still early for the okra and black chestnuts to dry up, so Bai Yu ignored them, leaving only fish and radishes. The radish is still in the animal skin bag, so you can just carry it into the cave. The fish must also be taken back, and some animal meat that has not yet been dried must also be taken back. Bai Yu thought for a while, then asked Lu Xiu to move all the meat to the cave that was used as the kitchen and hang it up. Then he lit the fire on the stove. While the stove was burning, he could also smoke the meat. This seems to be how smoked meat used to be made. Even if you can't get the flavor of smoked meat, the high temperature in the cave should be able to speed up the drying of the meat. But this way, the firewood prepared by Lu Xiu for the winter might not be enough. After hearing this, Lu Xiu waved his hands indifferently, saying that there was plenty of dry firewood, and as long as it wasn't winter yet, he could do anything. Then he hung the meat into the kitchen according to Bai Qiqi's request and lit the fire in the stove. After doing this, Lu Xiu went to dig his stone cellar again. But Bai Qiqi sat on the stone bed with a newly processed fireweed. First, she connected all the processed threads into a ball, then took out 2 crochet hooks and started knitting what she wanted. When Lu Xiu dug the stone cellar and came to see Bai Qiqi, he saw Bai Qiqi making gestures with a small object. Yu, what is this? Lu Xiu stepped forward curiously and looked at the thing in Bai Yu's hand, but he couldn't see what it was used for. Bai Yu waved to Lu Xiu and said with a smile, "Come over and sit down." Lu Xiu didn't hesitate after hearing this and sat directly next to Bai Yu. As soon as Lu Xiu sat down, Bai Yu picked up the thing in his hand and blocked Lu Xiu's red eye, then tied a knot in the back. After Lu Xiu realized what Bai Yu was doing, his whole body froze and his mood instantly dropped. Bai Yu was concentrating on admiring his work at this time and didn't notice anything unusual about Lu Xiu at all. Instead, he said enthusiastically, "Lu Xiu, this is the blindfold I made for you. You can wear it when you go out in the future so that others will not bully and attack you." When Bai Yu finished speaking but got no response from Lu Xiu, he realized that something seemed wrong with Lu Xiu. Then he asked with some confusion, "Lu Xiu, what's wrong with you? Why do you feel a little unhappy?" Lu Xiu raised his hand and pulled off the blindfold that Bai Yu put on him. He looked at Bai Yu sadly and pursed his lips tightly. After a while, Bai asked, "Yu, do you dislike me? Do you dislike me for being an unknown orc?" Bai Yu was a little confused after hearing this, and didn't understand why Lu Xiu had such an idea. She just didn't want Lu Xiu to be treated unfairly, and she just wanted Lu Xiu to not be viewed differently by others. In this world, even a disabled orc has a higher status than an ominous orc, so she wanted Lu Xiu to make up one-eyed. This way at least you won't be targeted when changing the salt. Bai Yu thought about it carefully and realized that Lu Xiu probably misunderstood her meaning. Lu Xiu had received too many looks and treatment since he was a child because of his abnormal eyes, so he naturally became more sensitive. She suddenly made a blindfold and asked Lu Xiu to wear it. Lu Xiu would inevitably think more about it. Thinking of this, Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu with a hint of distress in her eyes. After thinking about it, he moved to Lu Xiu's side, endured shyness, and put his hand on Lu Xiu's neck, pulled Lu Xiu down a little, then raised his head and kissed his eye with a red pupil gently. Lu Xiu was shocked by Bai Yu's actions, and the original dimness in his eyes was instantly replaced by other emotions. He lowered his head slightly and looked at the blushing Bai Yu, opened his mouth, and finally said, "Yu, don't you feel terrible?" "No way." Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu, his eyes unavoidable, with a hint of admiration. He raised his hand and touched Lu Xiu's red eye and said with admiration, "It's very beautiful, just like a ruby." Bai Yu was telling the truth, not to comfort Lu Xiu. She really felt that Lu Xiu's strange eyes were very beautiful and had a kind of enchanting beauty. Although Lu Xiu didn't know what ruby was, Bai Yu was praising him. His eyes lit up, and the low mood just now disappeared instantly. He looked at the blindfold in his hand and asked, "Then why does Yo-Yo do this for me?" Bai Yu let out a frustrated cry when she heard this, and replied, "We are almost out of salt. Didn't you say that the next exchange day is coming soon? If you wear this by then, we will definitely be able to exchange for more salt." As he spoke, he pulled Lu Xiu's arm and said coquettishly, "I want to take a look too. Can you take me with you then?" Lu Xiu wanted to refuse. He was afraid that the orcs from those tribes would steal Bai Yu after they found out that he was an ominous orc. But when his eyes fell on Bai Yu's expectant face, he still nodded softly. Seeing that Lu Xiu agreed, Bai Yu happily hugged Lu Xiu and kissed her. But when she was about to leave, she was pulled into his arms, and the next moment she was pressed down on the stone bed. Lu Xiu swallowed hard, looking at Bai Yu with a hint of wildness in his strange-colored pupils. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu blankly, feeling that Lu Xiu at this time looked like a hunter sizing up his prey and thinking about how to eat it. Bai Yu was just thinking when she heard Lu Xiu say, "Yo, you seem to have gained a little weight. But when will you become an adult?" Bai Yu was stunned after hearing this, and cursed in her heart that Lu Xiu would really cooperate with her ideas. Just when she thought Lu Xiu wanted to eat her, Lu Xiu immediately told her that he really wanted to eat her. He rolled his eyes at Lu Xiu and thought, "You might as well just ask me when I'm in heat." But with an innocent expression on his face, he replied, "I don't know. Maybe it will take another year or two." After hearing this, Lu Xiu shivered. He turned over pitifully and fell asleep next to Bai Yu, then put Bai Yu into his arms. She said dully, "Yu, when you become an adult, you have to make it up to me." Bai Yu really wanted to shut Lu Xiu's mouth, so couldn't he change the topic? Now she just hopes that she can become an adult later. If she can delay it for a day, she is already a little timid just looking at Lu Xiu's hungry look. Thinking about what she accidentally saw that day, she became even more frightened. Ashamed to answer this question, Bai Yu chose to sleep directly. He lowered his head and skillfully shrank into Lu Xiu's arms, pretending that he didn't hear anything. Although Lu Xiu didn't get an answer, he didn't feel disappointed at all. He lowered his head and looked at the person in his arms, his eyes full of satisfied smiles. After kissing the hair on Bai Yu's head, she hugged Bai Yu and fell asleep together. The stone cellar that Lu Xiu had just dug, and Bai Yu's treasured carrots, were now alone and forgotten in the world, and no one could remember them. Bai Yu didn't think about the stone cellar until she woke up the next day. She followed Lu Xiu to the entrance of the stone cellar. She looked inside and found that it was larger than she requested, so she asked Lu Xiu to put all the carrots he brought back in. Then, after thinking about it, he asked Lu Xiu to put some black chestnuts in. As for okra, there is no need. There is no other way to store this vegetable except drying it. Finally, Lu Xiu was asked to make a wooden door, while he found some hay and wove a thick straw mat that was larger than the hole. In this way, with the double protection of the straw mat and the wooden board, the ceiling effect should not be too bad. After doing this, Bai Yu was free because Lu Xiu had to get more firewood for her to spend the winter, so he wouldn't be able to take her out in the next few days. Bai Yu was leisurely and began to prepare quilts and clothes for himself and Lu Xiu for the winter. There was no such thing as cotton, but luckily Lu Xiu got her a lot of bird feathers, which were enough to make a quilt. There is no need to make it exquisite. She just needs to stuff it into the animal skin that Lu Xiu has treated for her and then sew it up with bone needles. The hide was very strong, and it was actually quite laborious for her to sew it. It took a whole day to sew a quilt, but Bai Yu was already satisfied with the speed. The next step is to start making clothes for herself. Bai Yu has already been coveting the red fox fur. Now that she was finally free, she naturally wanted to study it carefully. The foxes in this world are much bigger than the foxes Bai Yu knew before. I don't know if it's just this breed that's big, or if all foxes are this big. Just looking at this piece of fox skin, this fox is probably much bigger than a golden retriever. Even so, this piece of fur cannot be used to make anything big, only a small coat. But even so, Bai Yuyu still likes it very much. Fortunately, Bai Yuyu's craftsmanship is good. Although she has never cut clothes before, she still knows some common sense. There was only one piece of fabric, and she didn't dare to mess around with it, so she first found a piece of animal skin used to make an animal skin bag for experimentation. Until she felt it was almost done, she called Lu Xiu and asked her to follow the line she drew on the back of the animal skin and use a stone knife to help her cut it. Her strength is too small, so cutting the hide is really difficult. Lu Xiu looked at the lines drawn by Bai Yuyu and asked curiously, "Yuyu, wouldn't it be broken if you make it into small pieces? How can you make a leather skirt?" Bai Yuyu smiled when he heard this and said mysteriously, "I don't want to make a leather skirt. I want to make a coat." He waved his hand and asked Lu Xiu to get it for him quickly, and explained, "You will know when I finish it. Don't ask yet." Although Lu Xiu was still a little curious about what a coat was, seeing that Bai Yuyu didn't want to talk about it now, he stopped asking and started working honestly. After everything is done and the coat is made, Bai Yuyu has to make a lining for the coat, otherwise it will be uncomfortable to wear. So, I found another piece of white, relatively thin, but very soft animal skin to use as the lining. By the time the dress was finished, it was already 3 days later. Bai Yuyu excitedly walked up to Lu Xiu, wearing the first long-sleeve jacket she made by herself. Asked, "How is it? Does it look good?" Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu, who was dressed in fiery red, his eyes straightened, his heart began to beat crazily again, and he felt that incomprehensible feeling again. Under the sun, the girl has thick seaweed hair, slightly curly, curved willow eyebrows, fair and flawless skin with a hint of red, and thin lips as delicate as rose petals. The long eyelashes trembled slightly, and the clear and bright pupils were looking at him with joy at this moment. Lu Xiu had never seen a more beautiful and fair little female than Bai Yuyu. He had seen many females before on exchange days. Although the females are delicate and weak compared to the males, they are not as fair and delicate as Bai Yuyu. When I first met Bai Yuyu, she was in a mess, her face was not good, and she was very thin. She looked like a little female of 15 or 16 years old. But now that he has raised her for a while, she has gained some flesh and her complexion has improved. The whole person's condition has become different from before. It looks like a ripe peach, which makes people can't wait to pick it and taste it. Lu Xiu clenched his fists and tried to suppress his eager desire. Seeing Bai Yuyu nodded, it was the first time he saw this kind of clothing, and he felt it was more beautiful than the animal skin skirts in the most prosperous tribes. Especially when worn on Bai Yuyu, it looks even better. His little female is indeed the most beautiful, has the most skillful hands, and the smartest brain. Seeing that Bai Yuyu was still waiting for his answer, Lu Xiu quickly recovered his mind and replied seriously, "She's very beautiful. Yuyu is the prettiest. She looks good in anything she wears." When Bai Yuyu heard this, she glared at Lu Xiu and said, "You will say nice things to coax me." After saying that, she snorted and ran back into the cave in a hurry. She looked like she was angry, but her brisk pace betrayed her happiness. Lu Xiu reluctantly watched the red figure slowly disappear from his sight, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, lowered his head, and continued to process the firewood he brought back. Bai Yuyu's face was still a little red after she returned to the cave. Lu Xiu's gaze at her was too direct, which made her feel a little hot. Bai Yuyu, who was only focused on complaining about Lu Xiu, didn't notice the different beating speed of his heart. He also didn't notice that his current behavior was very much like an ignorant girl in love. She laid her eyes on a piece of black long-haired animal skin. She felt that she had some experience making clothes now, so she wanted to make Lu Xiu a coat. He opened the piece of animal skin and looked at it. Fortunately, it was big enough to make Lu Xiu a coat without any problem. 2 more days passed in the blink of an eye, and the clothes for Lu Xiu were not yet finished. Lu Xiu informed her that the last exchange day before winter was coming, and it was time for them to set off. Bai Yu looked at the food and some belongings in the cave, and asked with some worry, "Lu Xiu, we just left like this. No one is looking after the house. Will it be stolen?" Lu Xiu smiled when he heard this and pushed a stone weighing several hundred kilograms to the entrance of the cave. Said, It was stolen by other stray orcs before, but then I followed the smell and went to find them and beat them up until I didn't dare to do it anymore." He raised his head proudly and continued, "From then on, no other wandering orcs dared to come to my land." Bai Yu felt a little funny when she saw Lu Xiu's complacent look, but still asked, "Then people from other tribes won't come either?"
Won't.
Lu Xiu shook his head, his complacent look disappeared instantly, and he looked at Bai Yu cautiously. Answer: The orcs in those tribes think we are ominous, so they are unwilling to have more contact with us, let alone come to our territory. Bai Yu noticed the change in Lu Xiu's expression and secretly cursed futile ideas in his heart for killing people. His ignorance was so hateful, but he remained calm on the surface. He replied with a smile, "That's good, then I don't have to worry about the food being stolen." Then he looked at Lu Xiu, who was empty-handed, and asked, "Don't you bring anything? What should we exchange for salt?" "There is a place not far from the exchange place where you can hunt, but there is a snake there called a rhinoceros python that is very difficult to get around and likes to attack outsiders. So many orcs are not willing to go to that area." As he spoke, Lu Xiu saw that Bai Yu's expression was a little stiff, as if he was frightened, and quickly comforted him. "Don't be afraid, Yu. I've been going there for several years. I am a snake orc, and the rhinoceros python will not attack me on its own initiative. I just need to find a lone one, and I can take it away soon. And I have a secret cave there. There is a very bad smell in that place. All snakes that are not enlightened dare not go there. Even I will feel a little uncomfortable there. If you hide there then, nothing will happen." Although Bai Yu is no longer afraid of Lu Xiu's beast form, he still has an instinctive fear of other snakes. The main reason why she is not afraid of Lu Xiu is because she knows that Lu Xiu will not hurt her. Bai Yu originally flinched when she heard there was a python, but after hearing the next words, she immediately became interested. The first thing that comes to mind for snakes to be afraid of is sulfur. Sulfur is a good thing. It can repel insects, can relieve itching when used externally, and is also useful for some skin diseases. It seems to have aphrodisiac properties. Thinking of this, Bai Yu secretly glanced at Lu Xiu, who was standing next to him, and thought, "This effect must not be known to Lu Xiu. Absolutely not." Male animals have been more concerned about this aspect since ancient times, and she was not sure whether Lu Xiu would be interested. By the way, how long does it take for snakes to mate? Bai Yu suddenly thought of this question inexplicably, and her expression froze instantly. Lu Xiu naturally discovered Bai Yu's abnormality and thought Bai Yu was still afraid of the rhinoceros and python. He immediately lowered his head, looked at Bai Yu and said, "Yu, if you are really scared, we won't go, and I will think of other ways." The big head that suddenly came closer recalled Bai Yu's thoughts, and she blinked in embarrassment. Replied, "No, I really want to see the cave you mentioned." Bai Yu looked at the tall man in front of her and felt that there was something wrong with her thinking. Although Lu Xiu is a snake-like beast man, he is still a human. Although it's a bit astonishing, there's only one there. How can it be the same as a real snake? Besides, is it too early for her to think about this now? Is this what those girls call adolescent restlessness? She secretly cursed Lu Xiu in her heart for leading her astray. Lu Xiu must have been mumbling in her ears about mating and mating every day, which made her become so thought-provoking.
Right.
That must be it. Bai Yu squeezed her little fists and forced herself not to think about the things that are and are not. As a young daughter, I always think about those things and feel ashamed. He glared at Lu Xiu secretly, then turned around and walked away. Lu Xiu, who stayed there, was a little confused and didn't understand what he had done to offend Bai Yu. Not daring to stay any longer, I quickly caught up with the last bit of salt I had left. As soon as he reached Bai Yu, he picked him up.
Ah!
Bai Yu was startled and screamed, "What are you doing? I can leave by myself."
Ha!
Are you sure? Lu Xiu hugged the person and laughed, but his steps did not stop. Replied, "With yo-yo speed, by the time we get to the exchange place, the exchange day may have already passed. My beast form is faster." As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, the next moment he put the remaining salt into Bai Yu's hand, and then transformed directly into the beast form. The arms that were originally holding Bai Yu turned into snake tails in an instant. Before Bai Yu could speak, he was sent to the snake's neck by snake tails to sit down. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yu felt that she was riding a high-speed train, and the surrounding trees passed by her eyes in an instant. She did not dare to sit too straight, so she could only lie on Lu Xiu's snake. It wasn't that she was afraid of falling, but the wind was too strong, and she couldn't bear it. Fortunately, I wore thick enough. Otherwise, I would have been cold to death if I wasn't blown to death by the wind. It didn't take long for Bai Yu to start to feel drowsy. Lu Xiu, who had been paying attention to Bai Yu, noticed this situation immediately and slowed down slightly so that Bai Yu could sleep more smoothly. When Bai Yu woke up, she found that she was being held by Lu Xiu, and in front of her was a fire with a sheep-like animal roasting on it. Bai Yu felt a little embarrassed, feeling like a loser, either eating or sleeping, unable to do anything, and had to be taken care of by Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu didn't know what Bai Yu was thinking now. When he saw Bai Yu woke up, he immediately laughed. Said, "Yu, you sleep so soundly. I made such a big noise just now without waking you up." Lu Xiu didn't notice Bai Yu's somewhat stiff expression at all, and cheerfully pointed to Bai Yu the things roasting on the fire. He continued, "This is the Duda beast. Even though it is so small, it tastes so good. It is a rare delicacy. I was lucky enough to meet it today. It happened to have a leg injury, otherwise I would not necessarily I can catch it." After hearing this, Bai Yu forgot even the initial embarrassment. Somewhat surprised, he said, "No way? You can't catch it at such a fast speed, so how fast is it?" "Very fast." Lu Xiu turned the Duda beast over and said, "Its speed is the fastest I have ever seen. Generally, you can only hear its cry, but not its figure." As he spoke, he suddenly chuckled, looked at Bai Yu and continued, "I know it's delicious because I encountered it during a hunting trip and trapped myself in a mountain crevice. I got a big deal." Bai Yu didn't expect there to be such a story and said with a smile, "It couldn't be that it was too fast and didn't stop the car." Lu Xiu also laughed after hearing this. He replied, "Maybe so. Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone who has caught it by his own ability. Those who have been lucky enough to eat it are almost the same as me. Either he fell into a swamp when he encountered it, or he got caught in a mountain crevice, or like this one, he injured his leg somehow. Then it's not very smart." Just for a while, the aroma of the Duda beast's meat began to waft out, and Bai Yu looked at the meat that was beginning to sizzle and become oily. Some curiously asked, "Why is it called Digimon? It's so fast, why isn't it called a wind beast or something like that?" Lu Xiu thought for a while and said with some uncertainty, "Maybe it's because it keeps beeping, beeping."
Oh.
"That's it. When can we eat it? It tastes so good."
Soon.
As soon as Lu Xiu answered 2 words, his expression suddenly became serious, and his arms around Bai Yu tightened. Bai Yu felt the change in Lu Xiu for the first time and asked quickly, "What's wrong?" "Other orcs are coming." Lu Xiu looked straight in one direction, as if waiting for something, but his expression was ugly. Bai Yu was shocked when she heard this, and became a little worried when she saw Lu Xiu preparing for battle. After thinking about it, he took out the eye patch he made for Lu Xiu and put it on directly, without asking Lu Xiu for his opinion. Lu Xiu didn't mean to refuse, and he didn't even move much. The next moment, 5 orcs appeared in front of Bai Yu. They were all about the same height and size. The eldest one looks about 40 years old, and the youngest one looks about the same as Lu Xiu, probably only in his 20s. When they appeared, the first thing they looked at was not Lu Xiu and Bai Yu, but the Duda beast being roasted on the fire. The youngest orc swallowed, obviously greedy. After confirming that it was indeed a Duda beast, he raised his eyes and looked at Lu Xiu and Bai Yu. When his eyes fell on Bai Yu, his eyes brightened significantly, and his swallowing movements became more obvious. Bai Yu felt a little sticky and disgusted when she was looked at like this. She turned her head and hid herself directly in Lu Xiu's arms. She didn't know why, although Lu Xiu sometimes looked at her with more explicit eyes than this, as if he wanted to eat her, but she had never felt this disgusting. But she didn't have the mind to think about it now. She always felt that she was going to get Lu Xiu into trouble. Lu Xiu naturally saw the malicious look in the young man's eyes and hugged Bai Yu tighter. Looking at those people, there was no warmth in the exposed eye. He asked in a cold voice, "What's wrong with you?" The young orc heard this, but had no intention of speaking, as if talking to Lu Xiu would cost him more. He raised his chin at the oldest orc and motioned for him to talk to Lu Xiu. After receiving the instruction, the orc did not dare to neglect it all, and directly stepped forward and said to Lu Xiu, "I am Li Yi, and this is Yi Shi, the young leader of our lion tribe. Our young patriarch has taken a liking to your beast. You'd better be wise and give it to him obediently. If our young patriarch is happy, he might even be able to give you some benefits." His tone was arrogant and his attitude was casual. He obviously didn't take Lu Xiu, a one-eyed disabled orc, into consideration. Lu Xiu almost laughed out of anger and wanted to rush up and beat these people up, but when his eyes turned to Bai Yu in his arms, there was a sign of struggle in his eyes. Lu Xiu's attitude was frightening in the eyes of those people, and they looked down upon Lu Xiu even more. Bai Yu's face turned red with anger after hearing what the man named Li Yi said. He raised his head and pointed at Li Yi and said angrily, "This is our food. Why should I give it to you? You are committing robbery." Only then did Nali notice Bai Yu's appearance, and there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. Before he answered, he heard the young patriarch Yi Shi suddenly say, "Robber? I'm not just interested in this beast." Yi Shi licked his lips as he spoke, his eyes staring straight at Bai Yu, full of greed. He laughed sinisterly and continued, "In addition to this beast, I also want a little female like you. A disabled orc like him who is blind in one eye is not worthy of having such a beautiful little female like you." As soon as Yi Shi finished speaking, Lu Xiu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly turned into a beast shape, and the heterochromatic pupils that were originally covered were revealed. When those few people saw the scene, they were shocked at first, and then they looked disgusted and disgusted. When Yi Shi saw the scene, he was also shocked. He quickly said to those people, "He turned out to be an ominous orc. He must have snatched this little female. Come with me, kill this ominous thing, and the little female from me." Bai Yu didn't expect that the scene would turn out like this, and her face turned pale with fright. He quickly said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, let's run quickly. We don't want that beast anymore. As long as you run, they can't catch you." But Lu Xiu didn't reply. Instead, he put her on a tree with his tail. After making sure that she wouldn't fall, he rushed towards the orcs without looking back. "Lu Xiu, what are you doing? Come back." When Bai Yu saw Lu Xiu like that, she knew that Lu Xiu was angry. She didn't understand why Lu Xiu suddenly became so angry when he was fine just now. There were 5 young and strong orcs there, and there was also a young tribe leader inside. He could tell with his toes that the orcs who could accompany such people were definitely not weak. She was now afraid that Lu Xiu would suffer because of his impulse. At this moment, Lu Xiu couldn't listen to Bai Yu's persuasion at all. His strange-colored vertical pupils were icy cold, without any warmth, only with murderous intent. He attacked the orcs mercilessly. Those orcs didn't expect Lu Xiu to take action as soon as he said it. They were a little surprised, and then they all turned into beast forms and blocked the young patriarch named Yi Shi behind them. The animal shapes of several people are all lions, but they are much bigger than the lions Bai Yu has ever seen. Seeing Lu Xiu being surrounded by several people, Bai Yu's heart was beating nervously, but she tightly closed her mouth and did not dare to make any more noise, for fear that it would affect Lu Xiu's concentration on the enemy. It seemed that those orcs often fought against the enemy together. They cooperated very well, and Lu Xiu was unable to break out of the encirclement for a while. Just when Bai Yu was so nervous that he almost forgot to breathe, Lu Xiu seized an opportunity, used his snake tail to roll up an unprepared orc, and threw him directly towards the position of their young clan leader. The young patriarch didn't turn into a beast at all, and he didn't pay attention to Lu Xiu at all. He had no time to dodge. Lu Xiu's strength was extremely strong. If this was achieved, the young patriarch would probably have to lie in bed for several months. Seeing this situation, Li didn't care about cooperating with the other people at all, and hurriedly went to defend Yishur. Although he blocked it in time, he took all the damage. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and when he looked down at his caught partner, he saw that he was already unconscious. But at this time, Lu Xiu didn't stop at all. He took advantage of this opportunity and quickly killed the 2 remaining orcs. Li Yi didn't expect that Lu Xiu would directly kill people, and he blocked Yishur behind him in horror. He said angrily, "How dare you kill the warriors of my lion tribe? Aren't you afraid that our lion tribe will hunt you down?" After hearing this, Lu Xiu looked at Li Yi coldly. His tone was cold, without any fear. Replied, "You want to kill me? Why do you think I will let you go? Not only them, you must die too." Li Yi's expression changed when he heard this. He knew that he might be in trouble this time, but he didn't expect that this wandering orc would be so strong. It's not a big deal if he dies, but if Yishur dies here today, his relatives left in the tribe will not have a good life. At this time, Yishur was already scared out of his wits. He had been used to being domineering in this area since he was a child, and he had never encountered anyone who dared to resist him. "Not only did I meet him today, I also met a murderous god who would kill people if he disagreed with me." He hid behind Li Yi, holding back his fear, and said to Lu Xiu, "You have to think clearly. I am the young clan leader of the lion tribe. If you kill me, my father will use the strength of the entire clan to kill you." Having said this, he seemed to have some confidence, raised his chin, and continued, "If you stop now, I will pretend that what happened today never happened."
Oh.
Lu Xiu sneered after hearing this. He said coldly, "Do you think I can live to this age just because of luck? If I let you go like this today, I will have a steady stream of troubles. Killing you and silencing them is the simplest and safest way to deal with it." Yishur didn't expect Lu Xiu to be so decisive, and the confidence he had just disappeared instantly. Although he was an adult, he had always been well protected and had never encountered any danger. He didn't expect that he would just go out for a hunt today because he smelled the scent of the doo-doo beast and wanted to grab some food, but he would encounter an evil star like Lu Xiu. His face turned pale, and when Lu Xiu got closer and was about to continue attacking him and Li Yi, his eyes suddenly turned to Bai Yuyu sitting on the tree. The next moment, he directly transformed into the beast form, winked at Li Yi, and signaled Li Yi to help him hold Lu Xiu down, and then quickly rushed towards Bai Yuyu. Only then did he remember that the reason why Lu Xiu went crazy suddenly was because she said she wanted to his little female. As long as this little female is held in his hands as a hostage, this wandering orc will definitely take action. When Yishur made a move, Lu Xiu noticed his thoughts, and the murderous intent in his eyes became even stronger. He didn't care about Li Yi's attack at all, and rushed towards Yishur quickly. Li Yi wanted to stop him, only to realize that his speed could not catch up with Lu Xiu. In addition, Lu Xiu had just injured his abdominal cavity, and he was already at the end of his strength and could not stop him at all. When he caught up, Yishur had already been bitten by Lu Xiu's hind leg, and he swung it hard enough to hit him again. There was just a bang sound, and dust flew into the air. Yishur and 1 or 2 big lions lay dying on the ground, vomiting blood. "You can't kill me. I am the young leader of the lion tribe. If I die, our entire lion tribe will not let you go." Yishur stepped back with difficulty, his eyes full of fear. He knew that he probably wouldn't survive, but he still wanted to make a final struggle. Lu Xiu had no intention of talking nonsense to him anymore, and directly slapped them on the head with his tail, very quickly, using 100% of his strength. Just hearing a few bang-bangs, the 5 people who came to cause trouble were no longer alive, and after they died, their bodies all returned to their humanoid appearance. After making sure that several people were dead, Lu Xiu returned to his human form, and as a habit, he stepped forward and scraped away everything on their bodies. Apart from a pinch of salt, there was nothing that Lu Xiu could like. After finishing everything, Lu Xiu turned to look at Bai Yuyu, who was sitting on the tree and was already a little scared. Bai Yuyu's heart skipped a beat when she met Lu Xiu's gaze. She wasn't scared, but was intimidated by the aura on his body. Even though Lu Xiu quickly retracted that killing aura, Bai Yuyu had Lu Xiu at that moment engraved in his heart. Lu Xiu looked at the corpse on the ground, and then at Bai Yuyu, whose expression was changing, feeling a little nervous and a little scared. He was afraid that Bai Yuyu would be afraid of him and avoid her after seeing his ruthless side, and even more afraid that she would not want him. He slowly walked to the tree where Bai Yuyu was sitting, looked up at Bai Yuyu, pursed his lips, and stretched out his arms nervously. He said to the person who was still sitting on it, "Yuyo, I will catch you, can you jump down?" There was a cautious pleading in his tone, and his whole body tensed up, waiting for Bai Yuyu to make a choice. If Bai Yuyu rejects him because of this incident, or even wants to stay away from him again, he really doesn't know if he'll do something terrible. But he is sure, very sure, that he will never let him go unless he dies. Bai Yuyu didn't know how much meaning Lu Xiu contained in this seemingly simple sentence. She looked down. Although it was quite high from the ground, there was a person standing there, and she didn't feel the least bit scared. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, she jumped down from above without much hesitation, and the next moment she fell into a completely warm embrace. Lu Xiu hugged the person into his arms, but did not let go. He was already prepared to be feared and hated, but he didn't expect that the person in his arms seemed to be indifferent to his vicious side. He lowered his head and rubbed Bai Yuyu's furry head and asked hoarsely, "Yuyo, aren't you afraid of me?" "Don't be afraid." Bai Yuyu was suddenly asked this kind of question, and she answered it directly before she had time to think about it. After the words were spoken, she realized something was wrong with her. Yes. She was obviously petrified after seeing such a bloody scene. Why was she not afraid of the instigator? She even looked at the person in a daze just now. This would have been absolutely impossible to happen before. What happened to her?
Sick?
Lu Xiu finally relaxed a little after hearing Bai Yuyu's answer. When he looked up, he found that Bai Yuyu's expression was a little dazed and a little tangled. Seeing Bai Yuyu's expression, Lu Xiu's relaxed nerves immediately became tense again. He thought that Bai Yuyu was actually afraid, but because she was too afraid, she didn't dare to show it to him. His eyes darkened, and after thinking for a while, he cautiously coaxed, "Yuyo, don't be afraid of me. I don't like killing people, I just want to survive. I just don't want to lose you." Bai Yuyu was pulled out of her thoughts by Lu Xiu's words, knowing that Lu Xiu might have misunderstood something. She should have known a long time ago that a wandering orc like Lu Xiu couldn't be a harmless little white flower. The living environment of this world and his identity as a wandering orc would not allow him to be innocent and harmless. And the reason why I didn't see Lu Xiu's fierce side until now is entirely because Lu Xiu put away all his sharpness in front of him. Seeing Lu Xiu's expression getting stiffer and stiffer, Bai Yuyu quickly retracted his thoughts and replied, "I'm really not afraid of you." She seemed to be a little confused about how to express it, but she actually hadn't figured it out yet. Then he continued directly, "I don't know why. I should be afraid, but I'm just not afraid of you. Maybe it's because you're so nice." Speaking of this, Bai Yuyu felt that this was probably what happened to him, so he nodded affirmatively, indicating that he was telling the truth. Lu Xiu didn't expect such an answer. Looking at Bai Yuyu's serious look, his hands felt a little itchy. He clenched his fists and endured the itching in his heart. His eyes flashed slightly, and he felt that now was a good opportunity to confess. He lowered his head, showing a guilty conscience that he had done something wrong, and said to Bai Yuyu, "Yuyo, actually I lied to you about something."
Ah?
Bai Yuyu didn't understand why the topic changed so quickly, and she also wondered what Lu Xiu had lied to her. Then he asked curiously, "What's the matter?" "I told you last time that I only injured a few people with my skills, but I was actually lying to you," Lu Xiu said as he secretly looked at Bai Yuyu's expression and saw that she didn't look angry. Then he mustered up the courage to continue. "Actually, I didn't survive that time just like this time. I don't want others to know your existence. I'm afraid someone will rob you from me. I am even more afraid that you will dislike me as a wandering orc and would rather live in a tribe with other orcs. I'm afraid I can't keep you." Lu Xiu didn't say this just to coax Bai Yuyu. He was really afraid. From the first time he saw Bai Yuyu, he recognized Bai Yuyu. However, his identity made him feel inferior, frustrated, and afraid. He was afraid that Bai Yu would be like the females of other tribes, who fell into the hands of wandering orcs and directly wanted to die because of too much fear. Or they're trying every means to escape from him, and Bai Yu has already made an attempt to escape. Although he pretended not to know, he knew that Bai Yu didn't get lost that time, but chose to run away and escape from him. He was in pain and didn't understand why this was happening. He had obviously tried his best to treat her well, so why was she still unwilling to be with him? Obviously, when he went out, Bai Yu gave him a couple token. No one knows how happy he was at that time, and no one knows how sad he was when he came back and saw the empty cave. He comforted himself that Bai Yu was just lost, but when he found a river, when he saw some remnants of golden fruits on the ground, when he could no longer smell Bai Yu's breath, he knew that he could no longer deceive himself. Bai Yu just didn't want to live with him, a wandering orc. If he hadn't found the black chestnut shell, he thought he would have lost her. I originally thought that after I found Bai Yu, I would directly seize her and lock her up so that she could not have other thoughts. But when he found the person, all these thoughts disappeared. He couldn't make a move or let go, so he could only pretend to be stupid. He could only pretend that he didn't know she wanted to leave, hoping to make her not afraid and lower her guard so that she could continue to stay with him. But he didn't want to go on like this. He wanted to tie the two of them together forever, so that Bai Yu would never think of leaving again. Apart from locking people up, he could only think of getting married. People in this world believed in beast gods, and he believed Bai Yu did too. As long as it is a promise made to the beast god, no one will break it easily. Fortunately, Bai Yu did not reject him. Fortunately, from then on, Bai Yu had no intention of leaving him, and her attitude towards him became closer and closer. Bai Yu didn't expect to hear such words. She raised her head and stared blankly at the tall man holding her in front of her. He didn't expect Lu Xiu to be so insecure all the time. Listening to Lu Xiu's words that sounded like a confession, she didn't feel the slightest bit shy. On the contrary, I felt a little sour in my heart, like heartache or something else. Anyway, I felt depressed and uncomfortable. Bai Yu leaned into Lu Xiu's arms, thought for a while, and finally said, "Lu Xiu, don't think about it. I have decided to follow you from now on. Didn't we already promise to the beast god that we will always be together? Together?" This was what Lu Xiu was waiting for. Now that he finally received Bai Yu's personal promise to him, he felt extremely at ease and satisfied. The next moment, he directly picked up Bai Yu. Bai Yu screamed, but he didn't realize what was going on. He was already pressed against the tree, and the next moment, he was kissed with a passionate kiss. It's not like Bai Yu has never been kissed by Lu Xiu before, but today's feeling is particularly different. She just feels that her little heart is beating wildly, and she can't breathe. She pushed Lu Xiu weakly with both hands. She originally thought it would be useless, but unexpectedly, Lu Xiu let go of her the next moment. Lu Xiu's eyes were filled with a satisfied smile, and he lowered his head and kissed Bai Yu's red face again. He smiled and said, "There are still things to deal with. It's not convenient to stay here for a long time. Let's kiss next time." Bai Yu only felt that Lu Xiu was so shameless. Why did he say it as if she was greedy? It was obvious that he was holding her down and kissing her, okay? Lu Xiu didn't know what Bai Yu was complaining about. He turned his attention to the corpses on the ground and felt that these people had done a good thing. If it weren't for them, he and his little female wouldn't have made such great progress. But even so, their bodies cannot be kept. Lu Xiu first picked up the roasted beast, tore off a piece of leg meat, and gave it to Bai Yu. Said, "Yu, eat some first. This meat is really delicious. After I take care of these people, we will leave here." Bai Yu looked at the leg meat in her hand, and then at Lu Xiu, with a firm look in her eyes. He looked at Lu Xiu and said, "Lu Xiu, actually, there is something I haven't told you yet." Lu Xiu was about to pack up the remaining beast meat and save it for Bai Yu to eat later, when he heard Bai Yu's words. He looked at Bai Yu curiously, and just as he was about to ask what was going on, he saw that the animal leg in Bai Yu's hand suddenly disappeared. He blinked in disbelief. After confirming that he had seen correctly, his eyes looked at Bai Yu in shock. He could not understand what he saw at all. You, do you know magic? Bai Yu carefully observed Lu Xiu's expression and saw that he was just a little shocked and confused. There was no fear, nor did he regard her as an alien, nor did he look greedy. He breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, knowing that he must have made the right bet. After thinking for a moment, he pulled Lu Xiu's arm and said, "It's not magic. When I first came here, I felt like I had a portable space where I could store things and access them at will." As he spoke, he took out the thigh meat just now and continued, "This space has a preservation function. The food you put in will look the same when you take it out. It's just too small. You can only fit 2 pieces into it at most. It looks like a doodle." Lu Xiu listened blankly to Bai Yu's words. He couldn't digest the information at first, but when he came back to his senses, his eyes looking at Bai Yu became brighter and brighter. He swallowed hard, his lips trembled, and said, "Yu, you must be a person blessed by the Beast God. The Beast God has given you unique abilities. You are an even more amazing existence than a wizard." Bai Yu's mouth twitched when she heard this. She was really impressed by Lu Xiu's ability to brainstorm. She knew what was going on with her. The fact that she had the space was entirely given to her by the system and had nothing to do with that Beast God. Although she has experienced such a fantastic thing as time travel, she doesn't really believe in the existence of the Beast God, but she can't explain it clearly. After all, the Beast God is the god believed by the orcs in this world. He pursed his lips and felt that he couldn't find a better explanation. He couldn't understand the system when he told Lu Xiu, so he nodded guiltily. He replied, "Probably I haven't seen the Beast God, so I can't be sure." After saying that, she didn't want to continue this topic anymore, so she took out a few golden fruits from the space and gave them to Lu Xiu. Said, "First cover up the smell here, and we will leave here after the treatment is completed." Although Lu Xiu had seen Bai Yu take things out of thin air, he was still surprised. He reached out to take the golden fruit and touched Bai Yu's palm curiously, as if he wanted to know where the space was. Bai Yu gave Lu Xiu a funny look and swatted Lu Xiu's troublesome hand away. She said in a sweet voice, "Stop dawdling. Hurry up and do the work." Lu Xiu giggled twice after hearing this, completely losing the decisive momentum he had just now. He handed all the remaining doodoo beast meat to Bai Yu, watched her put it into the space, then turned around and went to work. Bai Yu asked herself that she was not a holy lady and could not retaliate with kindness, but she still did not dare to touch the corpse. The first time she came into contact with killing, she was still a little scared, so she didn't dare to get close and could only watch Lu Xiu's every move from a distance. Lu Xiu tied all the corpses of those people together, then took out the golden fruit and squeezed it into pieces, hiding all the smell here, especially those corpses that had been given special care. After confirming that there was no trace of fighting here and no smell, Lu Xiu directly carried the bodies of those people, and it didn't seem to take any effort at all. He glanced at Bai Yu and knew that Bai Yu probably didn't want to get close to the corpse. Although the place where he wanted to dispose of the body was not far away, he didn't dare to put Bai Yu where he couldn't see it, even for a minute. He thought for a while and said, "Yu, when I just came here, I saw a big river over there. I want to throw them into it. Can you come with me?" Bai Yu didn't think much and nodded directly. With Bai Yu's consent, Lu Xiu turned into a beast form in the next moment. After putting Bai Yu on his body, he wrapped several corpses around the snake's tail and quickly left. Not long after, a large river appeared in Bai Yu's sight. The current was very fast, and it was a good place to destroy corpses and eliminate traces. But Bai Yu was not in the mood to appreciate the river. Her eyes were completely attracted by another thing not far from the river. After Lu Xiu put her down, she ran straight towards that place without even having time to say hello to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu was a little confused by Bai Yu's actions. Without any time to think, he transformed into a human form in the next moment, threw the corpses into the middle of the rushing river, and then chased Bai Yu without looking back. Bai Yu arrived at her destination, looking at the plants in front of her with bright eyes, her heart pounding. What do you mean it takes no effort at all? This is it. If she read it correctly, this must be the spice she thinks about day and night. The leaves are green, exuding a faint fragrance of. There are some fine hairs on its stems, and if you look closely, there are some thin white stripes. It will grow a leaf every other period, just like bamboo. The leaves are very similar. The plants in front of Bai Yuyu were completely right. Although Bai Yuyu was somewhat certain that this was a leaf, she was still a little nervous, fearing that it was just something similar in another world, and that she would be happy in vain. She endured her nervousness and pulled out one. After the root below was pulled out, Bai Yuyu immediately had a smile on her face. As soon as he brought it to his nose and smelled it, Lu Xiu came over. Looking at the thing in Bai Yuyu's hand, his eyelids jumped. He quickly said, "Yuyu, what are you doing? How can you eat such dirty things?" Bai Yuyu was stunned for a moment. After she realized what she was saying, she smiled and explained to Lu Xiu in a good mood, "I don't want to eat it now. I just smell it. This is good stuff.
Come and help me."
Get more. Lu Xiu didn't understand how this ugly thing could be a good thing, but he had learned from the past and knew that Bai Yuyu knew a lot, so he didn't say anything more and just started to do it. While doing it, he asked, "Yuyu, what is the use of this thing?" Bai Yuyu smiled when she heard this and replied, This is a good thing. This thing is called, and it is a necessary seasoning for cooking. It can remove the fishy smell and improve the freshness. The most important thing is that in winter, you can also use it to make soup to drive away the cold and prevent colds and fevers. Bai Yuyu is really happy to find there are no medicines in this world. She can not only satisfy her appetite, but also have other guarantees. Lu Xiu seemed to understand after hearing this, but seeing Bai Yuyu so happy, he became happy too. As for the rest, it's not that important. He was just a little curious as to why Bai Yuyu knew so much and what kind of tribe could raise such a little female. Looking up at the man who was still excitedly pulling out the, Lu Xiu felt that Bai Yuyu was willing to tell him the secret of such a huge space, and she must have truly trusted and accepted him. It should be okay for him to ask other questions. Then he asked tentatively, "Yuyu, what was your previous tribe like? Do the people in the tribe know so much?" As he spoke, he pursed his lips and finally asked the question he least wanted and was most afraid of asking. Will you miss your family?" When Bai Yuyu heard this question, her hand movements paused and a trace of sadness flashed in her eyes, but it disappeared only for a moment. She looked up at Lu Xiu and smiled easily, looking very disapproving. He replied seriously, "Lu Xiu, you should be my only family in this world. No matter in this world or the original world, except Lu Xiu, no one cares about her anymore, no one needs her anymore, and no one cares about her anymore. She only has Lu Xiu now." After hearing this, Lu Xiu looked up at Bai Yuyu in disbelief, and saw Bai Yuyu looking at him seriously, not evading or flinching at all. "Yuyu, we're family? The only family?" Lu Xiu was still worried that he had heard wrongly. Although he had already held a marriage ceremony with Bai Yuyu, he still felt uneasy. He has always been worried that Bai Yuyu will one day break the promise he made to the beast god, because Bai Yuyu did not choose this, nor did Bai Yuyu do it willingly. It was he who took advantage of others' danger and seduced her. But now Bai Yuyu actually said that he is her only family. Family, what a wonderful title, what a heartwarming identity. He has never had it. Lu Xiu felt that his eyes had become a little dry, and a feeling of heart palpitations that he had never felt before spread from the bottom of his heart little by little, making him somewhat uncontrollable. Seeing Lu Xiu's expression, Bai Yuyu felt that he was pitiful and cute, which made her feel a little distressed. He raised his dirty little hand and patted Lu Xiu's face. He laughed and scolded. "What's your expression? Aren't we already partners? What? Do you want to deny it? If you don't admit it, I'd it well." Before Bai Yuyu could finish what she said, her lips were blocked fiercely by Lu Xiu, and her waist was tightly held by a pair of big hands, making it impossible to retreat. Lu Xiu's kiss was fierce and aggressive, as if he wanted to devour Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu couldn't resist, and her heart was beating uncontrollably, as if it was about to pop out. The smell of male hormones filled her nose, making Bai Yuyu feel dizzy. It wasn't until she felt a rough, strong hand moving to a place where it shouldn't be that Bai Yuyu suddenly woke up. He raised his hand and grabbed the big hand that was causing trouble with a look of fear in his eyes. Although she had accepted Lu Xiu as her future partner, she was not mentally prepared for that, and she was instinctively afraid. Lu Xiu felt the rejection from the person in his arms, and his body stiffened slightly for a moment. The next moment he took out his dishonest hand. He was just in a moment of emotion, and forgot that his little female was not yet an adult. He was secretly cursing himself for being worthless and unable to resist the slightest teasing, but on the surface, he showed a flattering smile. Kissing Bai Yuyu's somewhat red and swollen lips, she quickly admitted her mistake and explained, "Yuyo, don't be angry. I didn't mean to do anything. I just wanted to touch you. I really didn't mean anything else." It would have been better if Lu Xiu didn't explain. After explaining this, Bai Yuyu's face turned completely red, not only from shame, but also from anger. God just wants to be touched. Isn't this a quote from a scumbag in the 21st century? What is Lu Xiu trying to do? Seeking death? Bai Yuyu didn't want to continue this topic with Lu Xiu anymore. She was thin-skinned and couldn't compare with a rough guy like Lu Xiu. He just glared at Lu Xiu and said angrily, "You have taken advantage of me. Why don't you get to work quickly?" Seeing that Bai Yuyu didn't really look angry, Lu Xiu immediately relaxed his nerves that were a little tense just now. He immediately nodded and said with a smile, Okay, I'll work right now. You just take a rest. I'll be done with this in a while." Bai Yuyu only felt that Lu Xiu was a bit indifferent now. A smile flashed in his eyes, but he didn't really rest. Instead, he broke off all that had been pulled out from the leaves. After thinking about it, I used the system to identify it. After all, this is no longer the world before. In addition, the red mushroom she encountered last time should be poisonous according to common sense, but it is a delicacy in this world. She is not sure that similar things will not happen in the future. If you encounter something that was edible in the previous world, but this world is indeed poisonous, it will be over. I silently recited appraisal in my heart. Is non-toxic, can remove wind and cold, induce sweating, relieve vomiting, warm the lungs, and relieve cough. After getting the affirmative answer, Bai Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief and moved his hands faster. There is actually not a lot of here, only about 30 kilograms in total. Looking at the pile in front of him, Bai Yuyu decided to save some for seeds, and after the winter, he would start clearing wasteland for farming. The days ahead were still very long, and she and Lu Xiu couldn't always rely on finding food for a living. They had to grow it themselves, which was convenient and safe. After the work was done, Bai Yuyu finally felt hungry, so he took out all the doo-doo beast meat in the space, leaving only the leg for himself, and gave the rest to Lu Xiu. "Lu Xiu, I can't eat so much. One leg is enough. You can eat the rest." Hearing this, Lu Xiu looked at the meat in his hand and found that it was still hot, so he believed what Bai Yuyu said about keeping it fresh. But he couldn't bear to eat this meat. This doo-doo beast meat was really rare, but he couldn't ask for it. He still wanted to leave it to Bai Yuyu. Then he said, "Yuyo, I don't have to eat for 2 days. You can put the meat in the space and take it out to eat when you are hungry. It is very convenient, and you don't have to worry about it spoiling." How could Bai Yuyu not know Lu Xiu's thoughts? She pointed to the on the ground and said, "I can't put so many things in my space. This meat takes up a lot of space. Eat it quickly." After saying that, he stopped caring about Lu Xiu, lowered his head, and bit the beast's leg. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, Bai Yuyu narrowed her eyes happily. She didn't expect that the meat was so delicious. No wonder those people came to it. No wonder Lu Xiu wanted to keep it for her again and again. She had eaten countless delicacies in her original world, but she had never eaten this kind of animal meat. The taste is delicate and smooth, without the slightest hint of leo hichai from barbecued meats, and even without any seasonings, there is no fishy or muddiny smell. It didn't take long for Bai Yuyu to eat up one of his legs, and he was full. When he looked up at Lu Xiu, he found that he still had 3 animal legs on his hand. Lu Xiu saw Bai Yuyu looking over and said quickly, "Isn't it delicious? I can't eat so much. These 3 legs don't take up much space in your space." You can take them out to eat when you are hungry. Bai Yu didn't say any more words of rejection. She took the animal's leg and put it back into the space. She only felt her nose was a little sore. It feels really good to be cared about, which makes people fascinated and greedy. Bai Yu put all into the space, then walked up to Lu Xiu, lowered her head and shrank into Lu Xiu's broad arms. Said, "I'm exhausted. I don't want to walk. I want to be hugged." Lu Xiu had never seen Bai Yu's clingy and coquettish look before. He just felt that at this moment, Bai Yu didn't just want to hug her. She just said that the natural sun was too dazzling. If she wanted to shoot him down, he could transform into her right away.
Became Hou-yi.
Of course, this is just an example. After all, Lu Xiu doesn't even know who Hou-yi is. Without saying a word, Lu Xiu happily picked him up and sat on his arms, then quickly walked in the direction of Rhinoceros. Two young couples who have just given birth to an ignorant love are living a life of love and love, but they don't know that there is a tribe of people who have lost their young leader and are in chaos. Look, for me, I don't believe it. How many living people can be gone without saying anything? If my son can't be found, don't come back. A middle-aged man who looked to be in his 60s, as mentioned earlier, orcs can live for more than 100 years, so 60 is still middle-aged, was yelling at several orcs standing in front of him. He was full of the angry look on his face, looked like he was very angry. The faces of the male orcs who were scolded showed a bit of dissatisfaction, but they remained silent. They just felt that they were really unlucky. In his mind, he cursed the clan leader Yi Xiong for not being optimistic about his son, and would take it out on them if he lost it. They didn't mean not to find him a son, but the orcs in the tribe had searched all over the area, and there was no sign of him at all. They even wondered if Yi Shi and Li Yi and the others went to catch the rhinoceros and python just to show off as heroes. The wizard in the rock salt tribe wanted the gallbladder of the rhinoceros and python, so he spread the word that before winter, one rhinoceros and python could be exchanged for 5 pounds of salt. Although this condition is very tempting, few people dare to go. Going to that place would mean a narrow escape. If Yi Shi and the others dared to catch the rhinoceros and python with just a few people, they would have deserved their death. Yi Xiong also thought of this possibility. After getting angry, the expression on his face didn't look much better. He secretly cursed Yi Shi as a fool. If he didn't have only such a son, he really wanted to kick that incompetent fool to death. But the orcs' pregnancy and childbirth all depended on luck. If they met a suitable female, they would have 2 babies every 3 years. If they met an unsuitable female, they might not be able to get pregnant even once every 3 years. He has a partner and has exchanged several females, but until now, except for the Yi Shi that his partner gave him, he has no other offspring, so he is used to it. But he didn't imagine that he had spoiled the person. When he reacted, he was already hopeless and didn't look like he could inherit the position of the clan leader. He then came up with the idea of raising a grandson, but this witch, so far, has not been able to leave him a descendant. He just disappeared. How could he not be anxious? Yi Xiong really wanted to leave Yi Shi alone, but he had not been able to leave any descendants for so many years, and he was afraid that it would be difficult in the future. If there are no descendants who can stand up, his position as the patriarch will only be advantageous to outsiders, which he cannot bear. After thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, "Get ready and go to Mang Mountain to see it immediately." Mongshan is where rhinos and pythons live. The expressions of the orcs who had been scolded for a long time changed after hearing this, and they were obviously unwilling to go. The orc standing at the front seemed to finally be able to bear it no longer. He snorted coldly and said, "Uncle Yi, although you are the leader of the clan, you cannot allow the warriors in the tribe to take risks for your own selfish desires." After hearing this, Yi Xiong's eyes turned cold, with a hint of murderous intent. Turning his head to look at the speaker, he said in a cold voice, "Buji, what do you mean? What's the meaning?" Buji sneered, not at all frightened by Yi Xiong's attitude. He was the tribe's #1 warrior and the first candidate for the next clan leader. In the eyes of the clan members, the so-called young clan leader was a joke, but they had to endure it because of Yi Shi's existence. But even though he endured it, He had already complained about Yi Xiong in his heart. But now Yi Xiong actually wants them to go to Mang Mountain to find Yi Shi, who is useless and can only cause trouble. This simply doesn't take the lives of the warriors in the clan seriously. How could he continue to endure it? If it weren't for Yi Xiong's foundation being too solid, he would have wanted to rebel a long time ago. Buji turned his head and looked at the other people standing aside. Seeing that they all looked angry, he felt confident. He said directly, "The clan leader actually asked, so I'll tell you the truth. The reason why the clan chose you as the clan leader was because they trusted you and thought you could lead us to live a better life. But now your actions have made us feel uncomfortable."
Disappointment.
Now that winter is approaching, the food in our clan is not completely sufficient, but you completely ignore it and are only eager to find your idol son. Now we even want our warriors to go on an adventure in Python Mountain, which disappoints us. Yi Xiong had long known that some of the newly grown cubs in the clan were dissatisfied with him, and he also knew the main reason. But people are selfish, and since he only has a son, Yi Shi, he will naturally be biased. His face darkened horribly. He looked at Buji and sneered. "Did I tell you to go find Yi Shi? Our tribe doesn't have enough salt now, and now a rhinoceros python can be exchanged for 5 pounds of salt. This is a good thing that never happened before." As he spoke, he looked at Buji with a gloomy face and said sternly, "Buji, you are the #1 warrior of the new generation in our lion tribe. Don't you want to share the tribe's worries with what you are doing now?" A big hat was pulled down, which immediately stunned Buji, who was full of anger. He didn't expect Yi Shi to be so shameless, to give such a high-sounding reason just for his own selfish desires. But he couldn't refute it. In the tribe leader issued tasks that were beneficial to the tribe, and the warriors in the tribe could not refuse. If they refuse, the clan leader can expel them. This is an iron rule for all tribes. If you want to resist, you can only bring down the clan leader. But with his current foundation, it's simply impossible. Buji looked at several young orcs around him for a few times, and finally had to grit his teeth and lower his head. He replied, "The clan leader is over-worrying. I just thought wrong for a moment. Whatever is beneficial to the tribe, we, as the warriors of the tribe, will naturally do our best." When Yi Shi heard this, the expression on his face didn't get much better. He snorted coldly and said, "It's best this way." Then he said to a group of middle-aged orcs beside him, "Ollie, when the time comes, you will lead the team to go with them. I don't need to say more about what you should pay attention to, right?" Ollie's eyes flashed after hearing this, and he nodded and said, "Don't worry, Patriarch, Ollie understands." After speaking, he said to Buji and the others, "Go back and tidy up. We will gather at the tribe exit in a moment." Buji's face was ugly, but he had not grown up at this time, and the warriors of the previous generation were still in their prime. He simply could not fight against them now. In the end, he had to grit his teeth, nod, and leave with his brother. Buji, this clan leader obviously doesn't care about his brother's life. Let's just betray the clan. Buji took a few people not far away, and one of the orcs said that he wanted to leave the tribe. Buji frowned upon hearing this and looked at the man with a stern look. He scolded, "We are all born from the wives of the tribe, and we are all raised in the same family. Unless the tribe abandons us, otherwise, even if we die for the tribe, we cannot be ungrateful people." But the current patriarch. "Okay." Buji interrupted the man's words and said, "Although the current patriarch is a bit stupid, he has not done anything too extreme. Don't mention this matter again." After saying that, he left without looking back, leaving only a few young orcs with dissatisfied expressions. As for Yi Xiong, as soon as Buji and the others left, Yi Xiong said to Ollie, "These brats have hardened wings and wild hearts. If this continues, sooner or later they will be in trouble. What does the patriarch mean?" Yi Xiong's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he said coldly, "If they can find Yi Shi, I will give them a way to survive. If they can't find it, then they don't have to come back." Yi Xiong was not willing to leave such a rising star behind, especially when he had no heirs to stand up for. A flash of astonishment flashed in Ali's eyes when he heard this, but he quickly hid it. He didn't expect that the current clan leader would be so cruel. After all, those children were the best descendants in the clan. If they were all eliminated, it would be a heavy to the clan. Doesn't the clan leader not care about the future of the clan at all now? Seeing that Ollie didn't respond for a long time, Yishur frowned and said coldly, "Ollie, you grew up with me. You don't want to betray me too, do you?" When Ollie heard this, he froze up and lowered his head with a hint of disappointment in his eyes. In the end, he just lowered his head and said, "Don't worry, Patriarch, Ollie knows what to do." After saying that, he didn't want to stay here anymore. He gave a warrior salute and turned around to leave. At this time, Bai Yuyu and Lu Xiu had arrived at Mang Mountain. Lu Xiu pointed to the small in front of him that was blocked by a big stone. He said to Bai Yuyu, "Yuyu, this is the cave I told you about. Although it is a bit small, it is very private. There are no bugs or anything in it, so it is very safe." Needless to say, Lu Xiu knew that Bai Yuyu had arrived at his destination. As soon as she arrived here, Bai Yuyu smelled a strong smell of sulfur. She patted Lu Xiu's arm and signaled Lu Xiu to put her down. Then he said, "Lu Xiu, please get the stone away quickly. I want to go in and take a look." Lu Xiu naturally would not refuse. This cave looks like a small opening from the outside, but it's quite spacious inside. But this was not the focus of Bai Yuyu's attention. As soon as he entered the cave, the strong and pungent smell of sulfur hit his face. And Bai Yuyu didn't need to look much, as what he saw was a piece of golden solid sulfur. Bai Yuyu's eyes lit up. She took out an animal skin bag from the space that she secretly put in and said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, quickly get some and put them away." Lu Xiu obviously disliked this thing called brimstone. From the moment he entered the cave, he looked a little moribund and listless. And now Bai Yuyu actually wants him to dig this thing up. It's obvious that he wants to take it away. Because Bai Yuyu had found something to eat when she showed such an expression in the past, Lu Xiu thought that Bai Yuyu wanted to eat even this thing. He pursed his lips in embarrassment, looked at Bai Yuyu with a look full of flattery, and said cautiously, "Yuyu, can we not eat this?" Bai Yuyu didn't react at first after hearing this. After understanding what Lu Xiu said, she burst out laughing. After seeing Lu Xiu's pitiful expression again, he laughed even more. How could she forget that Lu Xiu is a snake-like beastman? Although he is not afraid of this realgar, he should also instinctively dislike it. But why would he think about what he wanted to eat? He suppressed his laughter and said to Lu Xiu, who looked at her with a confused look and giggled as well, "Don't worry, this is not food. I have other uses." After Lu Xiu heard this, he breathed a huge sigh of relief, as long as he didn't eat. He quickly took the animal skin bag from Bai Yuyu's hand and broke off the solid sulfur that could be easily broken. Before he had done much, Bai Yuyu said enough was enough. This thing is used to repel insects. She doesn't use much at all. If her space is big enough, she might save some more. But her space was not enough at all, and Lu Xiu had dangerous things to do, so he couldn't be allowed to carry this thing all the time. Lu Xiu naturally followed Bai Yuyu. After Bai Yuyu packed the sulfur, he said, "Well, Yuyu, wait for me here for a while. If you are hungry, eat some beast meat. I'll be back soon." Bai Yuyu's eyes flashed with worry when she heard this, but she also knew that staying here was the best choice. Otherwise, she could only be a burden. Then he nodded and said, "Then be careful. Don't forget that I'm still here waiting for you." Lu Xiu had never heard such words before, and he only felt warm in his heart. He lowered his head and kissed Bai Yuyu's cheek and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will definitely be back before dark." After saying that, he hugged Bai Yuyu and then left the cave under Bai Yuyu's worried eyes. When blocking the cave with stones, Lu Xiu hesitated for a moment and finally left a small hole that Bai Yuyu could climb out of, but only blocked it with a stone that Bai Yuyu could push away. Obviously, he was afraid that if something happened to him, Bai Yuyu would be sealed inside. He was leaving a way out for Bai Yuyu. After Lu Xiu left, Bai Yuyu looked at the way Lu Xiu left him and felt a little unspeakable for a moment. Lu Xiu looks carefree and rough on the surface. But when facing her, he almost did everything. Bai Yu felt that it didn't matter even if Lu Xiu didn't understand love. She also needed family affection. At least, she felt the feeling of being loved wholeheartedly from Lu Xiu. At this time, Lu Xiu just wanted to find the rhinoceros python quickly, so as not to make Bai Yu afraid after waiting for a long time. After entering the depths, Lu Xiu paused. He found traces of other orcs coming, and also smelled the scent of other orcs. This is nothing, after all, orcs have come to take risks before. But this time there were obviously many more than before, and the auras of orcs of all races appeared here. Lu Xiu couldn't help but wonder if there was some big tribe that needed rhinoceros and python, and then spread the news in the exchange place, so it attracted so many orcs from other tribes. If that's the case, the exchange should be pretty good. But Lu Xiu was not too happy. The more people there were, the more likely Bai Yu would be discovered. Even if the place had great restrictions on the orcs' sense of smell, if they met the orcs of the hyena clan, Bai Yu might be found.
Long.
The more Lu Xiu thought about it, the more anxious he became. He turned around and wanted to return to Bai Yu. But at this moment, a huge rhinoceros python suddenly appeared in Lu Xiu's sight. Lu Xiu squinted his eyes, thinking about the little salt left, and resisted the idea of leaving, thinking only of a quick victory. The next moment, Lu Xiu turned into an animal form and charged directly towards the rhinoceros python. By the time Lu Xiu appeared in the cave carrying a huge python, more than half a day had passed. Just as Lu Xiu threw the rhinoceros python to the ground and tried to push the stone away from the entrance of the cave, he felt someone approaching. His eyes turned cold, and he turned around and saw 7 or 8 strong young orcs being led this way by a group of middle-aged orcs. Several people over there also saw Lu Xiu. When their eyes glanced at the rhinoceros and python corpse at Lu Xiu's feet, several young orcs already had greedy looks in their eyes. An orc with dark skin and a scar at the corner of his eye winked at the young orc next to him, obviously thinking about it. The young orc frowned and said, "That's a wandering orc. It's definitely not a good thing to be able to kill a rhinoceros and python alone. Don't be too troublesome." When the young orc said this, the orc with the scar at the corner of his eye was obviously unconvinced. With so many of them, could they still be afraid that he would know about the stray orcs? Just as he was about to speak, he heard the middle-aged orc in front of him answer. "Buji is right. Heizi, you should learn more from Buji and use your brain before doing things. Although there are many of us, we are not sure that we can protect our body. Retreat. If this wandering orc desperately resists, it won't be worth it if he takes you all to death together." Heizi held his tongue after hearing this, but didn't say anything more. These people are exactly those in the lion tribe. Buji glanced at Lu Xiu for a few times, thought for a while and said loudly, "The man in front of you. Do you want to change your rhinoceros and python?" Lu Xiu narrowed his eyes after hearing this, but did not relax his vigilance. He could tell at a glance that these people were of the same race as Yi Shi and others, and he had some doubts about the real purpose of these people. He raised one foot and stepped on the body of the rhinoceros and python and asked with a calm expression, "What do you want in exchange?" Buji thought for a while and said, "Our lion tribe is willing to trade 3 saw-toothed tigers for your rhinoceros and python. What do you think?" Lu Xiu's eyes flashed slightly when he heard this, and he looked at Buji with a hint of contemplation. According to the previous market conditions, a saw-toothed tiger could be exchanged for nearly 1 kilogram salt, while a rhinoceros and python could only be exchanged for 2 kilograms. But this man was actually willing to trade 3 of them. Lu Xiu is not one of those orcs who only have muscles and no brains. He only needed to think about the unusual situation in Mongshan Mountain and Buji's unusually generous behavior, and he could probably guess that someone out there should be buying rhino pythons at a high price. There was a sneer on the corner of his mouth, and he replied, "Are you calling me a fool at that time? Today's rhinoceros and python are not worth more than this." After hearing this, Buji just thought that Lu Xiu knew what was going on outside and was not discouraged. He continued, "Don't be angry. I didn't let you suffer any loss. You, a wandering orc, can't use much salt. Isn't hunting just to store food for the winter? You wandering orcs exchanged money with people outside, but they were all cut in half. I am sincere. Lu Xiu was not angry after hearing this, because what Buji said was true, but he was not alone now, and he needed salt. He shook his head and refused. I won't change. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, before Buji could reply, the orc named Haizi was the first to hold back. He said angrily, You, a wandering orc, are so ignorant. We, the lion tribe, are kind-hearted if we didn't rob you, but you are so ignorant. If you us off, believe it or not, we just use guns. Lu Xiu's face darkened when he heard this, and he looked at the people of the lion tribe coldly, without any intention of flinching. He said coldly, You can try it. Just try it. I'm afraid of you. Haizi said and wanted to step forward, but Buji held him back. He said seriously, Haizi, please calm down. After saying that, he turned to look at Lu Xiu, showed an apologetic smile, and said, Don't get me wrong. My brother is a bit impatient. Since you don't want to change, forget it. Let's leave now. After saying that, he held Haizi, who was still a little unconvinced, with one hand, and directed several others to leave with him with the other hand. Ollie was not angry when he saw that these people did not regard him as the team leader at all. He knew that because of Yi Xiong, these people no longer had the same respect for him as before. He sighed in his heart, thought for a while, and asked Lu Xiu, Little brother, have you ever met any of our kind in this Mang Mountain? Lu Xiu's eyes darkened when he heard this. Although he didn't know why these people came here looking for someone, he knew that as long as he leaked a little clue, he would be in trouble. What he hates most is trouble. He glanced at Ollie with an expressionless expression and replied calmly, I just came here. I haven't seen anyone else. Ollie watched Lu Xiu's reaction carefully and didn't see anything wrong, so he nodded and turned to follow Buji and others. At this time, Haizi was still complaining to Buji. Buji, there is only one stray orc. What are we afraid of with so many people? If we rob his rhinoceros python, we won't have to risk going deep into the Python Mountain. Seeing that Haizi was still upset, Buji raised his eyes and glanced at the others and saw that they also looked unconvinced. Then he sighed and said, Can't you feel the blood in his body? This is tempered by long-term fighting. As for the fact that he can hunt a rhinoceros and python alone, I ask you, have you ever seen him? You think it's risky to hunt rhinoceros pythons. Why do you think you can deal with orcs who can kill rhinoceros pythons alone? After hearing these words, the other people shivered immediately, closed their mouths one by one, and stopped talking to each other. However, they didn't notice that Ollie didn't talk much during the whole journey. He said he was the leader, but didn't give them any orders. Instead, he looked confused and hesitant. Buji, who was attentive, had noticed it a long time ago, but didn't ask any more questions. He just looked at Ollie from the corner of his eye from time to time. After making sure that all these people were gone, Lu Xiu turned around and walked towards the entrance of the cave. As soon as he pushed the stone away, he saw Bai Yuyu standing in front of him. It was obvious that he had been here for a while. As soon as the cave entrance opened, Bai Yuyu threw herself into Lu Xiu's arms. Bai Yu had just been peeking through the small gap to see what was going on outside. After hearing that those people were from the lion tribe, she was extremely nervous. Especially when she heard Ollie asking about their kin, Bai Yu felt that her little heart couldn't bear the extremely fast beating speed. Now that those people had finally left, I breathed a sigh of relief, but I was still a little scared. She hugged Lu Xiu, trying to find some sense of security, and said pitifully, Lu Xiu, did those people just come to find that young patriarch? I was almost scared to death just now. It felt very good to be hugged. Lu Xiu hugged him tighter and just smiled after hearing this. Comforting. What are you afraid of? I'm here. Bai Yuyu glared at Lu Xiu when he heard this and said coquettishly, Although you are powerful, you are not indestructible. Those people just now were not easy to mess with at first glance. If you were to fight against them, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. If you get hurt then, it will be your fault. After Lu Xiu heard this, he knew that Bai Yuyu was worried about him, which made him feel sweet in his heart. And Bai Yuyu was telling the truth. Those people were good at first sight, especially the orc who wanted to trade rhinoceros and python with him. He had a very strong aura. This kind of aura can only be cultivated by fighting frequently. But even so, he will not be timid. He is confident that the opponent will fall in front of him. But he didn't dare to tell Bai Yuyu like this, for fear of scaring her. He touched Bai Yuyu's furry head and said with a smile, "Don't worry, isn't this okay? Let's go, we are lucky." Judging from what those people just said, this rhino python should be able to exchange for a lot of salt. Bai Yuyu also heard the conversation just now, so she naturally guessed a little and nodded. But he still let Lu Xiu put on the blindfold first and smeared some ash on his little face to avoid any trouble. Lu Xiu naturally wouldn't refuse. After putting on the blindfold, he saw Bai Yuyu smearing dust on his face. He felt a little funny for a moment, so he didn't hide anything and laughed directly. But after being glared at by Bai Yuyu, he immediately became honest and led Bai Yuyu to the body of the rhinoceros python while holding back his smile. Bai Yuyu glared at Lu Xiu, who was still suppressing his laughter, then turned to look at the rhinoceros python in front of him. He discovered that it was about the same size as Lu Xiu's animal form, and its whole body was covered with black and blue scales. The scales were as big as Bai Yuyu's hand and shone with an icy cold light. The rhinoceros python actually has a single horn on its head, which looks a bit funny. Although Bai Yuyu was afraid of snakes, she was not afraid of dead snakes. She looked at the scales on the rhinoceros and python, her eyes flickered, and she knelt down and touched them with her hands. "The ice that I bought is very hard to cool down, which is what Bai Yuyu wants." She raised her head and looked at Lu Xiu, her eyes brightened, and asked, "Lu Xiu, can you pull out a few snake scales? I want the hardest position. What's wrong with this?" After speaking, Lu Xiu walked directly to the 7-inch position of the rhinoceros and python, reached out and pulled out a few snake scales, and then handed them to Bai Yuyu. Asked, "What does Yo-Yo want with this thing?" Bai Yu scraped the edge of the snake scale with her hand and said with a smile, "The stone knife is not easy to use at all. If you sharpen this, it should be easier to cut meat than the stone knife." After hearing this, Lu Xiu took a piece of snake scale and touched it carefully, and felt that it was feasible. The main reason why this rhinoceros python was difficult to deal with was that its scales were too hard to break its defense. Especially at the fatal 7-inch position, the scales are really as hard as iron and cannot be punctured at all. Passing the scales in his hand to Bai Yuyu, Lu Xiu praised, "Yuyu is really smart. Anything in your hands can be put to better use." Bai Yuyu blushed a little when she was praised, but she felt a little proud in her heart. He put all the snake scales into the space and said to Lu Xiu, "Okay, stop flattering me. Finish your work quickly and go home." When Lu Xiu heard the word "go home," his eyes brightened. He directly picked up Bai Yuyu with one hand, held the rhinoceros python by its tail with the other hand, and ran directly and quickly to the exchange place. Fortunately, Lu Xiu was fast enough and finally arrived at the exchange place before dark. As soon as Lu Xiu and Bai Yuyu appeared at the exchange place, they attracted the attention of many orcs. Not for anything else, just because their pairing is so unique. Very few orcs would bring their females out with them, but Lu Xiu, a one-eyed disabled orc who brought a female out with him, even dragged a huge rhinoceros python in his hand. This is weird. Bai Yuyu looked at this so-called exchange place curiously and found that it was completely different from what she thought. There are no serious stalls here. If you have something to exchange, you just throw it on the ground and wait for the person you like to exchange it. For a slightly better one, just cut a big tree into 2 halves, polish it a little, and put it on the ground to become a stall. Bai Yuyu was a little disappointed when she saw this scene, and became a little nervous after feeling that many people were looking at them. He pulled Lu Xiu's arm and said, "Lu Xiu, what do these people always look at us for?" Lu Xiu naturally knew what they were looking at. He gave Bai Yuyu a reassuring smile and said, "It's okay. Don't be afraid. Different tribes maintain order at the exchange site every year. No one will dare to rob it openly." Bai Yuyu relaxed a little after hearing this. At this moment, 2 orcs walked up to Bai Yuyu and Lu Xiu. One of the orcs glanced at Lu Xiu and directly handed an animal skin bag in his hand to Lu Xiu. Said, "We are from the rock salt tribe. If you brought the rhinoceros and python, these 5 kilograms of salt will be yours." Lu Xiu's eyes flashed with understanding when he heard this. Without any hesitation, he directly took the salt and handed the rhinoceros python to the people of the rock salt tribe without saying a word from beginning to end. The people from the Halite tribe took the rhinoceros python and dragged it away. Anyway, the scales of the rhinoceros python are very hard, so there is no need to worry about friction. Bai Yu looked at them stupidly as they completed the deal. She looked up at Lu Xiu with confusion in her eyes. Lu Xiu was so cute by her appearance that he rubbed her head. He chuckled and said, "It should be that the people from the rock salt tribe are collecting rhinoceros and pythons at a high price, so some people run to the Python Mountain. After all, this is 5 kilograms of salt." Bai Yu still can't understand. Isn't it just 5 pounds of salt? As for risking your life? Bai Yu didn't know how rare salt was in this world. Normally, a clan member of a tribe could get at most half a caddy of salt in one winter, and that had to be a relatively good year. If there is a calamity year, the entire tribe may not have a few kilograms of salt. If they want to replenish the salt, they can only wait for the tribe leader to organize the tribe members to mix the salt with water, and then each person can drink a few sips. Lu Xiu took Bai Yu to a relatively remote place, and then asked Bai Yu to put salt into the space. Asked, "Yo, do you want to go shopping? If you see something you like, I can hunt it for you." Bai Yu naturally wanted to go shopping, but she didn't want Lu Xiu to go to Mang Mountain again for fear of meeting people from the lion tribe again. After thinking for a while, he took out some carrots from the space. He said to Lu Xiu, "My carrot is considered a novelty here. Maybe I can change it to something different." After hearing this, Lu Xiu didn't insist anymore, so he took the bag of carrots and pulled Bai Yu into the exchange place again. Bai Yu looked around as he walked and found that the things these people used to exchange were very simple. Most of them are the furs of some beasts and some whole beasts. Occasionally, you can see some items made of trees or stones. Everything was very rough, and Bai Yu didn't like it at all. After walking for a while, Bai Yu suddenly stopped and looked straight in one direction. Lu Xiu looked in the direction Bai Yu was looking and saw what Bai Yu saw. He thought that Bai Yu didn't know what was going on, so he explained to Bai Yu, "That place is used to sell females and slaves. Sometimes some tribes will go to war because of interests, and the orcs of the losing tribe will survive. This is the end." Bai Yu knew what was going on without Lu Xiu's explanation. After all, she almost became one of them. Looking at the females tied together by a cane, they were randomly selected like goods. A trace of fear flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Just a little bit, she became one of them. Although she sympathized with their plight, her ability was too limited to help them. Sighing, Lu Xiu shook her hand and said, "Let's go to the other side instead." Lu Xiu naturally would not refuse, so he took Bai Yu and left here. After walking for a while, Bai Yu unexpectedly saw a place selling garland-like accessories. From a distance, the entire stall was colorful, in sharp contrast to other stalls. "Lucius, what does that do?" Lu Xiu raised his eyes when he heard this and said with a smile, "Are those small things made by some female orcs, used in exchange for some food? Will someone replace it?" Bai Yu felt a little strange. She could make all kinds of garlands with wild flowers that could be seen everywhere. Would anyone be willing to change them? Yes. In order to please the females, some male orcs will exchange some small things like these and take them back. After hearing what Lu Xiu said, Bai Yu somewhat understood. "I also feel a little funny in my heart. No matter what era or world, the way of courtship of male creatures is always the same." The two of them had already arrived at the stall as they spoke. A middle-aged female saw Bai Yu approaching and immediately greeted her with a smile. Said, "What does this little female want to change? I'll just take a look." Bai Yu was still not used to being called a little female, so she smiled awkwardly and began to look at all the colorful things here. After looking around, I thought there was nothing unusual. Just as I was about to pull Lu Xiu away, my eyes were attracted by a string of red things. Her eyes lit up. She pointed to the string of red things hanging in the innermost part and said, "Can you bring that to me?" Hearing this, the middle-aged female glanced in the direction of Bai Yu's finger and said with a smile, "Of course you can." After saying that, He turned around and took the bunch of red things over and said with a smile, "The little female has good eyesight. This is something we just discovered. The red color is very beautiful, but there was nothing like it before." Bai Yu took the bunch of red things, and the more she looked at them, the brighter her eyes became. She took it to the tip of her nose and smelled it, and couldn't help but sneeze. The middle-aged female couldn't help laughing when she saw this, and said, "This thing is very beautiful, but it's a pity that it doesn't have the fragrance of flowers, but it is a bit pungent and choking." Bai Yu didn't feel any pity at all after hearing this. If he read it correctly, this was the pepper that she had longed for. Without any hesitation, I silently recited appraisal. Meniscus pepper, non-toxic and edible. Note: eating too much can easily lead to internal heat and abdominal pain. After seeing the identification results, Bai Yu was extremely happy. He smiled and asked the middle-aged female, "How much of this do you still have?" "A few more strings," the middle-aged female said as she dug out 4 or 5 skewers from a bag, handed them to Bai Yu and said, "Little female, if you want these, just exchange them for 2 kilograms of animal meat." Bai Yu was a little embarrassed after hearing this. 2 pounds of meat is indeed not much. But now she only has the meat of the Dudu beast, which is still roasted, and she is reluctant to part with it. He smiled awkwardly at the middle-aged female and took the bag with carrots from Lu Xiu's hand. Said, "Our meat has been replaced, but I have other things that can be eaten. It tastes very good. I guarantee you haven't eaten it before. It can be eaten raw or cooked. You can try it first." Bai Yu said, breaking off some of the tips of the radish with his hands and handing it to the middle-aged female. The middle-aged female was a little curious when she heard the words, so she bit a little bit first. Her eyes lit up after she felt a hint of sweetness. She put all the radish tips into her mouth and made a crunching sound. "How about it? Change it?"
Change.
The middle-aged female, as if she was afraid that Bai Yu would regret it, said quickly, Seven of these fruits, these red strings will be given to you." Bai Yu didn't expect that carrots would one day be regarded as fruits. She thought it was a bit funny, but she had no intention of explaining it. He directly gave 7 carrots to the middle-aged female in exchange. When she was about to leave, the middle-aged female asked her where she found the carrot. Naturally, she wouldn't tell the truth, not to hide her privacy, but because it was too close to her and Lu Xiu's home. He just found an excuse and dismissed the person, happily holding the chili skewers and left with Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu saw Bai Yu happy, and he was also happy, but he was still a little curious. Then he asked, "Yu, what kind of good thing is this? Look, you will be happy." "Of course I'm happy." Seeing no one around, Bai Yu collected all the chili peppers and said, "This is chili pepper, a vegetable and an indispensable condiment." Lu Xiu naturally believed Bai Yu's words and was a little curious about what it smelled like before he had time to ask. Just listen to Bai Yu continue to say, "But that's all here. I can only let you taste it. The rest must be kept for seeds." Lu Xiu was confused when he heard this, but he still understood one thing, that is, he could only taste a little bit. Bai Yu and Lu Xiu wandered around casually again and exchanged carrots with other females for some fruits and wild vegetables, but they didn't see anything edible anymore. Moreover, the carrots she brought have been used up. Even if she wants to exchange them, she has nothing to exchange with others. She doesn't want Lu Xiu to go to Mongshan again. But Bai Yu is already very satisfied. She got 2 kinds of fruits this time. One is green, which is a bit like pear juice, and is called green fruit by the people here. There is also a kind of purple, which is called purple fruit by people here. The remaining wild vegetables are all called wild vegetables, and there is no classification. They are all put together. It seems that there should be 3 or 4 kinds. Bai Yu still had 3 opportunities to identify them today, so she randomly identified 3 types, thinking that she might encounter them outside in the future. As for the others, we will wait until today to identify and record them. Papa vegetables are non-toxic and edible. Thin leaves are white, non-toxic and edible. 1 leaf is green, non-toxic and edible, and the rhizome can be used as medicine and has the effect of reducing fever. Bai Yuyu's eyes lit up after seeing the identification result of yeeking. She didn't expect that she was so lucky. She could find medicinal materials to reduce fever even if she changed the dishes. After going through the temperament in his mind, Bai Yuyu was sure that he would be able to recognize this herb called yeeking at a glance when he encountered it again in the future. Immediately select all the green leaves and tie them up individually. This is a life-saving treasure. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu's things with curiosity, but didn't ask any more questions. He just said, "Yuyu, do you want to go shopping again?" "No, let's go back." At this time, Bai Yuyu no longer had the desire to go shopping anymore. After all, she had seen almost everything she should see, so she changed it if she could. Seeing that Bai Yuyu didn't show any reluctance, Lu Xiu nodded, and then took Bai Yuyu away from the exchange place. When they reached a deserted place, Lu Xiu just wanted to transform into a beast and take Bai Yuyu home. They felt like someone was peeking at them with malicious intent. Lu Xiu's eyes turned cold, and he stretched out his hand to bring Bai Yuyu into his arms, looking coldly in one direction. Bai Yuyu was confused. She raised her head to ask Lu Xiu what was wrong, and saw Lu Xiu's extremely serious expression. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the front. "Boy, do you have good ears?" As the voice fell, the orcs came out of the darkness. Bai Yuyu looked up and found that there was something strange about all these people. There are some with humanoid animal legs, some with animal heads and human bodies, and some with animal claws exposed. They are strangely shaped, quite like monsters in the mythical world. Lu Xiu didn't need to explain this to her. She knew that these were probably wandering orcs. Judging from their malicious looks, they were probably more ferocious wandering orcs. Bai Yuyu raised his eyes and looked at Lu Xiu and felt that he was really lucky. Fortunately, he met Lu Xiu at that time. If she had met these people at that time, she would probably have chosen to die right there. Lu Xiu lowered his head and glanced at Bai Yuyu. Seeing that she was looking directly at him, he thought she was afraid. He patted Bai Yuyu's head comfortingly, and when he raised his eyes to look at the person opposite, the warmth in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. He said in a cold voice, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." An orc with a tiger head and body immediately laughed after hearing this, pointed at Lu Xiu and sarcastically said, "A one-eyed man is so arrogant." As he spoke, he turned his attention to Bai Yuyu. Although Bai Yuyu's face was a little dirty, a wandering orc like this who had been hungry for a long time would not care whether you look good or not. A lustful look flashed across his eyes, and he smiled evilly. "You, a disabled orc, dare to come out alone with a little female. Isn't this just giving companions to us brothers? If we don't accept it, how can we be right? Do you care about me?" Then he laughed at the other people and said, "Brothers, do you think what I said is right?" Several other people laughed loudly and responded, "Brother is right. Aren't you just giving companions to us brothers?" Yes, yes, winter is about to begin, and we brothers are in need of a bed warmer."
Oops.
Maya's already a little excited. "Boy, leave the little female alone and leave. We will give you a way to survive." Bai Yuyu's little face turned red with anger after hearing these dirty words. She turned her head and hid in Lu Xiu's arms. She really didn't want to look into those lustful eyes again. This made her feel uncomfortable, even a little nauseous. Lu Xiu's face was livid at this time, exuding a murderous aura, and he sneered at those people. He replied, "You are actually looking for death. Then I will help you." After saying that, he transformed into an animal form, used his snake tail to send Bai Yuyu behind a big rock, and then charged directly towards the stray orcs. Those few people didn't expect Lu Xiu to be so tough. When they met Lu Xiu's eyes, one of them exclaimed, "He is also an ominous beast." Another person was also surprised and cursed. "How shameless. You actually concealed your identity and went to lure the little female. Why didn't I think of this idea?" These ominous beasts would not believe that a female would voluntarily follow the ominous beasts, so all they could think of was that Lu Xiu had deceived the little female. Lu Xiu wouldn't talk nonsense to these orcs who wanted to his little female. He went up and attacked with a snake tail. Seeing this, the ominous orcs immediately transformed into beast forms and attacked Lu Xiu together. The ominous orcs who can survive are all very powerful in combat. Otherwise, there would be no chance of surviving in this dangerous world. At first, those few people could hurt Lu Xiu a little, but as they went further, they became more frightened. Lu Xiu's endurance was too strong. Although as time passed, they were all a little tired, and the speed and sensitivity of their skills gradually decreased. But Lu Xiu seemed to be tireless, and became more and more courageous as he fought, and they gradually began to lose ground. I knew I might have hit a brick wall this time, but when I thought about finally meeting a female who was alone, I still wasn't willing to let go. A trace of fear flashed in the eyes of the ominous beast man known as the eldest brother. After thinking for a while, he opened his mouth and said, "Brother, we are all ominous beast men. Why kill each other? You join us. How about we share that little female?" Lu Xiu was laughed at after hearing this, and was on the verge of death. He was still trying to get his partner's idea, which was really commendable courage. He had no intention of talking nonsense to them at all. He attacked more and more fiercely. He didn't care at all about the small wounds on his body. He just wanted to solve these few people quickly and take Bai Yu home as soon as possible. Soon, a wolf-like beast man was hit in the head by Lu Xiu, killing him with a direct and losing his life. The remaining ominous orcs were frightened to see this scene. The eldest brother said even more anxiously, "Brother, we are blind. You stop here. We brothers will leave immediately. We will not offend you in the future. What do you think? Stop?" Lu Xiu sneered and said disdainfully, "I gave you a chance, but you insist on seeking death. How can I not help you?" As he said that, he lost interest in continuing to fight with them. He was afraid of attracting other orcs and just wanted to fight quickly. The people behind him repeatedly begged for mercy, but Lu Xiu had no intention of letting them go. It wasn't until several people fell to the ground lifeless that Lu Xiu turned back to his human form and walked towards where Bai Yu was hiding. Before Lu Xiu could reach the place, Bai Yu, who had been observing the battle, ran out. As soon as he ran to Lu Xiu's side, he began to check the wounds on Lu Xiu's body. She didn't expect these ominous orcs to be so powerful and actually cause Lu Xiu to suffer so many injuries. It was obviously not like this the last time he fought with the lion tribe. Looking up, Lu Xiu's body was covered with scratches of various sizes, and there were even 2 bite marks. Bai Yu's nose felt sore, and she couldn't help but shed tears of distress. He sobbed softly and said, "Lu Xiu, do you feel any pain?" Lu Xiu looked nonchalant, as if he couldn't feel the pain. He really didn't think this injury was anything. The orcs had very strong recovery capabilities. As long as they didn't damage their muscles or bones, this flesh injury would heal quickly. But when he realized that Bai Yu felt sorry for him, his eyes flashed, and he immediately frowned with an uncomfortable expression. Bai Yu always regarded Lu Xiu as a rough guy without any scheming, so how could he have thought that Lu Xiu would play tricks on him? Upon hearing Lu Xiu's words, tears fell even more fiercely. He quickly took out a few piranha galls from the space and wanted to give Lu Xiu medicine. Lu Xiu just wanted Bai Yu to take the initiative to get closer to him, but he became a little panicked when he saw Bai Yu crying more and more sadly. He quickly stopped Bai Yu's next move, picked up Bai Yu, and quickly left here while comforting. "Yu, stop crying. I don't feel any pain at all. I was just teasing you. We can't stay here for long. We have to leave here first." Bai Yu wouldn't believe that Lu Xiu really didn't feel pain. How could anyone really not know the pain? At most, Lu Xiu was more tolerant. But he also knew that he couldn't stay here for long, so he had to hold back his tears to prevent himself from crying, so as not to disturb Lu Xiu's journey. After Bai Yu felt that she had gone far enough away, she was unwilling to leave anymore and had to put her down and let Lu Xiu take the medicine first. Although Lu Xiu felt it was unnecessary, it felt really good to be cared about, so he followed Bai Yu's wishes and stopped. Bai Yu pointed at a stone and asked Lu Xiu to sit down. After Lu Xiu sat down in cooperation, he quickly broke the gall of a piranha and began to carefully apply medicine to Lu Xiu. The piranha's gall has been kept in the space by Bai Yu, and it is still very fresh, and its medicinal effect has not changed at all. As soon as he rubbed it on the wound, Lu Xiu felt a cool feeling, which covered up the original stinging sensation. But it wasn't over yet. Bai Yu still remembered that Lu Xiu asked her to help her on it, so she didn't think much about it and just pouted her little mouth and blew on the area where the medicine had been applied, thinking that this might make Lu Xiu feel better. Lu Xiu never expected that Bai Yu would do this. He only felt that although the place where Bai Yu blew didn't hurt anymore, it started to itch. He looked away, telling himself not to look or think too much, but without paying attention, Bai Yu blew directly on her shoulder. The breath swept across Lu Xiu's neck and ears lightly, leaving a ripple that made Lu Xiu tremble uncontrollably. Bai Yu was confused by Lu Xiu's actions, thinking that she had hurt him. He said anxiously, "Did I hurt you? I'm sorry, I'll be careful behind you." As he raised his head, he met Lu Xiu's dark eyes. Bai Yu instinctively felt a little dangerous and couldn't help but take a step back. But as soon as he stepped back, Lu Xiu pulled him into his arms, and the next moment he kissed her passionately. Bai Yu was confused by Lu Xiu's actions. When she felt something was wrong, her whole body became confused. "I don't understand why Lu Xiu suddenly went into heat when he was fine just now. Could it be that this medicine has any side effects? You shouldn't. If there are side effects, the system can't help but show them. But now is no longer the time for her to think about this." Lu Xiu has obviously lost control and his hands have begun to be dishonest. Bai Yu's mouth was blocked, and she could only whine. Her own strength was not enough for Lu Xiu. And because Lu Xiu was injured, she didn't dare to move around for fear of touching Lu Xiu's wound. But if she continued like this, she was worried that she would be eaten by Lu Xiu here. It was his first time to fight in the wild, and Bai Yu felt embarrassed just thinking about it. She is a conservative girl who has never held a man's hand in the past 18 years, so she really can't stand this kind of stimulation. Fortunately, at this time, a bird flew through the trees overhead and made a little noise, waking up Lu Xiu, who was already a little out of control. He let go of Bai Yu's red and swollen lips, with a hint of embarrassment in his eyes. He carefully retracted his hand that had reached into his clothes, but when he retracted it, he touched it intentionally or unintentionally, obviously coveting the smooth feel. He swallowed hard and said to Bai Yu in a hoarse voice, "Yu, please don't tease me. You haven't reached your estrus period yet, so we can't." Bai Yu originally wanted to accuse Lu Xiu of his frivolous behavior, but she didn't expect that before she opened her mouth. Lu Xiu slapped her down, and she was shocked. She said, When did I tease you? Don't hit me." Lu Xiu's eyes flashed with guilt after hearing this, but when he thought that if he admitted that he couldn't hold back his animal desires, there might be a few more big rocks on the stone bed in the future. Then he gritted his teeth, put on an innocent expression, and glanced at Bai Yu resentfully, as if looking at a heartless man. Bai Yu felt goosebumps all over her body at that glance. Just when he was about to speak, he heard Lu Xiu say, "Why did you on my sensitive area just now? Aren't you asking for pleasure?" Lu Xiu felt that he was not completely wronged. "Bai Yu, can a male's neck and ears be moved at will? Is it normal for him, a normal male, to have no reaction when being teased like this by the little female he longs for? When did I?" Bai Yu wanted to say that she didn't, but when her eyes fell on Lu Xiu's shoulders, she remembered Lu Xiu's changes just now and her actions at that time. Her face turned red instantly and hesitantly said, I just wanted to your wound. I didn't want to do that." Lu Xiu was amused by Bai Yu's eagerness to explain, and secretly cursed himself for being shameless and bullying a simple little female. But he didn't mean to regret it at all. Instead, he said to Bai Yu in a generous manner, "You don't need to explain. It doesn't matter if you just wanna. We are partners and you can do whatever you want. It's just that if you mate now, it will hurt your body, so wait until later."
Ah?
Bai Yu was confused. She didn't understand why she seemed to be very hungry now, even though she had been taken advantage of. Instinctively, I felt something was wrong, but when I looked up and saw Lu Xiu's honest look, I felt that maybe I was overthinking it. He gritted his teeth, lowered his head, and said shamefully, I know, I will pay attention to it in the future. But he didn't see the fleeting smile on Lu Xiu's face. By the time Lu Xiu and Bai Yu returned to the cave, it was already 3 days later. In addition to traveling these days, the two of them also gained something else. Bai Yu looked very happy when she returned home. She took out all the fresh things she brought back. Her space was very small, and she only put some wild vegetables and fruits that she had exchanged, and that she found. Lu Xiu was carrying 2 large animal skin bags in his hands, and they were all filled with sweet potatoes that Bai Yu accidentally discovered when he came back. It's just that it's a bit far away from here. Lu Xiu is trying his best to get there, and it will probably take more than a day to get there. There were a lot of sweet potatoes there, but it was a pity that Lu Xiu and Bai Yu couldn't take too many. Bai Yu and Lu Xiu already had enough food for the winter, so they didn't force it. Just let Lu Xiu remember that place, and maybe he can go dig some more next year. Although she has decided to open up wasteland and farm her own land, she will not let it go if there is something ready-made. Almost all her appraisals in the past few days were used on the pile of wild vegetables she exchanged. Unfortunately, except for the 1-leaf green, she had never encountered any wild vegetables with medicinal value. But she was also very satisfied. This time when she went out, she not only got salt, but also found and peppers. She also got to know many kinds of wild vegetables. The most important thing was that she also found sweet potatoes with extremely high yields. Bai Yu seemed to have seen a large field of sweet potatoes waving to her. This could be used as a staple food. The roasted sweet potatoes were so sweet. How could she be unhappy? Lu Xiu was a little unhappy when he saw that Bai Yu had been tinkering with the things he had brought back since he came back, without even giving him a spare look. He walked over and said, "Yo, don't you take a rest? You've been sleeping in the open during this period, and you haven't had much rest." Bai Yu was a little embarrassed after hearing this. She really didn't feel that she had suffered much in the past few days. It's even more impossible that he didn't get a good rest. It was as if Lu Xiu had grown up every day, and he didn't even walk a few steps. When drowsiness comes, I fall asleep and have no rest. On the contrary, Lu Xiu had to be on his way all the time. It should be noted that it was Lu Xiu who should be taking a rest. Looking up at Lu Xiu, she found that Lu Xiu was looking at her with resentment, as if she was looking at a scumbag who would just throw it away after use. Bai Yu thought for a while and probably understood that Lu Xiu was complaining about neglecting him. He glanced at Lu Xiu speechlessly and said, "Please help me put these sweet potatoes and into the stone cellar for storage. We will have dinner and then rest." As he spoke, he took out 3 sweet potatoes, thinking that after finishing the meal, he would roast the sweet potatoes in the fire as a dessert after the meal. You don't need many sweet potatoes to grow sweet potatoes. When the time comes, you can use a small amount of sweet potatoes to cultivate sweet potato vines, and then cut the sweet potato vines into small sections for planting. As long as there is no drought, it is easy to grow. Of course, Lu Xiu would not refuse. His mouth was already in Bai Yu's mouth. He had not eaten Bai Yu's food in the past few days, and was already greedy. Said, "Then Yu, please make more, I'm so hungry."
No.
Bai Yu shook her head in a funny way and began to prepare the ingredients. She said she would let Lu Xiu taste the taste of chili pepper, so she would not break her promise. There weren't many peppers, so she wanted to save seeds, so she didn't dare to do more. She only took out a few to add flavor, and hung the rest directly at the entrance of the cave to dry, not to mention they looked pretty. After admiring his masterpiece for a moment, Bai Yu looked away and started to process the ingredients. Now that the kitchen is ready for use, Bai Yu will naturally not continue cooking outside. He came to the stove that Lu Xiu had built for him, where there was a special place for processing ingredients. She took off 2 pieces of animal meat from the stone wall, and then took out the scales of the rhinoceros and python from the space. In the past 2 days, Lu Xiu would help her polish the snake scales whenever he had free time, so now the snake scales are very sharp. Bai Yu has already tried it. Although it is still not as easy to use as a kitchen knife, compared with a stone knife, it is simply a treasure. While they were cutting the meat, Lu Xiu came over and took over Bai Yu's work and said, "I can do this." Bai Yu was not polite to him, and directly gave up her position to let Lu Xiu cut the meat, while she ran to wash the vegetables. Bai Yu decided that unless she met a vegetable she knew and could grow, all wild vegetables would be called green vegetables from now on. She didn't plan to fry these vegetables, because there weren't many, and even if they were fried, it wouldn't be enough for Lu Xiu alone. It's better to make soup and drink it so that you can eat more meals, and the vegetable soup is also delicious. After Bai Yu washed the vegetables, Lu Xiu's meat was also cut. This earthen stove is modeled after the earthen oven at my grandfather's house. It has 2 stove doors and a stone pot, which can be used to stir-fry and cook soup at the same time. Bai Yu asked Lu Xiu to help light the fire, while she started cooking. The soup is particularly easy to cook. Just pour some water into the pot, throw in a few slices of, cover the pot, and forget about it for now. The most troublesome part of cooking is actually handling the ingredients. Now that the ingredients have been processed, the next thing is very simple. When the oil was boiled and Bai Yu poured the sliced and chili into the pot to stir-fry the smell, Lu Xiu, who had never smelled the smell, was choked and coughed. Before Bai Yu could react, she was quickly carried out of the kitchen by Lu Xiu. Bai Yu was a little confused, and when she looked up, she saw Lu Xiu's serious expression. Then I heard Lu Xiu say, "Yu, this thing is so powerful. Have you admitted your mistake? It doesn't look like it's edible. Are you afraid it's poisonous?" When Bai Yu heard this, the corners of her mouth twitched, feeling funny and angry. He slapped Lu Xiu and glared, "Don't eat it for a while. This is what this food tastes like. Don't hold me back. I won't be done with you until I'm burnt." After saying that, he ran back without looking back. Seeing this, Lu Xiu's expression changed, which was wonderful. In the end, he had to grit his teeth, cover his nose, and follow quickly, secretly deciding that no matter how unpalatable the food was, he still had to hold his nose and say it was delicious, and he must not let Bai Yu feel disappointed. But when he went in, Bai Yu had already poured the meat in and stir-fried it. As Bai Yu stir-fried, an overbearing aroma came, which made Lu Xiu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Why did this suddenly change? It was pungent and choking just now. Although it is still a bit choking now, the smell is very overpowering. Bai Yu raised her eyebrows and glanced at the dumbfounded Lu Xiu. He raised his chin and said with a half-smile, "Isn't it delicious? I want to eat it?" "Yeah, it smells good." Lu Xiu nodded honestly. He had indeed never smelled such a domineering fragrance. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's look and actually found this rough guy a little cute. She pursed her lips with a smile and said, "Why don't you go light the fire?" Oh, okay, let's go." Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu and covered the pot. At this time, the soup on the other side had boiled. Bai Yu poured the prepared vegetables into it, put a little salt in it, and asked Lu Xiu not to stop. "Add more firewood over there." The two of them, one holding the spoon and the other lighting the fire, looked like an ordinary newlywed couple. The meal was quickly prepared. After Bai Yu buried the sweet potatoes in the fire, he asked Lu Xiu to wash his hands and prepare to eat. Lu Xiu was influenced by Bai Yu and has now become accustomed to washing his hands before meals. After Bai Yu loaded up the vegetables and soup, Lu Xiu couldn't wait to take a bite. As soon as he put it in his mouth and chewed it a few times, Lu Xiu felt as if his tongue was on fire, and he was immediately paralyzed. But after the discomfort passed, the special charm of the spicy taste came out, making him feel so comfortable and very enjoyable. Lu Xiu's eyes lit up, and Harry took a breath, hoping to reduce the burning sensation in his mouth. While exhaling, he said to Bai Yu, this. Phew, what does this taste like? I have never tasted it before, nor have I heard of it. My mouth feels like it's burning, but it's very enjoyable." Bai Yu was amused by Lu Xiu's funny look and said with a smile, "This is spicy. How is it? Is it particularly enjoyable?" Bai Yu also tasted it and found that the chili pepper was spicier than she expected. Although she didn't put much in it, it was very spicy. Lu Xiu nodded and said while eating, "Well, it's very enjoyable. If you eat this after winter, it will definitely be more enjoyable." After hearing this, Bai Yu shook her head regretfully and replied, "There are too few peppers. I will save the rest and plant them next year so that I can always have peppers to eat." Lu Xiu was a little confused after hearing this and asked confusedly, "What does Yu mean by planting?" The orcs in this world have no idea of farming yet and rely entirely on hunting and finding wild vegetables for a living, so Lu Xiu doesn't understand what farming means at all. Bai Yu was also about to discuss this matter with Lu Xiu. Bai Yu had carefully looked at the land near the cave. It was almost all trees and jungles and could not be cultivated at all. Therefore, if we want to farm in the future, we will not be able to live in this place. But this was Lu Xiu's home after all, and he didn't know if Lu Xiu would mind. He told Lu Xiu all his ideas and farming concepts and said that he wanted to build a house in the future and no longer wanted to live in such a dark and unventilated cave. Lu Xiu had seen tree houses built by relatively prosperous tribes before, so he understood the meaning of building houses. He was also a little interested in what Bai Yu said about farming. When he thought about what Bai Yu said, if you plant a little bit, you can grow a lot, he was a little excited. As for the moving issue that Bai Yu was worried about, Lu Xiu paid the least attention to it. What kind of family does he, a wandering orc, have? Now the little female is his home. As long as the little female still follows him, he can go anywhere. After getting Lu Xiu's affirmative answer, Bai Yu was very happy and relieved, and Lu Xiu became more and more pleasing to the eye. He filled a bowl of vegetable soup and handed it to Lu Xiu and said with a smile, "Drink some vegetable soup to relieve the heat after eating chili." Lu Xiu glanced at a few wild vegetable leaves in the bowl and didn't have much hope for the soup. But after taking a sip, I realized that the soup didn't have any bitterness of wild vegetables, but instead had a refreshing fragrance and a special taste. Although it is not as satisfying as the fried pork with chili pepper, it still has a different flavor. I finished the bowl of soup in a short time. Lu Xiu was very full and satisfied with this meal. He originally thought that would be it for the day. Unexpectedly, Bai Yu handed him 2 large roasted sweet potatoes before going to bed, as if coaxing a child. Lu Xiu had eaten raw sweet potatoes when he was on the road. At that time, he thought they were crispy, sweet, and delicious, like fruit. When Yu said that the sweet potatoes could be roasted and eaten, he was still a little skeptical. After all, he had never seen anyone roasting fruit. But when he broke open the roasted sweet potato and smelled the sweet smell, Lu Xiu's mouth immediately secreted saliva, and he was so greedy. When you take a bite of the golden sweet potato flesh, you will feel the sweetness, glutinousness, and softness. A sweet taste rushes to your taste buds, making you want to swallow it on your tongue. How does it taste, Lu Xiu? Is it particularly sweet? When we have land in the future, we can eat as much of this as we want. Lu Xiu looked at the roasted sweet potato in his hand, and then at Bai Yu, who was looking at him with a smile. After listening to her bite one by one, we just felt that we were complete. My heart felt warm and swollen, and there was a doting smile in my eyes, and I smiled and said, "Yeah, it's delicious. I will definitely cultivate a lot of land for Yu in the future, and you can have as much land as you want." When Bai Yu heard this, she gave Lu Xiu a knowing look, so arrogant. But he didn't know how cute these little moves of his were in Lu Xiu's eyes. Time passed quickly, and soon Bai Yu welcomed the first snow in this world. Bai Yu was wearing the fiery red animal skin coat she made herself. She stood at the entrance of the cave and looked at the vast white outside, feeling a little confused. The sun was shining brightly yesterday, and although it was a bit cold in the morning and evening, it didn't look like winter was coming, right? What's more, it's snowing so heavily this time. Why did the world change after just one nap? Lu Xiu was wearing the coat Bai Yu made for him. He felt warm all over his body and felt comfortable everywhere. He walked up to Bai Yu and said, "Don't look away, Yu. I'm going to seal the entrance of the cave. It will only get colder outside in the future." Seeing Lu Xiu's unfazed look, Bai Yu probably guessed that this was the normal state of this world, so she nodded and turned around and went inside. It was indeed too cold outside. Even though she was wearing thick clothes, her face was almost frozen. As soon as winter came, the two of them became free, doing nothing but eating and sleeping every day. Lu Xiu, in particular, was lazy all day long. He would never sit down when he could lie down, and he didn't even want to eat. Although Bai Yu knows that this is the normal behavior of snakes after winter, she is still a little worried and not used to it. After all, in her eyes, Lu Xiu is a normal human being, not a beast. At first, Bai Yu would talk to Lu Xiu, tease him, and try to make him feel better. The goal was indeed achieved. Not only did Lu Xiu become energetic, but his brothers also became energetic along with him. He would often use his hands and feet to take advantage of her, which made Bai Yu speechless and didn't want to provoke him again. Finally, my eyes fell on the fireweed in the corner. I thought that being idle is also idle, so I would make a few more thin clothes to wear after spring and summer. If you want to make thin clothes, you have to separate the threads of the fireweed into silk. This is a delicate job that Lu Xiu can't do, so she can only do it by herself. Once something is done, time will pass quickly. 2 months have passed in the blink of an eye. Bai Yu has knitted 2 sets of clothes for herself and Lu Xiu, as well as some shorts, socks, and the like. Looks like a couple's version. After taking a look at the few fireweeds left, Bai Yu finally stopped. The remaining fireweeds were no longer enough to do anything, so he could only use this little oil lamp. Glancing at the man who was happily gesturing with the big pants he had just knitted, Bai Yu felt a little embarrassed and blind. Just as Bai Yu was about to speak, there was a faint sound of crying in her ears. Bai Yu was stunned, turned to look at Lu Xiu, and found that Lu Xiu's expression had darkened. Just by looking at Lu Xiu's expression, Bai Yu guessed that what he just heard was not an auditory hallucination, but someone was indeed crying outside. She walked up to Lu Xiu and said, "Lu Xiu, there seems to be someone outside. Should we go and take a look?" Lu Xiu shook his head after hearing Bai Yu's question. Said, "The only ones who can be outside at this time are stray orcs and tribal orcs who have run out of food. No matter which one they are trouble." Bai Yu was a little nervous after hearing this. His eyelashes trembled slightly, and he asked cautiously, "Then they won't break in, right?"
Won't.
Lu Xiu shook his head and smiled reassuringly at Bai Yu. Said, "The snow outside is already very thick, completely covering our traces. Even the kitchen, the bamboo must be shaken every day when cooking, otherwise there will be no smoke at all. It's completely white outside, and people outside can't find the entrance to the cave." Bai Yu felt a little relieved after hearing Lu Xiu's words. But the crying outside was getting closer, and then Bai Yu heard the cry of a child. "Please, I know you are here. Please, please save my brother. As long as you can save my brother, I will be here from now on." Bai Yu and Lu Xiu both heard this clearly and had some guesses about the people outside. Before winter, when Bai Yu and Lu Xiu were picking okra, they met a pair of wandering orc brothers. The only child who can be found here now is probably the little orc Mu heir. Bai Yu felt a little unbearable as she listened to the crying outside, but she also knew that people's hearts are unpredictable, and she was afraid that her temporary soft-heartedness would cause Lu Xiu some trouble. Lu Xiu raised his eyes and glanced at Bai Yu and understood something from her expression. He sighed and pulled Yu to open the door curtain made of animal skin and walked into the kitchen. "Lucius, what are you going to do?"
Sure.
Lu Xiu made a silent gesture and said, "Don't say anything for now. Let's take a look before talking." As he spoke, he came to the window left in the kitchen and gently opened the animal skin curtain. In front of him was a large stone blocking the snow, and the snow in the gap. Lu Xiu took a slender piece of firewood, poked a small hole in the highest part of the window, and then looked outside carefully through the hole. After a while, his expression relaxed a little. He turned to look at Bai Yu and said softly, "Do you want to see it?" Bai Yu nodded when she heard this, and the next moment she was picked up by Lu Xiu and lifted to the small hole. Bai Yu followed this action and looked outside, looking around, and not long after, the source of the crying appeared in her sight. "I saw a 7 or 8-year-old little orc, kneeling in the snow and crying desperately, and on his back lay a young orc who was missing an arm. But at this time, the orc seemed to be unconscious. His head was resting on the little orc's shoulder, and he was motionless, as if he was dead." Bai Yu looked away and glanced at Lu Xiu, hesitant to speak, as if he wanted to say something but didn't dare. How could Lu Xiu not understand Bai Yu's thoughts? He patted Bai Yu's head and said, "Wait here, I'll go out and take a look." Bai Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he nodded immediately. She really sympathized with the child. At such a young age, he should have been acting coquettishly in his parents' arms, but instead he became a wanderer, still in this dangerous world. Looking at the child, Bai Yu felt like he was seeing Lu Xiu in his childhood. Lu Xiu pushed away the stone blocking the kitchen entrance and walked outside. Bai Yu stood at the entrance of the hole, observing the situation outside. Mu'er was already a little desperate, but when he heard the noise, he raised his head and looked at Lu Xiu in disbelief. He actually didn't have high hopes for coming here, but thinking that there was a female beside this powerful wandering orc, and females are soft-hearted, he wanted to try his luck. He looked at Lu Xiu with a look of pleading on his face and said, "Please, please save my brother. As long as you can save my brother, I am willing to swear to the beast god that I will recognize you as my master from now on." Lu Xiu had no interest in taking in slaves. If he hadn't seen Bai Yu being a little soft-hearted, or if he hadn't been afraid of being regarded as a hard-hearted orc by Bai Yu, he wouldn't have come out at all. He raised his eyes and glanced at the unconscious one-armed orc Mu, and found that he was extremely weak and looked like he was about to die. Lu Xiu moved his nose slightly and smelled the smell of blood. He narrowed his eyes and took a few steps forward, then directly raised his hand to slip the unconscious Mu up. After looking up and down, he found that his abdomen was wrapped in a piece of animal skin and was still bleeding. Mu'er was startled by Lu Xiu's rough and insulting movements, but he didn't want to stop him. He just looked at Lu Xiu with pleading eyes. Mu'er knew that his brother was about to die, and the person in front of him was his last hope, so he did not dare to be dissatisfied with any of Lu Xiu's actions. Lu Xiu glanced at Mu'er, and without saying a word, he picked up Mu and walked towards the entrance of the cave. Mu'er's eyes lit up when he saw this. Knowing that Lu Xiu wanted to take care of his brother, he quickly stood up and followed him staggeringly. After Mu'er also entered the cave, Lu Xiu immediately sealed the entrance and placed Mu'er directly next to the firewood. He turned to Bai Yu, who was still looking at Mu'er, and said, "He's dying." His tone was calm, and his expression was calm. He had no intention of rescuing anyone at all. He looked like he had completed some kind of mission. Bai Yu's mouth twitched after hearing this, and she was a little speechless. Mu'er's heart dropped when he heard this. He looked at the two of them and finally knelt down in front of Bai Yu, crying, "Sister, please help my brother, please. I am willing to be here for the rest of my life to repay your kindness." Bai Yu had never experienced this before, and she quickly tried to pull Mu'er up, but found that this little orc was not old, but was much stronger than her, and she couldn't pull him up at all. Lu Xiu frowned and looked at Bai Yu's hand, feeling a little disgusted. He glared at Mu'er and said coldly, "Get up, or I will throw you out." Mu'er was really afraid of Lu Xiu. After hearing this, he quickly stood up and just looked at Bai Yu pitifully. He finally understood that the female in front of him held a very important position in the orc's heart. As long as he can make this female relax, then this orc should not ignore his brother. The skin and flesh were turned out, which looked scary. Bai Yu's little hands trembled, and she turned to look at Mu'er and finally sighed. He said, "The injury is too serious. I can only try. I can't guarantee whether I can save him or not." Mu'er was a little confused after hearing this. She didn't understand how a weak little female like her could save her brother. He just wanted to win Bai Yu's sympathy and ask her to intercede with Lu Xiu for him. But he could only think about it in his heart, and he didn't dare to express his thoughts at all. He could only nod in agreement. Now he had no other choice but to treat a dead horse as a living horse doctor and choose to believe in Bai Yu. Seeing Mu'er nodding, Bai Yu said to Lu Xiu, "Lu Xiu, help me boil some water." Lu Xiu was a little surprised when he heard this. He originally thought that Bai Yu would get some piranha bile for Mu, but looking at Bai Yu's appearance, that was not the case at all. He was a little curious, but didn't ask any more questions. After being slightly surprised, he nodded and went to work. Bai Yu returned to the cave inside, moved the firegrass husks she peeled off and spread them outside on the ground, and then found a piece of animal skin that Lu Xiu disliked and spread it on top. He said to Mu-Er, "Get your brother up there, it will be warmer."
Mu-Er was naturally happy.
After thanking Bai Yu, he hugged Mu-Yi. Bai Yu looked at Mu-Er's actions with a little envy. She envied the orcs in this world who were naturally stronger than females and had such strength and combat effectiveness. Although she was envious, she just sighed a little. Seeing Mu-Er put Mu-Yi away, she returned to the cave inside again. When Bai Yu came out again, he already had a sharp bone needle and thread rubbed with firegrass in his hand. Mu-Er saw what Bai Yu was holding, turned around and glanced at his brother's wound, and came up with a terrible guess. His lips trembled, but in the end he held back and said nothing, fearing that his doubts would cause Bai Yu's displeasure, and then he would stop caring about his brother. In that case, his brother would be dead. If that's the case, it's better to let Bai Yu try, just in case he survives. Bai Yu didn't know Mu-Er's thoughts. If she knew, she wouldn't be angry because she didn't know what she was thinking. She had never done anything like this before. She had only seen some knowledge about this in online videos in her previous world. And the reason why I watched it in the first place was because I was interested in the process of a woman having a cesarean section. Now seeing Mu-Er's wound, her first thought was to sew it up for him. And she secretly prayed in her heart that the orc's recovery ability and the piranha's fish guts could help Mu-Er, but she really had no confidence at all. If she hadn't seen Mu-Er dying and had no other options, she would never have taken the risk. Yuyo, the water is boiling. Lu Xiu had been paying attention to Bai Yu's actions, and naturally, he also saw what she was holding. He walked up to Bai Yu and asked Mu-Er the question he didn't dare to ask Yuyo. "Do you want to sew him up? Is it possible?" Bai Yu nodded and said, "There is no other way. It is impossible for such a big wound to grow on its own. We can only try this." Lu Xiu nodded without questioning anything. Now Mu-Er is already a dead person in Lu Xiu's eyes. Even if Bai Yu is played to death, it doesn't matter. He is an irrelevant person anyway. In all his life, he had never seen an orc alive with such wounds, and even the wizards from the big tribes couldn't save him. Bai Yu didn't know what Lu Xiu was thinking. If she knew, she would definitely scold Lu Xiu as a pervert. Except for perverts, who would think of doing such a thing as sewing someone's hair. Bai Yu first got some boiling water and scalded a piece of clean animal fur to disinfect it. Then he changed a basin of clean boiling water and used the small piece of animal skin to clean Mu-Er's dirt and blood from the wound. When the cleaning was almost done, I threw the bone needles and threads into the pot and boiled them for disinfection. If Mu-Er doesn't die, this line will probably stay on Mu-Er's body in the future, and it will naturally need to be taken care of to avoid inflammation in the future. Bai Yu carried Mu-Yi on his back and took out several piranha bladders from the space. He smeared bile on Mu-Er's wounds inside and out, and then took out the needle and thread from the pot. Bai Yu's hands were shaking a little when she was sewing the wound. After all, it was her first time to do such a thing, so she was still a little timid. But apart from her, there is only one child and one rough guy left here. There is no way for anyone to do it. She can only do it by herself. If a professional doctor saw the way she was shaking her hands to sew the wound, they would definitely say that she was wasting his life. Although Bai Yu is not a professional, she still knows some common sense. After all, she is also someone who has watched the video of cesarean section surgery. Because the wound was relatively deep, Bai Yu first sewed a layer on the inside, and then sewed up a layer on the surface. Because her workmanship was good, the sutured wound looked relatively smooth, but the line was black, which made it look more obvious when it jumped up. I don't know if it was because of the pain-relieving effect of fish gall, or because Mu-Er had already entered a deep coma, but Mu-Er didn't even frown during the whole process. Bai Yu had tried his best and said to Mu-Er, who had been staying quietly aside, "I'll make some soup in a while. You feed some to your brother, and you drink some yourself to get rid of the cold. As for whether your brother can wake up, it's up to him. I've done what I can do." Mu-Er nodded repeatedly when he heard this. Although he didn't know what Jiang Tang was, he still said gratefully, "Thank you, sister. As long as my brother wakes up, I will definitely keep my promise and recognize you as my master." Bai Yu didn't take these words to heart, waved her hand, and went to make soup. After the soup was cooked, before Bai Yu could react, Lu Xiu took the lead in filling a bowl and bringing it to Mu'er. The expression was a bit gloating, and he said, "Drink." Bai Yu turned her eyes away in embarrassment, feeling a little blind. She also remembered Lu Xiu's painful expression when he first asked Lu Xiu to drink soup. Mu'er was a little confused by Lu Xiu's sudden enthusiasm. He looked at the bowl in his hand and smelled the strange, pungent smell. Mu'er even doubted whether this thing was poisonous. But when he saw Bai Yu from the corner of his eye, he still gritted his teeth and held his breath and took a careful sip, and then he choked and coughed continuously. Cough, cough, cough. This. Cough, cough. What is this? Cough, cough. Huh. Of course it's good stuff. You cooked it by yourself. Drink it quickly. Don't forget to feed your brother a bowl after drinking it. Lu Xiu smiled happily, not hiding his gloating face at all. Bai Yu didn't expect Mu'er to react so violently. Because there was no sugar, the soup was indeed a bit unpleasant to drink, but it wasn't like that. She glared at Lu Xiu and said to Mu'er, who was already choking on tears, "This is to drive away the cold. Drink it to prevent typhoid fever. You and your brother have been freezing outside for so long, so you'd better drink some." Mu'er felt relieved after hearing this, and finally drank it all at once with his eyes closed and endured the strange smell. After drinking it, Mu'er discovered that although the taste was very bad, after drinking it, his body, which had been numb from the cold, gradually began to warm up. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, and there was gratitude and a trace of wonder in his eyes when he looked at Bai Yu, but he did not say any more words of thanks. He turned around and took the other bowl handed over by Lu Xiu, squatted down, and carefully fed Mu'er. Although Mu'er was unconscious, fortunately, he could still swallow instinctively, so feeding was not too difficult. After Mu'er fed Mu'er a bowl of soup, Bai Yu asked her more curious question. "Mu'er, are you and your brother brothers? Why are we both wandering orcs?" After hearing this, Mu'er's eyes flashed with sadness and self-blame, and he replied, "My brother and I are brothers. My brother didn't have to be a wandering orc. It's all my fault." Then he told Bai Yu and Lu Xiu about his experience with Mu'er. It turns out that the two brothers were originally orcs from the cheetah tribe. When Mu'er turned into a human form when he was 3 years old, he discovered that his left arm was still in the shape of an animal. This was the sign of an ominous orc. Fortunately, only their parents were present when Mu'er transformed. Their father wanted to drive Mu'er out of the tribe, but their mother begged hard not to drive her children away. Finally, his father agreed under his mother's pleading, but said that Mu'er could not keep his left arm. Although her mother couldn't bear it, she also knew that there was no way around it, so she had no choice but to agree, and then claimed that Mu'er's arm had been bitten off by a wild beast. They got through it like this, but when Mu'er was in his 20s, their mother got pregnant again, which should have been a good thing. Unfortunately, as soon as Mu'er was born, their mother died due to dystocia. Their father couldn't bear this and thought that his mother's death must be caused by Mu'er, an ominous orc, so he drove Mu'er outside and refused to let him go home. Mu'er had just lost his mother and was abandoned by his father in anger, so he had to dig a cave to live. I usually follow the female to dig some wild vegetables for a living. If I'm lucky, I can catch some small animals to improve my life. Although my life is not good, I still have a tribe to rely on, and I don't have to worry about being picked up by wild animals. But this kind of life did not last long. When Mu'er transformed, their father discovered that he was another ominous orc. Their father completely exploded, thinking that the two brothers had killed their partner, and threw Mu'er out of the tribe. If they weren't afraid of being held accountable by the tribe, their father might have revealed that Mu'er was an ominous orc and kicked Mu'er out together. Mu'er looked at his fearful and crying little brother, and he really couldn't bear to let him survive alone, so he had to give up the opportunity to stay in the tribe in exchange for one arm, and chose to wander outside with his little brother. The leopard orcs are stronger in speed and combat. Although Mu-yi is missing an arm, he can barely feed his young brother with wild vegetables and some small beasts. After hearing the experiences of the two brothers, Bai Yu had some admiration for Mu-yi. After all, Mu-yi was still a teenager at that time, and he was able to choose to leave the shelter for his young brother. It was really courageous and touching. Bai Yu took a look at Mu-yi's current appearance and asked, "Then what's the matter with his injury?" "It's all my fault." Woo-woo. Mu-er finally couldn't help crying. After all, he was still a cub, his only relative, the only person he could rely on. Now he didn't know if he would wake up. How could he not be afraid? Wiping his tears, he sobbed. "My brother was injured by a few stray orcs who were trying to steal food because he was protecting me." It turned out that it was because Mu-yi was playful and ran out to play in the snow, but was discovered by other wandering orcs, who then attracted food grabbers. Although Mu-yi has grown up now, he only has one arm after all, and there is a younger brother who needs to be protected. There are more people on the other side than them, so he is naturally no match for him. If he hadn't run out with Mu-er desperately in the end, both brothers would probably have to explain where they were. After understanding what happened, Bai Yu was also a little scared and worried. Turning his head to look at Lu Xiu, he found that his expression was indifferent and showed no sympathy. Bai Yu thought about it for a moment and understood why Lu Xiu was like this. To Lu Xiu, Mu-er and the others' experiences were just ordinary wandering orcs. And Lu Xiu is a wandering orc, and he is alone, so his growing experience will only be more difficult than that of these two brothers. Thinking of this, Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu with a hint of distress in her eyes, but she didn't know how to comfort him. But now Lu Xiu has grown very powerful, so powerful that he is fearless, and probably does not need this belated comfort. His eyes flickered, he hesitated, but in the end, he just smiled and said, "Lu Xiu, can I make carrot stew and black bean cake for you tonight?" Lu Xiu originally thought that Bai Yu would comfort Mu-er, the little orc, but he didn't expect that Bai Yu would suddenly ask him this question. He turned to look at Bai Yu with some confusion. When his eyes met Bai Yu's eyes, Lu Xiu's heart suddenly skipped a beat. What kind of look is that? Bai Yu probably didn't even realize that she was looking at Lu Xiu with a light in her eyes, as if she was looking at something she particularly loved. Lu Xiu had received the most looks of disgust and fear before. He had never been looked at with such eyes. Even his mother's eyes, when she looked at him, only had pity and intolerance, but never any emotion of love. Lu Xiu, who received this kind of look for the first time, couldn't understand the meaning of this look at all. He only knew that when Bai Yu looked at him like this, the blood in his body began to boil. Bai Yu glared at Lu Xiu when she saw that Lu Xiu was just looking at him blankly, without answering her questions. He held his tongue and said, "If you don't answer, I'll just assume you don't want to eat it." After hearing this, Lu Xiu came back to his senses from the daze he had just been in. He giggled and said anxiously, "I want to eat it. I haven't eaten black bean cake for several days."
I'm thinking about it.
Ever since he ate black bean cake soaked in broth once, Lu Xiu fell in love with this bite. Bai Yu snorted coldly, glanced at Lu Xiu, and said coquettishly, "Then why don't you go cut the meat? Now the remaining meat is all cured meat, which is relatively hard. Bai Yu can't cut it with a snake scale knife, so this job is now all Lu Xiu's." "Okay, I'll go right away," Lu Xiu said, and took the meat. Mu-er was a little surprised to see the way Bai Yu and Lu Xiu got along. Although he was young, he also knew how terrifying their wandering orcs were in the eyes of females. He has never seen a female willingly follow a wandering orc, and such flirting is even more impossible. Just as Mu-er was thinking, he saw Bai Yu looking at him. The next moment he said gently, "You can eat some later, and give your brother some broth. He should be fine." Ever since Mu-er could remember, he had never been treated so tenderly by a female. His eyes immediately turned red, and he felt that Bai Yu was like a legendary goddess. He nodded and replied angrily, "Thank you, sister. I will definitely repay you in the future." Mu-er was just a child in Bai Yu's eyes, and looking at him like a little adult, he just felt a little funny and sad. He nodded and said nothing more, turning around to knead the dough and prepare to make cakes. Mu'er looked at everything in this kitchen and felt it was fresh and strange. He had never seen any of these strange things. When I saw Bai Yuyu kneading dough, I felt even more curious. While Bai Yuyu was cooking and making cakes, Mu'er couldn't stop salivating as he smelled the fragrance in the air. He has never smelled such a fragrant smell in his whole life. Just by smelling these fragrances, he can guess how delicious Bai Yuyu's cooking is. Looking at the stove and tableware used by Bai Yuyu, Mu'er felt as if he had opened a door to a new world. Everything in front of him made him yearn for it. Smelling the fragrance in the air and thinking about Bai Yuyu's treatment method for his brother, Mu'er felt more and more that Bai Yuyu should be the legendary goddess. Turning to look at his brother, Mu'er was filled with hope and expectation. He felt that his brother would definitely not die if he was treated by the goddess. Bai Yuyu didn't know that in just such a short period of time, she would inexplicably become the goddess in the little orc's heart. After cooking, he first served a large bowl to Lu Xiu, and then with Lu Xiu's consent, he gave Mu'er 2 cakes and a bowl of stew. He said warmly, "Try it. Remember to give your brother some broth." Mu'er took the food, with tears in his eyes. This was the first time someone other than his brother had given him food, and he didn't dislike his status as a wandering orc at all. In the end, he couldn't hold it back anymore. He turned around and his tears fell into the bowl, but he didn't dare to cry out for fear of affecting Bai Yuyu's mood. He took a sip of the broth, and a strong aroma immediately hit his taste buds domineeringly. If you taste it carefully, you can taste the sweetness in addition to the aroma of meat. Mu'er had never eaten such delicious food, and his first reaction was to let his brother taste this delicious food. As soon as his eyes lit up, he squatted down and started to feed Mu'er the broth bit by bit. He didn't stop even though he was so greedy that he kept swallowing his saliva. He didn't stop until the soup in the bowl was all gone and only the meat and carrots were left. In a blink of an eye, he looked at the black pancake he had put aside. Mu'er didn't have high expectations for this pancake, but after biting into it, he couldn't stop. But even so, he only ate 1 cake and a little meat, and put the rest next to his brother, obviously wanting to keep it for Mu'er. Bai Yuyu was eating with Lu Xiu while observing all Mu'er's reactions. After seeing Mu'er's series of actions, she looked at Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu knew what Bai Yuyu was thinking with just one glance. He didn't want to make Bai Yuyu unhappy, so he nodded lightly. There was just a hint of coldness in his lowered eyes. Not because I can't bear to eat it, but because he doesn't like Bai Yuyu paying too much attention to others, especially not. Bai Yuyu didn't know what Lu Xiu was thinking, so she called Mu'er over after getting Lu Xiu's answer. Said, "I made more cakes today, please eat another one." As he spoke, he added some more stew. Mu'er shook his head awkwardly and replied uneasily, "No need, sister, I'm full. How can I eat more of such precious food?" Bai Qiqi felt a little funny and a little sad after hearing this. She and Lu Xiu really didn't lack black bean cakes. Lu Xiu almost got half the black beans from the mountain, and the two of them couldn't finish them. But Mu'er thought it was a rare delicacy and didn't even dare to eat more. Sighing, Mu'er acted too sensible, which made Bai Yuyu feel a little more compassionate towards the little orc. Pushing the food in front of Mu'er again, he smiled gently and advised, "Eat, it's okay. If you don't eat enough, how can you have the strength to take care of your brother?" After hearing this, Mu'er couldn't hold back his emotions anymore and burst into tears. The next moment, he knelt directly in front of Bai Yuyu. She cried and said, "Sister, you must be the goddess sent by the beast god. I, Mu'er, swear to the beast god that from now on my life will be yours, sister." Bai Yuyu was a little confused by Mu'er's sudden move. When she understood what Mu'er meant, she felt a little funny. She just gave Mu'er a bowl of rice. How could it be worth Mu'er's life in return? Besides, what could she do with Mu'er's life? But when she was about to help Mu'er up, a long-lost system sound rang in her ears.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for getting Mu'er's faith value of 10 points and successfully activating the system's space upgrade panel. Because the host gains faith points for the first time, the reward space is automatically upgraded once. Congratulations, the host space has been upgraded. The upgraded space is 5 cubic meters, and you have obtained the space spiritual spring, 20 grams per day. Upgraded? Space spiritual spring? Bai Yuyu's eyes widened, shocked and happy. She didn't expect that just by helping Mu Air temporarily, she would make Mu Air have faith in her. What's more, I didn't expect that I would accidentally activate the upgrade conditions of a space. Not only did I increase the space, I also obtained the legendary spiritual spring. Although she didn't know the purpose of this spiritual spring yet, she still had some guesses after reading some novels. Lu Xiu immediately noticed something was wrong with Bai Yuyu. Completely ignoring Mu Air, who was still kneeling in front of Bai Yuyu, he put down his job and asked worriedly, "Yuyu, what's wrong with you? What are you thinking about?" When Lu Xiu shouted, Bai Yuyu came back to her senses instantly, with a look of joy on her face. He smiled at Lu Xiu, pulled up Mu Air first, and then said to Lu Xiu, "You guys eat first. I still have something to confirm. I will tell you later." After saying that, he was not in the mood to continue eating, so he turned around and went back to the cave inside. Lu Xiu and Mu Air were left looking at each other, especially Mu Air. As soon as Bai Yuyu left, he felt a little scared when he looked at Lu Xiu, and how dare he eat the food on the table. Lu Xiu frowned slightly after watching Bai Yuyu leave, but when he thought that Bai Yuyu would tell her later, he was not in a hurry. When he turned around, he met Mu Air's evasive eyes, and he could guess what this little guy was thinking without even thinking. He glanced at Mu Air expressionlessly and said, "You can eat as long as Yuyu tells you to. Put away the dishes and chopsticks after you're done." With that said, he drank the broth in his bowl in one gulp, picked up Bai Yuyu's unfinished meal, and chased Bai Yuyu directly. I don't feel guilty at all about using child labor. There is no such thing as free food in this world. As soon as Bai Yuyu walked to the stone bed and sat down, she couldn't wait to open the system space upgrade panel. After seeing the system space panel, Bai Yuyu was quite satisfied. At least it was not like before, when he didn't even know how to upgrade. I closed my eyes and felt my space, and saw that the space was indeed much larger, and there was a small dragon-shaped jade carving in one corner. There was an invisible barrier around the jade carving, blocking out all other items. At this time, the small mouth of the dragon-shaped jade carving was dripping clear water drops, and a small jade bowl floated under the dragon's mouth, collecting the water drops into it. Bai Yuyu swallowed her saliva and was about to get some spiritual spring water for identification when she heard footsteps. Turning around, she saw Lu Xiu walking over with her rice bowl in hand. Bai Yuyu thought for a moment and waved to Lu Xiu, asking Lu Xiu to sit next to her. Bai Yuyu had already decided to tell Lu Xiu about this from the moment the space was upgraded. Lu Xiu is already his family member and the only person she can trust in the world, so she is willing to share the existence of the system space with Lu Xiu. The only thing she still hesitates about now is whether to find a suitable opportunity to tell Lu Xiu her origins. Lu Xiu didn't know what Bai Yuyu was thinking. Seeing Bai Yuyu's actions, he guessed that Bai Yuyu probably had something to tell him, so he quickly walked to the seat next to Bai Yuyu and sat down. Asked, "Yuyu, what's wrong? What made you stop eating?" Lu Xiu said as he put Bai Yuyu's rice bowl in front of her. Bai Yuyu had no intention of eating at the moment. She glanced at the door curtain leading to the kitchen mysteriously, then leaned into Lu Xiu's ear and whispered, "Lu Xiu, my space was upgraded just now. It has become more than twice as big as before." Lu Xiu was a little distraught because of Bai Yuyu's closeness and the warmth in his ears, but after hearing Bai Yuyu's words clearly, all his charming thoughts were gone. Somewhat shocked, he said, "Will your space be upgraded? Why did it get upgraded?" Bai Yuyu quickly covered Lu Xiu's mouth, glared at Lu Xiu, and said coquettishly, "Keep your voice down. There are people outside." After speaking, he waited for Lu Xiu to nod before releasing his hand covering Lu Xiu's mouth, and then continued, "Just when Li Air knelt down and said that he would give his life to me, the system suddenly upgraded. A voice told me that it was because Li Air had faith in me and I gained faith points from it, so I upgraded." Lu Xiu was even more shocked after hearing Bai Yuyu's explanation. His lips trembled, but he didn't say a word for a long time. Bai Yuyu saw something was wrong with Lu Xiu's expression. Why didn't he look happy at all? She tugged on Lu Xiu's clothes and asked doubtfully, Lu Xiu, why are you not happy at all? Isn't it a good thing that the space has been upgraded?
You.
Before Bai Yu could finish speaking, Lu Xiu pulled her into his arms. Lu Xiu, what's wrong with you? Bai Yu could clearly feel Lu Xiu's uneasiness, and she really didn't understand. Lu Xiu hugged Bai Yu into his arms and gently rubbed Bai Yu's head. She said in a deep voice, Yu, I'm a little scared. After hearing this, Bai Yu raised her head to look at Lu Xiu with some confusion, and saw that Lu Xiu was looking at her with lowered eyes. There was fear and nostalgia in his eyes, and his tight lips revealed his nervousness. Bai Yu felt a little sour and a little hurt when Lu Xiu looked at her like this. He raised his hand and touched Lu Xiu's tense and resolute face, and asked in a warm voice, What are you afraid of? I'm afraid the beast god will take you away. I'm afraid I'll lose you. Lu Xiu said, hugging Bai Yu tighter, and said almost begging, Yu, can you always stay with me? Can you always stay with me? After listening to Bai Yu's words just now, Lu Xiu now only felt that Bai Yu was probably the messenger of the beast god. He was here to complete a certain task, and he would be taken away by the beast god when he was done. He really couldn't think of any other reason other than this. He couldn't imagine what would happen to him if Bai Yu left him one day, and what he could do. Bai Yu was a little confused, and then she slapped Lu Xiu on the head in a funny way. He said angrily, What weird things have you been thinking about in your big head all day long? We have become a couple under the witness of the beast god, and we have also made a vow to the beast god to be together life and death. How can maybe he will be taken away by the beast god? Lu Xiu relaxed a little after hearing this, but still said a little uneasy. But we haven't mated yet, so we can't be considered true partners yet. Bai Yu's eyelids jumped after hearing this, and she instinctively felt a little dangerous. The next moment, Lu Xiu continued to ask pitifully, Yu, when will you reach your estrus? I want you so much, can I?
Can't.
Bai Yu didn't give Lu Xiu a chance to finish what he said, so he blocked Lu Xiu's mouth with his hands in shame and anger. Blushing with embarrassment, he said, Don't even think about it. Nothing will work. Bai Yu hesitated for a long time and couldn't say the word heat. In the end, he could only stare at the person with bluff and said, Absolutely not before I do something. Lu Xiu was not angry after being rejected, but was a little disappointed and frustrated. He just wanted to take Bai Yu as his own as soon as possible, mark her, let her be stained with his scent, so that other orcs would know that this was her little female when they got close. Bai Yu didn't dare to look at Lu Xiu's expression at this time. She found that she was becoming less and less resistant to Lu Xiu now, and would easily become soft-hearted. She was afraid that she would be soft-hearted and agree to something terrible. Although it was a matter of time, she was still young and she was afraid. She wanted to be an ostrich for another 2 years, at least until this body had grown up. Looking at Lu Xiu's body shape, then thinking about his physical abilities, and then thinking about herself, she was really worried that this body would not be useful. After rolling his eyes, he decided to divert Lu Xiu's attention with other things first. He poked Lu Xiu's chest and said, I haven't finished what I just said. Let go. I have something else to show you. Lu Xiu hugged the fragrant and soft Bai Yu, not wanting to let go at all, but he didn't dare to make Bai Yu angry, so in the end he reluctantly let go of Bai Yu. As soon as Bai Yu was free, she got up and went to the stone table to get a bamboo tube she usually used for drinking water, and returned to Lu Xiu. Then he said mysteriously, Don't blink. As he spoke, he put a finger on the mouth of the bamboo tube, and the next moment clear water flowed into the bamboo tube from Bai Yu's fingertips. There are only 20 grams per day, and the jade bowl in this space only received 10 grams. Bai Yu did it all without hesitation. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu's actions in surprise. He only thought it was very magical, but he didn't take the spiritual spring to heart. He just watched Bai Yu's performance. After Bai Yu took out the spiritual spring, he immediately recited the appraisal in his mind. Space spiritual spring is drinkable. Males can take it to strengthen their bodies, females can strengthen their bodies and beautify their appearance, and animals and plants can grow rapidly. Note: Each person should not take more than 15 grams per day. Otherwise, there will be consequences at your own risk. Looking at Ling Juan's identification results, Bai Yuyu almost laughed out loud. This was a timely blessing. With the Lingquan, she will not be short of fertilizer to open up wasteland and farm, and it can also strengthen her body. Isn't this what she needs? With a smile in her eyes, Bai Yuyu said to Lu Xiu, "This is good stuff. I'll explain it to you later. Drink some first and see how it feels." Lu Xiu took the bamboo tube with some doubts and looked at the clear water in the bamboo tube. He thought, isn't this just ordinary water? How else can it feel? But looking at Bai Yuyu's expectant expression, he had no choice but to raise his head and take a sip. While drinking, he thought about what to say to make Bai Yuyu happy. But after swallowing the water, a cool feeling instantly hit Lu Xiu's whole body, making him suddenly feel energetic, and his head became clear after he had been without energy all winter. Lu Xiu looked at the bamboo tube in his hand, with a look of surprise on his face. The disappointment of being rejected just now was all forgotten. Turning to look at Bai Yuyu, he said in surprise, "Yuyo, what kind of water is this? After drinking it, I feel refreshed and I don't feel tired at all."
Really?
Bai Yuyu was a little excited. Her eyes were full of joy, and she said happily, "This is the spiritual spring water that appeared after the space upgrade. It can strengthen the body, but the daily amount is not much, but it is barely enough for the two of us for the time being. There will be more in the next upgrade." Lu Xiu actually guessed that the water should be related to Bai Yuyu's space, but he didn't expect that the space could continue to be upgraded. You don't need to think carefully to know how useful this space will be in the future and how precious this spiritual spring water is. Lu Xiu frowned when he thought of this and looked at Bai Yuyu with a hint of worry. After thinking for a while, he looked at Bai Yuyu seriously and said, "Yuyo, the matter of space and spiritual spring water must not be known to other orcs, no one." Bai Yuyu is not stupid, so she naturally understands the reason why it is a crime to possess a jade. After hearing what Lu Xiu said, he nodded directly and said, "I know, this is my secret. I only tell you my secret, I won't tell anyone else." Lu Xiu felt slightly sweet after hearing this, but he still had a serious face and an extremely serious expression. Said, "Yuyo, don't worry, I will protect you. No matter what the purpose of coming here is, I will help you. As long as you can stay with me, you can do whatever you want." In Lu Xiu's opinion, Bai Yuyu must have come to this world with the mission of the beast god, otherwise it would be impossible to explain why there are so many magical things about her. After hearing this, Bai Yuyu felt a little embarrassed and ashamed. Lu Xiu only thought she was a wizard from the beginning, but now he began to think she was the messenger of the beast god. Even though she had explained it to Lu Xiu many times, it had no effect. Bai Yuyu sighed helplessly. She didn't even know what this system was going to do. It actually required faith points to upgrade. Was this trying to make her a magic stick? But she can't either. He took the bamboo tube containing the spiritual spring water in Lu Xiu's hand and said patiently, "What purpose can I have? Don't think about it all day long. If there is any purpose, it is because I hope that we can get better and better in the future." He pouted, glared at Lu Xiu angrily, and continued, "You are not allowed to say anything to me about leaving you in the future. How can you be so distrustful of me? I will be angry if you do this again." Lu Xiu was a little itchy when he was glared at by Bai Yuyu. After hearing Bai Yuyu's words that seemed like a promise, he felt that the places where he had been feeling uneasy were slowly being filled. He nodded seriously, with a relaxed smile on his face, and replied, "I know, I won't do it again." As he spoke, Lu Xiu glanced at the bamboo tube still held by Bai Yuyu and continued, Don't you drink it? It feels really good, try it." Bai Yuyu rolled her eyes at Lu Xiu. Did she not want a drink? If it weren't for the purpose of coaxing Lu Xiu, she would have drank it long ago. Without further words, he directly picked up the bamboo tube and drank all the remaining spiritual spring water. In fact, it's not much, just a mouthful. Just like Lu Xiu said, this spiritual spring water is indeed magical. As soon as you drink it, you will feel more energetic and your ears and eyes will be sharp. After tasting it carefully, You can feel that there is still a hint of sweetness. Although it is very light, it leaves a lingering fragrance in the mouth. Bai Yu blinked after drinking. Just as he was about to say something, he heard some movement in the kitchen. Listen carefully, it seemed like Mu Er was calling his brother. Bai Yu and Lu Xiu looked at each other and walked out one after another. As soon as he entered the kitchen, he saw Mu Er squatting next to Mu Yi, calling his brother anxiously. As soon as Mu heard the footsteps, he turned around and knelt down directly towards Bai Yu, crying and begging, "Sister Goddess, please save my brother. You must have a way, I know you must have a way, I beg you." Bai Yu no longer had the intention to pay attention to what Mu Er called her. She quickly walked to Mu Er's side and asked Mu Er to tell her what was going on. "Weren't you fine just now?" Mu Er did not get up, he just knelt down and replied directly, "I don't know, my brother suddenly got a fever. Many orcs died after getting a fever. Is my brother going to die?" Woo-woo. Fever? Bai Yu was also shocked. Orcs in this world generally had to rely on their body's resistance to overcome fevers because they didn't have any medicine. But now Mu Ibin is injured, and there is no resistance. Bai Yu walked to Mu Yi and looked down, and found that Mu Yi's face was red now, but his lips were very pale. It was obvious that he was in a very bad condition. Lu Xiu took a closer look and shook his head at Bai Yu. The meaning was obvious. He felt that Mu Yi was hopeless. Bai Yu pursed her lips and glanced at Mu Er, who was looking at her expectantly with tears in his eyes. She really couldn't bear to let this little orc become a helpless orphan. Finally, he gritted his teeth and said, "Mu Er, I can only try. If you can't save him, don't blame me." Mu Er did not feel depressed at all after hearing Bai Yu's words. Instead, his eyes were filled with trust. He felt that as long as Bai Yu was willing to save his brother would definitely not die. He nodded firmly to Bai Yu and asked Bai Yu to take action quickly. Bai Yu is now in Mu Er's heart. She is a goddess. There is nothing in this world that a goddess cannot do. If Bai Yu knew Mu Er's thoughts, she would definitely be dumbfounded. She didn't do anything and she just gained a fan. After she pulled Mu Er up first, she turned around and went inside. When she came out, she already had some dried grass roots in her hand. But this just looks like a grass root. It is actually the rhizome of Aspergillus vulgaris. It is the first herb she has found in this world, and it can just reduce fever. Bai Yu didn't explain anything. She took the herbs and cooked them. When she felt that they were almost done, she served them. When she handed it to Mu Er, she hesitated for a moment, but finally dropped a little spiritual spring water into the medicine bowl, hoping that it would help Mu Yi. Lu Xiu, who had been paying attention to Bai Yu's actions, naturally noticed Bai Yu's little move. He pursed his lips, but in the end he said nothing. He just turned to look at the two brothers with a hint of coldness in his eyes. As long as Mu Yi and Mu Er noticed anything strange, he would destroy them as soon as possible, and he would never be lenient. He would not allow the possibility of hurting Bai Yu in the slightest. Mu Er felt a little chill behind his back, and when he turned around, he saw Bai Yu walking over with a bowl. He instantly forgot about his strange appearance just now, and carefully took the bowl of medicine, his face solemn, as if he was carrying some kind of baby. Without the slightest doubt or hesitation, he directly squatted down and began to feed Mu Yi while blowing. It didn't take long for a bowl of soup medicine to see the bottom. After the soup was fed, Mu Er was surprised to find that Mu Yi's lips had turned redder, and although his body was still a little hot, it had lowered the temperature. Although Mu Er had confidence in Bai Yu, he did not expect that the effect would be so fast and so good. Turning his head to look at Bai Yu, his eyes became bright. He pursed his lips, hesitated for a moment, but in the end did not say any more words of thanks. He just secretly swore to the beast god in his heart that this life would be used by Bai Yu. Even if Bai Yu drives him away, he will still guard Bai Yu not far away. Although he is still young, his speed and strength are not bad at all. There are many places where he can help Bai Yu. Bai Yu was observing Mu Yi's condition and was a little surprised when he found that Mu Yi was getting better. I don't know if it's the effect of the spiritual spring or the effect of the rhizome of Aspergillus vulgaris, or it may be the combination of the two. Just as Bai Yu was thinking, the sound of the system suddenly sounded in his ears.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mu Air's faith value of 10 points, and the current faith value is 20. Each person can contribute up to 100 faith points to the host. When the faith points are full, the host will get a loyal believer. Please continue to work hard.
What?
Why did the faith value increase again? Believer? What do I want this thing for? Bai Yu turned to look at Mu Air. Her eyes were extremely complicated. She has no ambitions. She just wants to live a good life with Lu Xiu, but she doesn't want any loyal followers. I guess the reason why Mu Air has faith in her so easily is because he is too young. He is too young and trusts others easily. In addition, due to system reasons, she was a modern person and knew some things they had never seen before, which made Mu Air mistakenly think of her as some great person. But having faith is a good thing. After all, she wants to upgrade the space. The current space is barely enough, but there are too few spiritual springs. She also wants to wait until winter is over to start clearing wasteland for farming. This spiritual spring is completely insufficient. Bai Yu glanced at Mu Air complicatedly, thought for a moment, and said, "It's getting late. I'll find another piece of animal skin for you later. You and your brother will stay here for 2 days. Wait until your brother gets better. Leave again." After saying that, he turned around and pulled Lu Xiu, who had been silent, and said coquettishly, "Lu Xiu, can we take them in for a few days?" Lu Xiu couldn't refuse Bai Yu's request. Now that he was coquettishly spoken to in such a soft voice, and when he met her big, watery eyes, he felt that all the bones in his body were numb. What else could he say? Say half a word of rejection. His Adam's apple rolled. He nodded and replied hoarsely, "Whatever you say is what it is." Bai Yu was still a little ignorant about things between men and women, so naturally she didn't notice anything strange about Lu Xiu. After receiving a positive answer from Lu Xiu, he breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and left to find the animal skin. Lu Xiu, who walked away simply and without paying any attention to being teased, looked like a scumbag who ran away after achieving her goal. Lu Xiu glanced at Bai Yu's back with resentment and wanted to follow him to do something, but when he thought about being rejected, he instantly withered. He turned around and glanced at Mu Air and said calmly, "When your brother gets better, you should leave as soon as possible. Don't just rely on Yuyo's good intentions to stick around." Mu Air trembled after hearing this. He was afraid of Lu Xiu. This orc seemed gentle and harmless in front of Bai Yu, but his male instinct told him that Lu Xiu was not a kind person, but a very terrifying existence. But even so, he didn't want to nod in agreement. He had already sworn to the beast god to follow Bai Yu, and he would definitely not be deterred by this threat. Mu Air squeezed his little fist, mustered up the courage to look up at Lu Xiu, and replied firmly, "I have sworn to the beast god that I will follow my sister for the rest of my life, so I can't promise you." Lu Xiu's eyes turned cold after hearing this, and he exuded cold, murderous intent. He said in a deep voice, "You want to rely on Yu? Do you want to die?" How could Lu Xiu allow other orcs to follow Bai Yu, even a small orc? What's more, this little orc is also carrying a big one. This buy one get one free thing is absolutely not allowed. Being looked at by Lu Xiu like this, Mu Air felt cold all over, and cold sweat started to break out on his back. But even so, he had no intention of backing down, and gritted his teeth and replied, "I will follow my sister even if I die." "You." Lu Xiu was really angry with this brat. Just as he was about to scold him, he heard Bai Yu's footsteps. Lu Xiu suppressed his anger and swallowed what he just wanted to say. The next moment, he saw Bai Yu coming out with a piece of animal skin. As soon as Bai Yu came out, she felt something was wrong in the atmosphere and looked at Lu Xiu and Mu Air. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you? Why is it so weird?" Mu Air was about to speak, but Lu Xiu beat him to it. Lu Xiu directly took the animal skin from Bai Yu's hand and threw it to Mu Air. Bai Yu smiled innocently and replied, "It's nothing." He is worried about his brother. The animal skin has been given to him. It's getting late. Let's rest early, Lu Xiu said, and pulled Bai Yu inside. When he was about to enter the inner cave, he turned back and gave Mu Er a warning look. Mu Er, who was stared at, looked at this scene, rolled his eyes, and felt confident. Although I don't know why a powerful orc like Lu Xiu would be afraid of a weak female, but as long as he is sure that Lu Xiu will be more restrained in front of Bai Yu, then he will have a way to stay. He has seen that Bai Yu is relatively soft-hearted, especially when facing a cub like him. Looking at his brother, who is still unconscious, Mu Er clenched his fists and felt that he must stay no matter what. The reason why he wanted to stay was not only because he wanted to repay Bai Yu, but also because he believed that following Bai Yu, a goddess, his and his brother's lives would get better and better. Lu Xiu didn't know that his henpecked nature had been exposed, and he didn't know that the brat outside had made up his mind to rely on Bai Yu. As soon as he took Bai Yu back to the cave, he pulled the corner of Bai Yu's clothes with a sad look on his face. He asked a little aggrievedly, "Yu, why are you so nice to those brothers?" Bai Yu's lips twitched when she saw Lu Xiu's appearance, feeling that Lu Xiu was becoming more and more shameless. Why would a man over 2 meters tall and full of muscles want to imitate this resentful woman? It's so annoying that you can't even see it. Lu Xiu didn't feel it herself, but she felt ashamed. Bai Yu raised her hand to pull at Lu Xiu's cheek, glared and replied, "Don't pretend to be pitiful. Say what you have to say." Seeing that this trick didn't work, Lu Xiu immediately gave up his pitiful look. His eyes darkened. He pulled Bai Yu to sit on his lap, lowered his head, and leaned close to Bai Yu's ear. He said softly in a low and magnetic voice, "Okay, I'll tell you." Bai Yu didn't expect that Lu Xiu would make a surprise attack. Her ears instantly turned red, and she felt a numbing sensation running through her whole body from her ears. She trembled a little and wanted to stay away from Lu Xiu, but her thin waist was tightly circled by Lu Xiu, and there was nowhere to hide. Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu nervously, blushed, and stammered, Lu Xiu, what are you doing? Please speak nicely, and don't do anything bad. Why didn't I talk properly?" Haha, Lu Xiu chuckled, looking straight at Bai Yu with a pair of strange colored pupils, looking a little strange. He raised his hand and pressed Bai Yu's pink lips with a finger, his eyes darkened, and he whispered, "How could I have done anything wrong? I haven't done anything until now. How can Yu wrongly accuse me?" After saying that, without giving Bai Yu any time to react, he lowered his head and quickly covered those alluring red lips. It wasn't until he felt that Bai Yu was having trouble breathing that Lu Xiu reluctantly raised his head and laughed softly. "This is called playing tricks, do you understand? You bully others." Bai Yu was really shocked and couldn't speak clearly. She didn't understand why Lu Xiu suddenly became so good at flirting, as if he had opened up the run and do channels. Is this still the honest orc she thought he was? I'm afraid he has become a. Lu Xiu didn't care about Bai Yu's shock. He was not a kind person to begin with. He had been tolerant enough these days because he was afraid of scaring Bai Yu. But if he continues to endure it like this, he is afraid that he will suffer internal injuries sooner or later, and he also wants Bai Yu to slowly know and accept the real him, rather than a false orc who hides his true nature. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu's surprised and embarrassed look and felt it was cute and alluring. He pressed Bai Yu against him, narrowed his eyes, and said suggestively, "Is this bullying? When Yu reaches the estrus period, I will let Yu know what real bullying is." What's going on? Is Lu Xiu's soul penetrated? Please help me stop his blasphemous mouth. Bai Yu screamed at her heart. Her whole body turned red with shame, and she really wanted to stay away from Lu Xiu at this moment. She just felt that her little heart couldn't bear it. She didn't know if it was because of shame, nervousness, or other reasons. From the beginning, it has been beating wildly, almost exceeding its endurance range. Bai Yu had no choice but to raise her hand to cover Lu Xiu's mouth that was talking so much, and glared at Lu Xiu without any power. Jiao said angrily, "You are not allowed to say any more. If you continue to act like a gangster, I will ignore you." Lu Xiu naturally understood the principle of giving up when things were good. Hearing this, he blinked at Bai Yuyu to express his understanding. Seeing Lu Xiu's cooperation, Bai Yuyu released her hand, covering his mouth in doubt. As soon as he let go, he heard Lu Xiu ask, "Yuyu hasn't answered me the question I just asked. What's the problem?" Bai Yuyu was a little confused. How could she remember what Lu Xiu had just said at the beginning? Lu Xiu was pleased by Bai Yuyu's confused look, but he couldn't hold back his smile. He asked seriously, "Why is Yuyu so nice to those two brothers? They are both wandering orcs, and they are as ominous as me. You don't mind at all, aren't you afraid?" Bai Yuyu frowned after hearing what Lu Xiu said. She really didn't expect that Lu Xiu would ask this question, let alone that after so long, Lu Xiu was still suffering from inferiority complex as an ominous beast man. She thought about it and felt that continuing like this was not the answer, so she organized her words, looked at Lu Xiu seriously, and said with great solemnity, "Lu Xiu, I will only answer this question for you once, so you must remember it." Seeing Bai Yuyu's serious look, Lu Xiu felt a little nervous. The arms holding Bai Yuyu were a little stiff, and in the end he just pursed his lips and nodded, indicating that he was listening carefully. He looked like a prisoner awaiting trial. Bai Yuyu, who was being hugged, naturally felt the changes in Lu Xiu and sighed in his heart. Then he said seriously, "I don't think you have any defects, nor do I think you are ominous. Instead, I think you are unique and unique." As he spoke, he raised his hand and touched Lu Xiu's colorful eyes tenderly and praised, "Lu Xiu, have I ever praised your beautiful pupils? I didn't lie to you, nor did I coax you. I really mean it. I think it's beautiful." Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu intently, feeling that the delicate and soft little female in his arms was shining brightly, illuminating the darkest corner of his heart. He closed his eyes, but he couldn't believe that this was what Bai Yuyu was saying. He said with some uncertainty, "But we ominous orcs are not recognized by this world. We are eliminated orcs. I can't even give you a safe and worry-free living environment." The more Lu Xiu spoke, the darker his eyes became. Finally, he smiled to himself and tightened his arms around Bai Yuyu. Lowering his head and approaching Bai Yuyu, he whispered in her ear and continued, "But, Yuyu, even so, I never thought of letting you go. I am already in the abyss, but I try to pull you together. I am so unbearable, and you aren't you afraid?" Lu Xiu felt that he was probably crazy, so he was approaching step by step, and that was why he put all his dark thoughts aside in front of Bai Yuyu. He didn't know what the purpose of doing this was. He only knew that because of Bai Yuyu's words just now, he urgently needed a positive answer, an answer that could make his heart settle. Bai Yuyu didn't know how anxious and tormented Lu Xiu was at the moment. She only felt her ears were itchy. She shrank her neck slightly and glared at Lu Xiu with some hatred. Jiao said, "There's a saying where I used to live, which is, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, follow the dog. I have already partnered with you, and I will naturally follow you from now on. Can you let me go?"
Where?
Bai Yuyu pouted as she spoke and continued unconvinced. "Besides, you are no worse than the orcs in the tribe. You were born to be rejected by those ignorant orcs. But you can still live in this dangerous world, which has proven your excellence. You are better than all the orcs in the tribe." Lu Xiu had always faced disgust and fear since he was a child. He had never heard such remarks before, and he was a little shocked. After carefully observing Bai Yuyu's expression, she found that she couldn't find any sign of reluctance, which was enough to prove that Bai Yuyu was telling the truth. That's what she thought. Bai Yuyu said in her ears that he had beautiful heterochromatic pupils, that he was unique, that he was excellent, and most importantly, she also said that she wanted to marry a chicken and follow the chicken, and marry a dog and follow the dog. Lu Xiu felt warm and swollen in his heart, and the space that had been vacant for so many years seemed to be filled in an instant. The whole person suddenly became enriched and fearless. At the same time, it is even more impossible to let Bai Yuyu leave. After all, she said herself that if she wants to marry a chicken or a dog, then no matter what happens in this life, Lu Xiu will not allow her to go back on her word. Bai Yu saw that Lu Xiu still didn't make any move after she finished speaking, and just looked at her blankly. His eyes were a little incomprehensible, and although they were obviously not malicious at all, they made her feel a little scared. Thinking that Lu Xiu was still entangled with Mu Yi and Mu Er, he asked cautiously, "Lu Xiu, are you angry? Are you angry that I left Mu Er and Mu Yi behind?" Lu Xiu was stunned when he heard this, and after thinking about it, he guessed that Bai Yu might have misunderstood. He hurriedly replied, "No. How could I be angry with you? Lu Xiu lowered his eyebrows as he spoke, and after thinking for a moment, he replied with a guilty conscience, "I just don't want you to pay too much attention to other orcs, Yo-Yo." Bai Yu's mouth twitched after hearing Lu Xiu's explanation, feeling a little speechless. She thought of everything, except that Lu Xiu would be jealous. She really felt more and more that she couldn't understand Lu Xiu. This guy was like a genius. He thought about everything, and you didn't know what he was going to do at the next moment. But what can we do now? It has been said that when you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, and when you marry a dog, follow the dog. Now that you are married, you can only coax her. Bai Yu had no choice but to put a finger directly to Lu Xiu's mouth and said, "Open your mouth." Lu Xiu was a little confused, but he still opened his mouth obediently. Opening his mouth, Bai Yu put a thin white finger in, and the next moment some cool spring water was sent to Lu Xiu's mouth. After all the spiritual spring water in the jade bowl was given to Lu Xiu, Bai Yu took back his hand and asked, "Is it sweet? Does it feel good after drinking it?" "Sweet and comfortable." Lu Xiu nodded instinctively, not quite understanding Bai Yu's intention. After Bai Yu heard Lu Xiu's answer, she glared at Lu Xiu with her big watery eyes. Pretending to be angry, he said, "If it weren't for Mu Er, how could we have this precious spiritual spring water? I just made some medicinal soup for his brother, and he gave me another 10 points of faith. After all, we owe him a favor. Besides, if I don't keep him, where can I find such a simple cub to increase my faith points in the future? I still want to upgrade the space to another level." Bai Yu said, looking sideways at Lu Xiu, and continued with a flat mouth. "After receiving such great benefits from others, you won't even be willing to take them in for a few days, right?" Bai Yu was really grateful to Mu Er. Although she helped a little and gave some food, in the end, the benefit to her was really great. If it weren't for Mu Er, she still wouldn't know how to upgrade the space, and it would be even less possible for her to obtain such precious spiritual spring water. After hearing Bai Yu's explanation, Lu Xiu felt that it made sense, and knew that it was his possessiveness that caused him to think that it was too one-sided. Knowing that he was wrong, he pursed his lips and lowered his head and replied, "Yu, I didn't mean that. I just don't want you to care too much about other people. I will pay attention next time." Bai Yu has never experienced love between a man and a woman, so she doesn't know that Lu Xiu's behavior is due to being too possessive. She only thinks that Lu Xiu has a childish mentality and hopes to get all her attention. Then he raised his hand and touched Lu Xiu's big head, narrowed his eyes and smiled and coaxed, "We, Ash, are the best. You are so good. No one can surpass you in my heart." When Lu Xiu introduced Bai Yu to Bai Yu for the first time, he said that Bai Yu could call him Ashiu, because this was the name his mother used to call her, and it was also the only name that ever made him feel warm. But after so long, Bai Yu has never called him that, and Lu Xiu has never forced him. But he didn't expect that Bai Yu would suddenly call him that and call him so gentle and nice. Lu Xiu's eyes dimmed, and he reached out and took Bai Yu's little hand. He whispered, "Yu, I'm very happy. Can you always call me Ashia from now on?" As Lu Xiu spoke, he lowered his head and rubbed Bai Yu's neck and continued, "Can you call me this from now on? I will listen to you in everything except letting you go." Bai Yu was a little itchy from being rubbed by Lu Xiu. Originally, it was just her neck that was itching, but after hearing Lu Xiu's dull coaxing voice, not only was her neck itchy, but her heart was also itchy. Shrinking his neck shyly, he replied in a low voice, "I know. Ah, Ash." Lu Xiu's bones were frozen by the soft shout of a Xiu, and he felt that the two words coming out of Bai Yu's mouth were completely different from what his mother had shouted before. His eyes darkened, and his Adam's apple rolled slightly. He took Bai Yu into his arms and coaxed in a low and hoarse voice. Yu shouted so nicely. Can you shout again? Bai Yu was a little confused after hearing Lu Xiu's coaxing. For some reason, a seemingly simple title became a little more ambiguous when Lu Xiu said it. But Lu Xiu didn't make any excessive demands. It was just a simple title. Even though Bai Yu was thin-skinned and a little hot, she still bit the bullet and stammered. Ah, Ash.
Ah.
As soon as the title came out of his mouth, Lu Xiu couldn't hold back his hot heart any longer and directly lowered his head and blocked Bai Yu's mouth. Bai Yu was surrounded by Lu Xiu's arms, but she didn't feel any fear, just a little shy. A pair of small pink fists were clenched against his chest, as if this would make him feel safe. His whole body was petite and small, looking cute and pitiful. Lu Xiu raised a big hand, took a pair of pink fists in his palm and pulled them down, eliminating the last gap between the two. He raised his head and looked straight at Bai Yu. A pair of strange eyes looked strange and gorgeous. He swallowed to suppress the tension in his heart. She said in a trembling voice, Yu, I can't bear it anymore. If I don't make it to the end, please give me something sweet. Bai Yu trembled when she heard this, and her already blushing face instantly turned red. She wanted to shake her head and say no, but when she felt Lu Xiu's stiffness, she guessed that he was nervous. As for why he was nervous, there was no need to think too much about it. Bai Yu didn't want Lu Xiu to feel sad, but she didn't dare to nod. In my last life, I saw many men seducing girls online, and Lu Xiu was probably the most common. Although she felt that Lu Xiu should be different from the boys in that world, she really didn't dare to bet. She racked her brains and finally came up with an excuse. He glanced at Lu Xiu cautiously and said pitifully, but there are still people outside. What if we hear the movement inside? Hearing this, Lu Xiu squinted his eyes and glanced at the animal skin curtain, then looked back at Bai Yu with hurt in his eyes. He asked in a dumb voice, Yu, what are you afraid of? I said I won't do it to the end. Do you not believe me? Or are you unwilling to get close to me? Lu Xiu's heart gradually sank as he spoke. Although he was very reluctant, he slowly began to loosen his arms around Bai Yu. He was afraid that if he continued to force himself, Bai Yu would choose to run away from him like last time. Although he was not satisfied with this situation now, whether Bai Yu was sincere or fake, at least she was still willing to coax him like this, but her eyes that had become somewhat bright began to dim gradually. From the beginning, Bai Yu showed that she was unwilling to get too close to him, and the orcs in this world were very enthusiastic when facing their partners. Most females will take the initiative to court, not to mention having ears on the wall. In the current living environment of the orcs in this world, not doing things directly in broad daylight can be regarded as the result of evolution. So all Lu Xiu could think of was that Bai Yu was unwilling. The reason for not being willing is simply that she doesn't like him. Bai Yu was keenly aware of Lu Xiu's changes. She was frightened and panicked. She was so confused that she even forgot about fear. She lowered her head and kissed Lu Xiu's lips tightly because of his low mood. It was the first time in Bai Yu's life that she boldly took the initiative to get close to the opposite adult love. The moment her lips touched, her scalp went numb, and she regained consciousness a little. After coming back to his senses, Bai Yu's eyelashes trembled and her heartbeat was beating fast, but she didn't want to flinch. At this moment, she probably knew that she should like Lu Xiu, otherwise she would not care so much about Lu Xiu's emotions, nor would she be afraid of his sadness, nor would she take the initiative to kiss him. Although she doesn't know when this kind of liking started, she likes it once she likes it. Once she has determined her heart, she will no longer be entangled. She put her arms around Lu Xiu's neck and pressed her body closer to Lu Xiu's body. At this moment, she decided to follow her heart and choose to believe in Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu never knew that the distance between heaven and could be so close. I had no hope at all. I just hoped that Bai Yu could slowly and sincerely accept him in the future. But unexpectedly, Bai Yu suddenly took the initiative to kiss him. When Bai Yu took the initiative to kiss her, his mind went blank and he was in a daze. feeling a little unreal. But it only happened in a moment. When Bai Yu put her arms around his neck and got close to him, he hugged Bai Yu's thin waist and instantly changed from passive to active. The careless touches of the rough big hands made Bai Yu couldn't help but tremble. He wanted to make a sound, but his lips were still blocked by Lu Xiu, so at most he could only escape a little whisper. Lu Xiu was very patient and carefully patrolled and explored his territory without missing any place. It was impossible for Bai Yu to stop him. Fortunately, Lu Xiu kept his promise to Bai Yu and did not take the last step.
But there is only one last step left.
When it was all over, Bai Yu's whole body was sore and weak. Her palms and thighs were rubbed red and painful. Her little face was wrinkled together, as if she wanted to cry. She looked very pitiful. Lu Xiu looked very satisfied. When he went out to warm up Bai Yu's meal, he looked in high spirits. Mu-Er was already asleep. After being woken up by Lu Xiu, he looked at Lu Xiu's movements and was a little confused. He didn't understand what the orc was doing out here without sleeping in the middle of the night, and he looked so happy. But when he smelled the smell of Lu Xiu in the air, he fell silent for a moment. Although he is still young, he is still a male. Some things are inherited in his blood, and he is born to understand them. Lu Xiu had no intention of hiding anything, and he didn't think there was anything wrong with this being discovered by others. If possible, he wished that all the orcs in the world knew that Bai Yu was his. After heating up the stew, he ignored Mu-Er, who was woken up by him at all, and he left without feeling any guilt at all, without even having time to close the door curtain. Mu-Er looked at the long passage, pursed his lips, and finally stood up sensibly and closed the door curtain here, turned around and lay down next to his brother, and continued to sleep. Lu Xiu was really happy now. Although he couldn't really eat Bai Yu, he took advantage of him. He even couldn't hold back and did something he wanted to do, but didn't dare to do. Although Bai Yu was a little frightened at first, she didn't show any disgust at all. You don't even mean to refuse or feel disgusted. He just feels light all over now, and he feels that he wouldn't change his current life even if he was treated as a clan leader. Bai Yu's whole body is covered with his scent at this moment. No matter which male sees it, he will know that this is a dominant female. Bai Yu is covered with a quilt she made by herself, and you could still see some traces on the exposed skin. Although the traces were not obvious under the light of the oil lamp, they had a strange beauty. She felt exhausted, sleepy, and hungry now, and turned to look at Lu Xiu with a resentful look. She said softly, "I'm soft-handed. I want you to feed me." Although there is an element of coquettishness, my hands are really sore and soft. Lu Xiu was aroused by Bai Yu's appearance, but he also knew the truth of giving up when he was good. Hiding the greed in his eyes, he walked over with a smile, sat next to Bai Yu and replied, "Okay, I'll feed you." After saying that, he slowly started feeding, and Bai Yu fell into a drowsy sleep without eating much. Lu Xiu couldn't sleep. He was very excited. He lay next to Bai Yu and looked at Bai Yu's peaceful sleeping face. The expression on his face was very soft. He reached out and carefully traced Bai Yu's eyebrows. His eyes were full of deep affection. He secretly swore in his heart that he would treat his little female well in this life and not let her suffer any injustice. Her little filly was so good and deserved the best in the world. It was already noon when Bai Yu woke up the next day. She originally thought she would be exhausted, but when she woke up, she realized that she was not as weak as she thought. "I felt it and didn't feel anything was wrong." Thinking back to what happened last night, Bai Yu bit her lip and felt extremely ashamed. That rough guy Lu Xiu is really such a gangster. How could he let himself do that kind of thing for him? Just thinking about it now, she felt so ashamed that she didn't know how she could cope with it last night. I looked around but didn't see Lu Xiu's figure. I knew without thinking that Lu Xiu was not here at this time, so he should be in the kitchen. After gathering her emotions, Bai Yu put on her clothes and walked to the kitchen after the heat on her face subsided. Before taking 2 steps, Bai Yu heard the sound of the system.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for obtaining Mu Air's faith value of 10 points, Mu Yi's faith value of 20 points, and the current faith value of 50 points. Bai Yu paused. Why did this little orc give her faith points again? And why did Mu Yi develop faith in her? Just give me 20 points for one payment?
Right, Mu Yi?
Could it be that Mu Yi woke up? Bai Yu was curious, and her pace quickened a little, but before she took 2 steps, she felt something was wrong and couldn't help but frown. I thought it was okay, but now I realized that I was still too naive. She has become so good just like this. If this comes true in the future, will she still be able to get out of bed completely? Bai Yu shuddered just thinking about it. He gritted his teeth and cursed Lu Xiu in his mind as a beast, and his steps slowed down. But no matter how slow it was, the passage was only about 3 meters long, and Bai Yu reached it in a short while. As soon as he opened the animal skin curtain in the kitchen, Bai Yu saw Lu Xiu frowning and looking at the 2 brothers Mu Yi and Mu Air. At this time, Mu Yi was indeed awake as Bai Yu thought, but he was still unable to get up because of his serious injury. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Xiu with determination in his eyes. Several males in the cave had already noticed Bai Yu's arrival. Lu Xiu pursed his lips and looked away from the 2 brothers, stood up and walked to Bai Yu. Her expression that was a little cold just now softened in an instant, and she said warmly, "Yu didn't eat much last night. You must be hungry, right? I made your favorite sweet potato soup and black bean cake. Yo-yo, eat more." While talking, he pulled Bai Yu to the stone table. Not to mention, he was very attentive, and soon there was food placed in front of Bai Yu. Bai Yu glanced sideways at Lu Xiu. Although she was a little hungry, her attention was attracted by Li. He turned his head and looked at Mu Yi's body up and down. Mu Yi's abdomen was wrapped and nothing could be seen. There seemed to be a little blood on his face, and he looked like he might not die. When Lu Xiu saw Bai Yu come out, he didn't say a word to him. Instead, he kept looking at Mu Yi, which was a little disgusting. Although he knew in his heart that Bai Yu would not be interested in Mu Yi, he just wasn't happy. But he didn't dare to show his face to Bai Yu, so he could only say aggrievedly, "Yu, what are you looking at?"
Ah?
Bai Yu shouted back to Lu Xiu. As soon as her eyes fell on Lu Xiu, she knew that this man was jealous again. She just felt a little speechless. He raised his eyes and glared at Lu Xiu and said angrily, "Why didn't you call me when Li woke up? I healed him anyway. Shouldn't you let me see my results?" Lu Xiu was stunned by Bai Yu's glare. He lowered his eyebrows and touched his nose to hide his commotion. He replied in a low voice, "I saw that Yu was sleeping soundly, so I couldn't bear to wake you up."
Oh.
Bai Yu didn't intend to dwell on this topic anymore. She looked at Lu Xiu and then at the 2 brothers. He asked curiously, "I just came out and saw that your atmosphere was not right.
What are you talking about?"
Bai Yu is really curious, and even more curious about where this faith value comes from. Mu Air might have been given to Mu Yi because he woke up, but what about Mu Yi? I gave him 20 when he came. Is it because I cured him? If this is the case, will it be possible to set up a stall to treat diseases and earn faith points in the future? Of course, Bai Yu was just thinking about it. She didn't dare to do that. Not to mention that she had limited medicines and no medical skills, but if she really did that, she might be robbed by some tribes as a wizard. As soon as Bai Yu finished speaking, she heard Mu Air yelling back, "Sister Bai, Uncle Lu told us to leave as soon as possible." He pursed his lips in grievance, showed a pitiful expression, and continued, "But my brother and I have decided to follow you in the future. We have sworn an oath to the beast god. How can we leave?" Bai Yu was a little surprised when he heard this. Before he could reply, Lu Xiu said angrily, "What can I do if I leave you a little kid? What can your brother do if he is disabled? What about following? I think you guys just want to take advantage of it."
Drink.
Lu Xiu was really angry that this little brat would pretend to be pitiful and deceive his little female. Forget it. The most hateful thing is that he dared to call him uncle, but called Bai Yu's sister, which is simply unforgivable. After hearing Lu Xiu's words, Mu Air was about to refute, but Mu Yi pulled his arm and signaled him to take it easy. Then he turned to look at Lu Xiu and Bai Yu. Although they were still very weak, their tone was particularly firm. Lu Xiu, you will be of use to our brothers. Lu Xiu was a little disdainful when he heard this. While urging Bai Yu to eat, he replied, I don't think I will be useful enough to you. You have it. You may not have needed it before, but you will definitely need it in the future. As Mui spoke, he turned his gaze to Bai Yu, who was being fed in a daze, with a determined look in his eyes. He continued, You have a partner now. As a wandering orc, you should know that it is difficult for a wandering orc to keep a female. What's more, this kind of female who has been blessed by the beast god is destined to be fought over by the tribe. What can you do no matter how strong you are? Don't you need to hunt? Can you keep her close to you all the time? Can you guarantee that no one will target her? Lu Xiu, you need a partner now. Lu Xiu stiffened slightly when he heard this. He had naturally thought about this, but he couldn't believe anyone except himself. He turned to look at Mu-yi coldly and said expressionlessly, If I kill you, no one will know about her existence. Bai Yu was startled by Lu Xiu's words. She didn't know whether Lu Xiu was serious or just talking casually. She pulled Lu Xiu's arm uneasily. Judging from the faith points the two brothers contributed to him, they would not have any ill intentions toward her. He was afraid that Lu Xiu would really kill someone. After all, Lu Xiu had already killed someone in front of her. Lu Xiu patted Bai Yu's hand comfortingly, but did not soften his attitude, and still looked at Mu-yi coldly. Mu-yi felt a little cold when Lu Xiu stared at him like this, but his face was not panic at all. He just smiled weakly. He replied seriously, What if you kill us? Can you keep hiding with her? Even if she is willing, what will your little orcs do in the future? Hiding like you? Don't you need to find a partner? Mu-yi's question was fatal to Lu Xiu. He really hadn't thought about it yet. He had just tasted some meat, so how could he think so much about it? The whole person was silent for a moment, and the eyes looking at Bai Yu were full of frustration. Although it was only for a moment, Bai Yu caught it. Bai Yu was not in the mood to continue eating. Mu-yi's words not only stepped on Lu Xiu's pain, but also awakened her who had been thinking about hiding and living her own life. She has indeed never thought about the problem of children. It was too far away for her before, but now that someone has awakened her, she has to think more about the future. She could not tolerate her children living such an abnormal life, and she was even more afraid that her children would grow up alone in the future. When she was a child, she might not have felt anything bad, but when she grew up and needed a companion, what would she and Lu Xiu do? Are you going to rob it? Or change it? But even so, the lifespan of orcs is so long. Can their descendants only have to live this kind of life? She was unwilling and could not deny it to Lu Xiu. Let alone the fact that there is no contraceptive method in this world. Even if there is, Lu Xiu obviously wants a child, and she cannot be cruel enough not to give it to Lu Xiu. And like Lu Xiu, she has no blood-related relatives in this world, so she would naturally want it. They want a child that belongs to them, a bond that can bind the two of them together forever. Bai Yu hesitated for a moment, first pulled Lu Xiu's arm comfortingly, and then turned to look at Mu-yi. Asked, You mean you want to stay and be our partner? So, what can you do to help us? Why should we trust you? After hearing this, Mu-yi struggled to get up. Seeing this, Mu-er quickly went to help him. When Bai Yu saw this scene, a trace of worry flashed in her eyes, but she did not step forward to stop her. She just sat quietly next to Lu Xiu and looked at the brothers quietly, wanting to see how sincere they could be to her. Even though she had faith, it was her first time coming into contact with this thing, so she couldn't be 100% sure that these two people, especially Mu-yi, wouldn't have bad intentions. What's more, the system has said that only a faith value of 100 points can be considered completely loyal. At this time, Mu-yi only has a faith value of 20, and Mu-er only has a faith value of 30. Mu-yi was slowly lifted up by Mu-er and walked to Bai Yu. Together with Mu-er, he bowed his head and knelt in front of Bai Yu and Lu Xiu. Holding his right fist and placing it on his heart, he said word by word, I am not willing to use my life to swear to the beast god. I voluntarily serve you as my lord, obey your orders, and put your safety first. First, if I don't die, I will protect you with my life. Mu-Er looked at his brother's actions and followed his brother in swearing to the beast god. His expression was extremely serious. As soon as the brothers finished speaking, the sound of the system sounded in Bai Yuyu's ears.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of Mu Yi's faith value, and the current faith value is 60 points. Bai Yuyu listened to the system prompts, a complicated look flashed in her eyes, and she looked at Lu Xiu before saying to the two brothers, "You guys get up first, I'll discuss it with Ash first, and then give you an answer." After saying that, he took Lu Xiu, who was feeling a little depressed, back to the cave inside. The brothers were a little disappointed when Bai Yuyu didn't agree directly, but they didn't want to get entangled. They nodded and watched Bai Yuyu leave. Bai Yuyu took Lu Xiu to the stone bed and sat down, and found that Lu Xiu's eyes were a little evasive from the beginning. She could probably guess what Lu Xiu was thinking. She could feel his loneliness and dejection. He had completely lost the energy of yesterday. His whole body was like an eggplant beaten by frost, wilting. Such Lu Xiu made Bai Yuyu feel a little distressed, but even so, he had to face what he had to face sooner or later, and avoiding could not solve any problems. Bai Yuyu pulled Lu Xiu's arm and said softly, "Xiu, I think what Mu Yi said makes sense. We are human beings and social animals. We cannot survive alone like this forever." Lu Xiu stiffened after hearing this. He raised his eyes with difficulty to look at Bai Yuyu's expression. After making sure that he didn't see disgust or other emotions, he relaxed a little. He pursed his lips and replied with some guilt, "I know I'm useless. I can't give you a normal living environment with my status. But Yunyu, I don't worry about them. Apart from myself, I don't trust that there are other orcs around you. What if they have any bad intentions?" Bai Yuyu naturally knows Lu Xiu's worries. This kind of worry is not only felt by Lu Xiu, but also by her. But now they don't have a better candidate, and the two brothers Mu Yi and Mu at least still have faith in her, which is enough to show that they don't have bad intentions towards her. Moreover, the orcs in this world especially believe in the beast god. They dare to swear their own lives to the beast god. That must be a great determination. Even if he really has other thoughts, at most he is interested in the identity of Wizard Bai Yuyu and wants to live a more hopeful life. Bai Yuyu patiently explained her analysis and felt slightly relieved when she saw that Lu Xiu seemed to have listened to some of it. After thinking about it, he blushed and continued to coax, "Xiu, we also need to think more about our future Zai Zai. I don't want him to live this kind of life. Since other tribes do not accept unique existences like yours, then we will establish a tribe of our own so that we no longer have to worry about being treated differently. Do you think it's okay?" Bai Yuyu was shocked when she said this, but when the words came out, she felt as if she had found her future goal. That is to establish a tribe of wandering orcs, and any wandering orc with a good character can join them. In the future, when the material is abundant, they will go to the trading place to exchange for some females and form a new tribe regardless of race. Although this idea seems a bit whimsical, Bai Yuyu believes that as long as you have an idea and are willing to develop in that direction, there is nothing you can't do. Even if you can't do as well as you imagined, it's still better than doing nothing. Lu Xiu's eyes widened after hearing Bai Yuyu's words. He felt that his thoughts had been opened, and his eyes were bright. Why had he never thought of forming a tribe of his own? Because of his power, many wandering orcs wanted to join him, but they were all rejected by him because they were too troublesome. Now think about it, there are so many wandering orcs outside. Why can't they gather together to form a new force? The combat effectiveness of wandering orcs is generally stronger than that of the orcs in the tribe. If this force is used well, what do they have to fear as wandering orcs? Thinking about what Bai Yuyu just said about giving birth to a baby for him, Lu Xiu felt that he had to act quickly and be prepared to receive his baby before Bai Yuyu went into heat. He wanted to give their son and Bai Yuyu a brand new environment, one where they no longer had to wander and avoid the tribe of orcs. Moreover, once there are too many orcs in the tribe, they will be involved and restrain each other. As long as they are managed well, he does not have to worry too much about rebellion. Thinking of this, Lu Xiu grabbed Bai Yuyu's little hand, his eyes brightened, and the loss and malaise just now disappeared without a trace. He looked at Bai Yuyu and said tremblingly, Yo, I know what to do. Don't worry, I won't let you wander with me all your life. We will not let our future cubs become the next stray orcs. I will give you a normal living environment. Bai Yu was a little confused by Lu Xiu's sudden change and asked tentatively, Axu, you mean? Do you want to keep Mu Yi and Mu Er? Lu Xiu narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this, nodded and replied, I will give them a chance to stay. Not only that, I will also gather more wandering orcs who are willing to submit to me. Just like you said, form a tribe of our own and start a new life. Bai Yu's eyes lit up when he heard this, but when he thought of the stray orcs he had seen before, he became a little worried. Asked, but will other orcs be as harmless as Mu Yi and Mu Er? Will they attract wolves into the house? Don't be afraid of Yu. People will bow their heads for profit. No one is willing to be a wandering orc forever. As long as there is a chance to turn over, they will not let it go. Lu Xiu said and touched Bai Yu's head comfortingly, with a smile and seriousness in his eyes. He continued, I will choose stray orcs who have not actively done evil. With the food and medicine discovered by you, a wizard, and my fighting power, I am not afraid that no one will submit and join. When Bai Yu heard this, she glared at Lu Xiu and said coquettishly, I told you, I'm not a wizard. Lu Xiu smiled softly after hearing this and replied, but you can do things that wizards cannot do. For this reason alone, you are much more powerful than the wizards in those tribes. Bai Yu blushed a little when she was praised and turned her face away uncomfortably. He whispered softly, Okay, then do we want to go out and tell Mu Yi and Mu Er about our decision now? There's no rush. Let them wait first. It's hard to cherish something that's too easy to get. Okay then. Then what are we going to do? Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu's crimson face, his eyes darkened, and he brought Bai Yu closer to him. He whispered, Then let's rehearse how to give birth to cubs. You. Go away, you rascal. By the time Bai Yu and Lu Xiu went out again, a long time had passed. Bai Yu's lips were a little red and swollen, and she looked like she had been bullied. However, there was no mirror here, and Bai Yu didn't know it. Mu Ban leaned against the cave wall, raised his eyes and glanced at Bai Yu before quickly looking away. Males know males best, and they could tell at a glance that Lu Xiu was doing this on purpose, that he was declaring his sovereignty to him. He was a little speechless in his heart, but he couldn't express it well. He had something to ask for now, and he had to get Lu Xiu's permission if he wanted to stay. Lu Xiu glanced at Mu Yi and was quite satisfied with his knowledge. With a serious expression, he said coldly, I have discussed it with Yu. You can stay. As soon as Lu Xiu finished speaking, Mu Er was the first to jump up, his eyes bright. He said anxiously, Really? Can my brother and I really follow the goddess sister? When Lu Xiu heard this, he glanced at Mu Er coldly, his expression a bit fierce. He said slightly angrily, You are not allowed to mention the word goddess again in the future. Yu is not a goddess. At most she is a wizard. If you can't control your mouth in the future, just leave with your brother. Lu Xiu didn't want this little brat to talk nonsense in the future and attract more covetous comments from Bai Yu. Just the identity of a wizard will attract the attention of some small tribes. If the identity of a goddess is spread, even the big tribes with wizards may come to compete for her. He would not allow this to happen until his power developed. Mu Er was frightened by Lu Xiu's scolding and was pulled over by his brother the next moment. Just listen to Mu Yi say, I'm sorry, my younger brother is still young and can't hold back his words. I will explain the stakes to him clearly. Lu Xiu nodded lightly when he heard this and continued the topic just now. He said calmly, Although I am keeping you now, I don't trust you wholeheartedly. You are a smart person. If you want to stay stable, you should know what to do without me telling you, right? When Mu Yi heard this, he didn't feel the slightest bit disappointed or angry, but instead felt a little happy. He nodded and promised, Of course, we two brothers will definitely keep our promise. It better be so. After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he turned to look at Bai Yu. His expression immediately softened. When Sheng said, Yu, please get him some medicine in the next 2 days. When he gets better, I have to take him to recruit some stray orcs before spring. By then, Whether you want to open up wasteland for farming or build a house, there will be people available. Recently, it is the time when the wandering orcs are most short of food and have the most difficulty, and it is also the best time for Lu Xiu to recruit people. He has lived here for more than 20 years, so he naturally knows that there are wandering orcs nearby, and there are some more trustworthy wandering orcs, and there are even some orcs who once wanted to seek refuge with him. Bai Yu didn't expect that Lu Xiu would be so anxious, and she didn't expect that Lu Xiu would take everything she said before winter into his heart. His heart felt warm, but a little worried. Looking at Lu Xiu worriedly, he said, "Xiu, is there really no problem with this? Are we too hasty?"
Fine.
Lu Xiu smiled reassuringly at Bai Yu and said, "As long as I'm here, you don't have to be afraid. I know something about the wandering orcs here, and I know who is feasible and who is not. If anyone is willing to join then, just let them swear to the beast god with their lives." As he spoke, he glanced at Mu Yi and continued, "If we want to build our own tribe, we must take this step. Don't worry, Yu, I will guard you." Mu Yi said those words just because he wanted to stay. He never expected that his words would stimulate Lu Xiu and Bai Yu to want to form their own tribe. He had never dared to think of this idea before. But now he looked at the couple standing in front of him. One was a wizard with magical abilities, and the other was a young orc with explosive combat power. He suddenly felt that this matter was not impossible. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he swallowed nervously and answered solemnly, "Lu, Boss Lu is right. I will get better as soon as possible. Although I lost an arm, my speed did not suffer much. Influence, there are many places where I can help Boss Lu." After saying that, he hurriedly pulled his younger brother, looked at Bai Yu and continued, "Although my younger brother is not old, he has a lot of strength and can look after the house. If you need him to do anything, you can tell him." Although Mu Er was still a little confused, after hearing his brother's words, he didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. He also raised his arms with a serious expression to show off his small muscles to Bai Yu, showing that he was really strong. Bai Yu stared blankly at the male orcs, feeling a little dizzy. Was such a big matter decided so hastily? Don't you need to discuss the steps and future plans first? But if you think about it carefully, their current conditions seem to be nothing to discuss and plan. Turning her head to look at Lu Xiu, who was staring at her, Bai Yu felt a little unsure, but in the end she chose to believe Lu Xiu and nodded in agreement. What else could she do if she didn't agree? It was she who brought up the idea of forming a tribe of her own. Not only did Lu Xiu listen to it, but he was also so motivated. She couldn't keep saying depressing words just because she was afraid of this or that, right? She doesn't have any better ideas, and she doesn't understand the world as well as Lu Xiu, so it's okay if she can't be of any help. It's better to keep saying depressing words to lower morale and act like a hindrance. Thinking that now that I have decided, I will do what I can. Bai Yu glanced at Mu Er and said, "Take the animal skin off your brother's belly and let me see if the wound is inflamed. Be careful and don't injure the wound." Bai Yu actually wanted to do it on his own, but after taking a look at Lu Xiu, who was staring at him eagerly, he decided to give up. Her mouth is still numb now, and she doesn't want to have to coax someone who is jealous. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Mu Er did not dare to delay and responded repeatedly. After supporting Mu Yi to lie down, he slowly removed the animal skin from his belly. Bai Yu stepped forward and took a look, and found that apart from some redness and swelling, there was no sign of inflammation or pus. I felt a little relieved. As long as the wound didn't become inflamed and no pus came out, it would no longer be life-threatening. After Bai Yu looked at the wound, she found that the two brothers were looking at her nervously and knew that they were waiting for her examination results. She smiled relaxedly at the two brothers and said, "I'm recovering very well. Keep applying medicine and get some broth to replenish my body, and I should be fine soon." The orcs in this world have very strong recovery abilities. As long as they escape a fatal level, their subsequent recovery speed is extremely fast. After Bai Yu said that, she turned around and walked into the cave inside, took out a small bamboo bowl, and then took out a few piranha fish galls from the space, broke the fish galls and put them all into the bamboo bowl. After doing all this, Bai Yu walked out with the bamboo bowl filled with piranha bile. After handing the bamboo bowl filled with bile to Mu'er, he said, "This is the bile of the piranha, which can reduce inflammation and relieve pain. You can wipe it with your brother several times a day, and then ask for it from me after you have used it." When Bai Yu operated on Mu'er, Mu'er saw Bai Yu using this, but he didn't expect that it turned out to be the gall of a piranha. He took the bamboo bowl and thanked her repeatedly, and he was even more grateful to Bai Yu. Although this piranha gallbladder is not precious, it is winter now. Let's not talk about the ferocity of piranhas. Let's just say that the rivers with piranhas now have deep ice layers. It is really difficult, almost impossible, to get piranha gallbladders. Bai Yu still has a good impression of Mu'er, a sensible and obedient little orc. He smiled and said, "This is all a trivial matter. We will live together for a while in the future. We can be considered half a family. My sister will prepare delicious food for you tonight." Mu'er's eyes widened when he heard this, full of shock. Even Mu'i, who was still lying down, trembled, and there was a hint of unspeakable emotion in his eyes when he looked at Bai Yu. The two of them didn't expect that Bai Yu would put them on such a level as their family members. The two brothers were defectors. At most they were domestic slaves. How could they do anything to Bai Yu's family? Lu Xiu glanced at Bai Yu, but didn't say much. He personally dislikes the slavery system in this world, so he doesn't have much objection to what Bai Yu said. After all, his little female also said that they were only half a family living together recently. Once winter is over, these two brothers will no longer want to stay at his and Yu's home and disturb their world. As a result, when he wanted to do something at night, Bai Yu had to worry about the ears on the wall, so he couldn't concentrate at all. He really dislikes these two light bulbs. Bai Yu was a little overwhelmed by the two brothers looking at her so eagerly. He smiled awkwardly and asked, "What's wrong? What's your expression? Why are you looking at me like this?" As he spoke, he turned to look at Lu Xiu as if asking for help and asked aggrievedly, "Axiu, did I say something wrong?"
No.
Lu Xiu was almost amused by Bai Yu's bewildered appearance. He raised his eyes and glanced at the two brothers, then held back his smile and pulled Bai Yu over. When Sheng said, "They just haven't seen any good people. When they meet a gentle person like you, they feel a little overwhelmed for a while." As he said that, he pulled Bai Yu to the stove and said as he walked, "Didn't you say that we would make delicious food tonight? I'm already greedy. What should we have for dinner? I'll help you prepare it." Bai Yu was taken to the other side of the cave by Lu Xiu, leaving the two brothers alone to digest the shock. It had been too long since they had heard the word family. When they suddenly heard it, they felt sour and swollen in their hearts, both sour and sweet. The two brothers looked at each other and understood what they were thinking in each other's eyes. From now on, as long as the two brothers are alive, they must protect Bai Yu, even if it means using their own lives to do so. Only in this way can they repay Bai Yu's life-saving grace and the importance he places on him. Bai Yu was pulled to the stove by Lu Xiu. She was thinking about what to eat at night when she heard the system prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of Mu1 faith value, 10 points of Mu2 faith value, and the current faith value is 80 points. What's going on? Bai Yu turned around in confusion and looked in the direction of Mu'i and Mu'er, not understanding what was going on with the two brothers. Why did she increase her faith value even if she didn't agree with her? Can you tell her where they increased her faith value? If she could learn from these two brothers how to increase her faith value, would she be afraid that she would not be able to level up in space in the future? Little did Bai Yu know how valuable her small gesture was in the eyes of the two brothers who had not received much kindness. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu's expression, glanced at the two brothers, and asked softly, "What's wrong?"
Nothing.
Bai Yu was at a loss for words and said, "Let's cook first. I'll tell you later after dinner." Then he pointed to Lu Xiu the dried piranha hanging on the stone wall and said, "Let's fry some fish. I soaked some dried mushrooms earlier. Let's make dried mushrooms and stew some broth tonight." Lu Xiu naturally had no objections. Now he has learned almost all the dishes Bai Yu can cook. Although the heat is not as good as Bai Yu's control, it's not too unpalatable. After listening to Bai Yuyu's words, he started processing the ingredients with Bai Yuyu without saying a word. Because there is no vegetable oil, you can only use animal fat for frying fish. Although it tastes good, it can only be eaten while it is hot, otherwise it will taste very greasy and not so crispy. So, Bai Yuyu didn't rush to fry the fish, but stewed the meat into the pot first. Considering the male orc's appetite, Bai Yuyu also deliberately got some more meat. Before putting a lid on the pot, he glanced at Lu Xiu secretly and finally couldn't help but secretly put about 10 grams of spiritual spring water into the pot, hoping it could help Mu Yi's injury. Bai Yuyu thought Lu Xiu didn't see it, but in fact, Lu Xiu caught her every little move, but Lu Xiu had no intention of stopping her. Not to mention that the spiritual spring water was still obtained by Mu Er, but now that he has agreed to keep Mu Yi and Mu Er, he naturally doesn't want Mu Yi to remain so sick. I just feel both loving and angry at Bai Yuyu's sneaky behavior. Bai Yuyu didn't know that her little trick had been discovered by Lu Xiu. After she waited for enough sparks in the stew stove, she put 4 sweet potatoes and buried them in it, thinking that the brothers would also try roasting sweet potatoes.
Sweet.
After I felt that the meat was almost cooked, I threw the soaked dried mushrooms into the pot. At this time, Lu Xiu had already heated up another pot, and the fat inside had split open and started to emit hot smoke. Bai Yuyu only needed to fry the fish. The young couple were busy here, and the 2 brothers over there were already salivating as they smelled the fragrance in the air. Especially Mu Yi. Although he had eaten the stew Mu Er left for him earlier, and although he thought it was delicious, it was already cold after all, so the shock was not as big as now. What's more, the aroma of the fried fish is too overbearing and pervasive, let alone Mu Er, a little orc. Even Mu Yi, an adult orc who considers himself mature and stable, is already so greedy that he can't help but step forward to take a look and taste it. Bai Yu didn't let the 2 brothers wait too long. The fish fried quickly, and it didn't take long to finish. When Bai Yu announced that dinner was ready, Mu Er quickly ran to Bai Yu. His eyes were shining, and if he could reveal his tail now, he would probably have shaken out a tornado. Bai Yu glanced at Mu Er funny, and after asking for his opinion, she served him 2 large bowls of mushroom stew and a plate of fried fish for him to take and eat with his brother. And said, "Your brother's wound is not healed yet. Just try the fried fish. Don't eat too much. Let him eat more stew. I have cooked a lot, and there will be a while left in the pot to fill it up. Do you understand?" Mu Er looked at the food in his hand eagerly and swallowed greedily, but he also listened to what Bai Yu said. He glanced at Bai Yu gratefully first, and then quickly returned to the corner where Mu Yi rested with the food in hand. Mu Yi naturally heard Bai Yu's words, and his heart warmed slightly, and he suddenly felt a sense of belonging that he had never felt before. This feeling is very beautiful. It makes him feel like home, makes him want to cherish it, and want to protect it firmly. Bai Yu just does things based on her heart. Her growing environment and education are very different from the orcs in this world. Her original world was a world where guests would be treated with all their heart when they came. So for her, she didn't feel that she was very good to the 2 brothers, so she naturally didn't think about what her behavior, which she thought was normal, meant to the 2 brothers. After eating, the sweet smell began to float in the kitchen, and Bai Yu and Lu Xiu naturally knew that it was a sign that the sweet potatoes were almost ripe. But the 2 brothers didn't know. They smelled it curiously, and finally Mu Er couldn't help but ask Bai Yu, "Sister Bai, what does this smell like? It's so sweet." Bai Yu smiled when he heard this and replied warmly, "Roasted sweet potatoes. You can eat them later. You and your brother both have them." Mu Er's eyes lit up when he heard that he and his brother also had a share. Although he was full, he was still very greedy as a cub. He didn't even care about his brother, so he hurried over and took over all the dishwashing work. That way, he could be as active as he wanted. Mu Er only felt that he had never been so comfortable and happy since he could remember, and he was full of expectations and yearning for the future life. Mu Yi looked at his little brother, who was gradually becoming more cheerful. His eyes were slightly moist. He closed his eyes to suppress his emotions, but secretly vowed in his heart that he must keep this peace. Lu Xiu had been silently observing the words and deeds of the two brothers. He naturally noticed all the emotional changes of the two men and was quite satisfied with their performance. As long as you know how to be grateful, you are worthy of trust. When the sweet potatoes were ripe, Lu Xiu went over and took them all out. He left 2 for the two brothers and then took the other 2 and pulled Bai Yuyu into the private space that belonged to them. After entering the cave inside, Bai Yuyu, who had been holding back for a long time, couldn't wait to pull Lu Xiu to sit beside the stone bed. He whispered, "Axiu, these two brothers always give me faith points for no reason, and just now each of them gave me 10 points. Now both Mu Er and Mu Yi have given me 40 faith points. Now I am only 20 faith points short of being able to upgrade the space again." Lu Xiu was stunned after hearing this, but it was only for a moment. Naturally, the wandering orcs understand the wandering orcs best. After a little thought, they will know what happened to the two brothers. He took a roasted sweet potato, peeled it off, and handed it to Bai Yuyu. Wensheng said, "It's normal for you not to know what they think. You don't need to guess anything. You can do whatever you want in the future. Just do things with your heart." Bai Yu was already used to being pampered by Lu Xiu. She took the prepared roasted sweet potatoes and said while eating, "Well, I'm just curious." Lu Xiu smiled when he heard this, and looked at Bai Yuyu with deep and fiery eyes that made Bai Yuyu almost unable to look directly. Just listen to him say, when a person is in the deep and fiery abyss, he will yearn for the warmth of everything he sees. If there is a chance to get close, he will never let it go. I don't know if Lu Xiu is talking about the two brothers or himself. There is a unique male charm in his voice, and he looks at Bai Yuyu with focused eyes. Bai Yuyu felt a little tingling in her heart, and an unspeakable emotion gradually rose. She was afraid that Lu Xiu would say something else. His hands reacted faster than his brain, and he directly blocked Lu Xiu's provocative mouth with the roasted sweet potato he took a bite of. Lu Xiu was caught off guard and gagged. He looked up at Bai Yu and saw that her expression was a little dull, as if she was shocked by what he had done. Lu Xiu's strange-colored pupils shone with a strange light. He narrowed his eyes slightly and took a bite of the roasted sweet potato in his mouth. After chewing slowly for a few times, he swallowed it. Then he watched Bai Yu lick his lips, leaned slightly closer, and said hoarsely, "The food that you bitten turned out to be particularly sweet." As he spoke, he raised his hand and touched Bai Yu's red lips, and asked in a low voice, "Is it because Yu has a sweet mouth? Can I have a taste now? Can someone come and get rid of this stinky gangster who flirts with her whenever she doesn't agree with you?" Bai Yu screamed in her heart. She found that Lu Xiu was really getting better and better at flirting now, and he could tease her every time, which made her blush and her heart beat. If it weren't for the fact that there was no internet here, Bai Yu would definitely wonder if Lu Xiu had gone to the internet to read some tutorials in this area, or why he suddenly became enlightened. How did she know that Lu Xiu's nature was like this? That snake nature was inherently obscene. As a snake-like beast man, Lu Xiu was born with certain aspects. The main reason why he behaved towards Bai Yuyu at first was because of Bai Yuyu's initial resistance. At first, Lu Xiu couldn't help but kiss Bai Yuyu's neck, which frightened Bai Yuyu until she turned pale and shed tears. Lu Xiu had no choice but to endure his nature and take his time to figure it out. Things are different now. With Lu Xiu's little exploration, he probably already knows where Bai Yuyu's bottom line is. Naturally, he won't be as cautious and constrained as before, pretending to be an honest person. Lu Xiu laughed softly when he saw Bai Yuyu just looking at him with a blushing face, but not saying anything. He lowered his head and touched Bai Yuyu's red lips gently, and said jokingly, "I'm teasing you. These lips are still swollen. If I taste it a few more times, it will probably hurt." Bai Yuyu didn't react at first after hearing these words. After she understood the meaning of these words, she widened her eyes, touched her red lips, and looked at Lu Xiu in disbelief. He stumbled and said, "Swelled. Swollen? Why didn't you say anything just now? Then I just went out like that. You didn't know what to say for a long time." When you saw the smile in Lu Xiu's eyes, Bai Yu knew that this stinky gangster did it on purpose. Angry, she raised her hand and grabbed Lu Xiu's big ears and said angrily, "You rascal! Don't even think about kissing me again, and don't even think about sleeping with me in your arms at night." Lu Xiu didn't expect that Bai Yu would suddenly make such a move. His ears were pinched and hurt a little, but he could feel that Bai Yu didn't use all his strength. But that's not the point. The point is, if I don't kiss or hug you in the future, how can I do that? Did he just taste some broth and haven't eaten the meat yet, so he has to change to a vegetarian diet? He could have endured this before eating it, but after tasting some meat, he couldn't stand it anymore. I cursed in my mind that I got carried away and made people angry. He quickly faced the person who looked like an angry kitten and said, "I was wrong, really wrong. I just didn't pay attention. Besides, we are partners, and this kind of thing is normal. They won't laugh at you." This admission of mistake was straightforward, but Bai Yu is not from this world. "You are so thin-skinned. How can you compare with a rough guy like Lu Xiu?" Bai Yu blushed even more after hearing this, and glared at Lu Xiu with a pair of watery eyes filled with shame and anger. Jiao said angrily, "It's useless to admit my mistake. I'm angry, very angry. If you don't move the rocks, I'll go find Mu Er to help me." Lu Xiu's eyelids jumped when he heard this. If the two brothers outside knew about this, would he lose face in the future? His male majesty will be gone. He cursed himself in his heart again for being a witch and got carried away and coaxed Bai Yu for a while, but Bai Yu had no intention of letting go and even made a gesture of calling Mu Er. Seeing that it was useless, Lu Xiu quickly stopped Bai Yu. For the sake of the majesty of the male, he had no choice but to move stones to the 38's parallel with a sad face. But little did he know that his henpecked nature had long been exposed. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's look, feeling angry and amused, but had no intention of letting go. She is thin-skinned and doesn't want this to happen again. She feels ashamed just thinking about it. If he didn't teach Lu Xiu a lesson this time, he was afraid that Lu Xiu would be like a wild horse running wild in the future, running wild at will. At night, Bai Yu hid directly inside and slept. Her quilt was thick enough that she wouldn't feel cold even if she wasn't hugged by Lu Xiu. She slept soundly, but Lu Xiu couldn't fall asleep. He was used to sleeping with Bai Yu in his arms, but now he felt uncomfortable with his arms empty. He sat up gently and looked at Bai Yu's sleeping figure. He quietly raised his hand to pull the person over, but when his hand almost touched Bai Yu, he gave up again. "I'm afraid it will be difficult to end if I really make people anxious." His eyes wandered around Bai Yu's body, and he couldn't help but swallow when he saw the kiss behind Bai Yu's ear. Thinking of the scenery he saw last night, the wonderful touches and the ecstasy, his mouth became dry. He raised his hand and wanted to give himself a slap, but he was afraid of waking up Bai Yu. He was worried, really as worried as he wanted to be. "I curse myself in my heart again for getting carried away. Now it's better. I could have hugged someone to take advantage, but now I have nothing." Sighing, he lay back down again. It was really as pitiful as that. How arrogant he was when he acted like a gangster. How miserable he is now. Bai Yu slept soundly, completely unaware that anyone had insomnia last night. He stood up unsteadily, got some spiritual spring water, and took a sip, instantly feeling refreshed. Now there are only 20 grams of spiritual spring water per day, so she only drinks about 5 grams in the morning, and Lu Xiu drinks about 10 grams. The rest was secretly added to the soup while cooking, thinking that the two brothers could also supplement it. Especially if Mu Er is injured, this spiritual spring water should be able to help him. If she hadn't wanted to hide the existence of the spiritual spring water, she might have given Mu Er some to drink. Spiritual spring water can strengthen the body. It is unclear whether it can improve people's healing ability, but it can at least enhance the body's resistance. After Bai Yu drank the spiritual spring water, she rolled her eyes at Lu Xiu, who had been looking at her pitifully and sadly since she woke up. "Stop your expression and don't pretend to be pitiful with me. It's useless," Bai Yu said and handed the bamboo tube containing spiritual spring water to Lu Xiu and continued, "This is your spiritual spring water today. Drink it." After saying that, he stopped talking to Lu Xiu and turned around to walk to the kitchen. However, when he turned around, he couldn't help but curl his lips. It was obvious that he was having a hard time holding back his smile. When Lu Xiu saw that Bai Yu had just left like this, obviously not calming down yet, he hurriedly drank all the spiritual spring water in his hand, and then quickly chased after him. It seems that pretending to be pitiful is not going to work anymore, so we have to think of other ways. One night was enough for him, and he really didn't want to continue sleeping with empty arms tonight. Having tasted this feeling once, he only felt that nothing was more important than being able to hug his little female and fall asleep together. The so-called male dignity is nothing to Lu Xiu now. As soon as Bai Yu entered the kitchen, she saw Mu Er applying medicine to Mui. When the two brothers saw her, they nodded in greeting. Bai Yu felt a little embarrassed when she remembered what happened yesterday and tried her best to pretend to be indifferent and nodded. He glanced at Mui's injury and asked with concern, "How do you feel now? Is there anything uncomfortable?" Mui, received Bai Yu's concern, felt warm in his heart and replied with a smile, "I can get up on my own now. I don't feel any pain after applying the medicine, but it's a little itchy." After hearing this, Bai Yu took a closer look at Mui's face and found that there was already some blood on his face, not as pale as yesterday. After thinking about the recovery process of the wound, I felt confident. He smiled and replied, "The itching is because your wound is healing, which means you are almost healed." Mui felt relieved after hearing this. He was worried that if he was not well for a long time and lay around like this useless, he would be disliked by Bai Yu and Lu Xiu. Now that Bai Yu said he was almost fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Er even asked happily, "Is it true? Sister Bai, is my brother really getting well soon?" "Of course it's true." Bai Yu smiled at Mu Er, then turned to look at Mui and warned, "But remember to resist the itch and don't scratch. If you scratch the wound, you will be in trouble." Mui nodded repeatedly, indicating that he remembered. Lu Xiu, who came out, stood aside and looked at them talking happily, feeling a little sad. But because Bai Yu was still angry, she didn't dare to show it. When Bai Yu turned to look at him, he immediately stood up straight, as if he was ready to do whatever he wanted. Bai Yu was dumbfounded by Lu Xiu's appearance. She pursed her lips, suppressed her smile, and put on a serious face. Instead of talking to Lu Xiu, he waved directly to Mu Er and said, "Mu Er, come and help sister peel the sweet potatoes. I'll make sweet potato soup for you to eat." Mu Er's eyes lit up when he heard this. He was still craving for the smell of roasted sweet potatoes last night. When I heard that there were sweet potatoes to eat again, I immediately responded and wanted to help. As a result, before he had even taken 2 steps, Lu Xiu grabbed him by the back of his neck, and with a gentle lift, he was thrown back to his brother. Mu Er looked confused, and then Lu Xiu said calmly, "If you don't look at your brother's patient, why are you running around? Stay there and don't move." After saying that, he turned around and walked towards Bai Yu. As he walked, he said flatteringly, "If you want help, just call me. What do you want to do with that little cub?" When Bai Yu heard this, she glanced sideways at Lu Xiu and snorted coquettishly, but she had no intention of stopping him. When Bai Yu asked Mu Er for help, the brothers didn't see anything yet, but now they felt strange looking at the couple's appearance. Bai Yu looked like she didn't really want to talk to Lu Xiu, but Lu Xiu was careful to please him and tried his best to be attentive. Not to mention that he was a witch. Although Lu Xiu was quite naughty before, he is not as naughty as he is today. The two brothers looked at each other silently, then looked away in a tacit understanding, pretending that they didn't see anything. While eating, Bai Yu was speechless looking at the people who were so attentive to her. I felt embarrassed for Lu Xiu. Why did he look like he had bullied him? He was obviously the one who was being bullied. Then he turned his head and glanced at the two brothers who were eating with their heads down without even looking in this direction. The corners of Bai Yu's mouth twitched. This avoidance was too obvious, wasn't it? After Bai Yu finished his breakfast, he gave the culprit Lu Xiu a hard look, turned around and went back to the cave inside. Lu Xiu was a little confused. He had obviously tried hard to please him, so why did he look even more angry? He quickly put down his bowls and chopsticks and chased after her. Several days passed like this. Bai Yuyu was lukewarm towards Lu Xiu, and she wouldn't let Lu Xiu get close at night. Lu Xiu was worried. He had tried every means to please him, but every time he failed to please him, Bai Yuyu seemed to be getting more and more angry. Just when Lu Xiu was so worried that he almost got angry, Mu Yixin, whose injury was almost healed, waved to Lu Xiu mysteriously. Lu Xiu originally didn't want to talk to Mu Yi, but now Bai Yuyu ignored him. He was indeed fine, so he walked over with a stinking face. He asked calmly, "What's the matter?" Mu Yi pushed Mu Er away and asked him to clean the kitchen. After Mu Er left, Mu Yi asked quietly, "Boss Lu, did you have a fight with your little female?" Lu Xiu felt very excited when he heard the words "your little female," but when he thought about the current situation, he couldn't feel better. He glanced at Mu Yi lightly and said expressionlessly, "What does it have to do with you? What are you asking about when you have nothing to do?" Mu Yi was not angry even after being criticized. He smiled enigmatically at Lu Xiu and whispered, "Boss Lu, although I have never had a female, I grew up in the tribe and have met many partners. Mode of getting along. I used to often dig wild vegetables with the females. Because I was young at the time, they never avoided me, so I heard a lot about their affairs with their partners." Lu Xiu didn't quite understand what Mu Yi meant at first, but when he came back to his senses, his eyes lit up when he looked at Mu Yi. He excitedly pulled Mu Yi's arm and asked, "Do you have any idea?" "Of course," Mu Yi said as he glanced at the animal skin door curtain leading to the cave inside, then hooked his hand at Lu Xiu, motioning for him to come closer. After Lu Xiu lowered his head and came closer, he whispered, "The most common thing they say is that there is nothing between partners that cannot be solved by sleeping. This little female can't just provide for her." As he spoke, he smiled evilly, pointed at the bottom of Lu Xiu, and said teasingly, "You still have to stand up when the time is right." Lu Xiu looked at Mu Yi in shock, feeling that he was still too naive. He wanted to tell Mu Yi that he didn't dare, but he had no shame. He pursed his lips and asked tentatively, "But what if she doesn't want to?" Mu Yi was a little surprised when he heard this and said speechlessly, "You just need to remember that when the female says she doesn't want it, she means she wants it. As long as you feel comfortable being served, anything can be solved." This is what the females said themselves when they were talking. Is that so? Lu Xiu was a little itchy by Mu Yi's words, and he was even more itchy when he thought about Bai Yuyu's weak and pitiful look when she was pressed on the stone bed and bullied that day. Before Mu Yi could answer, he patted Mu Yi on the shoulder and said seriously, "Thank you. If this happens, Lu Xiu, will recognize you as my brother." After speaking, he didn't even wait for Mu Yi's answer and turned directly to find Bai Yuyu. Mu Yi looked at Lu Xiu's hurried look with envy. What could he do if he understood females? He is in his 20s and has never even held the little female's hand. He has been through several estrus periods alone, and he is worried. Looking at his missing arm again, Mu Yi shook his head and felt that it was better not to have such wishful thinking. After Lu Xiu returned to the cave, he saw Bai Yuyu sitting on the stone table peeling black chestnuts. His eyes flashed, and he walked over and sat next to Bai Yuyu. He touched his nose guiltily and asked, looking for something to say, "Yuyu, what are you doing?" Bai Yuyu raised her eyes and glanced at Lu Xiu, handed the black chestnuts in her hand to Lu Xiu, and said lightly, "Can't you see? I'm eating black chestnut braised meat tonight." Lu Xiu swallowed. He didn't want to eat anything now. He just wanted to eat Bai Yuyu. His fingers moved, but he didn't dare to put them in. Finally, I mustered up the courage to reach out. But Bai Yuyu raised his eyelids lightly, and the hand he stretched out turned a corner and landed on the black chestnut. It can be said that he is cowardly and undignified. Lu Xiu looked at the black chestnuts in his hand, and while peeling them, he cursed himself in his heart for being useless. Finally, he sighed and helped Bai Yuyu to work honestly, secretly deciding to wait until night before taking action. Bai Yuyu always felt that Lu Xiu was a little weird today, as if he had something on his mind. He was always distracted and looked at her strangely. Especially after dinner, Lu Xiu kept surrounding him with a hesitant expression, making her look straight at him. Bai Yuyu finally couldn't help it anymore, looked Lu Xiu up and down, narrowed her eyes dangerously, put her hands on her hips and asked, "Tell me, what did you do to shame again?" Lu Xiu had been pretending that something was wrong, but he still didn't react when he was suddenly questioned by Bai Yuyu. When he came to his senses, he quickly shook his head and denied, "No, I didn't do anything." He wants to do it, but isn't it too late? Bai Yuyu didn't know what Lu Xiu was thinking, so she looked at Lu Xiu again, and after thinking about it, she felt that she might be too worried. Lu Xiu never left her sight, so what harm could he do? Thinking of this, Bai Yuyu nodded to Lu Xiu and said, "Okay, I'll go to bed first, and you should go to bed early." After saying that, he took off his shoes and crawled to his bed. He covered himself with the quilt and yawned a little before closing his eyes. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu. He wanted to reach out and do something several times but gave up in the end. He was lying on his bed with his head down, but he couldn't fall asleep. He hasn't slept much in the past few days, but due to the effect of the spiritual spring water, even if he hasn't slept well for several days, he doesn't show any signs of fatigue. In his ears was the sound of Bai Yuyu's even breathing after sleeping soundly, and in his mind was the solution Mu Yi told him. Lu Xiu turned his head to look at Bai Yuyu's peaceful sleeping face, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He hadn't been able to take advantage of it for several days, and he was really a little greedy. Rather than saying that he listened to Mu Yi's words, it would be better to say that Mu Yi just said it to his heart. His fingers trembled, and he tentatively reached out and touched Bai Yuyu's face. Seeing that Bai Yuyu had no reaction, he became bolder. He gently leaned over and kissed Bai Yuyu's lips carefully. The soft touch made him tremble all over, his eyelashes trembled slightly and his eyes darkened, and all his rationality turned into bubbles in an instant. When Bai Yuyu was half asleep and half awake, she always felt like something was biting her, but it didn't hurt, but felt numb. This feels like Lu Xiu's day that day. Bai Yuyu opened her eyes suddenly and saw a big furry head attached to her shoulder. Bai Yuyu was startled, and just when she was about to speak out, Lu Xiu, who noticed it, blocked her mouth. Lu Xiu had been cautious just now, but now that Bai Yuyu had woken up, he pressed forward without stopping. Bai Yuyu was so kissed that she couldn't breathe, and Lu Xiu was still taking advantage of her. She was a little confused and raised her hand to push Lu Xiu away. Lu Xiu felt her rejection, slowly let go of Bai Yuyu's red lips, and said before Bai Yuyu spoke, "Yuyu, don't make a sound. It won't be good if the two brothers outside hear it." Bai Yuyu's eyes widened in shock after hearing this. Why did he feel that these words were so familiar? If you are really afraid of being heard, then don't act recklessly. He was so angry that he stuttered and whispered, What do you want to do if you don't sleep in the middle of the night? What did Yuyu say I wanted to do?" Lu Xiu's eyes were very dark, and he looked straight at Bai Yuyu, which made Bai Yuyu afraid to look directly. Lu Xiu's eyes flashed. He hesitated for a moment before lowering his head and rubbing Bai Yuyu's neck. He said in a hoarse voice, "Yuyu, I know I was wrong. Let's make peace. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these past few days, and I've been reflecting on it. I really know I was wrong." Bai Yuyu was shocked by Lu Xiu's shamelessness. Who admits his mistake? We conducted a surprise attack in the middle of the night, took advantage of everyone, and then said, "I was wrong." Just when he was about to retort, Lu Xiu continued to whisper, "I will never do that again. I just wanted to declare my sovereignty and let others know that you are mine. I didn't expect you to be angry. Yo-yo, don't treat me coldly like this. I won't do it again. I can't stand this. I can't stand this. I want to be close to you. I want to kiss you. I want to hold you, and I want more." All Bai Yuyu's words to refute were blocked by Lu Xiu, and at the same time, he was also teased by Lu Xiu's unintentionally explicit confession. His heart was beating fast, his face turned red, and his eyes were a little dodgy, shyly avoiding Lu Xiu's eager gaze. He pursed his lips and whispered, "Then you have to remember what you said, and you won't do that again." Lu Xiu's eyes lit up when he heard this, knowing that this meant Bai Yuyu had calmed down and forgive him. But he didn't know that Bai Yuyu wasn't very angry in the first place. He was just afraid that Lu Xiu wouldn't be able to control the wild beast and would do something even more shameful in the future, so he just gave Lu Xiu a vaccination in advance. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu's red face, his Adam's apple rolled up, and asked cautiously, "Then can I continue?"
Huh?
"You can't." After Bai Yuyu understood what Lu Xiu meant, she curled her toes in shame. As soon as she said something, her mouth was blocked. Bai Yuyu kicked her legs in shame and anger, but it had no effect. She secretly scolded Lu Xiu for being shameless. Why would she ask if she couldn't refuse? Lu Xiu didn't think he was shameless. Mui had already said that the little female meant that she wanted it even if she didn't want it, and he had written it all down. However, although Lu Xiu was a little impatient, he still kept in mind that Bai Yuyu was not in estrus yet. In the end, Bai Yuyu didn't really get eaten, but he took advantage of everything that should be taken advantage of and shouldn't be taken advantage of. I made up for everything I lost in the past few days at once. Bai Yuyu was so exhausted that she fell asleep in the end. Before closing her eyes, she vaguely grabbed Lu Xiu's neck, leaving a few red blood marks. Lu Xiu looked at the sleeping person and licked his lips with satisfaction. He really felt that Mu Yi, a brother, could barely get along with him. As for the severe scratch on his neck by Bai Yuyu, it was like a tonic to him. It didn't hurt, but it was a little itchy.
Itchy.
Lu Xiu finally fell asleep with his arms around him again.
He slept very soundly this time.
When he woke up the next day, he found that Bai Yuyu was still sleeping soundly. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yuyu's sleeping face and rubbed himself in a good mood. His movements were very gentle. Bai Yuyu just turned his head and continued sleeping without being awakened. Looking at Bai Yuyu's little appearance, Lu Xiu couldn't help but raise the corners of his lips, but did not disturb her sleep anymore, but slowly got up and went to the kitchen. The orc's recovery ability is already very strong, not to mention that Mu Yi has the medicine and spiritual spring water given by Bai Yuyu, and now the wound is almost healed. There's nothing wrong with doing something simple anymore. When Mu heard the noise, he turned to look at the entrance of the cave and saw Lu Xiu opening the animal skin curtain and walking out alone. When he looked inside, he didn't see Bai Yuyu's figure. Mu Yi had some suspicions in his mind. He wanted to take a look at Lu Xiu's face, but he saw the scratches on Lu Xiu's neck. Just by looking at the marks, he knew what was going on. Coupled with Lu Xiu's cheerful look at this time, it goes without saying that things were done last night. In my heart, I was a little envious of Lu Xiu's good luck to have such an outstanding and beautiful little female like Bai Yuyu. But he was just envious and didn't have any thoughts that he shouldn't have. Lu Xiu raised his eyes and saw Mu Yi, who was sizing him up. He immediately smiled and walked over to pat Mu Yi on the shoulder. He smiled and said, "You are a good boy and a talented person. If you follow me in the future, you will benefit from it." When had Mu Yi been treated so warmly by Lu Xiu? It was almost flattering. He quickly replied sincerely, "As long as Boss Lu comes to our brother's place usefully in the future, we two brothers will definitely share your worries without saying a word. You're too polite, you're too polite. We're all brothers. What you say is unreasonable." The way Lu Xiu looked at Mu Yi at this moment did not contain the same disgust as before. In his eyes, Mu Yi was now his strategist. If this makes Bai Yuyu unhappy again in the future, it would be right to ask Mu Yi to find a solution. Mu'er looked at his brother and the cold-faced orc in confusion, wondering what kind of madness this man who had always disliked them had become today. Why is he suddenly so passionate about his brother? Isn't this attitude too good? The change came so fast that he couldn't bear it. But no one would explain the reason to a little orc like him, so he could only make random guesses on his own. Naturally, Mu Yi knew the reason for Lu Xiu's sudden change of attitude. Because of this, he gained a new understanding of Lu Xiu, an orc. I finally breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that I had gotten Lu Xiu's approval by mistake, and I had truly become a part of this small team. Time passed quickly, Mu Yi's wound finally completely healed, and based on the time in previous years, it was already less than half a month since winter passed. If it were previous years, it would have stopped snowing by now, and the snow would even have started to melt in some places. But now when I look outside, it's still completely white, and the snow is still falling, with no intention of ending. Lu Xiu had been feeling a little heavy in the past few days. Standing at the window, he glanced at Mu Yi, who also had an ugly face, and both understood what the other person meant. Bai Yuyu clearly felt something was wrong with Lu Xiu's mood in the past few days, and now she couldn't help it anymore after seeing his and Mu Yi's expressions. Blinking in confusion, he asked, "Lu Xiu, why do I think you are so weird these days?" Then he turned to look at Mu Yi and continued, "And you, why are you a little weird too?" When Mu Yi heard Bai Yuyu's question, his eyes turned to Lu Xiu, obviously wanting to wait for Lu Xiu to answer. Lu Xiu glanced at Bai Yuyu, with some guilt in his eyes, and finally walked to Bai Yuyu's side and took Bai Yuyu into his arms. He pursed his lips and finally sighed and said, "Yuyo, I'm sorry. I can't give you a tribe of yours for the time being." Bai Yuyu was a little embarrassed to be suddenly hugged by Lu Xiu. After all, there were 2 orcs, one big and one small, watching here. But after he listened to Lu Xiu's words, his attention was diverted and his shyness disappeared instantly. He asked somewhat uncertainly, "Did something happen?" According to the original plan, Lu Xiu originally planned to wait until Mu Yi recovered and then use the last few moments of winter to recruit some trustworthy orcs to become members of the new tribe. But now, listening to what Lu Xiu said, it seems that things have changed. Lu Xiu gently touched Bai Yuyu's head and said, "This winter is different from usual. It looks like winter will definitely be extended." Bai Yuyu was a little confused after hearing this and replied, "What does it matter? We have enough food. We can eat for a long time and we won't be hungry?" Lu Xiu smiled bitterly and explained, "Of course it doesn't matter if it's just like this, but usually there will be an avalanche after this situation. Avalanches are not the most terrifying thing. The most frightening thing is that when this extended winter passes, it will not be spring, but sweltering heat. There will definitely be a flood by then. Animals and plants will be affected. Even if we can escape avalanches and floods, we will starve because we can't find food. Is it that serious?" Bai Yuyu was a little frightened after hearing Lu Xiu's explanation. Thinking of that scene, she leaned into Lu Xiu's arms with some fear. Asked, "Then what are we going to do? We can't just sit there and wait for death, right?" After Bai Yuyu finished speaking, Lu Xiu had not replied, and Mu Yi, who had been standing aside, replied, "In this case, we can only choose to move, and the sooner the better. The terrain where we are is too low, whether it is an avalanche or a flood. It is difficult for us to escape." After hearing Mu Yi's words, Bai Yuyu raised her head and glanced at Lu Xiu. Seeing that he had no objection, she understood that moving was something that had to be done. Bai Yuyu pursed her lips and said to Lu Xiu, "If you move, just move. As long as we are together, we can move anywhere." He smiled and continued, "We were going to move anyway, we just have to move further, there is no difference." Lu Xiu originally thought that Bai Yuyu would be scared, but he never expected that she would comfort him in turn. "I felt a little more relaxed, and I liked Bai Yuyu even more." Then I heard Bai Yuyu continue to ask, "Axu, how long do we have? I want to start preparing food for the road now." Lu Xiu also became serious when he heard this. Knowing that he could not delay it any longer, he replied bluntly, "We have to leave here in 2 days at most."
No.
Bai Yu nodded, and then said to the 2 brothers Mu Yi and Mu Er, "Please help us these 2 days. We need to get more food for the road." Naturally, the 2 brothers would not refuse and nodded in unison to express their understanding. After making the decision, Bai Yuyu asked Lu Xiu to bring out all the ground black bean flour and asked the 2 brothers to help make the noodles, while he started to make the pot helmets. In order to save time, she did not make small cakes, but made them as big as the pot. Lu Xiu was arranged by Bai Yuyu to cut the meat. It didn't need to be too small. Each piece should be as big as a fist. Bai Yuyu planned to cook all the meat after the cake was ready. Several people were busy until the evening when they stopped, ate some cakes, and then went to rest. As soon as he returned to the cave inside, Bai Yuyu took Lu Xiu's hand, looking like he was hesitant to speak. Lu Xiu raised his hand and pinched Bai Yuyu's face gently and asked warmly, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" After saying that, he pulled Bai Yuyu to sit on the edge of the stone bed, raised his hand and pinched Bai Yuyu's shoulders. While pinching, he said, "I am tired of you. Just sit down and rest tomorrow. I will do the rest." Bai Yuyu raised her hand and held Lu Xiu's hand, shook her head and said, I'm not very tired. I just have something I want to discuss with you. Because he has been drinking spiritual spring water during this period, Bai Yu obviously feels that his physical condition is much better, and even his skin is fairer and more delicate than before. Lu Xiu understands this very well, so now he likes to pinch and touch Bai Yu at every turn. After hearing Bai Yu's words, Lu Xiu stopped his movements and asked in confusion, What's the matter? Bai Yu pursed her lips and looked at the things in the cave and the stone cellar that Lu Xiu had dug. Said, I want to reveal a little bit about space to Mu air.
Ino.
Before Bai Yu finished speaking, Lu Xiu refused directly, frowned and said, Although I accepted them, I can't completely trust them, let alone let them know your secret. If they become greedy or have other intentions, you'll be in danger. This is absolutely not okay. Of course, Bai Yu knew that Lu Xiu was worried. Not to mention Lu Xiu, she also had this worry. But in the current situation, all she could think of was No Bichi and the others. Bai Yu pulled Lu Xiu, who was a little excited, and said seriously, Xiu, can you listen to me first? Lu Xiu frowned and glanced at Bai Yu. Seeing her resolute attitude, he could only nodded to show that he was listening. Seeing that Lu Xiu had calmed down, Bai Yu explained softly, My current space cannot hold all the food and some belongings. The future situation is still unknown. It's hard to say when we will have new food. The two brothers will always be with us in the future. I can't come up with supplies out of thin air, and I don't want to keep making excuses. And I also want a farm, which is absolutely impossible without seeds. So I want to upgrade the space to another level. The upgrade will make the space bigger, so I can take everything with me. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu with some confusion when he heard this, and asked, But whether the space is upgraded or not, what does it have to do with whether you tell the two brothers or not? Of course it does matter. Bai Yu took Lu Xiu's hand and said with a smile, When you first saw me taking things out of thin air, didn't you still think of me as the messenger of the beast god? What do you think the two brothers would think if they saw it? Will it give me some faith points? Now I only have 20 faith points left to upgrade. Bai Yu seemed to have thought of something as she spoke, and her eyes looking at Lu Xiu became a little strange. He asked seriously, It's strange. Why didn't you give me any faith value at that time? Didn't you think of me as the messenger of the beast god? Lu Xiu was still digesting what Bai Yu had just said, but he was suddenly confused when Bai Yu asked him this question. After thinking for a while, he said, Maybe it's because I only have love for you and can't bear any other emotions. Bai Yu never expected that such a serious question would turn into a different kind of confession when it came to Lu Xiu. The face of the thin-skinned Bai Yu turned red. But when she thought about it carefully, she had to say that what Lu Xiu said seemed to make sense. Just as Bai Yu was thinking about it, Lu Xiu directly brought the topic back and said, Yu, even if you want to upgrade your space, you don't have to take the risk. If you didn't tell them about your space before, they wouldn't give it to you either. Is faith worth it? Bai Yu shook her head and said, But we don't have time now. And that's not what I want to tell them about space. I can put it another way. Put it another way? How do you say it? Lu Xiu was a little curious and wanted to hear Bai Yu's thoughts before deciding whether to agree. Bai Yu thought for a while and then said, I will tell them tomorrow that I received instructions from the beast god tonight so that I can keep things with the beast god for storage and then take them out when I need them. After hearing this, Lu Xiu's eyes flashed with disapproval and said, Is this okay? And if you use the name of the beast god like this, will the beast god be angry? Bai Yu's mouth twitched after hearing this. How could she forget that Lu Xiu was also an admirer of the beast god? Bai Yu rolled her eyes before replying, No. Isn't everything I have given by the beast god? The beast god is willing to give me so many benefits, so why would he care about such a small thing? Lu Xiu nodded after hearing this, feeling that what Bai Yu said was reasonable. But he still ignored the two brothers and just wanted to continue persuading them. Just listen to Bai Yu continue to say, I know you are still worried about whether Mui and the others have bad intentions. But Xiu, we need partners we can trust wholeheartedly. Bai Yu said, kissing Lu Xiu's frown, and said with a smile, If they listen to me tomorrow, See my ability to get things out of thin air and give them faith points. It means they don't have bad intentions and can be trusted. If not, it means we are not the same person and we should part ways earlier, don't you think? Lu Xiu was almost convinced by Bai Yuyu, but when he thought about the consequences if the two brothers had other thoughts, his expression turned cold. He looked up at Bai Yuyu with firm eyes and said seriously, "Yuyu, I can agree with you, but it is impossible to part ways." Lu Xiu said with a hint of coldness in his eyes, but his movement of stroking Bai Yuyu's hair was particularly gentle. Just listen to him continue. After they know your secret, there are only two ways. Either they are fellow travelers, or they are dead. I can't let them leave with your secret. When Bai Yuyu heard this, his pupils shrank, his eyelashes lowered, and he was silent for a long time. This made Lu Xiu, who had been waiting for Bai Yuyu's reaction, feel a little unsure. It wasn't until Lu Xiu started to panic that Bai Yuyu slowly raised his head and looked at Lu Xiu. He smiled self-deprecatingly at Lu Xiu, then raised his arms and put his arms around Lu Xiu's neck and said, "Axiu, we are worthy of being partners. We are indeed the same kind of people." Bai Yuyu has always known that she is not a good person, but she has never seen herself so clearly as now. If there is no threat to her, she may have good intentions, but when there is a real threat to her life, or a threat to the life of someone she cares about, she will not show mercy. Even if the other person has been with me for a while, even if the other person is a child, the result will be the same. After all, after letting the two brothers know that she has this magical ability that even wizards don't have, if the two brothers have other ideas and spread the word, then she and Lu Xiu will never have peace. Lu Xiu didn't understand the meaning of Bai Yuyu's words at first. When he came back to his senses, although he was a little shocked, he was relieved. He was afraid that Bai Yuyu would be merciful and prevent him from silence. He was already prepared to make Bai Yuyu cry, but he didn't expect Bai Yuyu to make such a choice. But when he met Bai Yuyu's eyes, he knew that Bai Yuyu must be feeling quite uncomfortable. He put his arms around Bai Yuyu's waist and comforted him. "Don't be sad, Yuyu. Mu air seems to be quite reliable. We may not reach that point." Bai Yuyu nodded, but her mood was still a little low, and she replied, "I hope so." Lu Xiu sighed, rubbed Bai Yuyu's head and patiently comforted him for a few words before coaxing him to sleep. On the second day, Bai Yuyu looked at the two brothers sitting in front of him with complicated eyes. "But when I think about the time in the future, if they can't withstand this test, it will be their respective fate. If the two brothers have no other intentions, they will be treated as relatives from now on. If the two brothers really have other intentions, then no wonder she and Lu Xiu are merciless. After all, these two people had sworn to give their lives to her. If they couldn't withstand this test, they would have betrayed her trust and help. No wonder she was cruel." Bai Yuyu glanced at Lu Xiu, and after receiving Lu Xiu's comforting eyes, she gained some courage. He turned to look at Mu Yi and Mu Air, with expectation in his eyes, and said, "Mu Yi, Mu Air, can I believe you?" When the two brothers first saw Bai Yuyu's expression, they guessed that Bai Yuyu and Lu Xiu had something to tell them, but they did not expect that it would be such an opening statement. The two brothers looked at each other, then nodded together and said, "Of course, we two brothers have sworn to the beast god a long time ago. From now on, this life will belong to Boss Lu and my sister-in-law. If my sister-in-law has any instructions, just tell me. We two brothers will find a way to do it even if we work hard." When Bai Yuyu heard Mu Yi's name, she pursed her lips in embarrassment, then picked up a wooden bowl on the table and said seriously to the two brothers, "Then you should watch first." As soon as he finished speaking, the bowl in his hand disappeared. This. Sister Bai, you. The two brothers jumped up in shock when they saw this scene. They pointed at Bai Yuyu's hand and hesitated for a long time. They couldn't say a sentence clearly. They felt that their brains could hardly think. What happened in front of them was a miracle in the eyes of the two brothers. This was a skill that only the beast god could have. Lu Xiu saw that the situation was a little out of control, and the two brothers were so shocked that they were talking incoherently, and they didn't seem to be able to listen to what others were saying at all. Then he turned cold and shouted in a low voice, Calm down, sit down and listen carefully to what Yu Yu has to say. The two brothers immediately calmed down after Lu Xiu's roar and sat down again one after the other. If you look carefully, you can see that Mu Er's hands were trembling slightly. Mu Yi was a little better, but only a little better. He didn't even dare to look at Bai Yu. Bai Yu didn't expect the two brothers' reaction to be so big. She felt a little speechless, but she didn't want to waste any more time. There wasn't much time left for them. He told the two brothers the excuse he had discussed with Lu Xiu yesterday, and then took out the bowl with the two brothers' noodles that had just been put into the space. He said calmly, "This should be the opportunity given to us by the beast god, so that we can survive in this year of disaster." Bai Yu blushed a little as she spoke, feeling like a swindler now. Just as I was feeling ashamed, a long-lost system sound came to my ears.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for getting 50 points of Mu 1 faith value, 50 Mu 2 faith points, and the current faith value is 180 points.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for reaching the space upgrade standard. The system will automatically upgrade the space.
Bite.
After deducting 100 faith points, the current remaining faith value is 80 points.
Bite.
The system space has been upgraded. The current space level is level 3. The space has been expanded to 10 cubic meters, and the space spiritual spring has increased to 80 grams per day.
Bite.
This upgrade is completed. Upgrading again requires 400 faith points. Please continue to work hard. We look forward to upgrading for you next time. Bai Yu was stunned when she heard a series of system prompts, and the expressions she looked at Mu Yi and Mu Er became extremely exciting. She originally thought that it would be good if the two of them could each give him 10 points of faith. Who would have thought that they would just give him 50 points each, which would make their faith points almost full. Mu Yi and Mu Er were both still in shock, so they didn't notice anything unusual about Bai Yu, but Lu Xiu, who had been paying attention to Bai Yu, noticed it immediately. He narrowed his eyes slightly, stepped forward, pulled Bai Yu up and walked inside. He said to Mu Yi Mu Er, "Don't be stunned. Cook the meat. We will leave here tomorrow." The two brothers nodded blankly after hearing this. Their expressions were still a little dazed, and they obviously hadn't recovered yet. Lu Xiu didn't pay much attention to the two of them, pulled Bai Yu inside, and asked warmly, "What's wrong? How much has the faith value increased?" Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu in confusion and asked stupidly, "How do you know it has gone up?" Lu Xiu smiled when he heard this, scratched Bai Yu's little nose, and said with a smile, "You can tell by looking at your expression. You look shocked. It's hard for me not to know. Is it so obvious?" Bai Yu listened to Lu Xiu's teasing words, raised her hand and touched her face, and then told Lu Xiu everything about it. Lu Xiu was a little surprised after hearing this, but for a moment he smiled and said, "This is a good thing. It means that these two brothers believe it, and Yu doesn't have to worry about it anymore." Bai Yu nodded, patted Lu Xiu's hand holding her, and replied, "Indeed, let's not be idle. I'll pack things, and you can help the two brothers cook meat. By the way, cook a few pots of sweet potato soup and call me when it's cooked. I'll put it in the space. Then you can have something hot to eat." Lu Xiu thought this was a good idea. It was so cold outside that it would be a good thing to have a hot meal. He nodded, and just as he was about to go out, he was pulled back by Bai Yu, who hesitated for a moment before saying, "Axiu, although the two brothers have no differences of heart. But we must also let them know the seriousness of this matter, let them control their mouths, and just know it in their minds in the future, and don't mention it again. Especially since Mu Er is still young. I'm afraid that he'll be careless, and you have to talk about this. They are more afraid of you." "Okay. Don't worry, Yu, I know what's going on." Lu Xiu smiled as he spoke, patted Bai Yu's furry head comfortingly, and then turned around and went out. After Lu Xiu left, Bai Yu sorted and packed the carrots, sweet potatoes, and black chestnuts stored in the stone cellar, some dried mushrooms in the cave, and the black beans with seeds into the space. Then she set aside a corner to put the animal skins that Lu Xiu had saved, as well as some gadgets that she asked Lu Xiu to make during this period. Now that the space is completely sufficient, she is not as careful about putting things away as before. When everything was almost done, Bai Yu remembered that she hadn't looked at the system's space panel yet. When she opened the system panel, the first thing she saw was the system homepage panel, but now she didn't need the system's authentication times at all, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Open the space panel directly. Bai Yu blinked and looked at the words in confusion. She seemed to remember that she didn't say it could be stored before, right? And a few days ago, there was only 20 grams of spiritual spring water per day. There wasn't enough at all, so she didn't think about storing it. I guess this should be a benefit after the space upgrade. Otherwise, when the daily spiritual spring water becomes more and more in the future, can she still drink it directly? During the system identification, it was said that the amount should not exceed 15 grams per person per day, otherwise there will be side effects, and it has not been made clear what the side effects are. In any case, this can be regarded as an unexpected blessing. She can store the spiritual spring water that she can't use up in the future. When the time comes to open up Wasteland on your own, you won't have to worry. Bai Yu licked her lips, wanting to taste the difference in the taste of the current space spirit spring water. I closed my eyes and felt the current location of the spiritual spring water, wanting to see how much spiritual spring water there was now. As a result, I saw that the originally small dragon-shaped jade carving and the small jade bowl had doubled in size, and some of the carvings on them became clearer. Bai Yu is not too surprised. There will be more and more water in this spiritual spring, and the jade sculpture will naturally become bigger and bigger. After seeing clearly what was going on inside, Bai Yu opened her eyes. Not wanting to pick up any bamboo bowl, he stretched out a slender jade finger and put it into his lips, then poured out a little bit of the spiritual spring water. But I found that the taste was no different from before, and the effect was the same. Bai Yu didn't look disappointed either. This was actually pretty much what she had guessed. However, this scene was just watched by Lu Xiu, who came in and called Bai Yu. Bai Yu heard the movement and looked up in Lu Xiu's direction with her fingers in her mouth, her eyes confused, and she blinked at Lu Xiu doubtfully. Gudong. Seeing the scene, Lu Xiu swallowed hard and felt hot all over. He stood there without moving, but his eyes were aggressive, and he asked in a hoarse voice, Yu, what are you doing? Bai Yu took her finger out of her small mouth with an innocent look. Lu Xiu blushed a little when she realized what she was asking, thinking that Lu Xiu was laughing at her for eating her finger even though she was such an adult. He quickly explained, I will try the upgraded spiritual spring water to see if there is any change in taste and effect. When Bai Yu explained, Lu Xiu had already walked in front of her, looked down at her glistening lips, and his eyes gradually darkened. With a hoarse voice, he asked in a low voice, Has the smell changed? It was a very common question, but it was said by Lu Xiu's deep and magnetic voice, which made Bai Yu's ears feel itchy after listening to it. Resisting the urge to rub his ears, Bai Yu shook his head and replied, Nothing has changed. It's still the same as before.
Yeah?
Lu Xiu chuckled lightly, stretched out his hand to lift Bai Yu's chin, and said slowly, I don't believe it. I have to try it. After saying that, he lowered his head and kissed Bai Yu's red lips. Bai Yu didn't know how seductive and sinful her look just now was. If Lu Xiu didn't do something, his whole body would be on fire. Bai Yu, who was kissed suddenly, opened her eyes in confusion. She didn't quite understand why Lu Xiu said Q so quickly. Weren't they just discussing the spiritual spring water? Lu Xiu was very involved in the kiss, and he hugged Bai Yu very close. This was not the first time that the two of them were intimate, so Bai Yu just followed him. It wasn't until Bai Yu noticed that Lu Xiu's hands started to act dishonest that she reached out and slapped Lu Xiu's arm to tell him to be more honest. Lu Xiu took a few bites of Bai Yu and then reluctantly raised his head, with unreleased desire in his eyes. Seeing Bai Yu taking the lead, he said, Yu, please don't do anything to me in the future. I don't have the willpower to face you. Sooner or later, I can't help but eat you. Yu, what are you talking nonsense about? How could I? When did I? Bai Yu, who was suddenly knocked down, looked at Lu Xiu in shock, unable to speak clearly. He was even more blushing at Lu Xiu's words and felt extremely ashamed. After hearing Bai Yu's rebuttal, Lu Xiu smiled mischievously and grabbed the hand Bai Yu had just used. Before Bai Yu could react, He directly imitated Bai Yu's action and pulled one of her thin white fingers. He put his fingers in his mouth. A pair of heterochromatic pupils looked straight at Bai Yu, and from time to time, he would touch Bai Yu's fingers with the tip of his tongue. Not to mention a colorful look like that. Bai Yu's eyes widened when she saw this scene. Her head was buzzing, the hairs all over her body stood up, and her whole body felt numb. He took out his hand with force, pointed at Lu Xiu and cursed. You stinky scoundrel, I didn't do this, I ignored you. After saying that, she ran outside without looking back. She was really afraid of Lu Xiu and didn't want to stay alone with him at all. This stinky man would act like a hooligan against her whenever he found an opportunity. Even if there was no chance, he would create opportunities to act like a rogue. She really couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu's running back, smiled wildly, twitched the corners of his lips happily, and followed him in big strides. As soon as Bai Yu entered the kitchen, the two brothers Mu and Imu looked at her, and their hot eyes made Bai Yu's scalp numb. It felt like they didn't see her as a person, but as a belief and a hope. Bai Yu took a step back and said nervously, "Why are you looking at me like this?" Mui saw Bai Yu's reaction and knew that he and Mu Er had failed to control their emotions and scared Bai Yu. But this can't be blamed on them. Although Mu Er used to call Bai Yu the goddess sister, they just thought that Bai Yu had stronger abilities than the wizard and was blessed by the beast god. But from the beginning, in their eyes, Bai Yu was the real goddess, the messenger of the beast god, the one who could lead them to continue to survive in this world. They didn't notice it when they didn't pay attention at first, but now Mu-I and Mu-Er discovered that since they came to Bai Yu's place, Mu-I not only healed from new injuries, but even some old injuries from the past miraculously healed slowly.
All right.
Moreover, their physical condition seemed to be much better than before, which shocked them and made them extremely excited at the same time. They even believed that as long as they followed Bai Yu, their lives would get better and better. In the future, there is hope that they will not be discriminated against because of their status as wandering orcs, and may even have the opportunity to have a home of their own. Under such circumstances, how can they remain indifferent when they see Bai Yu again? Mui bowed to Bai Yu and said, "Sister-in-law, we two brothers will work hard for you and Boss Lu from now on, and we will never betray your trust in us two brothers." Mu-I was really touched. In his opinion, Bai Yu's willingness to tell the two brothers this kind of secret was a sign of trust in them. Thinking again about what Bai Yu said before, that they were family members, he felt particularly satisfied. Even though he had just been beaten by Lu Xiu's words, he was still very moved. But if he had known the couple's original plan, he doesn't know whether he would have been so moved. Bai Yu felt a little guilty and nodded awkwardly to Mu-Er, indicating that she had accepted his sincerity. She really received it, and the faith value that was about to be full was more convincing than any words. At this time, Lu Xiu had already followed him out, with a smile on his face, and said, "Yu, we only have 3 wooden basins, and we can't hold too much sweet soup. Just boil 2 pots." Bai Yu looked at the wooden basins. Due to limited tools, their wooden basins were made by directly hollowing out trees and polishing them. At that time, I never thought that this would happen, so I sourced materials nearby, so the pots were not particularly big. He raised his eyes and looked at the several male orcs in the room. This sweet soup was obviously not enough. Bai Yu looked around, and then focused on the stone tank filled with water on the wall. His eyes lit up and he said, "Use a stone jar, this one can hold more." Then he turned to Mu-Er and said, "Take a wooden basin and go outside to get more clean snow. We'll cook a stone jar of sweet soup. As for these basins, just keep them for the soup." When several male orcs heard the word soup, their expressions turned bitter. Mu-Er even stuck out his tongue in an exaggerated manner, obviously not wanting to drink it. But they also knew that Bai Yu was here to keep them away from the cold. Although they didn't like soup, they still didn't say much, and just went about their own business. Bai Yu first poured the empty sweet soup into the empty stone jar, and then put the stone jar into the space. After the pot was boiled in the afternoon, she took it out to continue filling it. In this way, the sweet soup it won't be cold anymore. After going back and forth several times, the stone jar was finally full. Next, you can start making soup. The orcs' noses are very sensitive. Several orcs smelled the smell of soup in the air, and their faces turned pale, as if Bai Yu was abusing them. Bai Yu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When she was putting away the soup, she put 20 grams of spiritual spring water into each basin while Mu Yi and Mu Air were not paying attention. From now on, everyone will drink a little bit every day, hoping to continue to improve the physical fitness of the two brothers. After everything was done in the evening, Bai Yu looked at his space. The cooked meat, fried fish, and hot soup have all been put in. All that was left were the bones of some beasts. Lu Xiu wanted to throw these away at first, but Bai Yu was not willing to throw them away. Although there isn't much meat on it, the stew is delicious and nutritious, and the meat on the bones has a unique flavor when chewed. Like the pork ribs, if you have more chilies, you can braise them and eat them. The taste is incredible. For this reason, she put some in the space early to keep them fresh, waiting for spring, but she didn't expect to encounter this. Without hesitation, he directly loaded all the bones, which were almost piled into a small mountain, into the space. Although they were not salted, the bones had not gone bad because they had cooled down during storage and had been roasted with the marinated meat for so long. After loading the bones, Bai Yu walked around the two caves a few more times. After making sure that nothing was missing, Bai Yu focused on the remaining dry firewood. The weather outside now makes it impossible to get dry firewood. Although they have enough food, she is still a little worried, not knowing when they will be able to get through this winter. So, I put all the remaining firewood in it, which can be said to be very prepared for a rainy day. When Bai Yu and Lu Xiu were lying on the stone bed together, Bai Yu didn't even have time to say goodnight to Lu Xiu, so she just fell asleep in Lu Xiu's arms. Lu Xiu looked at Bai Yu, who was sleeping soundly, with a hint of distress in his eyes. He originally wanted to take good care of and protect this little female. But now he had to let this little female suffer with him, and he would have to go out with her to get cold after night. He felt very guilty, but there was nothing he could do about it. He just hopes that he can find a place where they can settle down soon, so that he can give his little female a stable home and a comfortable living environment as soon as possible. He sighed, raised his hand and touched Bai Yu's head, and then fell asleep together. He must conserve his energy and stay in top condition. The outside world is too dangerous, and as he takes the female on the road, he must be ready to fight at any time. On the second day, Bai Yu wore a thick sweater and trousers that she knitted herself, a coat made of firefox fur, and a long white cloak on the outside. From the beginning to the end, only one pair of eyes is exposed, which can be said to be airtight. Lu Xiu, on the other hand, only wore a sweater and an animal fur coat. The two brothers didn't even have sweaters. In the end, Bai Yu gave them his spare sweaters, so they didn't just come out wearing animal skins. Several people had been out of the cave for some time. The snow outside was very thick, and they were just walking 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. And Lu Xiu couldn't let Bai Yu walk on his own. He had been holding her in his arms since he came out of the cave, and the baby couldn't do it. Because there was space, they had no luggage in their hands and were very light. Bai Yu's weight has no effect on Lu Xiu at all. Instead, they can keep each other warm while holding her, which can be said to be the best of both worlds. Bai Yu is not the kind of person who doesn't know what is good or bad. She is naturally happy and relaxed when someone hugs her. She will never show off and say that I can just leave by myself. Doing so will only slow down the team, and it will have almost no effect other than holding them back. The snowflakes fell one after another, and they danced in various postures in the air, either flying, hovering, or falling straight to the ground, covering the earth with layers of silver. Looking up, the treetops are covered with long silver ice crystals and white snowballs, which sometimes fall straight down due to being overwhelmed. Bai Yu used to be from the south, and she once dreamed of going to the north to see the snow scenery and build snowmen. But now that her wish was fulfilled, she was not happy at all. Bai Yu has forgotten how many times he helped Lu Xiu the snow off his shoulders, nor how many times Lu Xiu was hit by ice crystals. Lu Xiu protected her very well. She was wrapped very tightly and hugged very tightly. Lu Xiu almost had to carry the snow alone, and she didn't even feel cold. But she felt distressed. Lu Xiu was a snake-like beast man, and snakes were indeed afraid of the cold. Even though he is an orc, some of his animalistic traits cannot be completely changed. But Bai Yu couldn't do anything to Lu Xiu. The only thing she could do was to hug him tightly, hoping to convey some warmth to him. Bai Yu huddled in Lu Xiu's arms. Her nose was a little sore, and she asked, "Xiu, are you cold? We've been walking for so long. Why don't we find a place to rest for a while?" Lu Xiu lowered his head and glanced at Bai Yu, guessing that she was probably feeling sorry for him, and curled his lips happily. He looked up at the sky and said, "It's getting a little late. It's time to find a place to rest. It's not good to travel at night." Then he turned back to brothers Mu Yi and Mu Er and said, "See if there is a place to rest nearby. Don't go too far. If you can't find it, go back." The two brothers nodded when they heard this, and then walked forward quickly from left to right. And Lu Xiu hugged Bai Yu and found a place to sit down. Not long after, Mui came back and said happily, "Boss Lu, there is a cave over there. It happens to be facing the wind. The snow does not block the entrance of the cave. You can stay there temporarily after taking care of it." Lu Xiu nodded and agreed. Then, after Mu Yi and Mu Er were retrieved, several people followed Mu Yi to the cave he mentioned. The cave should be naturally formed. It is not big, but it can barely sleep the four of them. The most important thing is that it has the back of the wind, and the snow cannot too much into it. They did not completely remove the snow at the entrance of the cave, but only made a small opening that could allow people to pass through. The snow was just enough to block the wind and snow. After everyone dusted off the snow and entered the cave, Bai Yu handed everyone a bowl of hot soup with spiritual spring water. Several people's faces turned dark when they looked at the soup in their hands, but they didn't say anything about not wanting to drink it. After all, this thing can ward off the cold. It didn't get cold at all when Bai Yu put it in the space. After drinking it, it was piping hot, and the body became warmer. Bai Yu waited until they all finished drinking the soup, then asked, "Xiu, where is our current direction leading to?" Lu Xiu put down the bowl in his hand, looked at the snow outside, pointed in one direction, and replied, "The other side of that high mountain over there." Bai Yu followed the direction Lu Xiu pointed and asked in confusion, "Isn't it snowing over there? Why do you want to go there?" "Of course it will snow." Lu Xiu smiled, amused by Bai Yu's words, and explained, "You look there now and think it is a big mountain. When you go up there, you will find that it is another area similar to the plains. It's just that the terrain is higher. When the time comes, we will settle at a high place. When the snow melts, the snow water will flow downwards and we will be safe at high places." Then he rubbed Bai Yu's head and continued, "I've been there before, and there are several areas there that are relatively empty. I can give you some land for farming." Bai Yu's eyes lit up when she heard this. Farming was a big concern for her. For her, only with a stable source of food would she not panic. He nodded to Lu Xiu, indicating that he understood. Then some food was brought out, and everyone shared it. After eating, we each rested. As soon as daybreak, everyone had to continue on their way. That place looks quite close, but the road outside is not easy to walk now. I don't know how many days it will take for a few people to walk there. In the next few days, Bai Yu followed Lu Xiu and the others on the road. Along the way, not to mention people, they didn't even meet a living creature. Just when Bai Yu thought they would not encounter any danger, they met several stray orcs, and they were acquaintances of Mu Yi and Mu Er.
Hey.
"I didn't expect that you two losers are still alive. It seems that we are destined." Bai Yu hid in Lu Xiu's arms. Listening to the unsettling voices outside, I had some guesses about the people blocking the road. Then I heard Mu Yi say in a cold voice, "We brothers have already been robbed of all their food by a few of you. Why are you still stopping us?" Several people over there sneered after hearing this, with no intention of giving way. One of the leading wolf-faced orcs cast his gaze on Lu Xiu, who was standing aside, and pointed at Lu Xiu. He sneered and said, "What is that thing he is holding in his arms? Put it down obediently, and I will let you go."
Don't even think about it, you.
After hearing what the wolf-faced orc said, Mu Yi became furious and at the same time a little anxious. It's not that he doesn't believe in Lu Xiu's fighting ability, but it's because he and Lu Xiu are the only two people on their side who have fighting ability. At the same time, they have to protect a cub and a small female, but the opponent has several mature orcs, and their strength is obviously disproportionate. But before he finished speaking, Lu Xiu put Bai Yu down, and Bai Yu's figure and face were exposed. Those orcs never expected that Lu Xiu was holding a petite and beautiful little female in his arms, and the eyes of the ominous orcs almost popped out of their eyes. The most unbearable one even started to drool, staring at Bai Yu as if he wanted to her right away. It had been a long time since they had seen a female, let alone such a fresh and beautiful little female. Now none of them were in the mood to care about food. They just wanted to take the little female in front of them as their own. Bai Yu frowned in discomfort, but she was not very afraid. She had seen Lu Xiu's fighting power before, and with the effect of the spiritual spring water during this period, Lu Xiu's fighting power would only be stronger than before. The wolf-faced orc looked at the performance of Bai Yu and Lu Xiu and instinctively felt that something was wrong, but he didn't see any panic in them. But at this moment, he had been blinded by. Although he felt something was wrong, he was confident because there were so many people on his side. He looked at Bai Yu and licked his lips, coaxing, "Little female, come to my brother's place. How can you have a good life following those two trashes? If you follow these brothers, they will definitely feed you." So full. As he spoke, he laughed evilly along with the orcs, and there was obviously something else in his words. But before the laughter of several people could stop, they saw a thick and long black shadow rushing in front of them, and they were sent flying out before they could even change their animal forms. And the black shadow defeated the enemy with one move and did not stop, but directly and quickly harvested their lives. When the wolf-faced orc who was pushed further away saw this scene, he knew that he had hit an iron plate this time. He was so frightened that he lost any courage to fight. He turned into his beast form and ran away. But his speed couldn't match that black shadow at all, and he followed in the footsteps of his brothers before he ran very far. Everything ended too quickly, not to mention Mu Yi and Mu Er. Even Bai Yu was shocked. She knew Lu Xiu was powerful, but compared to before, was this too much powerful? Is this fighting force still human? And if she saw it right, Lu Xiu's beast form seemed to be much bigger. When Lu Xiu returned to his human form and walked to Bai Yu, he saw Bai Yu's stunned look and thought she was scared. He quickly picked him up again and said, "Don't be afraid, Yu, it's okay." Bai Yu shook her head, looking at Lu Xiu with little stars in her eyes. Said, "Axiu, I'm not afraid of you at all. I'm just a little surprised. You seem to be getting more and more powerful now." Lu Xiu laughed softly when he heard this, leaned into Bai Yu's ear, and whispered back, "Thanks to the spiritual spring water that Yu gives me to drink every day, not only am I getting stronger in combat, but I also seem to be getting stronger in that aspect." Before Lu Xiu could finish his words, he was immediately blocked by the ashamed and angry Bai Yu. Bai Yu's face turned red and she said angrily, "Shut up and hurry up. I refuse to communicate with you now." Bai Yu was ashamed and angry and really didn't want to deal with this stinky gangster who couldn't be serious for 2 seconds. She even doubted how she could have mistook this stinky gangster for a simple and honest person. At that time, she often felt that she had deceived the honest person's feelings. What kind of honest person? Where did the honest person come from? This was simply the blindest time in her life. The two people were chatting with each other there, completely ignoring the two brothers who had been frightened by Lu Xiu. Mu Yi and Mu Er looked at the corpses on the ground, their mouths closed in shock, and their eyes were full of disbelief. Lu Xiu's speed and explosive power were truly unheard of and unseen by them. The two brothers now have only one question. Is this still a person? They even doubted whether Lu Xiu, like Bai Yu, had been given abilities by the beast god, but Lu Xiu was only given combat power. In addition, they recently discovered that their physical fitness has obviously improved, which makes them believe this guess even more. It is suspected that because they have become Bai Yu's followers by the beast god by default, they have also been given some benefits, but Lu Xiu is a partner, which is more than what they have received. When they thought of this, the eyes of the two of them looking at Bai Yu became even hotter. They felt that they were lucky enough to have the opportunity to follow Bai Yu. Although the two people's guesses were wrong, they were very close to the truth, except that there was nothing wrong with the beast god from the beginning to the end. Bai Yu was arguing with Lu Xiu when a system voice suddenly came to his ears.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of Mu 1's faith value, 10 points of Mu 2's faith value, and the current remaining faith value is 100 points.
Bite.
Congratulations to the host for gaining 2 loyal followers Mu E Mu Air. The host can trust them to do anything. If their faith is full, they will never betray. Bai Yu was really confused. What happened to these two brothers? Wasn't it Lu Xiu who took action just now? Why increase her faith value? Is this reasonable? Lu Xiu felt something was wrong with Bai Yu, lowered his head and asked, "What's wrong?" Bai Yu glanced at Lu Xiu with a somewhat complicated expression. She leaned close to Lu Xiu and whispered the situation to Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu raised his eyebrows in surprise after hearing Bai Yu's explanation, but thought it was a good thing, and his eyes softened when he looked at the two brothers. But the two brothers who were looking at him couldn't help shivering. They didn't know whether they were cold or frightened. Bai Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing, and the strange atmosphere disappeared in an instant. He said loudly to the two brothers, "Don't be stunned. Hurry up and hurry up." After saying that, he signaled Lu Xiu to take action. Lu Xiu looked down at Bai Yu and smiled, then took the lead and continued on his way. Just when he passed by the corpses of several people, he motioned to Mu E Mu Air to see if there was anything useful in their luggage. After Firebuer turned it over one by one, he only found a little salt and a little dried meat. Lu Xiu looked at this thing, sneered, and said contemptuously, "With this little thing, you dare to brazenly say that you want to raise my little female. You are really looking for death." Mu E Mu Air was speechless after hearing Lu Xiu's words and blushed a little at the same time. It's already remarkable that the wandering orcs at this time can still have something to eat. Does Lu Xiu think that all the wandering orcs can live as well as they do? Not to mention the wandering orcs, even the orcs in the tribe couldn't compare with Lu Xiu. However, they only dared to curse in their hearts, but did not have the courage to speak out. No matter how little the food was, it was still meat. No matter how disgusted Lu Xiu was, he still asked Bai Yu to put the food away. If you don't want it for free, who would think it's too much? After Bai Yu put away his things, they continued on their way. Fortunately, I didn't encounter any moths in the following time, and I met a few stray orcs on the way. But they all moved away before Lu Xiu and the others approached, and did not come closer like the wolf-faced orc. Maybe it's because they don't want to cause trouble, or maybe it's because there aren't that many stray orcs and they're not confident that they can defeat Lu Xiu and the others. After walking like this for a few more days, they finally arrived at the foot of the mountain Lu Xiu mentioned. Bai Yu looked at the towering mountain in front of her, swallowed hard, and asked, "Lu Xiu, do you really want to climb over? There's snow on it, will you miss it?" This side of the mountain was extremely steep. If Lu Xiu hadn't said that the other side was different, she would never have agreed to live in such a place. Lu Xiu glanced at Bai Yu, who was frowning, smiled, and comforted. "I will take you in my beast form, and you will be over soon." As he spoke, he turned to look at the two brothers Mu and Emu, and said, "You two follow me and crawl along the route with me." The two brothers had 100 trusts in Lu Xiu. They had no objections after hearing this, and they both nodded to express their understanding. "This mountain is so high and so steep. Can you do it?" Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu suspiciously, still a little worried. Mainly because the snow covered the terrain on the mountain, and she was worried that Lu Xiu would fall down if he made a mistake in judgment. "I've been here before, and I remember some of the terrain. Besides, my beast form is long enough and cuddly, so as long as I use the right amount of force, there won't be any problem," Lu Xiu said, narrowing his eyes and smiling at Bai Yu. His smile was very malicious. He leaned into Bai Yu's ear and whispered, "Can I do it? Don't you know, Yu? Could it be that my previous performance failed to satisfy Yu? Don't ask questions like this in the future that will make me want to prove it to you right away." Bai Yu Okay, I believe it. You can do it. You can do it. You are the best. Stop being coquettish, please. Shut up. Lu Xiu now likes to tease Bai Yu more and more. He only thinks that the blushing and embarrassed Bai Yu is extremely cute. Even when he stares at her with shame and anger, he is particularly cute. After getting what he wanted and being stared at, Lu Xiu smiled brightly. When Bai Yu wanted to reach out and grab his ears, he turned into a beast shape, leaving Bai Yu with no chance. The next moment, Bai Yu was rolled up by Lu Xiu and sat on him. Bai Yu pursed her lips and lay down on Lu Xiu skillfully, then closed her eyes and did not dare to see how Lu Xiu got up the cliff. She was afraid that she would be frightened and scream, which would affect Lu Xiu's judgment, so she simply turned a blind eye. After Lu Xiu fixed Bai Yu, he looked back at the two brothers who had transformed into animal forms, motioned for them to follow, and then quickly rushed to the top of the mountain. Wherever Lu Xiu passes, the snow will be swept away by his beast body, so the two brothers can see the ground if they follow, so there is no danger. Because Lu Xiu himself had been to this place before, he usually avoided dangerous terrain in advance. Even if he sometimes misremembers because he is too long and has enough leverage, he can quickly dodge without falling directly. The mountain was too high. Even if Lu Xiu was fast enough, most of the day would have passed by the time they reached the top of the mountain. When Bai Yu got off Lu Xiu's body, her legs were a little numb. She lowered her head and looked down the mountain, only to feel that it was completely white, and she would feel dizzy after looking at it for a long time. Lu Xiu turned into a human and walked to Bai Yu's side, smiling easily. We are safe once we get here. We just need to find a satisfactory place to settle down later. After hearing this, Bai Yu looked around and found that it was just like what Lu Xiu said. After going up the mountain, from a distance it looks like a plain with a slight and some woods. Some places are even flat, just like ordinary ground, while other places have small hills. If you don't look at the road, you won't know that the place you are in is formed by a big mountain. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that the situation here was much better than he imagined. He nodded to Lu Xiu and said, "Then let's find a suitable place to live temporarily. It seems like there's nothing we can do in this weather now." Lu Xiu also thought so and nodded in agreement, while Mu Yi, Mu Er, and even Bai Yu agreed with everything Bai Yu said, so naturally they wouldn't have any objections. The group of people walked forward, but this time Bai Yu didn't let Lu Xiu hold her. She hadn't moved much during this period, and her whole body was almost numb. "Now I am no longer in a hurry, I just want to move around." Lu Xiu also followed her, pulling her to walk slowly in the snow. When passing through the woods, he would also pay attention to protecting Bai Yu from falling snowballs and ice crystals. Bai Yu was taken care of and had a little illusion. She felt that she had not found a partner, but a worried old father. Of course, whenever this person acts a hooligan, Bai Yu's illusion will immediately disappear without a trace. Bai Yu carefully observed the environment around her while walking. After all, she might live here for a long time in the future, and she still wanted to find an ideal place. Although Bai Yu's physical fitness is much better now than before, she is only a little female after all, and her feet became stiff from the cold after not walking for long. Just when she was about to act coquettishly and hug Lu Xiu, from the corner of her eye, she saw some green that was buried under the snow. Only a little bit of that color was exposed, but the ground was snowy white and that little bit of green was exposed. Bai Yu couldn't even see it even if he wanted to. It's difficult. She pulled Lu Xiu and asked Lu Xiu to look there, and said, "Axiu, let's go see what that is. The vitality is so strong. It's so cold that it's not dead yet." Bai Yu hasn't seen colors other than white for a long time, and she feels like she's about to suffer from snow blindness. Now that she sees some green, she's quite happy. Lu Xiu glanced at it lightly and replied, "They're just some ordinary wild plants. Every winter, some cold-resistant plants are buried by the snow, but they will not die." Lu Xiu said this, but still walked over with Bai Yu. Seeing Lu Xiu's movements, the two brothers Mu, Yi, and Muir also followed them out of curiosity. When Bai Yu got close to the green plant, she realized that it was not just a little bit, but a large patch. It was just buried by the snow, so it couldn't be seen clearly from a distance. Curiously, I kicked the snow away with my feet, and what I saw was a large lump of something that looked like a Chinese cabbage, but it was more than 3 times larger than the Chinese cabbage, and the color was different. Only the exposed bits of this plant are green. All parts that are buried by snow, including the leaves, are snow white. If it weren't for that bit of green, this thing would have been impossible to find with the eye in the snow. Bai Yu just wanted to tear off some leaves and take a look. I was surprised to find that the leaves that were just snow white began to slowly turn green. Bai Yu's eyes widened and she turned to look at Lu Xiu and asked uncertainly, "Did I see it wrong? Why does it still change color?" Lu Xiu smiled when he heard this and was about to reply. Mu Yi, who was following me, said disapprovingly, "Sister-in-law, this thing changes color all the time. I would see it in winter in the past. In the past, there were hungry orcs who wanted to eat it, but who knew that it would change color as soon as it was dug out. So it was considered poisonous and no one dared to eat it." Bai Yu was a little disappointed after hearing Mu Yi's explanation, but she didn't completely believe in the judgment of the orcs in this world. This thing looks so much like cabbage. What if it can be eaten? It's been a long time since the identification technique came into use, so there's no need to wait any longer. Thinking of this, Bai Yu reached out and touched the plant, silently thinking about the identification. Snow cabbage is non-toxic and edible. No side effects. Ah, it's food. Bai Yu jumped up from where she was in excitement. She hadn't eaten fresh green plants in the past 100 days, and she was already craving for them. If it weren't for the carrot, she would have collapsed. Bai Yu's excessive movements startled Lu Xiu and Mu'er. Lu Xiu pulled the excited Bai Yu to tell him to calm down, and asked doubtfully, "Yu, what's wrong with you? Why are you so excited all of a sudden?" When Bai Yu heard the question, she held Lu Xiu's big hand with her backhand, her face full of joy, and replied, "Axiu, we have fresh food again. This is snow cabbage. You can eat it." "Really? Then let's dig it out quickly." Before Lu Xiu could reply, Mu'er ran overexcitedly to dig snow cabbage. Even though his brother had just said that this stuff might be poisonous, he just chose to believe Bai Yu's words. Mui didn't hesitate and started digging with Mu'er without saying a word. Today, Bai Yu is the goddess in their hearts. How could what the goddess said be wrong? Bai Yu saw Mu-Yi and Mu'er's actions and wanted to help, but as soon as she opened her legs, Lu Xiu pulled her back. Bai Yu looked up at Lu Xiu in confusion and saw that Lu Xiu didn't look happy at this moment. Instead, he pursed his lips tightly and looked at her with a frown. The emotion in his eyes made Bai Yu unable to see clearly. Bai Yu blinked in confusion and asked, "What's wrong?"
Ashia.
Lu Xiu was not at peace at the moment. When Bai Yu found new food before, he only thought that Bai Yu knew better. But just now, Bai Yu was asking him what it was just a second ago, but after Mu-Yi gave the answer, she immediately confirmed the name and edibility of the thing. Before giving a positive answer, Bai Yu only made one action.
She only touched the thing.
Thinking about the details that Bai Yu asked him to find more things for her to identify before, and how he only gave the answer after getting the things in his hands every time, Lu Xiu had a guess in his mind. If his guess is true, it means that Bai Yu still has something to hide from him, and it means that Bai Yu doesn't really trust him yet. The more Lu Xiu thought about it, the more sour his heart became. He glanced at Bai Yu's questioning eyes, but in the end said nothing. His eyes dimmed, he let go of Bai Yu's hand, and turned around to dig snow cabbage with Mu'er. He's not angry, he's just afraid that he won't be able to help asking. She's afraid that Bai Yu won't be willing to tell him, and he's afraid that he will break the current relationship. He should be content and not covet too much. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's back with a confused expression. She always felt that something was strange, but she couldn't explain it. Before she had time to think about it, she heard Mu'er calling her. "Sister Bai, why don't you come and pretend?" When Bai Yu heard this, she looked up and saw that the two brothers had already dug a lot of snow cabbage. I looked at the size of the snow cabbage, and then looked at my space. Bai Yu walked over and said while collecting it, "Just dig about 30 more. Although her space is much larger now, it already contains a lot of things." If she hadn't eaten a lot of food recently, she wouldn't even be able to fit 30 snow cabbages. After all, Mu'er was still young. After hearing Bai Yuyu's words, he looked at the remaining snow cabbage in front of him with some reluctance. Said, "Sister Bai, there are so many more. Let's take them all away." Bai Yuyu shook her head and replied, "Let it continue to grow. Is there anyone else here who will eat this? Are you afraid of someone stealing it?" After hearing this, Mu'er felt that what Bai Yuyu said seemed to make sense, so he said nothing more. Mu'er completely obeyed Bai Yuyu's words and said nothing, just immersed himself in his work. Lu Xiu also remained silent because he had something on his mind. Because of Mu'er's interruption, Bai Yuyu had already forgotten about Lu Xiu's abnormality. She was looking around carefully. In her opinion, if the soil here could grow snow cabbage, it should also be able to grow other things. "It makes me want to settle down here. It's fairly flat here, and it's high up, so it's relatively suitable for living." Looking around, I saw a 30-meter high hill next to the woods not far away, which was quite suitable for digging a cave as a temporary residence. Bai Yuyu had nothing to do at the moment, so he walked over there by himself, wanting to observe whether this place was feasible or not. Before she had taken a few steps, she was caught up by Lu Xiu, who had been paying attention to her. Lu Xiu pursed his lips and asked, "Where are you going, Yo-Yo?" Bai Yuyu didn't think much, and directly told Lu Xiu her thoughts. Lu Xiu relaxed a little after hearing this, and the next moment he carried Bai Yuyu directly to the foot of the hill. After Lu Xiu put down Bai Yuyu, he knocked on the stone wall in front of him, then turned back and said to Bai Yuyu, "It's very strong. You can dig a cave." Bai Yuyu did not nod immediately, but said to Lu Xiu, "Axiu, please take me to the top of the hill. I want to see the terrain and environment around here." Lu Xiu had no objection when he heard this. This hill was not dangerous. Lu Xiu directly hugged Bai Yuyu with one hand and climbed to the top with a few jumps. Bai Yuyu now has a new understanding of Lu Xiu's power and can be said to be very calm in the face of this. The hill is cone-shaped, with an area of only over 50 square meters at the top. When Bai Yuyu walks to the edge of the hill and looks down, he can take in the entire surrounding area. After looking around, he discovered a different place. He excitedly pulled Lu Xiu to point it out and said, "Axiu, does it look like a river to you?" The place where Bai Yuyu pointed was all white, and there were no trees on it, forming a winding irregular of open space that extended into the distance until the end of the line of sight. Lu Xiu looked over there, nodded and replied, "That is indeed a river, and it is also the only river of living water in this area." "That's it." Bai Yuyu smiled. She actually forgot that Lu Xiu had been here. He happily said to Lu Xiu, "Then let's live here. This place is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It also has water sources and soil suitable for plant growth. It's perfect. The terrain of this place is high, and half of it is a steep hillside. It took them most of the day just to get up. It would only be more difficult if there were some obstacles there. In this way, if they want to form a tribe here in the future, they only need to build half of the defense." Lu Xiu thought for a while and felt that what Bai Yuyu said was reasonable, so he nodded, indicating that it was feasible. Then she took Bai Yuyu down the hill and came to the two brothers. She randomly drew a cave style she wanted on the ground and said, "Just dig it sideways and divide it into 2 sections, leaving a passage in the middle for people to pass through, so it counts as 2 rooms. For the other room, just open 2 holes on the top of the cave for ventilation. It will be warmer this way." Bai Yuyu didn't want to live in a cave with the 2 brothers. Even if she wanted to, Lu Xiu wouldn't want to. After all, it's not just a day or 2, it might be a long time. Naturally, the 2 brothers had no objections. They nodded and walked to the hillside and began to dig their temporary residence at the location specified by Bai Yuyu. Bai Yuyu, on the other hand, packed up all the snow cabbage they dug, and by counting, there were almost 40. The already somewhat empty space was filled to the brim, which gave Bai Yuyu a sense of security again. At this moment, Bai Yuyu finally understood the old saying, now that he has food in his hands, he will not panic anymore. Bai Yuyu couldn't help much by digging the cave, so she wanted to cook a pot of braised pork ribs and big bones with pickled vegetables for the working males to give them a try.
It's been so long since I've had broth.
Not to mention those people, even Bai Yu was a little greedy. What's more, there are fresh vegetables now, so how can I not try it? And the bone soup will only be more delicious than the broth. She believes that these orcs will like it after tasting it. Just do it if you think of it. Bai Yu took a large stone pot directly from the space and asked Mu Er to help remove a few large stones. I swept away the snow next to me, and a simple stove was set up. There was snow all over the ground here, and Bai Yu was not afraid that there would be no water, so he just took out dry wood and lit a fire to get a lot of clean snow to start cooking. Snow cabbage is ready-made. Just remove the outer leaves, and it will be clean. There is no need to wash it at all. It is very convenient to handle. The most difficult thing to deal with was probably the bones. Because they didn't have machetes and the like, and Lu Xiu and the others had to be busy digging the cave before dark, Bai Yu could only break some big hard bones with clean stones. Seeing some bone oil falling out of the bones, Bai Yu felt distressed, but there was no other way. By the time the bones were processed, the water in the pot had already boiled. Bai Yu took out a large wooden basin and scalded the bones twice before boiling the water again. When the water boiled, I threw some crushed into it. Although I was reluctant to part with it, I still threw a few chili peppers in to add flavor, and finally put the bones in. Stewing bones takes more time, but fortunately it's still early before dark, and they've already had lunch when they were on the road, so Bai Yu is not in a hurry. After taking care of the 2 cabbages, she no longer cared about the situation in the pot and let it simmer slowly on its own. She only needed to ensure that the fire would not go out. After finishing the things at hand, Bai Yu took some time off, then turned his attention to the place where snow cabbage grew not far away and began to plan the scope of his land reclamation, as well as the location, direction, and method of building houses. Lu Xiu would look at Bai Yu from time to time and saw her making gestures on the snow alone with a wooden stick. He thought she was playing, so he shook his head with a smile and continued working on what he was doing.
Live.
Lu Xiu was mainly responsible for digging, while the 2 brothers were mainly responsible for carrying the excavated waste rocks and mud. Although Mu Yi is missing one arm, his strength is not weak at all, while Mu Er is still young and will take a break after working for a short time. It is quite fast for the 3 of them to cooperate like this. Not long after, a fragrant smell began to spread in the air, which made the orcs working more energetic. Before it was completely dark, the temporary cave had been dug, and Bai Yu's snow cabbage was cooked. By the time they came over after work, it was just time to start eating. Bai Yu tasted the snow cabbage in advance and was pleasantly surprised to find that the dish was more delicious than she imagined. It can be eaten after being slightly blanched. It is crisp, delicious, and has a slight fragrance. It is much more delicious than Chinese cabbage. Bai Yu took out 4 large wooden bowls and filled each person with a large bowl of soup with vegetables. He scooped all the bones into a large wooden basin and told them to take it themselves if they wanted to eat. I also took some hot guacamole from the space as a staple food. Mu Er had long been greedy after smelling the aroma, thinking he would have a meal of meat, but instead, a large basin of bones was placed in front of him. He looked at Bai Yu in shock and asked uncertainly, "Sister Bai, do we have no meat to eat?" He clearly remembered that there was a lot of meat when he set out. Could it be that they had eaten it all?
Impossible.
Bai Yu was amused by Mu Er's silly look. She reached out and picked up a big bone and took a bite of the meat on it. He smiled and said, "Isn't this just meat? This is delicious, and this soup is more fragrant. If you don't believe me, try it." Mu Er doubtfully picked up one and took a bite. His eyes instantly lit up. It was indeed delicious and stronger than ordinary pieces of meat. And because Bai Yu added a little chili pepper, it tastes more fragrant without the smell of beast meat. Mu Er couldn't stop eating. Seeing him like this, Lu Xiu and Mu Yi felt reassured and started eating. After tasting it, I ate significantly faster. Bai Yu looked at these orcs funny, took a big pot helmet, divided the pot helmet into pieces, and said, "Don't just chew the bones. This bone soup is also great, perfect for making steamed buns." As he said that, he took a piece of guacamole himself, tore it into small pieces, put them into the soup bowl, and started eating. Lu Xiu and the others never thought that guacue could be eaten like this, so they followed Bai Yuyu's lead and tasted it. After this taste, they couldn't stop eating it. Especially the two brothers, who originally had no hope for the snow cabbage, but they didn't expect it to be so delicious that they wanted to bury their heads in the bowl. Lu Xiu had always been calm, but when he saw the snow cabbage in the bowl, he remembered that Bai Yuyu had secrets that he kept from him. I felt a little unhappy, but I didn't have the courage to ask Bai Yuyu directly. The whole person seemed a bit silent, eating the food in his bowl quietly, not talking much, and not even raising his eyes to look at Bai Yuyu. No matter how slow Bai Yuyu was, she still noticed something wrong with Lu Xiu. She frowned but did not ask him now. Instead, she thought about asking him what was wrong when they were alone together for a while. Not long after, a large pot of bone soup, snow cabbage, and a large basin of big bones were all finished by the few of them. Bai Yuyu left the finishing work to the two brothers, while she took Lu Xiu back to the cave first in the name of seeing the newly dug cave. Lu Xiu had no doubt that he had it, and was pulled directly into the newly dug cave by Bai Yuyu. But after entering the cave, Bai Yuyu didn't mean to check the condition of the cave. Instead, she turned around and looked at him. "What's wrong?" Seeing Bai Yuyu's reaction, Lu Xiu probably guessed that Bai Yuyu had something to do with him. Although he felt a little bitter in his heart, he still cared about asking Bai Yuyu if he had something to do with him. Bai Yuyu did not answer immediately, but looked at Lu Xiu carefully up and down with a serious face. Then he asked with a straight face, "Axu, have you done anything to feel sorry for me?" Lu Xiu was confused by the question and shook his head instinctively. Looking at Bai Yuyu's stern little face, she felt a little nervous and immediately stepped forward to hold Bai Yuyu's hand, as if she was afraid that someone would run away. He replied nervously, "No, I definitely didn't, Yuyu. How could I? How could I do something sorry for Yuyu? And I've been with Yuyu all the time. How could I have time to do anything sorry for Yuyu? Yo-yo, did I do something wrong that made you misunderstand me? You told me I will change, I will definitely change, don't be angry." Of course, Bai Yuyu believed that Lu Xiu would not do anything sorry to her. She just wanted to deceive Lu Xiu, but she didn't expect to scare people. He didn't even expect that his words like this could make Lu Xiu so nervous. Seeing Lu Xiu's nervous look and how he tried so hard to prove it to her, Bai Yuyu suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. It was also at this moment that she realized that the relationship between her and Lu Xiu was unequal from the beginning. Because Lu Xiu is a wandering orc, he feels a little inferior in front of Bai Yuyu, and even feels that he is not worthy of such a beautiful, outstanding, and magical Bai Yuyu. Coupled with Bai Yuyu's initial resistance, Lu Xiu always felt that he could have this person now only because of his own force. That's why he was eager to set up his own tribe, eager to make himself better, hoping that he could be worthy of Bai Yuyu, and that Bai Yuyu would not regret following him and be able to follow him wholeheartedly. So just because of Bai Yuyu's probing words, he would think of a lot. For example, whether Bai Yuyu was following him on the road recently, wandering around with him, or had any other thoughts. Did she dislike him? Did she not want to be with him? And what she was most afraid of was whether Bai Yuyu wanted to run away again. If Bai Yuyu knew what Lu Xiu was thinking, he would definitely give himself a big mouth for running away. This would simply leave a psychological shadow on Lu Xiu. Now, although Bai Yuyu has seen Lu Xiu's inferiority complex and that Lu Xiu puts his position too low, he cannot see all Lu Xiu's thoughts and worries. She held Lu Xiu's big hand that held her back, put away the serious expression just now, and said with a smile, "Axu, what's the matter with you? I was just kidding you. Why are you so nervous?" As he spoke, he raised his hand and pulled Lu Xiu's collar, pulling him lower. He raised his head and gently touched Lu Xiu's lips, and asked softly with a blushing face, "Axu, is there something on your mind? Is it something you can't tell me?" What Lu Xiu couldn't bear the most was Bai Yuyu's occasional tenderness towards him, which would give him the illusion that Bai Yuyu actually liked him a little bit. But he clearly remembered that after Bai Yuyu gave him the token of marriage that day, just when he thought Bai Yuyu was interested in him, what was waiting for him was Bai Yuyu's escape. But now, because of the sweet relationship during this period, he was almost convinced that Bai Yuyu completely accepted him. But suddenly he discovered that Bai Yuyu was hiding something from him and didn't really trust him completely. This made him feel very uncomfortable, but he had no choice but to force it. Bai Yuyu asked the question but didn't wait for an answer. Looking at Lu Xiu, who remained silent in front of her, she finally couldn't help but frown. He said a little aggrievedly, "Xiu, aren't we partners? Is there anything that shouldn't be said between partners?
Do you not want to say it, or do you not believe me?"
Lu Xiu finally had some reaction after hearing this. He raised his head and looked at Bai Yuyu. His eyes were very dark and his emotions could not be clearly seen. In the end, because of Bai Yuyu's question, he couldn't help but ask the question that he wanted to ask but didn't dare to ask. I heard him ask with some uncertainty, "What about Yuyu? Did you ever trust me? Did you ever hide anything from me? And did you ever like me a little bit?" The more he spoke, the lower the voice became, but Bai Yuyu could still hear everything clearly. After listening to Lu's question, Bai Yuyu froze, and then she remembered that she did seem to have some things that she hadn't explained clearly to Lu Xiu. She had been hesitating because she was afraid that Lu Xiu would be afraid of her and regard her as a monster after hearing her experience. Originally, she wanted to find a suitable opportunity to tell Lu Xiu slowly, but she never had the courage. But now if Lu Xiu hadn't suddenly asked, she would have almost forgotten about it. Thinking about it carefully, she probably knew why Lu Xiu suddenly became so strange. It must have been that she had exposed herself to Lu Xiu when she was appraising the snow cabbage. Just as Bai Yuyu was about to explain, Mu Yi and Mu Er came back with washed pots and dishes. Bai Yuyu frowned and said to the two brothers, "I and Lu Xiu will go out for inspection. You guys should rest early." After saying that, regardless of the two brothers' reactions, he directly pulled Lu Xiu out of the cave. Mu Er looked at the backs of the two people as they left, then looked back at Mu Yi with some confusion and asked, "Brother, there's not even a living thing here. Why are Sister Bai and the others patrolling?" Upon hearing this, Mu Yi glanced meaningfully at the direction Bai Yuyu and the others were leaving and said with a strange smile, "Why are you asking so many questions, kid? Go to bed early and stop asking about adults." Mu Er pouted in dissatisfaction, but the little boy was really tired. He found a corner, spread the animal skins Bai Yuyu left for them on the ground, and then fell on it. Mu Er fell asleep not long after, while Mu Yi sat aside and waited for Bai Yuyu and the others to come back. Although he had just said that there were no living things here, he was only telling the kid. No one in this place was sure whether there was any danger at night, so he decided to keep a vigil. And Bai Yuyu pulled Lu Xiu until they stopped at the other end of the hill. There were a few big trees growing on the arm of the mountain which could just allow them to avoid the wind and snow. Lu Xiu was pulled by Bai Yuyu. He left as soon as she let him go and stopped as soon as she let him. It can be said that he was very obedient. He just kept silent and looked dejected, looking like a big dog that had lost its bones. Bai Yuyu turned around and saw Lu Xiu like this. She felt funny and distressed at the same time. She didn't know what expression to show for the moment. Finally, he sighed, thought about it, and shook Lu Xiu's arm, looking at Lu Xiu with a pitiful expression. Decided to take Lu Xiu's path, leaving Lu Xiu with no way to go. I saw her with tears in her eyes, a little dependent and a little flattering as she said to Lu Xiu, "Xiu, I still have something I haven't told you, but I didn't mean to hide it from you. I was just afraid that if I tell you later, you will not want me." Where has Lu Xiu seen this formation? He never thought that Bai Yuyu would worry about the possibility that he would not want her. He would never dare to think about such a thing, okay? I was immediately confused by Bai Yuyu's words. I felt that the world was a little unreal, and I even began to wonder if I had an illusion. How could he be in the mood to care about what Bai Yuyu was hiding from him at this moment? All he could think about was Bai Yuyu's words, "I'm afraid you don't want me." Facing Bai Yuyu's pitiful eyes, Lu Xiu felt a little soft all over his body. After Bai Yuyu finished speaking, she didn't wait for a response, wondering if her trick was not very effective. After all, she has no experience. She learned these things from TV dramas and has never practiced them. She doesn't know if they will work. Just when she was considering whether to change tactics, Lu Xiu suddenly picked her up and pushed her against a tree. The next moment, Lu Xiu pressed over her, encircled the little girl in his arms, and pressed her against the tree trunk without revealing any trace of her figure. Bai Yuyu raised her head in confusion and met Lu Xiu's bottomless eyes. Seeing such a look, she felt a thump in her heart and swallowed hard, suspecting that she might, probably, maybe. Bai Yuyu put her hands on Lu Xiu's hard chest and could feel his strong heartbeat, which made her even more panicked. She didn't dare to look at the current Lu Xiu. She only felt that the current Lu Xiu had an oppressive aura around him, which made him a little scared and a little confused. She mustered up the courage, tugged on Lu Xiu's clothes pitifully, and whispered, "Xiu, what's wrong with you? Don't be like this, can you say something? I'm a little scared." This time she didn't pretend to be pitiful, it was completely true. She was a little afraid of Lu Xiu like this. And this kind of fear was not the kind of fear, but a kind of fear that made her tremble all over and panic. Because you care about this person, you will be afraid of all uncertainties. Even if you think that the other person will not really be angry with you, just because of that little uncertainty will make people panic. Bai Yuyu probably knew that she had really fallen into the hands of Lu Xiu, a stinky gangster. After Lu Xiu heard Bai Yuyu's words, he finally had some reaction. He looked at Bai Yuyu with complicated eyes, lowered his head, and touched Bai Yuyu's lips gently. His movements were very light, as if he was afraid of scaring away everything in front of him. He asked in a low voice, "Is what Yuyu just said true? Are you really afraid that I won't want you? Is Yuyu coaxing me?" Seeing that Lu Xiu was finally willing to communicate, Bai Yuyu relaxed a little. He nodded shyly and whispered back, "I'm serious, I didn't coax you." As soon as Bai Yuyu finished speaking, she felt Lu Xiu's arm tighten around her, and then she heard Lu Xiu whisper in her ear with a low and hoarse voice, "Yuyu, you like me, right? Be good. Tell me you like me, right?" As Lu Xiu spoke, his tone became more and more urgent, and his voice became hoarse. He pulled Bai Yuyu into his arms, like a prisoner who desperately needed to be pardoned. I heard him continue to ask in a trembling voice, "Yuyu, you are with me, not because of anything else, not because of my persecution, just because of who I am, right? Yuyu, is that right?" Every word Lu Xiu said sounded to Bai Yuyu like a soft knife stabbing her, and she felt a little guilty. I feel guilty that I have never let Lu Xiu feel safe for so long. She had never noticed the uneasiness and vulnerability in Lu Xiu's heart. Instead, she had been enjoying Lu Xiu's meticulous care and concern. He even refused some of Lu Xiu's intimate behaviors due to shyness many times without giving any explanation. She had forgotten that the way the orc partners in this world interacted was very unrestrained, which was very different from her previous world. Some of her behaviors may be disgust or resistance in Lu Xiu's eyes, but they are definitely not fun. Thinking of this, Bai Yuyu had the urge to slap herself. Now she just wanted to let Lu Xiu know her feelings and give Lu Xiu a sense of security. She mustered up the courage and looked up at Lu Xiu. Although her eyes were still a little shy, she did not flinch at all. Said to Lu Xiu, "Come closer, and I will tell you the truth." When Lu Xiu heard this, he didn't think much and just bent over. Before she got too close, Bai Yuyu raised her arms and wrapped them around Lu Xiu's neck, pulling him down, while she put her lips to hers. The weather outside was cold, but Bai Yuyu's kiss was warm, directly warming Lu Xiu's heart. Lu Xiu was still waiting for the answer, but he didn't expect it to be like this. He held Bai Yuyu in a daze and took the initiative to kiss him, his heart pounding. Before he could respond, Bai Yuyu's lips left his lips and came to his ears instead. With a slightly trembling voice, he whispered, "Xiu, do you want me? I can give it to you."
Boom.
After hearing this, Lu Xiu felt that his mind went blank, his head was pounding, and he could hardly think anymore. He swallowed hard and looked at Bai Yuyu uncertainly. He saw that the little female's face was red, even her ears were red, but she still tried to pretend to be calm and looked at him without avoiding it. Lu Xiu's eyes flashed, but he didn't reply. Instead, He tentatively lowered his head and kissed her. The kiss was gentle at first, but became more intense as it went on. Just when Bai Yu thought Lu Xiu would continue, Lu Xiu stopped. He also helped Bai Yu tidy up his clothes, but the bulging veins on his forehead showed how hard he had endured. And Bai Yu, like a goblin who was not afraid of death, pulled Lu Xiu's clothes and looked at Lu Xiu uneasily with a pair of watery eyes. He bit his lip, endured his shyness, and asked carefully, "Xiu, what's wrong? Don't you want to?" How could Lu Xiu not think about it? He was going crazy thinking about it, okay? But let's not talk about Bai Yu's estrus period yet. In the current environment, it was impossible for him to just take Bai Yu. He knows his own situation very well. Once the floodgates are opened, it will be difficult to stop. If he accidentally hurts Bai Yu, then he will be heartbroken. If he hadn't determined Bai Yu's intentions, he might have eaten the person regardless, but now that Bai Yu's performance gave him some confidence, he didn't have to worry about it for a while. After sorting out Bai Yu's messed-up clothes, Lu Xiu hugged Bai Yu, lowered his head, and rubbed her forehead. He smiled and said, "I said I would wait for Yu to reach her estrus. How can you mess around?" That tone and expression looked like a gentleman. Bai Yu was a little speechless after hearing this. She really wanted to pull Lu Xiu's ear and ask who the person he wanted to have adult love with at the beginning was, and why he was acting like her now. Bai Yu cursed in her heart, but she didn't say a word and quietly breathed a sigh of relief. She was actually a little scared. She glanced at Lu Xiu cautiously and asked then, "Xiu, are you still angry?" Lu Xiu was asked suddenly, and he didn't react for a while. When he reacted, he frowned. He asked with some uncertainty, "Yu, what you did just now were just to coax me, because you were afraid that I would be angry?" As soon as Bai Yu heard this, she knew that this stinky gangster was going to have random thoughts again. He quickly endured the shame and coaxed, "Yes, I'm afraid you'll be angry. I'm afraid you'll misunderstand that I don't like you," he said cruelly, and said directly, "Because I am not from this world, and the education I received is very different from yours, so you may not be able to understand some of my actions, and you may misunderstand some of my meanings." Lu Xiu's pupils shrank after hearing this, and his eyes looking at Bai Yu became a little uncertain. It seems that he didn't understand the meaning of Bai Yu's words, or that he couldn't understand the meaning of her words at all.
You, what do you mean?
What do you mean by not being from this world?" Lu Xiu said as he hugged Bai Yu tightly, as if he was afraid that Bai Yu would disappear. He said anxiously with a trembling voice, "Didn't you say that you are not the messenger of the beast god? Didn't you say that you would not leave me? Are you lying to me?" All Lu Xiu could think of was that Bai Yu came from the god realm where the beast god was, so he was extremely nervous now, fearing that he would not be able to keep Bai Yu. He even regretted why he asked Bai Yu that question. He would rather not know anything and just asked Bai Yu to spend more time with him. Bai Yu listened to Lu Xiu's words, and after thinking about it for a moment, she realized that Lu Xiu had misunderstood. He quickly hugged Lu Xiu and comforted him. "No, I didn't lie to you. I really have nothing to do with the beast god. I keep my word. I won't leave you, if I say I won't leave you." Hearing Bai Yu's affirmative promise, Lu Xiu relaxed a little. Before she could reply, Bai Yu continued, "Xiu, I admit, the reason I agreed to get married with you in the beginning was because I wanted to rely on you. It was because I realized that I couldn't survive in this world alone. So, I want your protection. But not now. I don't know when I started to fall in love with you. This is something I never thought of. Everything I am with you now is because I like you, I want to be with you, and I want to be with you all the time." Lu Xiu looked at the little female huddled in his arms, trying hard to express her feelings to him. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his eyes became more and more hot. Bai Yu's confession made him believe Bai Yu's confession, but he still remembered what Bai Yu said, that she was not from this world. Lu Xiu hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help asking his doubts. You said you are not from this world. What do you mean?" After Lu Xiu finished speaking, he clearly felt the body in his arms trembling. Then he saw Bai Yu looking up at him with some uneasiness in his eyes, and said to him, Xiu, if I tell you that I am a person who died once, will you be afraid of me? You think I am a ghost. Is it an evil spirit? Bai Yu is really worried. Although she believes in Lu Xiu's love for her, she also knows very well how superstitious the indigenous orcs in this world are. They worship the beast god, believe in numerology, and feel that all the good things they get are given by the beast god, and all misfortunes are caused by offending the beast god and being punished by the beast god. Those orcs who were born with defects were considered to be ominous orcs abandoned by the beast god. Even close relatives will dislike it. Bai Yu wasn't sure if Lu Xiu would treat her as an alien after knowing everything about her. Coupled with the magic in her, she was even more worried that Lu Xiu would treat her as a monster. But even with these worries and concerns, Bai Yu decided to confess everything to Lu Xiu. She likes this person and wants to be with this person forever, and, of course, she wants to share everything about herself with him. At the same time, she was also gambling with her future, and even with her new life, that Lu Xiu would accept her and treat her well, as always. After Lu Xiu heard Bai Yu's words, he was a little confused at first. After he understood the meaning of the words, he felt a little dazed. He slowly released Bai Yu from his arms, stepped back a little, and looked Bai Yu up and down, but kept his lips pressed tightly and said nothing, and his expression looked a little stiff. Bai Yu looked at Lu Xiu's appearance, her heart slowly sank, and she couldn't help but shiver. The cold brought by the wind and snow outside was not as cold as her heart felt at the moment. Bai Yu, who couldn't wait for a response, closed her eyes and resisted the urge to cry. She didn't have the courage to ask Lu Xiu for an answer. The longer Lu Xiu remained silent, the more uncomfortable she became. In the end, she could no longer stand frozen in front of Lu Xiu, so she turned around and wanted to leave. She was afraid that if she stayed any longer, she would hear an answer that was unacceptable to her. Rather than doing this, she might as well leave by herself. But she had just turned around, and, before she could move her legs, Lu Xiu grabbed her. Then I heard Lu Xiu say anxiously, "Yu, where are you going?" Bai Yu was confused by Lu Xiu's reaction. She turned to look at Lu Xiu blankly and saw that Lu Xiu's expression was a little tense at the moment, and he was looking at her nervously. The hand holding her held her very tightly, so tightly that she felt a little pain. Seeing Lu Xiu's reaction, Bai Yu probably knew that she had misunderstood Lu Xiu's meaning, but she still felt a little aggrieved. His eyelashes trembled, and crystal tears fell from the corners of his eyes. Just listen to her sobbing and saying, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Wu no, how is that possible? I didn't. Lu Xiu was really anxious now. He quickly hugged Bai Yu back into his arms and comforted her, wiping his tears and saying, Yu, don't think nonsense. I just wanted to see if you were coaxing me. How can anyone in this world come back from the dead? Although Lu Xiu felt distressed, he couldn't believe what Bai Yu just said. This somewhat broke his cognition. He was more willing to believe that Bai Yu was teasing him and joking with him. But since Bai Yu has decided to confess to Lu Xiu, she must make it clear to Lu Xiu. Unless Lu Xiu can't accept it and doesn't want to hear it anymore, she won't back down. Bai Yu nuzzled into Lu Xiu's arms, found a comfortable position to lean against, and said in a dull voice with a small nasal voice, Everything I said is true. I didn't lie to you. Didn't you really want to know what the place where I originally lived was like? Now I am willing to tell you the truth. Will you listen? Lu Xiu's Adam's apple rolled when he heard this. He instinctively felt that what Bai Yu said next would subvert some of his perceptions, but he still nodded firmly. Replied, I'll listen, you tell me, Yu. When Bai Yu heard this, he raised his head and glanced at Lu Xiu with a firm look in his eyes. Then he organized his words and told Lu Xiu the reason why he fell off the cliff, how he came to this world, and the existence of the system. Said it again. She knew it was risky, and she also knew it was a test of her relationship with Lelouch, but she wanted to share it with Lelouch. If she had just met Lu Xiu, she would not have dared to think this way. She even felt that she had some love brain, but she couldn't live with Lu Xiu secretly for the rest of her life. She felt that this was disrespectful to Lu Xiu and her own feelings. So she was willing to believe in Lu Xiu wholeheartedly. Even if Lu Xiu would disappoint her and break her to pieces, she would admit it. And Lu Xiu's reaction clearly told Bai Yuyu that she made the right bet. Lu Xiu listened carefully to Bai Yuyu's story, from shock and disbelief at the beginning, to distress and pity, and finally to nervousness and palpitations. He hugged Bai Yuyu tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Yuyu, I didn't know you had ever suffered like that." Lu Xiu was heartbroken when he thought about Bai Yuyu falling off a cliff alone to die after being abandoned by his parents. When he thought about Bai Yuyu having to face such a situation alone when he came to this world, he was filled with fear. Just a little bit away from meeting his union. If Bai Yuyu hadn't been smart and brave, just thinking about the situation she would face, he would have wanted to destroy the so-called Iron Wolf right away.
Tribe.
Lu Xiu touched Bai Yuyu's fair and tender cheek with pity and said distressfully, "It's okay, Yuyu. Don't be afraid. I will protect you when I am here from now on." When Bai Yuyu heard this, she nodded with peace of mind and replied, "I believe that ACU will protect me. As long as ACU is around from now on, I won't be afraid of anything." After hearing Bai Yuyu's answer, Lu Xiu felt particularly beautiful. He likes the feeling of being relied on by Bai Yuyu and being relied on wholeheartedly by Bai Yuyu. But he still felt a little uneasy, so after hesitating for a moment, he finally asked the question he was most afraid of. "Yuyu, you will continue to live in this world and be with me, right? Why do you ask?" Bai Yuyu looked up at Lu Xiu in confusion. When she saw the uneasiness in his eyes that he couldn't hide in time, she instantly understood what Lu Xiu was reacting to. She glanced at Lu Xiu angrily and said with a smile, "Of course, I will always live here with you. Do you think I can time travel again?" Lu Xiu felt a little relieved after hearing this, but said, "But I'm worried that some system will take you away." Bai Yuyu was stunned when she heard this, but she felt that Lu Xiu's worries were a bit unnecessary. She had been in this world for so long, and she actually already had some judgments about this system. This system is obviously more suitable for this world. The name of the system contains the word ancient, and its functions are also related to this world. It has been helping her survive in this world since it was brought here. Moreover, the upgrade conditions of this system space are so weird, it looks like they want her to become a magician. But no matter what the purpose of the system is, it will never send her away again. What's more, her identity in the original world is dead, and the grass on her grave is probably 1 meter high now. Bai Yuyu told Lu Xiu all her thoughts and guesses. After listening, Lu Xiu thought for a long time and finally said with some uncertainty, "Yuyu, isn't your system the beast god? How is that possible?" Bai Yuyu rolled her eyes at Lu Xiu. Not to mention that she didn't believe in any beast gods at all. Even if there were real beast gods, there was no reason why she would go to other worlds to bring someone back. And she doesn't think there's anything unique about herself. Okay, Ash, don't think too much. All you need to know is that I won't be separated from you in the future. It's useless to think about anything else. After listening to this, Lu Xiu felt that what Bai Yuyu said made sense. No matter what, as long as this person was still his. Thinking of this, she looked at Bai Yuyu a few times, squinted her eyes and asked, "Yuyu, how old are you?" Bai Yuyu, who was suddenly asked, didn't think much and replied directly, "I'm 18 years old."
Oh.
Lu Xiu nodded meaningfully, looked at Bai Yuyu carefully, and said with some uncertainty, "Did you just say that you just became an adult?"
Huh.
That's right. Bai Yuyu nodded stupidly, with an innocent expression on her face. Lu Xiu frowned, as if he had encountered some problem, and asked seriously, "Since you are an adult, why are you not in estrus yet?" Bai Yuyu was dumbfounded by Lu Xiu's question. She hesitated for a long time and didn't know how to explain to Lu Xiu that there was no such thing as estrus in her original world. She was afraid that Lu Xiu would ask her how she could give birth to a baby without estrus. She just wanted to end this topic quickly and finally had to say, "My original body is dead, and my current body was reshaped by the system. Maybe it's because this body hasn't grown up yet." Lu Xiu pursed his lips when he heard this, glanced at Bai Yuyu somewhere and murmured to himself, "Isn't this quite big? Why hasn't it reached the estrus period yet?" Bai Yu couldn't understand what Lu Xiu meant at first. She lowered her head and looked at where Lu Xiu was looking, and her face immediately turned crimson. He raised his little hand and punched Lu Xiu in the chest and said coquettishly, "You rascal, I'm ignoring you." After saying that, he stamped his feet, pushed Lu Xiu away, turned around and ran in the direction he came from. Seeing this, Lu Xiu hurriedly chased after him. At the same time, he felt that he was a little unfair. Why did he become a gangster? Didn't he just ask the doubts in his heart? It took him an instant to catch up with Bai Yu. As soon as he caught up with the person, he picked him up by the waist and said with a flattering smile, "It's cold outside. It's better for me to carry you back." Bai Yu just acted out of embarrassment, not really angry. Being held by Lu Xiu, she shrank into Lu Xiu's arms. It was really cold outside, especially at night. The temperature was much colder than during the day. She really couldn't bear it. Lu Xiu hugged the person and felt happy. Now there was no secret between him and Bai Yu. He had gained all Bai Yu's trust, which made him feel at ease and sweet. He only felt that at this moment, he truly owned this little female. The only drawback now was that Bai Yu had not reached the estrus period yet. But he is not in a hurry now. After all, although he can't eat big meat, he can still eat some minced meat occasionally. Coupled with Bai Yu's attitude just now, he is no longer in a hurry. He can afford to wait. But the good mood did not last long. Before he reached the entrance of a cave, he heard an unusual sound. Lu Xiu stopped and wanted to listen to the source of the sound. Bai Yu didn't hear anything. She raised her head and looked at Lu Xiu in confusion and asked, "Axie, what's wrong?" Hearing this, Lu Xiu had no intention of hiding anything from Bai Yu and said, "Muyi and the others may be in some trouble. There are quite a lot of people on the other side, so we have to go back quickly." Bai Yu's expression changed after hearing this, and she said worriedly, "Is something going to happen? Why is there someone here?" Lu Xiu smiled comfortingly at Bai Yu and replied, "Don't be afraid, Yu, I'm here." In this weather, other wandering orcs will naturally see that something is wrong, and it is possible to choose a place to take refuge with us. We may encounter more in the coming period. Lu Xiu's eyes turned cold as he spoke, and he continued to coax in a low voice. "This may also be an opportunity for us. After all, I am here. You don't have to be afraid of anything if you stay by my side." Although Bai Yu was still a little worried, she couldn't do anything to help her and could only force herself to calm down. All she can do now is trust Lu Xiu and not cause trouble to Lu Xiu. At worst, she will live and die with Lu Xiu. Besides, Lu Xiu is so fast. Even if they encounter an opponent that is difficult to defeat, they can still run. Bai Yu felt a lot more at ease when she thought about this. She nodded obediently in Lu Xiu's arms, looking like she trusted and relied on Lu Xiu. Seeing this, Lu Xiu's eyes gradually softened. He lowered his head and kissed Bai Yu's forehead, then raised his legs and ran towards the cave quickly. In just a few breaths, Lu Xiu approached the cave and then slowly slowed down. At this moment, Bai Yu finally heard the movement over there. First, a rough male voice sounded. "You two wandering orcs had better leave now. Don't force us to do anything." As soon as the male voice finished, a young boy's voice rang out angrily. "Don't even think about it. This is the cave we dug, and we found the place first. Don't think that my brother and I will be afraid of you, because there are so many of you. My boss will come back in a while, and we will take care of you one by one." The one who spoke was obviously Mu'er, with a confident tone in his words, like a brat who takes advantage of others' power. Bai Yu's mouth twitched after hearing this. She looked up at Lu Xiu and found that Lu Xiu's expression didn't change at all, as if Mu'er was not talking about him. At this time, a slightly softer male voice sounded. "Who is your boss?" "He's just a wandering orc." "Are we still afraid? Your brother is already injured. You'd better take your brother and leave." "I won't hurt you." Bai Yu was a little anxious when she heard this. She didn't expect that the two sides had already made a move, so she only pulled Lu Xiu nervously. Lu Xiu's eyes also turned cold. The two brothers Mu, Yi, and Mu had actually passed his test, and they were his people. Now that he was injured in his own territory under his nose, how could he endure it? Holding Bai Yu in his arms and walking out of the corner, he answered in a cold voice, I am their boss and the person who injured me. How do you want to die? The few people turned around and looked over when they heard the sound, and Mu-Er shouted in surprise, Brother Lu, they want to take our territory, and they even injured my brother. Lu Xiu didn't reply when he heard Mu-Er's name. He just gave Mu-Er a faint look. I thought, now I know how to call me brother. He hugged Bai Yu and walked over with an expressionless face. When Lu Xiu approached, he heard the leading orc say in confusion, Why do I think you look familiar? After the man finished speaking, an orc next to him answered, Buji, he seems to be the wandering orc we met in Mang Mountain. Look at his pupils. Lu Xiu also recognized these people. They were the same people from the lion tribe he met in Mang Mountain. The number was smaller than before, and now there were only 5 people. Lu Xiu was a little confused. The terrain of the tribal orcs like them had been carefully selected, so there was generally no need to come out and find a new place to stay. So the appearance of these people here is a bit intriguing. After being reminded by his companions, Buji also remembered Lu Xiu. A trace of fear flashed in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he noticed Bai Yu in Lu Xiu's arms. His pupils shrank. He stared at Lu Xiu and said angrily, You actually robbed the little females from other tribes? Hearing this, Lu Xiu's eyes turned cold. Just as he was about to reply, he saw Bai Yu raising her head and glaring at Buji menacingly. She said, Which of your eyes saw that I was robbed? Ashu and I were serious partners under the witness of the beast god. Don't open your mouth and talk nonsense. Lu Xiu didn't expect that the usually weak little female would suddenly become so aggressive, but when he thought that Bai Yu was doing this to vindicate him, he felt sweet in his heart. But Buji was stunned by Bai Yu's words, especially after seeing Bai Yu's beautiful face. He was even more shocked. Urgently asked, Little female, are you forced by him? He is an ominous orc. How could you voluntarily marry him? As he spoke, the eyes he looked at Lu Xiu became cold, and he continued, You don't have to be afraid of him, little female. Our brothers will definitely save you from the control of this ominous orc. Bai Yu was really angry to death. He finally managed to make Lu Xiu not feel so inferior. If Lu Xiu was offended by this orc's words again, who would she find to reason with? He hurriedly yelled angrily, Shut up! What ominous orc! Ash and I have lived together for so long, but I didn't find anything ominous about him. Instead, he took good care of me. He looked at Buji and others with disdain and continued, But before I met Ash, I was almost replaced by you so-called tribal orcs, and there are quite a few females who are replaced every trading day. As for being replaced by you should know what will happen after the replacement, right? He sneered and said disdainfully, The name of this ominous orc is just a lie concocted by those in power in the tribe who don't want to support the mutilated little orc. Have you ever really seen any ominous orc? Can killing people bring bad luck to the tribe? The tribe that drove away the ominous orcs would no longer lack food and clothing and would not be affected by natural disasters? What a joke. Bai Yu's words were just her own speculation and there was no evidence, but she couldn't think of a better explanation. It couldn't be that the so-called beast god came to tell these orcs in person. Then it can only be made up by the orcs themselves, and the reasons for making up are not much different. No matter what the original reason for this lie was, who or where it came from, as time goes by, this lie is passed down from generation to generation, and the falsehood becomes true. Several people on the opposite side were dumbfounded by Bai Yu's words. The 2 brothers Mu and Imu had eyes filled with surprise. Their eyes looked at Bai Yu with a radiance they had never seen before. Lu Xiu was also a little moved, but it wasn't because Bai Yu said they were not ominous orcs. He didn't care whether he was ominous or not. He only cared about what Bai Yu thought of him, and Bai Yu had already given him the answer. What moved him was Bai Yu's attitude of protecting him, which made him feel extremely satisfied. He raised his hand and rubbed Bai Yu's furry head, then brought Bai Yu to Mu-E and the others with a smile and put him down. After looking at Mu Yi, I found that he was not seriously injured, so he withdrew his gaze and said to Bai Yu, "Be good, don't be angry. Stay here with Mu Yi and the others, I will handle it." Bai Yu blushed a little at Lu Xiu's coaxing tone, but she still nodded trustingly, looking so well-behaved. Seeing this, Lu Xiu smiled happily, then turned to look at Buji and the others. His originally gentle and smiling eyes gradually turned cold, and he said coldly, "I ask you again, how do you want to die?" Buji and others were confused by what Bai Yu just said and couldn't digest it for a while. Before the shocked look faded, he was awakened by Lu Xiu's cold words. Buji looked at Lu Xiu and frowned, and said dissatisfied, "We don't have any ill intentions. We just want to live here temporarily. Although you have some strength, you may not be able to defeat us, and why bother to show off this temporary courage?" Then he turned to look at Bai Yu and continued, "Since this little female is with you voluntarily, we won't meddle in your own business. If you are willing, we are willing to stay with you for one night. How about you leave on your own tomorrow?" Lu Xiu sneered after hearing this and said disdainfully, "No malice? Didn't you injure my people? This place is now my territory, and you want to take it over with just a few words? How shameful is this?" Buji's eyes flashed slightly after hearing this, and he replied nonchalantly, "He was the one who moved first. We just fought back, and we didn't hurt his life. This world speaks with fists, and his own strength no. It's not our fault." "Well said." Lu Xiu sneered, took a few steps forward, looked at the people in front of him with narrowed eyes, and replied with a murderous tone, "This world does speak with fists, so let's not talk nonsense. None of you can leave today." As he spoke, he immediately transformed into a beast form, shocking the people across from him. They knew that Lu Xiu's strength was extraordinary from the fact that Lu Xiu could kill a rhinoceros and python alone. But I didn't expect that his animal shape would be so big. The hard black snake scales looked particularly terrifying against the white snow, making Buji and others stunned in shock. But they reacted very quickly and instantly transformed into animal forms at the same time, forming an encirclement and surrounding Lu Xiu. Their cooperation is very tacit, and it can be seen that they have a fighting habit developed by fighting together frequently, and their momentum is much stronger than the orcs Bai Yu encountered before. The young leader of the lion tribe, the team he led at that time, was completely inadequate in front of these few people. But even so, Lu Xiu didn't show any sign of weakness. Instead, he had high fighting spirit and looked a little excited. Although Lu Xiu's size was slightly larger than before, it did not affect his speed at all, but instead increased his explosive power. Although Buji and the others cooperated in a tacit understanding, Lu Xiu's sudden and fierce attack soon revealed their invincible power. However, none of them flinched, and instead became more and more courageous as they fought. Facing such an opponent, Lu Xiu's fighting spirit only increased, and his speed became faster and faster. Soon, when no one was checking, he whipped the person away with a tail. With Lu Xiu's strength, the man wouldn't be able to get up in a short time. Buji looked back at his companion who was knocked away, his eyes filled with fright and despair. He knew they lost. He guessed that Lu Xiu was very strong, but he didn't expect him to be so strong. Even if the two of them fought with their lives, it would not help. There were about a dozen brothers who left the lion tribe with him at the beginning, but today only half of them are left. If this continues, the last of his brothers will probably be buried here. The reason why the brothers were willing to follow him was because they wanted a way to survive. But now, Buji gritted his teeth when he thought of this, winked at his brothers, and signaled them to stop, and then said to Lu Xiu, "You are very powerful. We are willing to admit defeat. As long as you are willing to stop and let our brothers leave, all the supplies we have can be given to you." Lu Xiu smiled sarcastically when he heard this and replied, "Do you think I'm stupid? If I kill you, your supplies will naturally be mine. I still understand the principle of cutting the weeds but not the roots, and the spring breeze will bring new growth." A trace of embarrassment flashed in Buji's eyes when he heard this, and he pursed his lips and replied, "We brothers have now separated from the original tribe, and we are no match for you. Naturally, we will not dare to trouble you again in the future. If you let us go, We are willing to swear to the beast god that after the winter snow melts, we are willing to send more food to make amends. Just as Buji finished speaking, Lu Xiu hadn't even replied. One of the orcs couldn't bear it anymore and said anxiously, "Buji, what nonsense are you talking about? How can we surrender to a wandering orc, even if we die?" After the orc finished speaking, the other orcs nodded in unison, looking at Lu Xiu with determination in their eyes. Buji was a little helpless when he saw this. He was not afraid of death. He just wanted to save the lives of the last few brothers. It could be seen that their attitude was resolute, so they sighed and prepared to live and die together with their brothers. At this moment, a soft voice sounded. "We can let you go, and we don't need your supplies, but you have to do us a little favor. Food and shelter will be included." After hearing this, several people looked at the person who spoke, and the person who spoke was none other than Bai Yu. Lu Xiu glanced at Buji and the others after hearing this. His eyes changed, and finally, he turned into a human form and walked to Bai Yu. Some disagreed and said, "Yu, what do you want to do?" Bai Yu knew that she might have been a little impulsive, and it was not good to make her own decision before discussing it with Lu Xiu. But when she learned that these people had left the tribe, her heart felt a little itchy. "I also have a plan in my mind, but it's not convenient to say it out yet." Bai Yu pulled Lu Xiu's arm, acted willful, and said coquettishly to Lu Xiu, "Axiu, I don't want to live in a cave anymore. Just let them stay and help me build a house. I also want to surround this area. There is quite a lot of work. If they are willing to do it, it is not impossible to spare their lives and give them a bite to eat." She couldn't explain her thoughts to Lu Xiu now. She could only think of acting coquettishly. Lu Xiu now knows Bai Yu very well, and knows that she is not the kind of person who will act willfully. Although he was a little reluctant, he still nodded to see what Bai Yu wanted to do. Buji and the others were ready to go all out, but they didn't expect Lu Xiu to lose his temper so quickly, just because the little female said to stop. And according to what the little female meant, she just wanted to hire them to work and provide them with food and accommodation. Where can I find such good things in such an extended winter? Buji and his brothers looked at each other, and they all saw suspicion in each other's eyes, but they were also a little moved. They don't have much food, and it's hard to survive this winter, not to mention they don't know when this winter will end. If you want to survive, you can only look for some hibernating beasts or wait for those beasts to come out due to hunger, but that is not easy. Now Bai Yu's employment proposal is too tempting for them. Buji and his brothers slowly transformed into human forms. He glanced at Bai Yu and finally laid his eyes on Lu Xiu. "Ask. Does your partner mean what he says? Do you have that much food?" Upon hearing this, Lu Xiu glanced at Buji and the others expressionlessly, then snorted coldly and replied, "Yu means what I mean. Just say whether you agree or disagree. If you don't agree, we will continue." When Buji heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he turned around to discuss it with his brothers. They all thought it was a good thing, and they could agree to try it first. If they don't have enough to eat, or if they are asked to do something that would cost them their lives, it's not impossible for them to turn against you. Anyway, they don't seem to have any better options now. The few people did not go behind Bai Yu's back when they were discussing, so Bai Yu, Lu Xiu, and the others listened clearly to what they said. Mu Er said angrily, "Sister Bai, why do you want to give them this opportunity? My brother and I can do those jobs. Keeping them will only waste our food. What's more, they just wanted to rob us. The cave also injured my brother." As soon as Mu Er finished speaking, he was pulled by Mu Yi, who stood up hurriedly. Mu Yi was slightly bent over and couldn't stand upright. It was obvious that his waist was injured. He glared at Mu Er and scolded, "What are you messing around with, you little brat? Whatever my sister-in-law says is whatever she wants." Although Mu Er was still a little unconvinced, he did not dare to speak out anymore. Buji and the others also heard the conversation between Mu Yi and Mu Er. Buji touched his nose in embarrassment. He said to Bai Yu, "We brothers agreed to your employment proposal, but you have to keep your word and let us leave after you are done with food and accommodation." Bai Yu nodded calmly and replied, "Of course, as long as you do your best for me, I won't starve you. When things are done, you can leave on your own." But when I say containment, I just want you to live in our territory. You have to dig the cave yourself. As he spoke, he pointed to the much smaller hill on the other side and said, I'll leave it to you there. There are so many of you, just dig a hole. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Upon hearing this, Buji looked at where Bai Yuyu was pointing and finally nodded in agreement. Bai Yuyu smiled when she saw this and said, Since you agree, let's make an oath to the beast god. If you run away while we are sleeping in the middle of the night, who should I look for? You little female, don't bully others too much, we. As soon as Bai Yuyu finished talking about an orc, she couldn't bear it any longer. Just as she was about to reply, she was interrupted by Buji. Hey Feng, don't be impulsive. Buji said to Bai Yuyu, My brother is a little impatient. Please bear with me. I swear there is no problem. We have no intention of going back on it. As he spoke, he winked at a few people on his side, especially a warning look at Hei Feng, who had just spoken. Then he took a few people and swore an oath to the beast god, expressing his willingness to trade with Bai Yuyu and that he would never have any bad intentions during the transaction. Bai Yuyu breathed a sigh of relief when the matter was settled, with a cunning look in his eyes. Then he pointed at the orc sitting aside with blood at the corner of his mouth and said to Buji, One of your brothers is seriously injured. If he doesn't get treatment, it will be difficult for him to get better. I can treat him, but you have to use your food in exchange. As soon as Bai Yuyu finished speaking, Lu Xiu frowned. He didn't understand why Bai Yuyu wanted to reveal that he had medical skills. This was not a good thing in his opinion. But he didn't say anything to stop him, but his eyes turned colder when he looked at Buji and the others. After hearing Bai Yuyu's words, Buji and others had a look of shock in their eyes, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Buji even stuttered a bit. You know medical skills? Are you a wizard? After speaking, he first denied the answer and sneered. How is it possible? How could there be a wizard wandering around? This is absolutely impossible. Bai Yu didn't care what Buji thought. She just frowned, looked impatient, and said, You don't have to worry about it. Just tell me whether it will be cured or not. Forget it if it's not cured. I still need to rest. Seeing Bai Yuyu's attitude, Buji hesitated for a moment and finally took a look at the injured stray orc. He gritted his teeth and replied, Cure? But if it can't be cured, I won't give you food. Okay. Just wait. Bai Yuyu nodded and pulled Lu Xiu into the cave. As soon as he entered the cave, Lu Xiu wanted to ask Bai Yuyu what he was thinking, but Bai Yuyu was the first to answer. Axiu, these people have now left the tribe. I don't think they are very vicious people, so I just want to stay and investigate. If possible, they may be your helpers in the future. Lu Xiu didn't expect Bai Yuyu to have such an idea and said with some disapproval, Yuyo, but they are not ominous orcs and they are not the same people as us, so how can they be willing to become one of us? Bai Yuyu heard this but didn't take it seriously and said with a smile, But they are wandering orcs now. And they have agreed to help us work? Besides, whether we will keep them or not depends on their performance. As he spoke, he pouted, puffed up his cute cheeks, and stared at Lu Xiu, saying coquettishly, Axiu, you can't discriminate against others just because they are different from you. Lu Xiu was so cute when Bai Yu looked like this, and even more dumbfounded after hearing Bai Yu's words. He had never heard of the ominous orcs discriminating against normal orcs. He really didn't know what Bai Yu was thinking about every day. In the end, he had to agree to Bai Yu's suggestion in a good-tempered manner and let Bai Yu do whatever he wanted. Anyway, no matter what, he will take care of Bai Yu. As long as Bai Yu can be happy, he doesn't care. He rubbed Bai Yu's head and asked, Then how are you going to treat that orc? He has internal injuries, and piranha bile will not work. Bai Yu smiled when he heard this, took out a small wooden bowl from the space, and put some black bean powder into it. Finally, I put a few drops of Lingquan water into the black bean flour and started kneading the black bean flour into dough the size of little fingers. He smiled proudly at Lu Xiu and said, Isn't this medicine? This is a bodybuilding pill. It is my exclusive secret recipe. It can't be better for treating internal injuries. Judging from Mu Air's situation and the effect of the two drinking spiritual spring water during this period, Bai Yu has almost figured out the effectiveness of spiritual spring water. Now we just have to wait until winter is over to test the effect of spiritual spring water on plants. Lu Xiu watched the whole process, and after hearing Bai Yu's somewhat proud words, he felt a little dumbfounded, but he had to admit that Bai Yu was very smart and his mind worked very quickly. I just felt that using the spiritual spring water on that orc was a waste, but it didn't show on my face. When Bai Yu came out with the newly released physical strengthening pills, it actually didn't take long. She handed a few black bean flour to Lu Xiu and motioned Lu Xiu to take one and hand it to the person opposite. While Buji was studying the black bean flour, Bai Yu said calmly, "What can you tell just by looking at it? Don't waste my good stuff. Give him one quickly." After hearing this, Buji did not immediately give it to the injured orc to eat. Instead, he smelled it first and then asked, "What is this? Isn't it poisonous?" Bai Yu was immediately unhappy after hearing this and snorted coldly and said, "If you don't eat it, just give it back to me. Where does all this nonsense come from? If I want you to die, all I need is my ACU. Do I need to cancel this matter?" Buji frowned when he heard this, but felt that although Bai Yu's words were unpleasant, they made some sense. Then he turned to look at the injured orc and said, "Tai Shi, this shouldn't be poisonous. Do you want to try it?" The orc named Tai Shi heard this without any hesitation and nodded directly. When Buji saw that Tai Shi agreed, he stopped grinding and handed the black bean flour ball to Tai Shi. After Tai Shi ate it, everyone, including Bai Yu, looked at Tai Shi without blinking. Buji and the others were afraid that eating Tai Shi would cause problems, but Bai Yu and the others wanted to see the effect. After Tai Shi swallowed the meatball, he didn't feel anything at first, but after a while, he felt a slight cooling sensation starting to spread from the inside to the whole body, making him feel more relaxed. Even the pain in my abdomen felt much better. Tai Shi looked up at Bai Yu in shock. His lips trembled and said, You are really a wizard? How is this possible?" As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu got a system prompt. "Ding, congratulations to the host for gaining 10 points of Ironstone faith value, and the remaining faith value is 110 points. Bai Yu was stunned after hearing the system prompt, but quickly put her thoughts away. She didn't expect to reap the rewards so quickly, but it was always a good thing. She raised her chin proudly, neither admitting nor denying it. She only said to Buji, "You must take at least one pill a day. That pill is for you to test the efficacy of. If you want it later, you can take it. Something to exchange for." As he spoke, he yawned a little and said softly to Lu Xiu, "Axiu, I'm so sleepy, I want to sleep." Lu Xiu was so cute by Bai Yu's little moves that he picked her up and replied, "Okay, if you feel sleepy, just go to sleep." As he talked, he carried Bai Yu and walked into the cave. When passing by Mu Yi, Bai Yu pulled Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu took one look at Bai Yu and understood what Bai Yu meant. Then he gave the remaining 2 black bean flour to Mu Yi and said, "These are for you. Eat them." After Mu Yi took the black bean flour, he took Bai Yu away, without looking back, never giving Buji and the others a look from the beginning to the end. Mu Yi looked excited at the pills in his hand, smiled proudly at the people opposite him, and ate both pills directly, making Tai Shi extremely jealous. Just listen to Mu Yi say, "Aren't you going to dig a cave? Do you want to sleep in the snow at night?" After saying that, without waiting for Buji and the others to answer, he pulled Mu Air and walked into the cave. Just looking at his back gave people the illusion that they were fighting against each other. Mu Yi didn't have a good impression of these people, so he beat him up. It was impossible to say that he didn't hold grudges. The main reason why he stopped Mu Air from talking just now was that he felt that she and Mu Air were just followers. Even though Bai Yu said that he treated them as family members, he did not dare to truly regard them as family members. Therefore, he would not stand in the way of any decision made by Bai Yu and the others, and felt that he should have a good talk with his brother. Buji looked at the backs of brothers Mu, Yi, and Mu, and originally wanted to say something. The next moment, the entrance to the cave was blocked by a big stone, and he couldn't even see a single figure. Several tall orcs were thrown into the open snow and blew into the cold wind, looking a little pitiful. Buji turned to look at Tai Shi and asked, "What was your reaction just now?" Is the medicine very useful? After hearing this, Taisha nodded quickly and said affirmatively. That little female is definitely a wizard. Her medicine is more effective than all the medicines I know. I think I only need to take 2 more pills, and I will be fine. Really? Before Buji could speak, Heifeng became excited first, with a look of covetous expression on his face, and whispered, in that case, we might as well this little female away, so that we can have the confidence to reorganize the tribe. Several other people were a little moved after hearing this, but Buji's words broke all their illusions. Didn't you wake up just now? All of us together are not enough for that, Boss Lu. Why do you think you have the ability to take away his little female from his hands? As he spoke, he turned to look at Heifeng and said earnestly, Heifeng, your brother He Zia's died because of impulsiveness. I hope you can learn your lesson and think more about what you do in the future. If we want to survive in this world now, we cannot rely on brute force alone. Heifeng and several other orcs felt a little depressed after hearing this. In the end, Taisha, who is still injured, asked, Then what will we do in the future? Do we really stay and work for them? Buji's eyes flashed upon hearing this. He glanced at the brothers he had brought out, sighed and replied, I don't know how long this winter will last. Now we are lucky to find an opportunity where we don't have to worry about food and drink. Let's stay for now. If we can really eat, it's okay to do some work for them. He glanced at Black Wind and the others with a warning look and said seriously, But remember, if you don't want to die, don't go after that little female. That orc is not a soft-hearted person. Several people looked at each other after hearing this, and then nodded in unison to express their understanding. Next, Buji took a few brothers and started digging their temporary shelter. Apart from the injured iron and stone, they still had 4 strong laborers left, and they dug the cave very quickly. In addition, they have no females to take care of, so they only need to dig a place where they can easily shelter from the wind and snow. It doesn't need to be too big or too deep. It's much simpler, so it doesn't take too long. After digging the cave, they each transformed into animal forms and hid inside. They are all in the shape of lions, and their fur is thick and cold-resistant. A few people can keep each other warm when crowded in a small cave, so they don't feel cold even though the cave entrance is not sealed. At this time, Bai Yuyu is already lying on the soft fur cushion and fell asleep in Lu Xiu's warm arms. The next day, when Bai Yuyu, Lu Xiu and the others walked out of the cave, Buji and the others were already waiting outside. As soon as he saw Bai Yuyu, Buji took the lead and took a few steps forward and said, We want to exchange the pills for yesterday for 2. How much food do you want? Bai Yuyu glanced at Buji and the others, thought for a while, and said, I see you don't have much food. I'm in a hurry to hire people now, so I'll give you 2 pills as 1 day salary. What do you think? Several people heard this and thought it was quite reasonable, and even felt that they had taken advantage. If a tribe without a wizard wants to ask a wizard from another tribe to take action, it will cost a lot. However, Bai Yuyu only allowed them to work for 1 day, not to mention that Bai Yuyu's medicine was so effective that they all made money. Buji, Taisha, and the others looked at each other, and seeing that no one had any objections, they nodded in agreement. Then I heard Bai Yuyu continue. After today, if you still want the medicine, you can continue to exchange it like this, but I won't cover the food after changing the medicine. The few people heard this and had no objections, and they all nodded in agreement. With a sly smile on her face, Bai Yuyu said to Buji and the others, Today, you first cut down all the nearby trees to make this area more open. Remember to pile those trees together. I will use them. After saying that, he took out 2 pills and handed them to Mu'er and said to Mu'er, You will be the supervisor. If they dare to be lazy, just tell me and I will deduct the pills from them. Mu'er didn't expect that he would one day be a supervisor. His face turned red with excitement. He took the pill and nodded repeatedly, saying that he would definitely do a good job. After hearing these words, Buji and others froze at the corners of their mouths and looked at Bai Yuyu with speechless eyes. Without saying anything, they all turned around and left to go to work. Seeing that Bai Yuyu had arranged the work, Lu Xiu said, Yuyu, what should I do? When Bai Yuyu heard this, she turned to look at Lu Xiu and said with a smile, Axio has been working so hard during this period, so of course he needs to rest. Anyway, there are people helping with the work now, so we are not in a hurry. Lu Xiu was warmed by Bai Yuyu's words, knowing that Bai Yuyu felt sorry for him, and he happily raised his hand to scratch Bai Yuyu's nose. He smiled and said, "I'm just on my way. Why should I be tired? I'm just idle. Is there really nothing you want me to do?" After hearing this, Bai Yuyu looked at Lu Xiu carefully and saw that he was in high spirits and did not look tired at all. Then he turned around and glanced at Mu Yi, who had been standing aside, waiting for the outcome of their discussion. He thought for a moment and said, "In that case, let's start building a house." How to build it? Lu Xiu was a little confused. He had only seen tree houses and thatched huts built by some large tribes from a distance, and they were all very simple. Just set up a tent among the trees that are already growing, and it will be considered a summer house. Although it is cool in summer, in winter the wind leaks everywhere, making it uninhabitable. Bai Yuyu smiled when he heard this and said, "First clear the snow at the entrance of the cave, and then dig some holes about 2 meters long. I will teach you the rest." Although Lu Xiu and Mu Yi didn't quite understand, they still followed Bai Yuyu's wishes. After the snow on the ground was almost cleared, Bai Yuyu found a few branches, inserted one as a label at the foundation she liked, and then drew a circle to the width she needed, and asked Lu Xiu and Mu 1 or 2 people when to dig a hole. After everything was arranged for the 2 of them, Bai Yuyu went to cook for them. Because Buji and the others were not far away, Bai Yuyu could only pretend to take ingredients from the cave when cooking. It took several trips back and forth to get enough ingredients. It didn't take long for the smell of stewed broth to be heard in the air. Because there were a few big bones in it, the aroma of the broth was much more fragrant than ordinary broth. The greedy Haifeng and others not far away were drooling. Black Wind threw a chopped tree on the tree pile and said to Buji, "Aji, what is that little female doing? Why does it smell so good?" Buji swallowed his saliva after hearing this, glanced in Bai Yuyu's direction, and finally replied, "I taste like meat." As he spoke, he sighed and said to several orcs whose greedy eyes were about to glow green, "Don't think about it. Today we have to change Tai Shi's dressing. It's not our share. Even if we don't change the dressing, such delicious food, they won't give it to us." Several people were a little frustrated after hearing this. They reluctantly glanced in Bai Yuyu's direction and continued working. Even so, no one had the idea not to change Tieshi's dressing. After Bai Yuyu finished cooking, he asked brothers Lu Xiu and Muimu to come over for dinner. He turned to look at Buji and the others, and after thinking about it, he took out 5 small bowls made of bamboo, put a bowl of hot soup, a small piece of meat, and some diced carrots into each bowl. He broke off 5 more palm-sized pieces of guacue and placed them individually in a large wooden bowl. Then he waved to Buji, and when others came over, he pointed at the food and said, "These are for you. But this is not free. If you take these medicines today, you will only have 1. If you still want it, you can change it like this tomorrow." Buji looked at the food and swallowed in vain. It is impossible for the brothers to eat enough of this food, but it is so delicious that the brothers are almost starved to death. He turned to look at his brother, who was looking at him eagerly, and gritted his teeth and agreed. Then he waved them over to share. Each person had a piece of cake and a bowl of fragrant stew soup. They didn't even have time to say anything, so they picked up the piece of meat and gave it a few bites. As soon as the meat entered their mouths, several people's eyes lit up, and before they knew it, the meat was already chewed up by them. After looking at the strange red thing in the bowl, several people looked at each other. In the end, Haifeng couldn't help but take out a piece and put it in his mouth. The carrots had been stewed until they were soft and glutinous. Haifeng felt that before he even had time to chew them, the carrots were cut open. The unfamiliar and slightly sweet taste began to fill his mouth, making him unable to stop at all.
"Come down."
After seeing Haifeng's reaction, Buji and others knew that it was good food without even needing his answer, so they all started to eat it with their heads down. Soon there was only broth left in the bamboo bowls in the hands of several people. Buji raised his eyes to see how Mu Yi and the others were eating in the distance. He also followed their example and tore the gray things in his hands into pieces. Small pieces were thrown into the soup bowl. Then we started eating. The black bean cake was very chewy, and after being soaked in the fragrant broth, it added some different flavors. It was a taste that Budgie and the others had never tasted. Several orcs wolfed down the food, and the bowls in their hands were empty within a few moments. Haifeng turned to look at Taisher and said, "Old Tai, how about you endure it first and let us eat before we give you pills?" After Haifeng finished speaking, before Taisher could reply, Budgie slapped him on the head with his big palm. Just listen to Budgie say, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you delay Taisher's injury just for the sake of food? How can Taisher protect himself in case of any emergency?" Taisher almost nodded in agreement, but closed his mouth in time after seeing Budgie's actions, and only gave Haifeng a sympathetic look. Although he also wanted to eat more, he didn't want to be slapped. Bai Yuyu paid attention to the performance of the orcs with her peripheral vision. After seeing that the effect was good, she withdrew her attention and then met Lu Xiu's meaningful gaze. Bai Yuyu blinked innocently at Lu Xiu and stuck out her cute little tongue. He smiled and said, "Xiu, why are you looking at me like this? The meat is almost cold. Eat it quickly. You will have to work later." Lu Xiu likes to see Bai Yuyu now. She looks smart and lively, giving him a feeling that he can grasp, which makes him extremely at ease. He smiled and didn't reply, just lowered his head and started eating quickly. No matter what Bai Yuyu's plan is, he only needs to ensure Bai Yuyu's safety. He can accept anything else as long as Bai Yuyu is happy. After eating, the male orcs continued to do their work, while Bai Yuyu found a thin piece of animal skin, took a piece of charcoal, and began to draw the look of the house in her mind on it. After Lu Xiu and the others dug all the foundations, Bai Yuyu's house structure diagram was also drawn. Bai Yuyu put away the animal skins and followed Lu Xiu out of the cave to the foundation. After looking at the depth of the foundation, he was quite satisfied. Then he took Lu Xiu and Mu Yi to the pile of trees that Budgie and the others had chopped and started to choose the materials for laying the foundation. Of wooden piles. After selecting a few thick and strong trees, Lu Xiu still had to do the subsequent cutting work. After Lu Xiu cut the big tree into several wooden stakes of the same length, the work of laying the foundation began. Bai Yuyu also showed the structural diagram of the house that he drew to Mu Yi and Lu Xiu, and explained to them carefully what he meant. What surprised Bai Yuyu was that Mu Yi was very talented in this area. Usually Bai Yuyu only said the first half of the story and Mu Yi could figure out what to do next, and even give Bai Yuyu some advice. Bai Yuyu was very surprised and gave Mu Yi the structural diagram of the wooden house and said, "Mu Yi, you are very talented in this area. You can think of some details that I didn't notice. Then I will leave all the rest to you." He pointed to the few orcs who were still cutting down the trees and said, "When they have almost cut down the trees, you can start arranging for them to build with you. As long as they succeed, you will be a member of our future tribe."
Architect.
Although Mu Yi didn't quite understand some of Bai Yuyu's words, he was still a little excited to be assigned to do something for the first time. After raising his hand to take over the construction drawings, he solemnly promised, "Sister-in-law, don't worry, I will definitely do it well." Bai Yuyu nodded with satisfaction and breathed a sigh of relief. She has only seen pigs running and has never eaten pork. She can only give a general framework and some common sense. She is really not good at other things. Now that someone who seems reliable can help her, she is naturally happy. Lu Xiu was a little depressed after being outclassed by Mu Yi, but when he saw Bai Yuyu happy, his emotions disappeared instantly. Asked, "Yuyu, what should I do?" Bai Yuyu didn't notice the change in Lu Xiu's mood just now. After hearing Lu Xiu's question, the smile on his face became more obvious. He took Lu Xiu's hand and said coquettishly, "Xiu, take me around the area while the snow hasn't melted yet and the road is still easy to walk. We might be able to find some other food." When Lu Xiu heard this, the smile in his eyes deepened and he nodded in agreement. He was quite curious about Bai Yuyu's identification skills and wanted to see it again. On the second day after breakfast, Bai Yuyu informed Budgie that they no longer needed to cut down trees and asked them to build a house with Mu Yi. As long as their performance satisfies her, they can be fed at noon. After eating a meal cooked by Bai Yuyu, These orcs no longer felt the taste of the remaining food. Especially after smelling the smell of Bai Yuyu's food, they became even more greedy. Now when they heard Bai Yuyu's words, everyone's ears stood up, and Buji didn't even need to speak first, so everyone nodded in vain. Buji glanced at his brothers and felt that his position was about to be in jeopardy, but he was also greedy. Then they nodded together. Bai Yuyu carefully observed their reactions and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that the effect he wanted was achieved. He pulled Lu Xiu and left with Lu Xiu. But because they were still not at ease with those orcs, Bai Yuyu and Lu Xiu didn't go too far and just walked around nearby. If something went wrong over there, Mu Air and the others would have time to call for help. Bai Yuyu and Lu Xiu walked together and came to the river that Bai Yuyu saw when he first arrived here. This river has no end as far as the eye can see. No one knows where it comes from, and no one knows where it ends. Carefully raising his feet and stepping on the ice, it felt like the ground. Bai Yuyu looked up at Lu Xiu and asked, "Xiu, how thick is this ice? Can you make a hole without destroying the ice next to it?" Although Lu Xiu didn't know why Bai Yuyu asked this, he now knew Bai Yuyu very well and knew that she was not the kind of person who would look for trouble. Hearing this, he didn't say anything. He squatted down and gently tapped the ice surface. He listened carefully to the echo on the ice surface and went back and forth several times. He stood up and said to Bai Yuyu, "It's about as thick as half your arm. It can be opened a little, but the temperature is too low. Even if it is opened, it will continue to freeze again soon. Do you have any ideas?" Bai Yuyu was happy when she heard Lu Xiu said that it could be opened. She pulled Lu Xiu to please her and said, "Xiu, can you help me open an ice hole first?
I want to see if any fish will jump by themselves.
Come up and let me eat. I want to drink fresh fish soup." Bai Yuyu's statement is a bit exaggerated, but it is not impossible. Under normal circumstances, as long as there are fish in the river, fish will flock to the entrance of the cave after the ice surface is cut. Because the river is frozen, there is less oxygen underwater, and oxygen will enter after the hole is cut. At this time, there will be a lot of fish coming to breathe the air, so there will be a lot of fish. And these are all the knowledge Bai Yuyu learned in the original world. Lu Xiu smiled silently after hearing Bai Yuyu's childish words. He didn't believe that a fish would jump up on its own and let others eat it. But looking at Bai Yuyu's greedy look, he couldn't bear to say that Bai Yuyu was having some wild ideas. After thinking about it, he moved a big stone over and smashed it hard against the ice not far away. Just hearing a bang, Lu Xiu smashed through the ice with a big stone. In an instant, the place where the ice surface was originally was covered by clear river water.